Chapter 1: Rejecting the School Beauty's Confession. It is known that the mutant beast and the mysterious are opposites. What conclusion can we draw? Read after me, Power Beast. Just as the teacher was talking about the textbook contents at the podium, a teenager next to the trash can at the back door of the classroom slowly raised his head from the table with a confused look on his face. Superpowered beast? Secret? Power Beast? What the hell is this? As soon as I woke up, the teacher let himself go? At this time, Shinjin looked confused, and the wrinkles on his face showed that he had slept for a long time. Suddenly, a flood of information flooded into Shinjin's brain. Supernatural beast? National awakening? Resurrection of spiritual energy? Armor hero? Oh, no, there isn't such a thing. Shinjin checked the information in his brain and came to a conclusion. I have traveled through time. Just as Shinjin was confirming again and again, the bell rang. A middle-aged bald teacher with a big belly sat on the podium, closed his book and looked at the students below. This afternoon is your class's awakening day. Even though you're the worst class I've ever taught, I still wish you all the best in awakening powerful abilities that suit you. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom. I'm so nervous. I'm going to awaken this afternoon. I wonder what superpowers I can awaken. Oh, relax. I don't know what superpower you can awaken, but I'm sure it's an S-level superpower. Tisk, S rank? If you can reach S rank, then I'm still SS. Some are happy and some are sad. Children from wealthy families have been raised by their families since childhood, taking medicine, exercising, and studying, and their foundation is much better than that of others. It is said that noble sons come from humble families. However, throughout history, how many high-level awakeners have come from humble families? Just as everyone was talking, a figure appeared and instantly made the classroom extremely quiet. Look, it's Xinrui, the school beauty is in our class. Humph, Xinrui must be here to see me. Could it be that she's here to see that loser Shinjin? The person who spoke was a well-known rich second-generation boy in the class, and he had always been at odds with Shinjin. Shinjin was speechless for a moment when he heard this. Ha, Wang Tao, if you really come to find me, then don't get so angry that you die. It was originally just a sarcasm, but as soon as she finished speaking, Xinrui walked to Shinjin's table and stopped. Shinjin, can you marry me? Just when Shinjin was still arguing with Wang Tao verbally, Xinrui's sudden words made the classroom even quieter. Xinrui looked at Shinjin with a blushing face, her eyes somewhat evasive. It turned out that just yesterday, the ancestor of Xinrui's family suddenly did divination. It is said that there is a boy named Shinjin in the school. If you marry him, the Shin family will be rich and prosperous for the rest of their lives. Naturally, no one believed these words, but since the person who spoke was the ancestor of the Shin family, Xinrui had no choice but to come. Xinrui, who was originally a little resistant, felt that being with Shinjin seemed not bad the moment she saw him. At this moment, Shinjin was even more confused than when he just woke up and heard about the mutant beast. Bite. A school beauty confession has been detected, the system is forced to bind, and the system is turned on. Reject the school beauty's confession, reward SSS-level talent, all beings are equal. Accept the school beauty's confession and receive a reward of 10 million in cash. System? Sure enough, this is the standard for time travelers. The online article never deceives me. The moment he heard the sound, Shinjin knew what had happened. Tisk, tisk, 10 million just for accepting it, that's pretty good. But am I, Shinjin, that kind of person? Hee, you are really good at judging people. I'm sorry, I didn't judge them clearly this time. After thinking for a moment, Shinjin looked up into Xinrui's eyes. I'm sorry, I refuse. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet classroom suddenly became a little weird. Damn it! He rejected something that was delivered to his door? Is Shinjin not capable enough? Did I hear correctly? Is there really someone who would reject school beauty Shun? No one could understand it, let alone Xinrui. Are you serious? For the first time in her life, Xinrui began to doubt her appearance. I'm serious, Miss Shin, you're very beautiful, but we're not suitable. Shinjin answered Xinrui without hesitation, with a hint of regret on his face. Campus bell. That's the campus bell. Before crossing over, Shinjin had been single for as long as he had lived. Now that someone finally confessed their love to him, he couldn't accept it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward SSS skills. All beings are equal. All beings are equal. Although I may not be strong, I can make you as mediocre as me. Note, you can copy the opponent's abilities and start from the same starting line as them. Chen Jin, who originally felt a little regretful, watched the introduction of supernatural powers and his regret instantly disappeared. Are you kidding me? Can a school beauty have supernatural fragrance? Or can she copy other people's SSS-level supernatural powers? As expected, if there is no woman in my heart, I will be a god when I draw my sword. The first page of the sword manual, forget your sweetheart. Xin Xingrui finally realized at this time that this was the first time she had confessed her love to someone in her life. It had always been others who confessed their love to her. Humph, Chen Jin, I won't give up. After saying that, Xin Xingrui left without looking back, but if you look closely, you can still see tears in Xin Xingrui's eyes. Chapter 2, Awakening of Superpowers. After Xin Xingrui left, the class really exploded. Everyone pointed at Chen Jin, but Chen Jin was not interested in any of this. Time quickly came to the afternoon. Because of what happened in the morning, Chen Jin is now like a celebrity, and people are looking at him wherever he goes. It was nothing more than saying something like Chen Jin was ungrateful and rejected the school beauty. All senior high school students gather in the awakening room. Just half an hour after lunch, Chen Jin heard the voice on the radio. Let's go downstairs to the awakening room. After the broadcast stopped, the bald and pot-bellied head teacher appeared at the classroom door that morning. Then, under the guidance of the class teacher, Chen Jin came to the awakening room. Although it is called the awakening room, it is actually an indoor playground. It is very large and can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. As soon as Chen Jin came in, he saw fully armed men in black around him, the school leaders on the podium, and several old men in black with their eyes closed. Chen Jin, tell me, what superpower can I awaken this time? If I can awaken AB level 1, I can bring honor to my family. The person who spoke was Chen Jin's best friend, Zhang Chenyang. The levels of abilities are SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D. SSS is the highest and D is the lowest. Currently, there are 8 known SSS-level people in Longhua, all of whom are leaders of various departments in Longhua. Level D is only slightly better than ordinary people. You can work as a manager in a company. If you are lucky, you may be able to get a position in the Bureau of Supernatural Powers. Don't worry, you can do it, trust me. Chen Jin looked at his brother and said seriously. Zhang Chenyang looked at Chen Jin's serious expression, and somehow, he completely believed it, as if he had awakened a B-level supernatural power. Line up according to your class. Whoever is called will come up. The school leaders on the platform shouted loudly, and then each class lined up. Today is the most important day in your life. Your future path will be determined today. Students who have awakened their special powers should not be proud. Students who have not awakened their special powers should study hard and learn cultural knowledge. You will have a bright future as well. Okay, enough nonsense, the 2022 Superpower Awakening begins. As the school leader announced the start, a man in black beside the podium stepped forward and took out a blue crystal ball the size of a basketball from a black briefcase. This is the Awakening Stone. It can detect your abilities and levels. Students whose names are called, please come up. Zhang Matzi. Since Chen Jin was in Class 1 of Grade 3, the first person to go on stage was also from their class. Place your hands on the Awakening Stone. Don't move them, and don't let your mind wander. Zhang Matzi, who had just come on stage, placed his hands on the Awakening Stone. After a few seconds, a light white light burst out from the Awakening Stone. Zhang Matzi. D-level superpower snowflake. The first one was a D-level ability, which made the students in the audience even more nervous. The awakening continues. Li Si. C-level superpower amplification. Wang Yu. D-level superpower muscle burst. Soon, more than half of the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 had awakened, and the best one was Wang Tao, who had a B-level superpower of wind speed. The rest are basically D-level and B-level abilities. Soon, there were only 2 people left in Class 1 of Grade 3, Zhang Chenyang and Chen Jin. Next, Zhang Chenyang. Chen Jin, I'm going up first, bless me. Zhang Chenyang said something to Chen Jin and ran straight onto the stage. System, can you see Chen Yang's special ability? Looking at Chen Yang's back, Chen Jin asked the system tentatively. Bite. Certainly. Zhang Chenyang's ability is a pseudo-SS-level ability called Time Stop. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin was stunned. He knew about SS-level abilities, but what did pseudo-SS-level abilities mean? Moreover, was this Time Stop what he had in mind? The system seemed to know what Chen Jin was thinking and continued to speak. Pseudo-SS-level ability means that his ability is between S and SS, and it has the potential to grow in the future, so it is a pseudo-SS-level ability. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Jin suddenly understood. Zhang Chenyang. A level superpower, time stagnation. Just as Chen Jin was chatting with the system, the man in black on the platform loudly announced Zhang Chenyang's special ability. A level? There's actually an A level. Damn it. I only saw an A level in my lifetime. I thought B level was the best. Mom, I've made it big. I'm a classmate of the A level guy. As Zhang Chenyang's special ability was announced, the students in the audience became excited. One reason is that they can see A-level superpowers, and the other reason is that they think that if Zhang Chenyang can do it, why can't they? Next, Chen Jin. As Zhang Chenyang came down, the man in black called out Chen Jin's name. Chen Jin, come on, even if your superpowers don't work, I can still support you in the future. Zhang Chenyang, who came down from the platform, encouraged Chen Jin. Fuck you, I'm straight. Chen Jin joked and walked towards the platform. He is Chen Jin? The one who rejected school beauty Shun? This Chen Jin isn't that great, why doesn't the school beauty come to see me? It's okay. Once Chen Jin awakens a D-level ability, school beauty Shun will definitely look down on him. What if Chen Jin awakens to a level or higher? If he can awaken to a level or higher, I'll wash my hair while standing upside down on the toilet. Chen Jin didn't know what was happening off stage, and he didn't care. Although he already knew his abilities and level, he was still very nervous at this moment. After all, this is the biggest thing in life, even more important than the college entrance examination. Student, please place your hands on the awakening stone. Don't move around, and don't let your mind wander. Following the reminder from the man in black, Chen Jin placed his hands on the awakening stone. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 3 full minutes passed, and the awakening stone didn't change at all, still emitting its original blue light. System, you're not going to fool me, are you? Chen Jin cursed the system in his heart. Bite. Host, please do not question the system. SSS-level superpower equality has arrived. Hey, classmate, you may not have special abilities, otherwise. The man in black saw that the awakening stone still had no reaction and was about to let Chen Jin go. But before he could finish his words, the awakening stone suddenly changed. Suddenly, the awakening stone burst out with a dazzling light. It started out red, then turned to black, yellow, blue, and green. Just as the man in black was stunned, an old man in black sitting behind him suddenly stood up and appeared next to Chen Jin in an instant. Chen Jin didn't even notice when he came over. Chen Jin, SSS-level superpower. Then the old man took Chen Jin's arm and announced loudly. As for why I didn't mention the name of the ability, it's because this SSS-level ability isn't currently registered. In other words, it's a brand new ability. After listening to the old man's words, the entire awakening room fell silent and everyone's mouths were open. Chapter 3, Slap in the Face. SSS-level superpowers? There are only 8 of them in the entire Dragon Nation, right? This is outrageous, Mom. A rank is nothing. SSS rank are all my classmates. Ozzel. Chen Jin, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Hey, buddy, you're a man. What's wrong with men? True love is invincible. Wait, where's that person who just said to wash your hair on an upside-down toilet? Hello, Chen Jin, I'm the admissions director of Huaqing Ability University. If you're willing to come to Huaqing, you can set any conditions you want. It turned out that the old man in black was the director of the Huaqing admissions office. The old man's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it. Hey, Lao Ji, isn't this a bit immoral? Are you poaching people right now? Chen Jin looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was also an old man in black, who had just sat next to Director Ji. Student Chen Jin, let me introduce myself. I'm the director of the admissions office at Kyoto Ability University. On top of Huaqing's offer, we can allow you to propose an additional condition that we can meet. Of course, this includes what our principal can do. When Chen Jin heard this, he was shocked. The president of Kyoto University is also an SSS-level psychic. Oh my god, 2 major universities are competing for students at the same time. The head teacher asked me why I was kneeling to watch. Ahem, excuse me, directors. The awakening process must continue. How about you 3 go chat somewhere else? The man in black was speechless when he saw the 2 directors arguing. Snort! Snort! After hearing this, the 2 of them snorted at the same time, then pulled Chen Jin and walked away. The awakening ceremony continues. What happened next had nothing to do with Chen Jin, because he was currently being pulled by 2 directors of the admissions office. One person grabbed one of Chen Jin's arms, as if trying to split him in half. Bite. Detected that the host is facing a choice. Accept the invitation from Huaqing University and receive an SS-level supernatural shadow clone as a reward. Accept the invitation from Kyoto University and receive the SS-level supernatural power illustration book as a reward. System, what are the uses of these 2 abilities? Chen Jin asked in his heart. At this moment, the 2 directors were arguing with each other and didn't even look at Chen Jin. Even if they did, they just acted like they were in a daze. SS-level superpower shadow clone, it can grow. Consume superpowers to gain a clone with half of one's own strength. Subsequent growth can produce multiple clones, and eventually a clone with the same strength as oneself can be created. SS-level superpower illustrations, it can grow and record the superpowers you have seen. You can use one of the superpowers every day, and it is the highest level. Looking at the introduction of the system, Chen Jin was suddenly in trouble. Both of these abilities are good, and they can both be developed. Host, please make a choice. Listening to the system's urging, Chen Jin gritted his teeth and chose Huaqing University. I choose Huaqing University. Bite. Congratulations to the host for choosing Huaqing University, and be rewarded with an SS-level supernatural shadow clone. 2 seniors, listen to me, it's still early for registration. How about letting me think about it carefully? Chen Jin collected his thoughts and spoke to the 2 directors who were still arguing with each other. After hearing Chen Jin's words, the 2 directors stopped, looked at Chen Jin, then looked at each other, and let go of Chen Jin's arms together. Well, I hope Chen Jin can consider it carefully. We at Huaqing University can pay any price we can. Director Ji said this and then returned to the podium. After all, the awakening is still going on, and there might be some good seedlings. Student Chen Jin, what I just said still stands. I hope you can think it over carefully. The director of Kyoto University also left after saying this. What he didn't know was that Chen Jin had already decided to choose Huaqing University. As for why not just say it? That must be because they want to gain the greatest benefit for themselves. Although the 2 directors looked calm, everyone knew that no one would be willing to let go of the 9th SSS-level superpower in the country. After sending the 2 directors away, Chen Jin returned to his class. Oh, Chen Jin, I can tell at first sight that you are a rare talent. I can tell at first sight that you can do it. As soon as Chen Jin came over, the pot-bellied head teacher came over, speaking very flatteringly and holding a glass of water in his hand, which he handed to Chen Jin. Chen Jin did not take the water, but just said thank you and walked into the team. I didn't expect Chen Jin to be so powerful. He's the 9th SSS level in Dragon Country. I'll be relying on you from now on. Zhang Chenyang joked when he saw Chen Jin coming back. Wow, that's Chen Jin, so handsome. I finally understand why Chen Jin rejected Xin Xingrui. If I were SSS level, I would also reject her. What kind of woman will I not be able to choose in the future? Tisk, even if I don't like the school beautician, I don't like you even more. Next, Xin Xingrui. Just as everyone was talking about Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui walked out of the crowd towards the platform. When she was almost there, she looked back at Chen Jin. Did Miss Xin look at Chen Jin just now? Sure enough, Chen Jin is even better, and school beautician can't forget him. Xin Xingrui. SS-level superpower, reviving all things. Quiet. Deathly silence. Those who originally thought that Xin Xingrui was not worthy of Chen Jin were now silent. There are only 9 people at SSS level in the entire country. If the SS level isn't worthy of it, then who is? Look now, school beautician and Chen Jin are quite a good match. Yes, it's happening. Look. School beautician is walking towards Chen Jin. After hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that Xin Xingrui had indeed come to Chen Jin's side. Can you be my boyfriend? Shin Xingrui looked at Chen Jin pitifully. Chen Jin, who had been a virgin since birth, had never seen such a scene before. He instantly felt his heart pounding, his blood boiling, and the blood flowed to some unspeakable part of his body. Bite. It is detected that the host is facing a choice. Accept Shin Xingrui and receive a pet egg as a reward. Unknown grade. Reject Shin Xingrui and receive a reward of 10 million in cash. Damn, the school beauty confessed again, and I feel like Chen Jin still won't agree. I guess so. After all, I've already refused once. I guess Chen Jin would agree. A talented man and a beautiful woman, why wouldn't he agree? If Chen Jin agrees, I'll stand upside down on the toilet to take a shower and eat Lao Ba's secret hamburger while I'm there. Dude, were you the one who just said you were washing your hair standing on the toilet? What nonsense are you talking about, my dear friend? Just when everyone thought that Chen Jin would not agree, Shin Jin's words made everyone stunned, including Shin Xingrui. Originally, Shin Xingrui just wanted to give it a try and didn't think Chen Jin would agree. You agree? Shin Xingrui looked at Chen Jin in disbelief and began to stutter. What? Is it possible that I'm going to regret my new girlfriend? Chen Jin looked at Shin Xingrui with a smile. Somehow, when Shin Xingrui looked at Chen Jin's smiling face, she suddenly felt her face getting hot. No, just a little surprised. Shin Xingrui lowered her head and blushed as she spoke in a low voice. Damn! Kill the dog. Where's the person who just said he would stand upside down in the shower and eat Lao Ba's secret hamburger? There. He's running again. Catch him. He's trying to escape twice. While Chen Jin and Shin Xingrui were chatting, a poor child was standing upside down on the toilet, taking a bath and eating Lao Ba's secret hamburger. Chapter 4: 6 Parties Fight for Personnel. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and accepting Shin Xingrui's confession. You are rewarded with a pet egg, which has been placed in the system backpack. Pet egg, unknown grade, a pet egg from ancient times. Young man, hatch your pet quickly. When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, a fiery red egg the size of a car tire appeared in his mind. Chen Jin, my family wants to invite you to visit. Is it convenient for you? Shin Xingrui still lowered her head, the blush on her face had not faded, and because of what she had just said, her face even redder, and her neck was slightly pink. Would he think I was too frivolous? Meeting his parents right after we got together? Would he agree? Probably. After Shin Xingrui finished speaking, she lowered her head and started thinking about random things. Oh, sure. I'll go when I have time. After hearing this, Chen Jin did not refuse. It was just a meal, what could be wrong? Student Chen Jin. Stay. Originally, Chen Jin was ready to leave with Shin Xingrui, but suddenly a figure blocked Chen Jin's way. Student Chen Jin, please stay. I'm the admissions director of Fuda's School of Supernatural Powers. My last name is Liu. An old man wearing reading glasses blocked Chen Jin's way. Before Chen Jin could speak, another voice came. Student Chen Jin, Student Shin Xingrui, you are here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Qing, the deputy director of the Kyoto Supernatural Bureau. The speaker was a woman in a black robe. Is the Supernatural Bureau here to snatch people too? Student Chen, Student Shin, I'm Wang Xian from the Superpower Unit. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, a man in military uniform walked over. Robbing people? Isn't Captain Wang also trying to rob people? Are you bullying me just because I'm a woman? Lin Chang retorted without any hesitation. Snort. Wang Xian just snorted coldly and didn't respond. Ah, what a lively scene. Classmate Chen, Classmate Shin, let me introduce myself. I am Tian Sudong, a deacon of the Holy Fire sect. A man in a fiery red robe walked over slowly. However, Chen Jin discovered that these university and government officials did not like this deacon very much. Why are you here too? The one who spoke was Wang Xian from the Superpower Unit. Captain Wang is here, so our Holy Fire sect cannot fall behind. Tian Sudong looked at Wang Xian with a smile. Everyone, if you have something to say, please tell me. I'm in a hurry to leave. Seeing that the two men were about to fight, Chen Jin quickly spoke up. He was waiting to go to Shin Xingrui's house for dinner, and he was already prepared to choose Hua Qing, so naturally he didn't want to bother with these people, but these people were of higher rank than him, so he couldn't neglect them. Then I'll go first. As long as Chen and Xin are willing to join our holy fire sect, then you two will be our holy son and holy daughter. At that time, the entire holy fire sect's resources will be at your disposal. Tian Sudong came up with a powerful move right from the start. Holy son and holy daughter, with Chen Jin's 10 years of experience as a bookworm, he understood the importance of these two positions. Humph, it seems the rumors about the holy fire cult's decline are true. Student Chen, Student Xin, our special power unit is willing to offer you 2 battalion commander positions and allocate a large amount of resources. What Wang Xin said were the best conditions given by his immediate superior. He was appointed as the battalion commander right from the start and was also a student, which meant that they only needed to take up the position to receive resources and continue their studies. Battalion commander? Why don't Captain Wang just give up his position and let them take over? Mr. Chen, Mr. Xin, if you are willing to come to my ability bureau, apart from anything else, the position of future director will definitely be yours, and you will have exclusive access to all the resources. After Lin Cheng retorted to Wang Xin, he put forward his own conditions. Compared with these 3, the resources provided by Fudan University are pitifully few. Student Chen, Student Xin, we are just a school, and we can't offer you any official positions. However, we will devote all our teaching resources to teach you, and our principal can even accept you as apprentices. After hearing this, Chen Jin shook his head slightly, then looked at the director of Huaqing Admissions Office who had already arrived but did not speak. Director Ji, aren't you going to say anything? Director Ji, who was suddenly called out, felt as if he was being called by the teacher in school. Well, the conditions we can offer at Huaqing remain the same as before, except that we will provide you two with the best education, the best resources, and the dedicated guidance of an SSS-level principal. Okay, that's it for you guys. The 2 of us will report in when the time comes. Before Director Ji could finish his words, Chen Jin left with Xin Xingrui. As for why Chen Jin didn't ask Xin Xingrui's opinion, it was because after Chen Jin agreed to Xin Xingrui, he asked Xin Xingrui's opinion. Xin Xingrui's original words were, "Since I'm with you, it's natural for me to follow you wherever you go." Chapter 5. You all saw it, he asked me to fight. Chen Jin, you'll be at my house soon. Don't be nervous. I'm here. After leaving school, Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui got into the Xin family's car. Really? What will you do if I get nervous? After hearing Xin Xingrui's words, Chen Jin smiled slightly, looked at Xin Xingrui's delicate face, and swallowed his saliva. And this action happened to be seen by Xin Xingrui. In an instant, Xin Xingrui's face turned red all the way to her neck, just like a ripe peach. You, don't let your imagination run wild. Xin Xingrui lowered her head and stammered. But I didn't think of anything? Could it be that Miss Xin is thinking of something bad? Because Xin Xingrui lowered her head, Chen Jin moved his head forward a little when he said this. This action scared Xin Xingrui, because Xin Xingrui could feel Chen Jin's breath. Just when Xin Xingrui was at a loss, the driver spoke. Miss, classmate Chen, we are here. After hearing the driver's words, Chen Jin looked outside and saw a building that looked like a castle. Chen Jin had heard that Xin Xingrui's family was rich, but he didn't expect them to be so rich. It's great to have money and talent. Chen Jin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Let's go. Xin Xingrui got out of the car first, then walked to Chen Jin and took Chen Jin's arm. Chen Jin just took a look and didn't say anything. After all, they were together and it was just an arm in arm. Miss, classmate Chen. As soon as Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui walked to the door, an old man was waiting there. Grandpa, the housekeeper, what are Grandpa and Father doing? Xin Xingrui let go of Chen Jin's arm and ran over to take the housekeeper's arm. This action made the butler's originally gloomy face relax. Miss, the master and his family have been waiting for a long time. Knowing that classmate Chen is coming, the master and son of the Li family are here too. What are they here for? Xin Xingrui asked, but the housekeeper didn't say anything. Miss, classmate Chen, please. Then Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui walked into the castle together. It's said to be a meal, but why does it feel like a Hongmen banquet? Chen Jin muttered. Soon, the 2 of them came to the reception room under the guidance of the butler. Chen Jin, this is my grandfather, and the one next to him is my father. As soon as she came in, Xin Xingrui hurried to greet the elders of the family, and Chen Jin also followed and called for people. Hello, Grandpa Xin, hello, Uncle Xin. Humph, do you think you can call me Grandpa Xin or Uncle Xin? Don't you even look at who you are? Suddenly, a drake's voice sounded. Question mark. Are there ducks here? Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingrui in confusion. Puff. After hearing what Chen Jin said, Xin Xingrui laughed out loud. Ahem, Ruier. On the side, Xin Xingrui's father glared at Xin Xingrui, and Xin Xingrui put away her smile. You. Who are you calling a duck? Suddenly, a young man in tight pants and loafers ran up to Chen Jin, pointed at Chen Jin and asked. Holy crap, the duck has become a spirit? Didn't they say that spirits are not allowed after the founding of the country? Chen Jin looked at the man in front of him in confusion. You. I am the eldest young master of the Li family, Li Longgang. Li Longgang stared at Chen Jin with gritted teeth, wishing he could tear Chen Jin to pieces. Although he knew that his voice was unpleasant, Chen Jin was the first one who dared to say this to his face. What? Zhu Ganglai? Aren't you a duck? How did you become a pig again? Don't ask why Chen Jin was confronting Li Longgang. Anyone who is told that they are unworthy after just saying something would confront him back. I provoked you, you're not worthy right from the start. Chen Jin cursed in his heart. You. Do you believe that this young master will destroy you? Li Longgang had a bad temper to begin with, and he couldn't stand what Chen Jin said. I don't believe it. Chen Jin just said it lightly, without even looking at Li Longgang. His eyes were always on Xin Xingrui, because Xin Xingrui was laughing so hard that she looked particularly beautiful. Li Longgang naturally noticed this and immediately stood in front of Chen Jin. Don't look. Is it illegal for me to look at my girlfriend? Chen Jin looked at Li Longgang in front of him as if he were a fool. Girlfriend? Li Longgang glanced at Chen Jin, then at Xin Xingrui, and then burst into laughter. Ah, if you were his boyfriend, I would eat shit live. Chen Jin looked at Li Longgang, feeling a little helpless. Another one who gets free food and drinks. Mr. Li, I am indeed Chen Jin's girlfriend. A crisp voice interrupted Li Longgang's laughter. Forehead. I think Mr. Li wouldn't go back on his word, would you? Do you want to find it yourself, or should I help you? Chen Jin looked at Li Longgang with a smile. Ha, this young master is going back on his word today and won't eat. What's wrong? Are you going to hit me? Li Longgang also started to act like a scoundrel at this time, jokingly asking him to eat shit. How could it be possible? He just took it seriously after just talking nonsense? Bang! Bang! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound and the sound of a figure flying out and falling to the ground. Quiet. Deathly silence. No one would believe that Chen Jin dared to hit someone here. However, Chen Jin did hit him, and he did it in front of the head of the Li family, and the man was knocked flying. You heard it too. He asked me to hit him. It's quite strange. This is the first time I've heard such a request in my life. Chen Jin spread his hands helplessly. You. How dare you hit me? Grandpa, look at him, he hit me. Li Longgang covered his face and complained to the head of the Li family who was sitting next to him. As expected of the 9th SSS-level psychic in Dragon Country, you dared to hit my grandson right in front of me. Your Excellency, are you too arrogant? The head of the Li family stared at Chen Jin, as if he wanted to see through Chen Jin. Bite. Confront Patriarch Li head-on and be rewarded with the title of True Man. Kneel down and apologize to Li Longgang, the reward system is exposed. Chen Jin looked at the system's task and was stunned for a moment. Is this such a big deal? Even revealing yourself? Of course, a man's knees are made of gold. I choose. Face it head-on. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of a True Man. True Man title, courage plus 10 when worn. Note, I'll give you 10 courages, do you dare to do it? Do you wear the title of a real man? Wear it. In an instant, Chen Jin felt that he was fearless. Ha, is Patriarch Li blind or deaf? He was the one who insisted that I beat him. He targeted me the moment I came in. What's wrong with me hitting him? Chen Jin stared at the head of the Li family, and he didn't feel the same fear as I did. Interesting, little kid. I've been battling monsters for decades, and this is the first time anyone dares to speak to me like that. Patriarch Li stared at Chen Jin's eyes, wanting to see if Chen Jin was really not afraid, but in the end, Patriarch Li could not see anything in Chen Jin's eyes. Hey, we are guests. What are you two doing here? At this time, Xin Xingrui's grandfather, who had been motionless, suddenly spoke. The good guy is here. Chen Jin muttered to himself. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. SSS rank, that's really good. Grandpa Xinqingrui looked at Chen Jin and nodded with satisfaction. Among those present, only Li Longgang was a little confused. SSS grade? What SSS grade? Is that what I was thinking? He's actually SSS rank? Why didn't anyone tell me? In fact, someone told him this at the beginning, but he was anxious to see Xinqingrui, so he didn't pay attention to it. Huh, what's wrong with SSS level? Haven't there been SSS level people who were killed before they grew up? There are always people who are better than you. Li Longgang covered his face and stared at Chen Jin. At this moment, the side of Li Longgang's face that was hit by Chen Jin was swollen like a pig's head, which shows how strong Chen Jin is. There are people who are better than you, but they are not you. There are higher heavens, but you cannot see them. Chen Jin was not panicked at all. He just stood there and looked at Li Longgang and the head of the Li family who were covering their faces. Okay. Just wait for me. After Li Longgang threw down a few words, he covered his face and ran away without looking back. Little kid, don't be too arrogant. You are still young. The head of the Li family stood up without even looking at Chen Jin, and left after saying a few words. Maybe Patriarch Li is old and can't keep up with the times. If young people aren't arrogant, can they still be called young people? Seeing the head of the Li family slowly walking away, Chen Jin shouted loudly. This caused the head of the Li family, who was already using a crutch, to stagger again. Chapter 6, Killing the Holy Fire Cult Deacon and the B-ranked mutant beast Exploding Bear. Xiao Chen, you've been so mean to the Li family's grandfather and grandson today. You better be careful next time. The Li family is very petty. After the head of the Li family left, Xinqingrui's grandfather said to Chen Jin. Thank you, Grandpa Shen. Chen Jin naturally knew what Xinqingrui's grandfather meant, but with the system in place, he could naturally deal with any challenge. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xinting. SS-level superpower thunder. This is my son, Ruer's father, Xinxiu, SS-level supernatural power. After hearing Xinting's introduction, Chen Jin suddenly felt a little magical. Can this level of superpower be inherited? 3 generations of a family have SS-level superpowers. How rare. Bite. It's not uncommon for superpower level to be inherited, but it's rare for both superpower level and superpower to be inherited at the same time. Fuck, is this even possible? This was the first time Chen Jin heard this statement. Xiao Chen, when are you and Ruer planning to get married? While Chen Jin was in a daze, Xinting's voice rang out. Grandfather. As soon as Xinting finished speaking, Xinqingrui called out shyly, with a faint blush on her face. It's okay. We're already at the age to get married. Xinting touched his non-existent beard and joked with a smile. Forehead. Grandpa Shen, it's still early. I haven't even started college yet. Chen Jin was immediately in a dilemma. Getting married so early? What would happen to his university life? Okay then, let's talk about it later. It's getting late. Ruer, take Xiao Chen back. When Chen Jin heard this, he was shocked. This is an order to expel us. But it doesn't matter. He wanted to leave anyway. He traveled through time and space and hasn't been home yet. Grandpa Shen, Uncle Shen, sorry to bother you. See you again sometime in the future. Chen Jin said this and walked out of the living room with Xinqingrui. Chen Jin, don't misunderstand me. Grandpa just said it casually. I'm not in a hurry. Xinqingrui, who had just left the house, was afraid that Chen Jin would misunderstand something, so she hurriedly explained. After hearing Xinqingrui's explanation, Chen Jin felt that the girl in front of him was very cute. No misunderstanding, we're going to get married in the future anyway. Father, what do you think of Chen Jin? After Chen Jin and Xinqingrui left, Xinxiu, who had never spoken before, finally spoke. He is bold but careful, neither humble nor overbearing, and is a good candidate. Xinting continued to touch the non-existent beard on his chin. Ruer, it's getting late. Just drop me off at the front and go back. I need to go buy something. After leaving Shen's house, Chen Jin started calling Xinqingrui. Okay, then you. Before Xinqingrui could finish her words, a huge shadow suddenly hit the vehicle where Chen Jin and Xinqingrui were. Bite. Warning. Warning. A supernatural beast has appeared, warning. Bang! In an instant, the car was knocked over in the air, spun 360 degrees, and fell to the ground. Cough. Chen Jin helped Shen Xingrui climb out of the car. Because he had not yet learned how to use his supernatural powers, even though the system had just given him a prompt, Shen Jin still couldn't help Shen Xingrui escape. Chen Jin supported Shen Xingrui and looked up at the dusty street. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing a 2-meter-tall figure. Bite. B-rank mutant beast, exploding bear. Explosive bear, active in the depths of the forest all year round and basically never appears in cities. Features: thick skin, great strength, and strong resistance to impact. B-rank superpowered beast, exploding bear, how did it appear here? Just when Chen Jin was asking the system about the exploding bear, Shen Xingrui also recognized the exploding bear. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Shen family and was naturally knowledgeable. It feels like someone sent it on purpose. For some reason, Chen Jin thought of the answer instantly. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't think of any enemies. So someone must have known about his SSS-level superpower awakening and wanted to kill him in advance. After figuring it out, Chen Jin's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. He thought to himself, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, I will repay them 100-fold. Come out, stop hiding. There's no way explosive bear would appear on the street alone. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted loudly to the empty street. Snap, snap, snap. As expected of an SSS-level awakened person, he's really smart. Soon, a man in a red robe walked out from behind the exploding bear. Both Chen Jin and Shen Xingrui knew this person. Deacon of the Holy Fire Sect, Tian Sudong. Haha, it's you. When Chen Jin saw the person coming out, he suddenly smiled. Oh? Could it be that classmate Chen had already guessed it was me? Tian Sudong looked at Chen Jin with some surprise. Today, a total of 6 parties came to recruit students. The others are either schools or government departments. They can't possibly do anything to me, so naturally, you are the only one left. Chen Jin seemed to be talking about a trivial matter and didn't even blink when he spoke. Doesn't Mr. Chen have any enemies? Tian Sudong looked at Chen Jin with a smile, not at all angry or embarrassed because Chen Jin had already guessed that it was him. Of course there is, but he doesn't dare to do it now because the person next to me is the eldest daughter of the Shen family, so only you dare to do it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Just say whatever you want to say. I'm still waiting to go home. Chen Jin looked at Tian Sudong and became a little impatient. If students Chen and Shin are willing to join the Holy Fire Sect, then you too will be the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, so you can naturally leave. But if you don't agree, then you too may just die here. When he said the first sentence, Tian Sudong was still smiling. When he said but, a fiery red sword suddenly appeared in Tian Sudong's hand. Idiot! Chen Jin cursed at Tian Sudong. Tian Sudong? Tian Sudong never expected that Chen Jin would suddenly scold him. It seems that students Chen and Shin disagree? Shen Xingrui? You know I don't agree without even asking me? Well, although I really don't agree, isn't that a bit disrespectful? Explosive bear, tear them both apart. From now on, you are the king of the eastern forest. As soon as Tian Sudong finished speaking, the explosive bear attacked. Bite. Use all your strength to kill exploding bear and Tian Sudong, and you will be rewarded with 20 credits from Huaqing University. Note, credits can be used to exchange for skills, medicines, and cultivation resources. Run away with all your might, and you'll be rewarded with the title of coward, which you must wear. I choose to go all out. Chen Jin chose the first one without hesitation. Are you kidding me? A coward? He, Chen Jin, was not a coward. It is recommended that the host use all his strength, otherwise there is a risk of falling. All beings are equal. Suddenly Chen Jin shouted loudly, and then a faint golden light appeared on his body and floated around. Although Chen Jin didn't know how to use his supernatural powers, the system told him that as long as he called out the name, there would be a certain effect. Shadow clone. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, a clone that looked exactly like Chen Jin appeared beside him. However, if you look closely, you will find that the clone's eyes are dull, and the shadow on the ground is dark, like an abyss. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, exploding bear came in front of Chen Jin. Roar! The exploding bear roared and rushed towards Chen Jin. Chen Jin had no time to react and could only raise his arm to take the hit. Ha! Why doesn't it hurt? Suddenly, Chen Jin discovered something: the exploding bear's paw didn't hurt when it hit his arm. Bite. Equality of all beings takes effect, time remaining, 1 minute. During the effect, all creatures will be at the same level as the host, in terms of physique, speed, and endurance. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin immediately understood. Fuck you! Chen Jin shouted loudly and kicked the confused exploding bear away. Xin Xingrui, who was standing by, was already staring at the camera. So handsome. Tian Sudong on the opposite side was also dumbfounded. When did the B-rank exploding bear become so weak? Even the newly awakened students couldn't defeat it? Looks like I have to do it myself. Tian Sudong immediately felt something was wrong and joined the battlefield between Chen Jin and Explosive Bear. But when Tian Sudong walked to within 20 meters of Chen Jin, he suddenly felt something was wrong. No, there's something wrong, my body functions are declining. Tian Sudong immediately understood why Exploding Bear couldn't beat Chen Jin. After figuring this out, Tian Sudong stepped back instantly, but just as he was about to leave, he was grabbed by a hand. Deacon Tian, where are you going? Come here. Chen Jin threw Tian Sudong towards the exploding bear's paw. Puff. In just one move, Tian Sudong vomited blood. Tisk, TSK, it's really hollow, is that all? Chen Jin looked at Tian Sudong sarcastically and shook his head. Bite. All beings are equal. Time remaining, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Mom, so fast. Chen Jin, who originally wanted to play for a while, instantly picked up the red sword dropped by Tian Sudong on the ground. Get started. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, the shadow clone beside him also moved. Strangely, the shadow clone also had a long sword in his hand, the same as Chen Jin's, but it was black. Don't. I can give you everything you want. Tian Sudong looked at the long sword so close to him, and his desire to survive was overwhelming. Ha, go to the underworld and tell the king of hell. After saying that, Chen Jin killed Tian Sudong with a sword, and the shadow clone next to him also killed Exploding Bear. After killing the exploding bear, the shadow clone disappeared. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with 20 credits from Huaqing University. The credits will be credited to your account upon check-in. Chen Jin didn't care about these things. Instead, he took away all the belongings from Tian Sudong and then ran away with Xin Xingrui. He was afraid that more people from the Holy Fire Cult would come looking for him later. Chapter 7. You're welcome, please sit down. Guardian, Deacon Tian, and Exploding Bear were killed. Humph, useless, if you die, you die. Don't act rashly. The Xin family is probably over. Yes. Protector. All things are revived. Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui had just arrived at Chen Jin's house when Xin Xingrui raised her hand and a green light flew into Chen Jin's body. The moment the green light entered his body, Chen Jin felt extremely comfortable, and his soul seemed to be cleansed. After the green light disappeared, Chen Jin still felt a little unsatisfied, but the injuries on his body and the fatigue from overusing his supernatural powers were all gone. Chen Jin, I have to leave first. My father is here to pick me up. Xin Xingrui glanced at her phone and spoke to Chen Jin, then stood up and left. Be careful on the road. Chen Jin just gave some instructions and did not stand up to see him off. System, don't you think I'm just a middle school boy now? Except for one SSS-level power and one SS-level power, I don't know anything else, and I don't know how to use them. At this moment, Chen Jin was sitting cross-legged on the bed, arguing with the system. Bite. Supernatural powers are divided into levels, and one's own cultivation is also divided into levels. According to the supernatural law, it is only taught in universities, so the male protagonist does not know it. People themselves are divided into different levels? Chen Jin was a little confused. Yes. Human levels are divided into heaven, earth, Xian, Huan, and man. Today's Deacon Tian was only a yellow rank deacon, otherwise the host wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Jin finally understood why a dignified deacon could be killed by himself. Although his special ability was effective, it also had a characteristic, which he had only recently discovered. SSS-level superpower, equality for all beings, usage conditions, the opponent cannot be 2 levels higher than the user. So what level am I now? Chen Jin asked. The host is nothing now, not even an entry level. The ability to use supernatural powers is due to the existence of the system, please do not be complacent. Okay, Shinjin admitted that he was a little inflated, but he wasn't even an entry-level person? System, open the personal panel. Byte. Host, Shinjin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SS-level superpower, shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 3. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Power, 8. Agility, 5. Weapon, none. Item, pet egg unknown grade. Combat power, the worst of the worst. Ohm level, not yet started. Shinjin looked at his personal panel and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. The scum of the scum. Knock knock knock. Just when Shinjin wanted to argue with the system, there was a knock on the door. Why would anyone come at this time? Shinjin muttered in confusion. Because Shinjin had no parents since childhood and lived in an old rental house of about 20 square meters, basically no one came to visit him 365 days a year, except for the landlord who came to collect rent. After what happened to Tian Sudong before, Shinjin is now much more cautious. Shinjin looked out through the cat's eye, which he had never used before. I saw a beautiful girl standing outside the door. The girl has clear eyes, a fair oval face, a flawless appearance, a cool temperament, and is unparalleled in the world. Shinjin looked at the girl outside the door with some confusion. He thought about all the girls he had met since he was born, but he couldn't think of who the person outside the door was. At this time, the girl outside the door seemed to see Shinjin through the cat's eye. Hello, classmate Shinjin, I'm the first-year dean of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. My name is Shin Xingqiu, and I'm also Shin Xingrui's older sister. Shin Xingqiu looked at the peephole on the shabby door, a smile on his beautiful face. Shin Xingqiu? Shin Xingrui's sister? Byte. Open the door directly and welcome Shin Xingqiu. Bonus, plus 1 minute of time in a certain area. Refuse to open the door, let Shin Xingqiu be turned away, and reward the Shin family with a visit for tea. Oh my god. Isn't this a mandatory task? The whole family is having tea? After drinking tea, you want to play with me to relieve your boredom, right? You're a fucking bad system. Shinjin was complaining about the system in his heart, but his hands were not idle at all. He hurried to open the door for Shin Xingqiu. Sister, please come in and sit wherever you want. After Shin Xingqiu came in, he nodded politely and prepared to find a place to sit, but then he found that there was only one bed where Shinjin slept. Shin Xingqiu. Where to sit? You're welcome. Come and sit down. When Shinjin saw Shin Xingqiu didn't move, he thought Shin Xingqiu was embarrassed, so he quickly ran over and sat on the bed, patting the seat next to him. Shin Xingqiu? Hey, don't be shy, I said sit down quickly, I didn't say do it quickly. Shinjin was speechless. Why is this person still standing there in a daze? Sit? Do? I'm your uncle. It took Shin Xingqiu a long time to understand what Shinjin meant. How could I know all this after being a solo mother for more than 20 years? In an instant, Shin Xingqiu's face turned red, adding a bit of temptation to his already beautiful face. Suddenly, Shin Xingqiu's face straightened, as if he remembered something. Okay, let's get down to business. You all need to start school early, including Ruier. The school has a task for you. Chapter 8 Skeleton General. Mission? What mission? Shinjin was a little puzzled when he heard Shin Xingqiu's words. He had to have a mission before school even started. It's not convenient to talk about it now. I hope classmate Chen can leave with me now. Shin Xingqiu was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it, but she didn't know what was going on, and it was the principal who asked her to come specifically. Okay, I'll just pack up a bit and then we can go. Shinjin thought about it and agreed, then turned around and went to pack up. Shin Xingqiu looked at the 20 square meter house and was a little confused about what Shinjin was going to pack. A few minutes later, Shinjin set off with Shin Xingqiu, carrying a black backpack. According to Shin Xingqiu, Shin Xingrui will not be traveling with them and will be escorted personally by the elders of the Shin family. The city where Shinjin is located is just a third-tier city, far away from Kyoto where Huaqing is located. Because of the emergence of supernatural beasts, high-speed trains and airplanes have long disappeared, and people can only rely on their own vehicles or take the birds and beasts provided by the caravans. Shin Xingqiu took Shinjin to choose a more famous caravan and decided to take a ground bird to Kyoto. Sister Qingxiu, how long will it take for this ground bird to reach Kyoto? Chen Jin sat on the huge ground bird and asked. The birds here are supernatural beasts, turtles and elephants. It will take about a day and a night to reach Kyoto. Shin Qingxiu thought for a moment and then gave the answer. Moreover, the turtle elephant has extremely high defense. An adult turtle elephant can withstand the full force attack of a heavenly SSS-level superpower expert and remain alive. Although it is a ground bird, the turtle elephant's back is very wide and can accommodate nearly 1,000 people at the same time. Shen family. Grandpa, why don't you let my sister, Shen Jin, and I go together? Shin Xingrui sat on the sofa angrily, with tears in her eyes. Alas, it's not that Grandpa doesn't allow you to come, it's your sister who said that she came here with a mission this time, and it's only targeting Chen Jin, so she won't let you come with her. Shin Ting looked at Shin Xingrui helplessly. In the Shin family, his words were always his bond, but he had no way to deal with this little granddaughter. There's nothing he can do, he just likes her. Even if he has to spoil her, his Shin family has the capital to dote on her. Sister Qingxiu, we won't encounter any supernatural beasts on this road, right? Chen Jin stood on the tortoise's back, looked into the distance, and asked with some concern. Don't worry, it won't happen. We have more people, and the mutant beasts won't dare to come out at this time. Just as Shin Qingxiu finished speaking, a scream suddenly rang out. Ah! It's the skeleton general. Why is there a skeleton general here? Help! Chen Jin looked in the direction of the screams, and saw that countless skeletons had appeared on the turtle elephant's head at some point. B-rank mutant, skeleton general. C-rank mutant beast army, skeleton army. Features, no life, no pain, endless fighting. Chen Jin looked at the system prompt and was speechless for a moment. Didn't we agree that there would be no supernatural beasts? Shin Qingxiu was also a little embarrassed at this time. He was slapped in the face just after he finished speaking. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a skeleton general. Our Chamber of Commerce will take care of it. At this time, the Chamber of Commerce's poultry manager stood up and comforted the people on the turtle elephant's back. Yes, there are people from the Chamber of Commerce here. I heard that there's a Shen-level B-class psychic accompanying the Chamber of Commerce this time. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat a skeleton general? Superior! The poultry manager shouted loudly. The next moment, dozens of people attacked at the same time. Chapter 9, Bloody Battle with the Skeleton Legion. The people in the caravan took action one after another, using countless supernatural powers as if they were free. Watch carefully and learn well. Although you have SSS-level abilities, you lack combat experience and skills. Shin Qingxiu, who was sitting at the side, drank tea and said lightly. After hearing this, Chen Jin carefully observed the battle situation on the field. Roar! Just as Chen Jin was watching with fascination, a roar suddenly came. Bite! B-rank supernatural beast, skeleton general is furious. Fury can temporarily increase level, strength, defense, and agility. Oh my god, is this a mutant beast or a boss? And it's so violent? Chen Jin couldn't help but complain. Many supernatural beasts have a berserk state, which is most easily triggered when there are many people around. In short, the current skeleton general is already an A-rank supernatural beast. Bite! A rank supernatural beast detected, skeleton general violent. Cooperate with Shin Qingxiu to kill all the skeleton generals and the skeleton legion, and you will be rewarded with the Sword of All Beings. Sword of All Beings, unknown grade. Leave everyone behind and run away. No reward, no punishment. Note, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God, and there is nothing shameful in running away. Chen Jin looked at the Chamber of Commerce guards who were retreating step by step not far away, and then looked at Shin Qingxiu who was calmly drinking tea. I choose to cooperate with Shin Qingxiu. Bite! The Sword of All Beings has arrived. Chen Jin decided to fight without the slightest hesitation, simply because Shin Qingxiu didn't panic at all, which meant that she didn't take these skeletons seriously. Help! Help me! Run! Run! The caravan guards are all dead. Mom, I don't want to die yet. I haven't enjoyed myself yet. I'm going to sue your Chamber of Commerce. Come and protect me quickly. Otherwise, I'll sue you and bankrupt you. By the time Chen Jin learned about the Sword of All Living Beings, all the Chamber of Commerce guards had been killed in the battle, and the passengers on the turtle elephant's back fled in all directions like birds and beasts. However, most people died at the hands of the skeleton general. It's been a while since we've been active. Do you want to come with me or run away first? Shin Qingxiu, who had been sitting, finally stood up and looked at Chen Jin. At this moment, there was not a trace of expression on Shin Qingxiu's beautiful face, only calmness. That kind of fearlessness before the collapse of the sky and the earth. Of course we have to go together. Sister Qingxiu, are you afraid that I will hold you back? Chen Jin looked at Shin Qingxiu, and the cynical look on his face disappeared. Alright, then come fight me and let me see if your SSS-level supernatural talent is truly a genius. After Shin Qingxiu finished speaking, he rushed out. Freeze! Shin Qingxiu let out a delicate cry, and the temperature around them dropped rapidly. Ice crystals appeared on the bodies of the skeleton general and the skeleton army. Ice slash! The next moment, a snow-white long sword suddenly appeared in Shin Qingxiu's hand, and the sword was emitting a cold air. System, what is Shin Qingxiu's ability? Chen Jin knew that it was not his turn to intervene at this time, so he simply asked the system about Shin Qingxiu's ability. Bite. Shin Qingxiu, SS-level superpower, winter is coming. Early Earth rank. Chen Jin had always thought that Shin Qingxiu was at most at the Shin level, but he didn't expect that he was already at the D level. Judging from Shin Qingxiu's appearance, he must be at most 23 years old, right? Host, you can leave now. Shin Qingxiu has already suppressed the skeleton general's fury. When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately ran towards the battlefield between Shin Qingxiu and the skeleton general. All beings are equal. Bite. All beings are equal failed to be used, the opponent is just 2 levels higher than the host. Bite. Equality for all passive skill activated. Passive skill, copy the opponent's cultivation for 1 minute. In an instant, Chen Jin felt a large amount of energy pouring into his limbs and bones. The host is now equivalent to the middle stage of the yellow rank. Go, go, go. Sword of all beings. Chen Jin shouted softly, and a black sword appeared in his hand. The ancient sword body looked as if it had never been opened. You go kill those skeletons, and I'll leave this skeleton general to me. Shin Qingxiu noticed Chen Jin as soon as he came over and said something quickly. After all, Chen Jin is an SSS-level awakened person with special abilities. She cannot afford the consequences if anything goes wrong. Killing a few ordinary skeletons should be no problem, right? Shin Qingxiu thought about it, but she completely forgot that Chen Jin was different from their family and had never learned anything about superpowers since childhood. So, a very strange scene appeared on the field. A young man, holding a seemingly unopened sword, was chasing a group of skeletons. This scene is as weird as it can be. Roar! Suddenly, the skeleton general roared, as if scolding the skeleton legion. The next moment, the skeleton legion collectively changed direction and rushed directly towards Chen Jin. Mom! Why did you come back so suddenly? In fact, Chen Jin was just relying on the power of others to intimidate others, because he found that the skeleton soldiers were particularly afraid of the sword of all living beings in their hands. Shadow clone. Chen Jin did not intend to run away. He, Chen Jin, could not run away in front of a woman. I hadn't originally planned to use the shadow clone, I wanted to keep it as a trump card, but now that things are like this, I have no choice but to use it. I saw a person who looked exactly like Chen Jin slowly standing up from the shadow behind Chen Jin, except that his face had no expression and he was filled with death. Get started! Chen Jin shouted, swept his left hand across the sword, and rushed towards the skeleton soldier. These were all things Chen Jin learned from watching martial arts dramas before traveling through time. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, the shadow clone rushed out with Chen Jin. As soon as Chen Jin encountered the skeleton soldiers, he was surrounded by 5 of them. I'll chop! Chen Jin was not afraid at all. He picked up the sword of all beings and started slashing around. Crack! Just as Chen Jin was hacking around, a sound of bones breaking was heard. It turned out that a skeleton soldier was planning to launch a sneak attack on Chen Jin, but he didn't expect to be hit on the skull by Chen Jin's sword of all living beings. The next moment, the skeleton soldier shattered, leaving only bone fragments on the ground. Looks like we have to take the lead. Chen Jin saw the skeleton soldier's weakness in an instant. Xiao Hei! Hit the lead! Xiao Hei is the name Chen Jin gave to his clone. On the other side, Xiao Hei heard Chen Jin calling him, and his originally light body suddenly stopped, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his empty eyes. Next, Chen Jin aimed at the skull of the skeleton soldier and hit him like a bowling ball. Crack! Crack. Woohoo! Nice. Double hit. Just now, Chen Jin swung his sword and cut off the skull of a skeleton soldier, but he didn't hold back his hand and accidentally killed another scammer. On the other side, Xiao Hei's speed was not slow either. The skeleton army, which originally had only 10 skeleton soldiers, had been killed, with only 4 left. Chen Jin and Xiao Hei each fought against 2 skeleton soldiers. On the other side, Xin Xingqiu was still fighting with the skeleton general, but he would occasionally look back at Chen Jin, who was not far away, with disbelief and confusion in his eyes. However, it was very obvious that Xin Xingqiu never used his full strength from beginning to end. Otherwise, if an SS-level awakened person with superpowers in the early stage of the Earth rank fights against a B-level superpower beast, not to mention killing it instantly, the skeleton general will be reduced to ashes in at most 10 rounds. Chapter 10, Beast Hunting Town. The battle was still going on. Only 2 skeleton soldiers were left in the field, and Xin Xingqiu had already beaten the skeleton general back step by step. Crack. 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 3 consecutive sounds of bones breaking were heard. Chen Jin and Xiao Hei took care of the skeleton soldiers at the same time, and when Xin Xingqiu saw that Chen Jin had finished, he took care of the skeleton general with 1 sword. Not bad, worthy of being an SSS-level awakened person. Xin Xingqiu looked at Chen Jin, sized him up and down, and praised him. As for Xiao Hei, he automatically disappeared after killing the last skeleton soldier. Xin Xingqiu also noticed Xiao Hei's presence, but he didn't say anything. After all, who doesn't have secrets? I'm still no match for Sister Qingqiu, who fought the skeleton general all by herself and remained uninjured. Chen Jin flattered. Xin Xingqiu didn't care and turned around to look around. Everyone in the caravan has died. I don't know how to drive this turtle elephant. It seems I have to find another way. What can we do? Chen Jin asked doubtfully. In this desolate wilderness, besides supernatural beasts, what else could there be? 4-head. Supernatural beast? Sister Qingqiu, do you really want to do this? Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingqiu with embarrassment, his face full of reluctance. Stop wasting your time, man. Hurry up and get on with it. Xin Xingqiu retorted to Chen Jin, but the smile on his face never disappeared. It turned out that just now, Xin Xingqiu asked Chen Jin to wait for him there, and then Xin Xingqiu found 2 supernatural beasts from somewhere. A mutant dog and a mutant deer. After Chen Jin's inquiry, he learned that these 2 were actually the mounts that Xin Xingqiu had found. There was only 1 dog and 1 deer, so the task of riding the dog was given to Chen Jin. Mom, riding a dog will ruin your crotch. Chen Jin shouted in grief and anger, but there was nothing he could do. It was because he couldn't beat Xin Xingqiu. Okay, let's go quickly. If you can't find a place to stay before dark, you'll be eaten by the monsters at night. Xin Xingqiu left a word and rode away on his deer. Seeing this, Chen Jin had no choice but to ride on the mutated black giant dog. However, it must be said that after the dog mutated, it grew as tall as a horse. Apart from its slightly uglier appearance, it was no different from a horse otherwise. Drive! Chen Jin couldn't help but shout. Woof woof woof. This immediately caused the mutant dog under him to protest, as if saying that it was a dog, not a horse. TSK, what are you yelling about? You're not a horse. What are you doing under me? Well, as soon as Chen Jin said this, the mutant dog instantly became quiet. About an hour later, Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu stopped outside a town. You wait here, I'll go talk to them. After Xin Xingqiu finished speaking, he jumped off the supernatural deer and walked towards the town. Who is it? Beast hunting town ahead, no outsiders allowed. Before Xin Xingqiu reached the town gate, he was stopped by the guard. I'm the first-year dean of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. I'd like to stay here for 1 night with my students. I hope you can help me. As Xin Xingqiu spoke, he took out an ID from his pocket and handed it to the guard. Please wait a moment. I need to report to the city lord. Trouble you. After the guard left, Xin Xingqiu returned to Chen Jin. Sister Qingqiu, why is it so troublesome to enter a town? Chen Jin asked with some confusion. This isn't an ordinary town. They're in the supernatural mountains. They don't need support or supplies. It's like carving out a territory and becoming king. Xin Xingqiu explained patiently. After hearing Xin Xingqiu's explanation, Chen Jin nodded slightly. Soon, the security guard came out, followed by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing armor and looked very imposing. Ha 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 ha, so you're the owner of Huacheng. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Zhang Yongsheng, the mayor of this beast hunting town. Please come in quickly. Zhang Yongsheng's words were in stark contrast to the impact he had just had. Chen Jin's mouth twitched constantly. Wow, it's still possible. Thank you, City Lord Zhang. Xin Xingqiu clasped his fists in thanks, then glanced at Chen Jin. Chen Jin immediately understood and clasped his fists. Thank you, City Lord Zhang. No problem, no problem. Please come in. Thank you. Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu followed Zhang Yongsheng into the city. Open the city gates. Zhang Yongsheng waved his hand, and the huge city gates slowly opened to both sides. As soon as the city gate opened, Chen Jin was dazzled. Isn't this an ancient city? Chen Jin muttered. It's no wonder that Chen Jin would think this way, because after the city gate was opened, everyone in the town was wearing ancient clothes, the street vendors were selling cloth, and the figures of those people with films in their hands were completely invisible. Xin Xingqiu's reaction wasn't much better than Chen Jin's. Please forgive me, the residents of this town simply prefer their old ways of living, working from sunrise to sunset. Zhang Yongsheng seemed to see the confusion of Chen Jin and the others and explained. But this explanation is the same as no explanation. Please, City Lord Zhang, help us find a place to stay. We will leave at dawn tomorrow. Xin Xingqiu said to Zhang Yongsheng as they walked. At this moment, Xin Xingqiu couldn't be seen as an Earth-level SS-level awakened person. He looked like an ordinary person looking for a place to stay at night. Sure. Lu Zi. Come and take these two distinguished guests to find a good place to stay. As soon as Zhang Yongsheng finished speaking, a lame hunchback walked over. Okay, both of you, please come this way. Afterwards, Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu were led by Lu Zi to settle down in their residence. As soon as Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu left, a glamorous woman with heavy makeup appeared next to Zhang Yongsheng. Sir, do you really want to let these two people stay here? The charming woman skillfully took Zhang Yongsheng's arm and pressed her body against him. I hope they are sensible. Otherwise, I don't mind killing two more people. Zhang Yongsheng looked at the departing figures of Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Ignore them for now, my beautiful lady. I didn't enjoy myself enough last night. Come on, serve me one more time. As Zhang Yongsheng was speaking, he placed one hand on the unspeakable part of the seductive woman. My lord, don't be anxious. Let alone once, even if it's 10 or 100 times, I'm willing to do it. The seductive woman did not resist, but just pressed closer. You two distinguished guests can just stay here. If you need anything, just call us. There are always people outside. Lu Zi led Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu to a house and then left. After Chen Jin confirmed that Lu Zi had gone far away, he whispered to Xin Xingqiu. Sister Xingqiu, I always feel like something is wrong. Why are we living a good modern life instead of this ancient feudal life? It's simple. Zhang Yongsheng wants to be in theft as a king, and he has already done so. As for why we want to live like in ancient times, it's simple. This way we can legitimately cut off information from the outside world, making everyone here think they are living in a paradise. There was no trace of emotion on Xin Xingqiu's face when he spoke, as if this kind of thing was already commonplace. Then, Xin Xingqiu continued, moreover, Zhang Yongsheng is at least a ground-level expert. As for his supernatural powers, I feel they are at least a level or above. Chen Jin listened to Xin Xingqiu's words and nodded slightly. Indeed, if he didn't have the strength, he would have been killed long ago. How could he be granted the title of king here? We'll just stay one night and leave. Don't cause any trouble. The important thing is to get back to school. Suddenly, Xin Xingqiu looked up and said something to Chen Jin. Chen Jin? He spoke as if he were the troublemaker. Go ahead. You can live in that room and I'll live in this one. After saying that, Chen Jin was driven out by Xin Xingqiu. The room Chen Jin was going to live in was a small house that was so dilapidated that it couldn't be any more dilapidated. Staying in the room, you can even see the sky. Why do others travel through time and space surrounded by beautiful women, have houses, cars, and money? I traveled through time to be hunted, ambushed, and live in a shabby house? Chen Jin sat alone on the bed and complained weakly. Bite. Host, don't complain, try to look forward, life will be better. Solve the strange things in Beast Hunter Town and get a guide to superpowers. Sleep well, leave tomorrow, and get a pineapple and jackfruit as a reward. Chen Jin looked at the system's tasks and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It seems that there is something strange. Chapter 11, Introduction to Superpowers, Human Level. I choose to solve the strange things in Beast Hunting Town. Bite. Due to the complexity of the matter, the reward will be credited in advance. Beginner's Guide to Superpowers. Young man, are you still worried about how to practice? Are you still anxious about not knowing the purpose of your superpowers? Don't be impatient. The Getting Started Guide to Superpowers can solve any of your worries about superpowers. Action is worse than thought, so read it now. This system is really getting more and more complicated. The next moment, a tattered book appeared in front of Chen Jin. A Beginner's Guide to Superpowers. Why is this the same as that Tathagata poem? Could it be fake? Chen Jin picked up the book and looked at it carefully. Bite. Products produced by the system must be top quality. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin finally felt relieved and slowly opened the book. Suddenly, the book in Chen Jin's hand turned into a golden light and penetrated into Chen Jin's head. Ah! The moment the golden light penetrated his head, Chen Jin felt as if his whole body was about to explode. A minute later, the pain subsided. Ha! After the pain completely disappeared, Chen Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, why does it hurt so much? Chen Jin rubbed his temples with his hands, and the next moment, countless pieces of information flashed through Chen Jin's mind. Superpowers and one's own strength have the same purpose and can grow together. SSS-level abilities aren't the pinnacle, there are even God-level abilities above that. The highest level I have is not the heavenly level. Above that, there are demigods and God levels. Chen Jin looked at the pieces of knowledge that he had never known before in his mind and felt extremely magical. Suddenly, Chen Jin saw a very important message. Introduction to Supernatural Powers. Place your hands on your dantian, practice 36 small circulations, and 8 major circulations. When you feel a burning sensation in your dantian, you have entered the stage of enlightenment. After seeing this, Chen Jin couldn't wait to try it out. Inside Shin Xingxiu's room. Principal, there's something wrong with this Beast Hunter town. All the residents are imitating the ancients, and they don't even have any modern equipment. Shin Xingxiu held a light gray bead in his hand, which occasionally emitted a faint glow. Okay, I get it. You have to be more careful. If it doesn't work, just run away. Suddenly, an old voice came from the gray bead. If Zhang Yongxing were here, he would definitely recognize that the one in Shin Xingxiu's hand was a communication bead that could only be made by a heavenly master. By the way, how did Chen Jin perform? Just as Shin Xingxiu was about to put away the communication beads, the principal's voice continued to be heard. Hearing the principal's words, Shin Xingxiu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the principal to actually ask Chen Jin. Chen Jin's performance was very good, but for some reason, he never used any supernatural moves. When he fought, he just summoned his supernatural powers, and that was it. Shin Xingxiu thought for a while and then answered seriously. Okay, got it. Protect him. After saying this, the luster on the communication beads dimmed instantly. So cool. On the other side, Chen Jin has already completed the introduction to superpowers and is extremely excited at the moment. System. Open the personal panel. Bite. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SS-level superpower, shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 4. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg unknown grade. Combat power, the worst of the worst. Own level, early human level. Looking at the personal panel, Chen Jin's originally excited mood was instantly poured with a bucket of cold water. I thought I could escape from the scum, but unexpectedly I became a fighting scum among the scum? Puff. Chen Jin? Did the system just laugh? It must have laughed. How dare it laugh at me? How dare you laugh at me? Chen Jin suddenly felt dissatisfied. However, no matter how Chen Jin shouted, the system did not come out, as if it was not the one who laughed just now. Chapter 12, Fighting C-Class Werewolf. Seeing that the system didn't come out, Chen Jin was too lazy to call out. He tidied himself up and lay down on the bed. Chen Jin was lying on the bed, looking at the bright moon in the sky through the roof, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Originally, he was just an ordinary senior high school student. Although his grades were not very good, he had no problem getting into 985 or 211 universities. These 2 days have been like a dream. Superpowers, superpowered beasts, levels, these things that could only be seen in novels before, are now happening around me in real life. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid, but he could only pretend not to be afraid, because he knew that if others found out that he was afraid, he would be finished. Soon, Chen Jin fell asleep under the moonlight. After Chen Jin fell asleep, 2 eyes with a blue glow appeared in the broken part of the roof, staring at Chen Jin. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from the roof and landed on Chen Jin's face. "Xiao Hei, stop it. I'm tired." In his dream, Chen Jin thought that it was his own dog licking him before he traveled through time. Then he turned over and continued to sleep. Bang! Just as Chen Jin turned over, 2 werewolf-like creatures jumped down from the smashed roof. Crack! As soon as the 2 werewolves landed, they stretched out their claws and attacked Chen Jin. Chen Jin, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and found a sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword, just blocking the attacks of the 2 werewolves. "Brother, I sleep as I please, but if you take it seriously, it's your fault." Chen Jin slowly stood up from the bed and looked down at the 2 werewolves. In fact, Chen Jin had not fallen asleep soundly. He always felt that something would happen tonight, so he simply pretended to sleep and waited for the fish to take the bait. Bite. A supernatural beast detected, level analysis in progress. Analysis complete. C rank supernatural beast, werewolf. Werewolves never act alone, they always travel in packs. 2 werewolves are basically as powerful as high-level B rank supernatural beasts. That's quite generous. Killing one of my students and getting 2 C-level students. I'm deeply honored. Chen Jin looked at the 2 werewolves on the ground and felt a little scared. Fortunately, he learned about supernatural powers today, otherwise he might be dead now. 2 werewolves whose combined strength is comparable to that of high-level B-class mutant beasts are not something he can deal with right now. Suddenly, Chen Jin seemed to have thought of something and looked towards the yard. Logically speaking, Xin Xingqiu would definitely come over after hearing this. If she didn't come, it means she also has a superpowered beast. In an instant, Chen Jin figured it out. Roar! The next moment, the 2 werewolves suddenly rushed towards Chen Jin like crazy. Depend on Shadow Clone! Chen Jin shouted, and the next moment, Xiao Hei appeared behind him. Xiao Hei also held the longevity sword in his hand, but his face looked a little bad. After all, if you were sleeping soundly in the middle of the night and were suddenly woken up to fight, no one would be in a good mood. Before Chen Jin could speak, Xiao Hei faced the 2 werewolves alone. After not seeing him for a few hours, Xiao Hei has become so powerful? Chen Jin looked at the ferocious Xiao Hei with a hint of surprise. But the next moment, Chen Jin joined the battlefield holding the sword of all beings. Now Chen Jin still only knows the simplest chopping, slashing and stabbing, but with the cooperation of Xiao Hei, he can still fight 2 werewolves. On the other side, Xin Xingqiu was not idle either. When the werewolf came to Chen Jin, a figure also appeared in Xin Xingqiu's room. "Director Xin, how are you?" In the darkness, Xin Xingqiu was not surprised after seeing who was coming, as if he had expected it. "It's only a few hours. Is City Lord Zhang really so impatient?" Xin Xingqiu's beautiful face showed no expression, and there was no emotion in his words. "I had no intention of doing anything to Director Xin, but today I suddenly received news that Director Xin is accompanied by an SSS-level awakened person with undeveloped abilities." Zhang Yongsheng looked at Xin Xingqiu with a half-smile, as if trying to read something from Xin Xingqiu's face. "So what? Could it be that City Lord Zhang has taken a fancy to him? How dare I? I've simply never seen an SSS-level awakened person, so I'd like you two to perform for me." After saying that, Zhang Yongsheng took the first step. In an instant, all his clothes disappeared and his body began to swell and grow. "Let me introduce myself. I have an S-level supernatural power and am mid-level Earth rank. Although my abilities are not as good as Director Shin's, I am confident that I can still fight Director Shin," Zhang Yongsheng said as he attacked. S-level supernatural body function, the awakened person can control every part of the body by himself, making it bigger, smaller, softer, harder, and even deformed. Xin Xingqiu listened to Zhang Yongsheng's words, and his face finally showed some expression. She had heard of this ability, but it was said that few people could awaken it. Even if they did, they would usually die at the shin level because many people could not control themselves and eventually turned into a grotesque walking corpse. You really talk a lot. Winter is coming. Shinshingshio let out a delicate cry, and the clothes on his body instantly turned into a set of ice and snow armor, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 13, Kill the Werewolf, System Mall opens. Chen Jin and Xiao Hei fought fiercely with the two werewolves, but the advantage was still apparent. Chen Jin kept chopping, slashing, and stabbing, and his arms became numb. Why does the simplest move give me such a different feeling? At this time, Chen Jin felt like a machine, repeating 3 things over and over again. Suddenly, a message flashed through Chen Jin's mind. The Great Way is simple. At this moment, there seemed to be a figure in Chen Jin's mind constantly chopping, slashing, and stabbing. I see. Chen Jin, who was originally numb, suddenly raised the sword of all living beings in his hand and exerted force with his right arm. In an instant, a faint red light appeared on the sword of all beings. This sword is called the Sword of Simplicity. The next moment, all the red light on the sword of all living beings rushed to the tip of the sword. Simple sword. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted loudly, and the red light of the sword of all beings in his hand became brighter, stabbing at one of the werewolves. Xiao Hei also followed suit and attacked one of the werewolves. Puff! Puff! The two swords stabbed the two werewolves at the same time. Bite! Congratulations to the host for creating his own move, Simple Sword C-level, reward system points of 20. Bite! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 C-level werewolves. 30 system points will be awarded. The moment the 2 werewolves fell to the ground, the system's voice sounded at the same time. System points? What are they for? Bite! The system mall has been opened. The host can purchase and exchange the items they need through the mall. Chen Jin originally wanted to check what was available in the system mall, but a sudden explosion brought him back to his senses. Damn, I forgot about Sister Qingqiu. Chen Jin hurried out of the room, and as soon as he came out, he saw Shin Qingqiu, dressed in white armor, fighting with a muscular man. Sister Qingqiu, who is this? Chen Jin looked at the muscular man with a face full of question marks. Zhang Yongsheng. Shin Qingqiu simply said this lightly, without stopping the sword in his hand. This guy must be an SSS-level awakened superpower. You can't judge a person by his appearance. At this time, Zhang Yongsheng also spoke. Chen Jin originally wanted to help Shin Qingqiu, but he noticed that Shin Qingqiu didn't look panicked at all, and it was obvious that he was confident of winning, so he didn't go forward to help, and simply sat there to check the system mall. Human-level items. 1. Victory Sword. 100 system points. 2. 1,000-mile escape. 500 system points. 3. Body tempering fluid. 300 system points. 10. Xian Huang Dan. 3,000 system points. Yellow rank items, not yet unlocked, please come back after the host's level reaches the yellow rank. Looking at the items in the system mall, Chen Jin was suddenly disappointed. There were only 10 human-level items, and the only ones he could use at the moment were the body tempering fluid and the 1,000-mile escape. Forget it, let's save points first. Chen Jin thought secretly in his heart, and then turned his gaze back to Shin Qingqiu and Zhang Yongsheng who were fighting. Since Shin Qingqiu also used a sword, Chen Jin could learn a lot of sword techniques from watching him. Just when Chen Jin was immersed in sword moves, a man fell from the sky. Chen Jin had seen this person before. Lu Zi. That lame hunchback who led the way. Ha, it's so lively, I'll join in the fun. At this moment, Lu Zi was no longer lame, his hunchback was gone, and he even looked much younger. Young man, just come and play with me. I won't bully you. I will only use 30% of my supernatural power. If you can withstand 3 of my attacks without dying, I will leave immediately. Lu Zi walked towards Chen Jin with a smile. System, who is this person? Bite. Testing. Lu Zi, a level superpower violent. Mid-level Earth rank. Tip, after the A-level superpower is used violently, it is equivalent to an ordinary S-level superpower. Mom, how do I fight this? Looking at the system prompt, Chen Jin suddenly panicked. Although Lu Zi said he would use 30% of his supernatural powers, who knows if he will cheat? Don't worry. I said 30% and 30% respectively. I wouldn't lie to a little kid like you. Lu Zi snorted coldly, as if he saw through Chen Jin's thoughts. Mom, I shouldn't have come to watch the show. Chen Jin complained in his heart, and then the sword of all beings appeared in his hand again. Then please show some mercy, senior. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he took the first step and would run away as long as he could withstand 3 attacks. System, can I buy things on credit? Bite. Yes, 30% interest. Damn. Loan sharking, huh? Simple sword. Chen Jin stabbed Lu Zi with a sword. A trifle. Lu Zi shook his head slightly, and the next moment, a fireball the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. Go! Bang! The sword of all beings and the fireball collided with each other and exploded instantly, blowing Chen Jin back more than 10 steps. Senior, here's a move. Chen Jin dusted himself off and looked at Lu Zi. Ah, good boy, next time, you have to give it your all, otherwise you might die. After Lu Zi finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and the clothes on his arm disappeared instantly. Crazy fist. A fiery red fist instantly appeared in front of Chen Jin. Even Chen Jin, who was prepared, was startled by the punch. Shadow clone. Chen Jin shouted softly. However, Xiao He did not appear this time, but there was a layer of faint black mist on Chen Jin's body. Bang! The next moment, Lu Zi's fist hit the sword of all beings. In just a moment, Chen Jin's legs were smashed into the ground. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. The last blow, caught. Rage. Open. 1,000-pound weight. As soon as Lu Zi finished speaking, he rushed into the sky as if on fire, and then smashed towards Chen Jin like a meteorite. All beings are equal. Chen Jin looked at Lu Zi, who was about to fall down, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Bang! Lu Zi instantly rushed towards Chen Jin, and the field was filled with dust, making it impossible to see what happened. Chapter 14, Solving the Beast Hunting Town. Cough cough cough. As the dust slowly dissipated, 2 figures gradually emerged. You are quite good. Since I said 3 moves, that's it. I'm leaving now. Lu Zi looked at Chen Jin, whose body was half buried in the ground, and nodded in agreement. Ahem, thank you for showing mercy, senior. After Chen Jin said something reluctantly, he began to struggle to get out of the ground. Xiao He. In the darkness, Xiao He slowly revealed his figure, looking at Chen Jin with a hint of gloating in his eyes. Phew, I almost died. With the help of Xiao He, Chen Jin finally crawled out of the ground. Before Chen Jin came out, the battle on Shen Qingqiu's side had already ended. Needless to say, Shen Qingqiu won completely. At this moment, Zhang Yongsheng was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Yes, it's better than I thought. Not bad. Shen Qingqiu looked at Chen Jin, who was breathing heavily, and smiled slightly. After hearing what Shen Qingqiu said, Chen Jin looked at Shen Qingqiu and found that after a battle, Shen Qingqiu only had some dust on his clothes. It seems I have underestimated the director of Huaqing University. Chen Jin sighed in his heart. Okay, here, you'll feel better after eating this. After saying that, Shen Qingqiu threw a white porcelain bottle to Chen Jin. What's this? Chen Jin asked after taking the white porcelain bottle. Healing pills, I'm afraid you have internal injuries, take them quickly. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin directly opened the white porcelain bottle and swallowed the pill inside. The pill, which was the size of a fingernail, melted in his mouth. Chen Jin felt a little bitter at first, but then he felt extremely comfortable inside his body. Outside the hunting town. Protector, are you going to let him go just like that? That's fine. Let him grow for a while. If he's really no longer useful to me, then I'll kill him. If Chen Jin were here, he would definitely recognize that the man called the Protector was Lu Zi from before. The person next to Lu Zi was wearing a red dress with 3 big words written on it. Holy Fire Cult. Just when Chen Jin was being beaten, Xin Xingrui had already arrived at Huaqing University under the escort of Xin Xiu and checked in. It is worth mentioning that Huaqing University seemed to have seen Zhang Chenyang's extraordinary growth potential and also admitted Zhang Chenyang as an exception. Sister Qingqiu, what should we do next? Zhang Yongsheng is dead, and Beast Hunter Town is leaderless, with no one to protect it. I guess it'll be taken over by supernatural beasts soon. Chen Jin and Shen Qingqiu sat side by side on the stone steps in the yard and asked. It's okay. Huaqing University will report this to the Bureau of Supernatural Powers, and they will eventually take over Beast Hunter Town. Chen Jin nodded after hearing this. Let's rest for a while. We'll set off at dawn. The principal is still waiting for us at school. After resting for a while, Shin Xingqiu stood up, said something to Chen Jin, and went back to his room to rest. After seeing Shin Xingqiu leave, Chen Jin originally planned to go back and rest, but when he saw the house without a roof, he gave up the idea. Bite. You have an email from Shin Xingqiu, would you like to check it? Can you still receive emails? Chen Jin felt very magical when he heard the voice of the system. Of course, this system is omnipotent. Really? Then take a few steps so I can see? Little guy, I can't cure you. Seeing that the system remained silent, Chen Jin stopped talking. Do you want to open the email? Open. After opening the email, what caught my eye was a sword technique. Hwaching basic swordsmanship. There are 10 moves in Hwaching basic sword technique. Suddenly, Chen Jin discovered that there was another line of words at the bottom of the sword technique. Note, please practice this sword technique with caution. After mastering the 10 styles, you can kill a master of the heavenly rank. Looking at this line of comments, Chen Jin was slightly stunned. Can you cut through the heavenly steps? Can a basic sword technique kill a heavenly master? Of course, Chen Jin didn't believe it and thought the writer was joking. But what Chen Jin didn't notice was that there was a line of words in an inconspicuous corner. This sword technique was created by the principal when he first entered the heavenly stage. There are records of him being able to cut through the heavenly stage. This is not just a random statement. Next, Chen Jin began to practice according to the sword techniques. Principal, the sword technique has already been given to Chen Jin. Do you really believe that he can master it? Inside the room, Shin Xingqiu held the communication bead in his hand, looking somewhat puzzled. You said it yourself, he was able to withstand 3 attacks from an Earth-level warrior at the human level without dying, and he was only slightly injured. Even though he only has 30% of his superpowers, he's still an Earth-level warrior. The old voice of the president of Hwaching University came from the communication bead. After Shin Xingqiu heard the principal say this, he stopped talking. Because it was a fact that Chen Jin withstood 3 Earth-level moves, she was sure that if it were her, she would have died long ago. Outside the house, Chen Jin was still practicing the first move of Hwaching basic sword technique over and over again. Suddenly, Chen Jin's eyes lit up, and the sword of all living beings automatically appeared in his hand. The first move of Hwaching's basic sword technique. Sword breaking style. The next moment, Chen Jin exerted a little force with his right arm, swept his left hand across the sword, and slashed out with the sword. Bang! With just one sword, Chen Jin chopped down a huge tree in the yard that was so big that 2 people could hug it. System, open the basic panel. Bite. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SS-level superpower, shadow clone growth possible. Mental strength, 5. Force to increase through combat, original mental strength 1. Strength, 12. Agility, 6. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg unknown grade. Combat power, scum. Own level, mid-human level. Kung Fu, simple sword C-level self-created. Hwaching basic sword technique, first form unknown grade. Chen Jin looked at his personal panel and found that all the attributes had increased, and he instantly felt relieved. It seems that today's beating was not in vain. Thinking of this, Chen Jin actually felt a little regretful that he didn't let Lu Zi do it a few more times. No. What a weird idea. Chen Jin quickly shook his head. He didn't have any special hobbies. Chapter 15 Hwaching University of Supernatural Powers. No words were spoken that night. The sun had just risen, and Chen Jin, who had been practicing all night, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. How's your training going? Shin Xingqiu packed up early and stood aside watching Chen Jin. Not bad, I feel like I'm almost getting started with the second form. Chen Jin said nonchalantly. After several hours of practice, the first move of Hwaching basic sword technique has been basically mastered, and Chen Jin has also reached the entry level of the second move. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Shin Xingqiu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Chen Jin would be practicing the second form in just a few hours. You know, apart from the principal, there are only 5 people who know this sword technique. It's not that no one else is learning, but that no one can learn. The 5 people in the society are either the school leaders of Hwaching University, or work in the Bureau of Supernatural Powers or other departments. The most important thing is that these 5 people are all Earth-level masters, without exception. Not bad, let's pack up and get ready to go. Xin Xingqiu threw down a sentence and turned back to his room. Just okay? I thought I was training very quickly, but there are so many talented people. I have to work harder. After hearing Xin Xingqiu's words, Chen Jin's mind was filled with thoughts. Soon, Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu packed their luggage and found 2 special horses in the town. This superpowered horse is so majestic. Chen Jin looked at the mutant horse in front of him, which was a head taller than him, and was slightly surprised. This horse is twice as fast as the dog you rode before. Xin Xingqiu seemed to see through Chen Jin's thoughts, and when he mentioned the superpowered dog, he pronounced the 3 words very clearly. Chen Jin. Okay, I get it. Can you please stop talking about it? Chen Jin rolled his eyes, then mounted his supernatural horse and ran out of the town. Because the battle with Zhang Yongsheng and Lu Zi last night was a bit loud, there was no one in the town today. Open the door. Chen Jin arrived at the city gate and shouted loudly. This time no one stopped him and the guard opened the city gate directly. At this time, Xin Xingqiu had also come over and left the beast hunting town with Chen Jin. After the 2 men left, a charming woman suddenly appeared on the city wall. This charming woman was the one who was having an affair with Zhang Yongsheng. Thank you both for helping me kill that bastard Zhang Yongsheng. From now on, I will be the sole ruler of this beast hunter town. The charming woman slowly bowed in the direction where Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu were leaving. Kill the old party. However, Chen Jin didn't know all this. At this moment, Chen Jin was already 100 miles away. This horse is so fast. It's only been a short while, and they've already covered hundreds of miles, right? Chen Jin said in surprise while riding on the mutant horse. Of course. Compared to the mutant dogs, they are indeed much faster. Chen Jin? If you continue like this, we will no longer be friends. Shanti leave after school. Chuckle. Xin Xingqiu looked at Chen Jin's depressed expression and instantly laughed so hard that his body shook. I won't tease you anymore. We're not far from Kyoto anymore. When we get to school, come with me to see the principal. Calculating the time, Rueyer should have arrived a long time ago. Xin Xingqiu put away his jokes and spoke seriously. 3 hours later. Kyoto. Huaqing University of Special Abilities, at the school gate. Before entering Kyoto, Chen Jin and Xin Xingqiu had already walked because Kyoto had a rule that prohibited riding supernatural beasts into the capital. Huaqing University of Special Abilities is located at the southwest gate of Kyoto, covering an area of nearly 7,000 acres. Chen Jin looked at the Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers in front of him and was a little shocked. Before I traveled through time, there was also a university called Huaqing University. Compared with the two, the Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers in front of me is indeed a bit simple. Well, I know what you're thinking. Huaqing University isn't what it used to be, so it looks a bit shabby on the outside, but our teaching resources are no worse than Kyoto Ining University. Xin Xingqiu coughed lightly and explained to Chen Jin. Small problem. Didn't you say you were going to see the principal? Let's go. Chen Jin doesn't care about these superficial things. It's best to have them, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't have them. As long as he has a place to live, it's fine. Soon, Chen Jin arrived at a villa area under the guidance of Xin Xingqiu. This is where the school leaders and some geniuses live. You and Rueyer will also live here in the future. After hearing this, Chen Jin nodded slightly. This is where the principal lives. You can go in on your own. Remember. Don't be rude. Xin Xingqiu stopped at the door of a room and said to Chen Jin, then left immediately. Looking at the fast-running Xin Xingqiu, the corners of Chen Jin's mouth twitched unconsciously. Come in. Just as Chen Jin was hesitating, an old voice came from inside the house. After hearing this, Chen Jin no longer hesitated and pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as Chen Jin opened the door, he saw an old man in a white robe standing inside, looking at him quietly. The old man's white hair and white robe gave him a kind of immortal air. Good. 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 The old man looked at Chen Jin with unstoppable fondness in his eyes. Come on, sit down. Don't be shy. My name is Guo Jinlong. You can just call me Uncle Guo. Guo Jinlong walked over quickly and pulled Chen Jin to sit on the sofa. Chen Jin looked at the principal in front of him who looked like an immortal and felt a sense of familiarity. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Hello, Uncle Guo. Chen Jin called out honestly. Although Guo Jilong looks like he could be his grandfather, he is a SSS-level awakened person with superpowers and is also the school principal. Even if Guo Jilong asked Chen Jin to call him brother now, Chen Jin would do so without hesitation. How are you doing lately? Suddenly, Guo Jilong said something that made Chen Jin confused. Chen Jin felt that the principal in front of him really cared about him, so he spoke. It's not good at all. You don't know, the rental house has been leaking for years, and the landlord doesn't care. And there were power outages from time to time. In the middle of the night, there was wind and rain, thunder and lightning, and it was pitch black. There was also someone shouting outside. Oh. I'm worried every day. I can't eat enough and I can't sleep well. At this moment, Chen Jin brought his acting skills to the extreme, and he almost believed what he said. Even tears were slowly welling up in the corners of Chen Jin's eyes. Chen Jin inadvertently looked up at Guo Jilong. What he didn't expect was that Guo Jilong had actually started crying. Ahem, kid, you've suffered so much in the past few years. It's all Uncle Guo's fault for not finding you earlier. Guo Jilong seemed to feel something was wrong as well, wiped his tears and spoke. By the way, have your parents come back yet? Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this. He had never met his parents before he traveled through time, let alone after. Without. Chen Jin shook his head slightly. Alas, child, don't blame your parents. They also have their own difficulties, which is why they had to be separated from you for so many years. Guo Jilong put his hand on Chen Jin's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, I'm used to it. Chen Jin said this with a smile, then lowered his head. Seeing this, Guo Jilong felt even more distressed for Chen Jin and felt even more annoyed. If I had gone to find Chen Jin earlier, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, it wasn't that he didn't want to go look for her, but the war was intense at the front and he didn't have time to go, but he was also worried about letting others go. So it can only be postponed again and again. At the same time, he also had some selfish motives. He wanted Chen Jin to work hard and grow on his own. He was afraid that Chen Jin would become decadent and dissolute under his protection. Fortunately, Chen Jin awakened SSS-level superpowers. SSS-level superpowers? By the way, what is your special ability? I heard it's not recorded in the book. Guo Jilong suddenly thought that no one knew about Chen Jin's special abilities yet. Bite. Tell Guo Jilong the truth and you'll receive a plus 10% bonus to your pet egg hatching progress. Speak of anything that can deceive Guo Jilong, and you will be rewarded with an SS-level supernatural power shadow clone and promoted to an SSS-level supernatural power. Chapter 16 School Ranking Battle. Bite. Tell Guo Jilong the truth and you'll receive a plus 10% bonus to your pet egg hatching progress. Speak of anything that can deceive Guo Jilong, and you will be rewarded with an SS-level supernatural power shadow clone and promoted to an SSS-level supernatural power. Looking at the system's tasks, Chen Jin was suddenly at a loss. Choose the pet egg hatching progress, then you will miss the SSS-level shadow clone. At present, Chen Jin is using the shadow clone very smoothly, so he likes it very much. But if you choose shadow clone, you don't know when you can encounter the hatching progress of the pet egg. System, how else can pet eggs be hatched? Chen Jin asked in his heart. This was something he had always been puzzled about. Bite. It depends on your luck. Damn your luck, how long do we have to wait for this? Forget it, I'll just say one at random to fool Guo Jilong. After hearing the system's answer, Chen Jin made up his mind instantly. Uncle Guo, my superpower is an SSS-level superpower, shadow clone. Chen Jin raised his head, met Guo Jilong's gaze, and spoke seriously. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, SS-level shadow clone promoted to SSS-level shadow clone. Guo Jilong was stunned when he heard Chen Jin's words. He had heard of shadow clone before. Isn't it an SS-level ability? When we fought against the Sun Country before, their leader used SS-level supernatural shadow clones. Then, would it be convenient for you to use it? Guo Jilong wanted to judge it with his own eyes. After hearing this, Chen Jin understood what Guo Jilong was thinking and nodded slightly to indicate his agreement. Shadow clone. The next moment, Chen Jin's shadow slowly expanded, and a faint black light emanated from his body. Suddenly, two figures slowly stood up in Chen Jin's shadow. Owner. The two shadow clones bowed to Chen Jin at the same time. Chen Jin looked at the two shadow clones in front of him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao He is still here. Guo Jinlong looked at the two shadow clones in front of Chen Jin and nodded. He could see that the two shadow clones were exactly the same strength as Chen Jin, which meant that Chen Jin was born with the ability to fight 3 against 1. Now, Guo Jinlong completely believed that Chen Jin's SSS-level ability was Shadow Clone. Because the SS-level Shadow Clone used by the leader of the Sun Country can only summon one Shadow Clone, and it is only half of his own strength. Okay, take it back. Guo Jinlong said lightly, his eyes full of admiration. Actually, there's one more thing I asked you to do today. After Chen Jin took back the Shadow Clone, Guo Jinlong spoke. Chen Jin was not surprised, because Xin Xingqiu had already told him that the principal wanted to see him about something, but he hadn't said what it was yet. However, Chen Jin felt that it was not a trivial matter, otherwise Guo Jinlong would not have come to talk to him in person. Seeing Chen Jin didn't respond, Guo Jinlong continued, all freshmen at all supernatural universities are required to go to other schools to participate in the battle to show their own school's enrollment situation this year. We call this the school ranking war. Last year, our Huaqing University only ranked second, and the first place, as you know, was Kyoto Special Power University. Chen Jin was slightly surprised when he heard what Guo Jinlong said. Isn't Huaqing Resources the best? Why is it only ranked second? I know the doubts in your heart, but they are actually very simple. Last year, Huaqing only recruited 2 SS-level awakened psychics, while Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers recruited 5 SS-level awakened psychics. It's not that Huaqing's conditions are not good enough, but rather, those 5 SS-level awakened ones are all descendants of teachers at Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers. In the school ranking competition, each school can only send 5 people, so last year Huaqing was only second. The more Guo Jinlong spoke, the lower his voice became. Chen Jin could sense the self-blame in his words. Later, Chen Jin learned that Huaqing had always been first in the school rankings, except for last year, when it was second. So, Uncle Guo would like you to represent Huaqing in this year's school ranking competition. Guo Jinlong looked at Chen Jin with hope. Bite. Choose to represent Huaqing in the battle and take first place to receive a pet egg awakening bonus of plus 10%. Refuse to represent Huaqing in the battle and be rewarded with a direct advancement to the Xian level. Holy shit. Shen T. This was Chen Jin's first reaction. TSK, what a pity. I chose to represent Huaqing in the competition and won first place. Although Chen Jin wanted to reach the Xian level directly, he knew that he could not do so. Uncle Guo, I promise you. Hearing Chen Jin's agreement, Guo Jinlong was so happy that he patted Chen Jin's shoulders repeatedly. Chen Jin suddenly thought of a question. By the way, Uncle Guo, who are the other 4 people with me? Upon hearing this, Guo Jinlong smiled. You know 2 of them. I know him? Yes, one is your girlfriend, Shen Xingrui, and the other is your friend, Zhang Chenyang. When Chen Jin heard about Shen Xingrui, he thought it was normal, after all, Shen Xingrui also had SS-level abilities. But when he heard about Zhang Chenyang, Chen Jin was a little confused. Although he knew that Zhang Chenyang's ability was a pseudo-SS-level ability and could still grow, but when it was tested at that time, it was only an A-level ability. Logically, the school should send someone with SS-level ability, or at least S-level ability. At that time, Zhang Chenyang was diagnosed with the A-level ability of Time Stop, but I felt that his ability should not be that serious, so I made an exception and admitted him. After coming to school, I retested it, and sure enough, it's SS-level superpowers. Guo Jinlong said this as if he had found a treasure. What about the other 2? Chen Jin nodded and continued to ask. The other 2 haven't arrived yet, but they are both SS-level awakened superpowers. I'll introduce them to you when the time comes. When is the school ranking competition? 3 days later. Chapter 17, Huaqing Basic Sword Technique Second Style. After answering a few questions from Guo Jinlong, Chen Jin went to the residence that Guo Jinlong had prepared for him. Before Chen Jin left, Guo Jinlong looked at Chen Jin with a mysterious expression and said something. I've prepared a surprise for you in your room. Young man, you should know how to be frugality. Chen Jin was completely confused after hearing this. Soon, Chen Jin followed the route Guo Jinlong gave and arrived at a villa. TSK, I didn't expect that I could live in a villa in my lifetime. It's incredible. Chen Jin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the magnificent villa in front of him. Chen Jin did not hesitate. He took the room card given by Guo Jinlong and swiped the door to enter. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful figure came into view. Xin Xingrui looked like she had just taken a shower, with wet hair scattered on her shoulders, and her bathrobe was barely visible due to the water droplets. Looking at the erotic scene in front of him, Xin Jin's brain suddenly froze and he stood there at a loss. Ah! Xin Xingrui, who was originally preparing to return to her room, suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned her head and found Xin Jin standing at the door staring at her. Why don't you turn around quickly? Chen Jin came back to his senses when he heard Xin Xingrui's voice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't know there was anyone inside. Chen Jin turned around while speaking. Chen Jin, who had been a solo practitioner since birth, had never seen such things before, and her face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. On the other side, Xin Xingrui was not in a much better condition. At this moment, her face, neck, and even shoulders were all pink, perhaps because of shyness or anger. Okay, you can turn around now. After a while, Chen Jin, who was facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes, finally heard Xin Xingrui's voice. After Chen Jin turned around, Xin Xingrui had already changed her clothes and was sitting on the sofa. You didn't see anything just now, right? Xin Xingrui looked at Chen Jin and stuttered. No, definitely not. Chen Jin said quickly. Hearing this, Xin Xingrui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she likes Chen Jin, this is too fast. By the way, why are you here? Suddenly, Chen Jin seemed to have thought of something and asked Xin Xingrui, who was sitting on the sofa. Hey, this is the house the school assigned to me. By the way, why are you here? Now it was Xin Xingrui's turn to be confused. She had just arrived at the school and the principal asked her to live here. The principal told me to live here. At this point, Chen Jin was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly remembered what Guo Jinlong had told him. Surprise. It's really a surprise. Uncle Guo, thank you so much. Chen Jin complained a little in his heart, but the embarrassment just now had disappeared. The principal asked me to live here. He said someone already lives here. Looks like we'll be roommates from now on. After hearing what Chen Jin said, Xin Xingrui didn't know what she was thinking about and her face turned red again. Well. After a brief chat, Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui returned to their rooms. The villa has 2 floors. Xin Xingrui lives on the 2nd floor and Chen Jin lives on the 1st floor. In fact, every room has a bathroom, but the shower head in Xin Xingrui's room was broken, so she came to the 1st floor to take a shower. After returning to the room, Chen Jin sat cross-legged on the bed. System, check the personal panel. Byte. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SSS-level superpower shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 5. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 12. Agility, 6. Defense, 5. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg unknown grade. Combat power, scum. Own level, mid-human level. Kung Fu, simple sword C-level self-created. Watching basic sword technique, first form unknown grade. It's time to move on to the yellow rank. Uncle Guo said that the opponents in the school ranking competition in 3 days will be at least at the late yellow rank or even the peak level. There may even be someone in the middle profound rank. When he thought of this, Chen Jin couldn't wait to become stronger. System, is it here? Byte. As long as the host needs it, the system will always be there. What's the use of the bodybuilding fluid in the system mall? Byte. Body strengthening liquid, after taking it, you can enhance your strength, agility, and defense. Note, it can also help the user to expel impurities from the body. Check the system points. Byte. System points, 40. Looking at the bodybuilding liquid that was priced at 300 points, Chen Jin was speechless for a moment. Byte. Since the host wants to become stronger, the system can lend the host points with an interest rate of 10%. 10% is not unacceptable. Chen Jin muttered something and finally gritted his teeth. Give me 5,000 points first. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Chen Jin felt a little uncomfortable for a moment as he saw the system changing its expression so quickly. Ding! The loan of 5,000 system points has been received. Current points, 5,040. Give me a bodybuilding liquid and a Xianhuang pill. Chen Jin bought the 2 he needed without hesitation. Byte. Congratulations to the host for spending 3,300 points, with 1,740 points remaining. Bite. The body tempering fluid and Xianuan pill have been placed in the system backpack, please check. The next moment, Shinjin took out the bodybuilding liquid from the system backpack. I can't use the Xianuan pill for now, so I'd better strengthen my body first. Shinjin looked at the white porcelain bottle in his hand, then opened it and drank it all. The next moment, the bodybuilding fluid turned into a hot stream and flowed to every part of his body. Ah! Suddenly, Shinjin felt as if there was a flame burning in his body. Calm your mind and circulate the qi. After hearing what the system said, Shinjin quickly circulated his qi around the body, and only then did he feel better. You're the most powerful host I've ever seen. Others drink a bottle of bodybuilding fluid 3 times, but you drink it in 1 gulp. At this moment, Shinjin didn't have time to argue with the system, because he felt that the bodybuilding fluid seemed to be starting to hit his bones. Shinjin groaned and his body began to turn red. Shinjin, are you okay? Shinjin just shouted, and Xinxingrui naturally heard it, so she hurried downstairs to check. At this moment, Shinjin was in so much pain that he couldn't open his mouth, so naturally he couldn't answer Xinxingrui. I'm fine. Suddenly, the system imitated Shinjin's voice and answered. I'm glad you're okay. If anything happens, be sure to tell me. After hearing this, Xinxingrui, who was outside the door, went straight back to her room. Fuck, you can even imitate me? Shinjin couldn't speak, so he complained in his heart. Of course, this system is omnipotent. What Shinjin didn't know was that later on, because the system imitated his speech, he escaped a fatal disaster. Ha! 10 minutes later, Shinjin exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, Shinjin's body was completely black and smelled terrible. Mouth area. Go take a shower first, it stinks. After taking a shower, Shinjin returned to his room and suddenly found that he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was originally 1.75 meters tall, but now he has grown to about 1.85 meters. I'm actually in the late human stage. At this moment, Shinjin discovered that his level had already reached the late human level, only 1 step away from the yellow level. This bodybuilding fluid is really good stuff. Shinjin sighed. He felt that his strength had increased a lot. If he encountered Lu Zi's 3 moves again, he felt that he would definitely not be knocked into the ground again. System, should I advance to the yellow rank first, or should I practice the second form of the Huaqing basic sword technique first? At this time, Shinjin was a little hesitant and could only ask the system. Bite. It is recommended that the host first practice the second form of Huaqing basic sword technique, and then advance to the yellow rank. Unexpected things will happen. After hearing this, Shinjin no longer hesitated, and the second move of Huaqing's basic swordsmanship automatically emerged in his mind. Chapter 18, Late Yellow Stage, Ranking Battle begins. The second move of Huaqing's basic sword technique, the hidden sword move. Bite. Congratulations to the host for learning the second form of Huaqing basic sword technique. 50 points are awarded to the reward system. Host can now take Xianhuan pill. After hearing this, Shinjin took out a white porcelain bottle without any hesitation. After opening the white porcelain bottle, a black pill rolled out. Xianhuan pill, the user can use it to break through the bottleneck of the yellow level. Shinjin swallowed the Xianhuan pill in 1 gulp and then continued to meditate and circulate his qi. The next moment, Shinjin felt that the Xianhuan pill was circulating around him. Time flies. Shinjin could clearly feel the Xianhuan pill gradually dissipating in his dantian. At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Shinjin. Ha! After a moment, Shinjin put down his hands and exhaled. Bite. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to yellow rank, reward system points plus 100. Open the personal panel. Bite. Host, Shinjin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SSS-level superpower shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 8. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 20. Agility, 10. Defense, 10. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg unknown grade. Combat power, rookie. Own level, early yellow rank. Kung Fu, simple sword C level self-created. Huaqing basic sword technique first and second moves unknown rank. Shinjin looked at his current personal panel and nodded with satisfaction. With 2 days left, I should be able to reach the late yellow stage. 3 days later. The first day of the school ranking battle. You should have understood each other by now. I won't say much else. I wish you a triumphant return. At the gate of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Guo Jinlong looked at the 5 extraordinary people in front of him and waved his hand. The next moment, the 5 people disappeared at the same time. Just 2 seconds later, Chen Jin and the other 4 people who were originally at the gate of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers appeared at the gate of Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers. Because we've been practicing for the past 3 days, please introduce yourselves again. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he looked at the 4 people around him. My name is Zhang Chenyang, SS-level ability, time stop. Early yellow rank. Zhang Chenyang spoke first, his face full of pride. In just 1 week, he went from entry level to yellow level. He is indeed a true genius. My name is Xinqingrui, SS-level superpower, all things revive, mid-level yellow rank. Because of her own talent and her family's resources, Xinqingrui reached the middle stage of the yellow rank in just a few days. Then, a muscular man with an honest face stood up and spoke. My name is He Kai. I have S-level superpowers, absolute defense, and early yellow rank. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you all in the future. My name is Lin Mu, SS-level superpower, blazing. Late yellow rank. As soon as He Kai finished speaking, a girl in a red cheongsam walked up to him, speaking coldly with no expression on her face. In the end, only Chen Jin was left. My name is Chen Jin, SSS-level superpower, shadow clone. Late yellow rank. After several days of practice, Chen Jin has reached the late yellow stage and is not far from the profound stage. As for his superpowers, Chen Jin has always claimed to the outside world that they are shadow clones. After everyone had introduced themselves, Chen Jin continued. According to my understanding, our only opponent this time is Kyoto Ability University. Of course, we have to be wary of other schools too. What if there's a dark horse out there? Kyoto Supernatural University, all 5 of them have SS-level supernatural powers. Their captain and vice-captain are also in the late yellow rank, and the other 3 are all in the middle yellow rank, with no early stage. The rest of the teams only have the Supernatural Bureau, the Supernatural Forces, and Fuda who have people in the late yellow rank. The rest are all in the middle and early yellow rank. Chen Jin slowly explained to the 4 people around him. At that time, He Kai will be responsible for treating injuries, Xinqingrui will be responsible for treatment, and Zhang Chenyang will be responsible for controlling the captain of the opposing team and any difficult individuals. Lin Mu, you take the lead and I'll provide support. Soon, Chen Jin formulated a strategy. After hearing this, the 4 of them all felt that there was no problem. Only Lin Mu was slightly surprised when he heard that he was the main attacker. In her impression, no boy would let a girl take the lead. Of course, she would not look down on Chen Jin for this. She knew that Chen Jin definitely had his own reasons for making such arrangements. Alright, this competition will be broadcast live nationwide, and we must come in first. Come on. Come on. After Chen Jin and the other 4 encouraged each other, they headed towards Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers. Soon, after being checked by the teachers of Kyoto Ability University, Chen Jin and the other 4 went directly to the competition venue. In fact, the competition started as early as the morning. Because the top 3 schools do not have to participate in the first round of eliminations, Huaqing University of Special Abilities where Chen Jin is located naturally does not need to come so early. As soon as Chen Jin and his 4 companions arrived at the venue, they found that there was already a team fighting. The elimination round lasts for 1 day, and each round consists of 5-person team battles, with 100 schools competing against each other. If you lose, you have no chance at all. Everyone can see that the Iron Academy team is showing signs of weakness, while the Architecture and Ability University team is in high spirits. The outcome is probably already decided. In the studio, the host was commentating on the game. The Iron Academy is really not doing well this year. Last year, they were at least in the top 50. Who says it's not? I guess the Iron Academy's enrollment this year is terrible. There are even mid-human level players. Who do you think will be the first place this year? That has to be Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers. They have 5 SS-level awakened supernatural powers, and 2 of them are in the late yellow rank. I think it's Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. I heard that an SSS-level supernatural awakener appeared this year, and it's in Huaqing. TSK, what can an SSS-level awakened superpower do? Can he fight 5 alone? The audience around was discussing heatedly, not noticing that the SSS-level Superpower Awakener and Hua-Ching Superpower University they were talking about were sitting right behind them. By the way, I heard someone will be the banker betting tomorrow. I've heard about that too. It wasn't available in previous years. I have to make a real effort this year. Maybe I can upgrade my gears and marry a beautiful, rich woman. Chen Jin listened to what the two people in front of him said, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. Then he poked Zhang Chenyang next to him. After several years of friendship, Zhang Chenyang instantly understood what Chen Jin wanted to do and nodded in agreement. To make a fortune depends on tomorrow. Chapter 19 Hua-Ching vs. Lan Xiang. After an afternoon, the elimination round was over. Due to a tie, there were only 70 teams left. Evening. All participating team captains, please come to the podium to draw the teams that will compete tomorrow. On the podium, the host shouted loudly. I'll go first. After Chen Jin said something to the 4 people around him, he walked towards the podium. Hello, Hua-Ching University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin. Chen Jin said something to the staff at the rostrum and handed over a competition certificate. He is Chen Jin? Not that great, not as handsome as me. I thought SSS-level awakened superpowers were all 3 heads and 6 arms, but I didn't expect they only had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. After hearing Chen Jin introduce himself, the representatives of the other teams all started talking. Hello, here is the draw. The staff member was stunned for a moment, then reacted and spoke quickly. After hearing this, Chen Jin nodded and then reached into the box. After taking his hand out, he saw a number written on the note. 8. Hua-Ching University of Supernatural Powers, number 8. The staff member on the side announced loudly after seeing the number in Chen Jin's hand. Number 8, who is number 8? Which team is so unlucky to have to fight against an SSS class team right from the start? Number 8? I remember number 8 was from Lan Xiang Academy of Supernatural Powers, right? Holy crap, is this true? Lan Xiang was in the top 20 last year. Is he going to the loser bracket this year? Chen Jin naturally heard these words as well. Lan Xiang? It seems that he is not in the late yellow stage. He is quite lucky. Chen Jin felt slightly relieved. Although they have the ability and courage to take first place, they don't want to face strong opponents in the first round and have their cards seen through. At this time, some are happy and some are sad. In the corner, the captain of Lan Xiang Academy of Supernatural Powers had a bitter look on his face. While everyone was discussing, Chen Jin had already returned to the audience. Not bad, Lan Xiang Academy of Supernatural Powers. Chen Jin said to his 4 teammates with a smile. Lan Xiang? Doesn't that mean he's a sure win? As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, Zhang Chenyang spoke. I think we should not be careless. After all, they are hiding their strength. He Kai, who looked honest and loyal, also spoke at this moment. Kai is right. We still can't take it lightly. I checked the time. Our game is at 3 p.m. Let's have a good rest at noon. Chen Jin spoke to the 4 people, and then they left the competition venue together. Kyoto Supernatural University, training room. Boss, I heard that Hua-Ching's opponent in the first round is Lan Xiang. Lan Xiang? Got it. Keep a close eye on Hua-Ching's every move and report back to me promptly. Yes. Humph. SSS-level awakened superpower, just wait and see how I defeat you. The person who spoke was the captain of the Kyoto Ability University team in this ranking competition. SS-level superpower awakener, Jiang Long. The rest area of Hua-Ching University of Special Abilities. Old Chen, I heard that the captain of Lan Xiang is a bit weird. Inside the house, Zhang Chenyang picked up a bottle of water, took a few sips and then spoke. What's weird? Hearing Zhang Chenyang's words, Chen Jin looked confused. Afterwards, Zhang Chenyang looked around, then leaned over to Chen Jin's ear and whispered, I heard that Lan Xiang's captain seems to have been born with 2 special abilities. On the surface, it's an S-level ability, but in fact, it also has an SS-level ability. Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this. According to the information given to him by the principal, the captain of Lan Xiang is just an ordinary S-level awakened person with superpowers. How come an SS superpower suddenly appeared? There was no need for the principal to lie to him. How did you know that? Chen Jin looked at Zhang Chenyang and asked curiously. Zhang Chenyang just waved his hand and continued. It's nothing, actually. I just went out to buy some training supplies, and I ran into someone wearing a Lanxiang team uniform. I heard them talking there, and then I accidentally overheard it. After hearing Zhang Chenyang's explanation, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel ashamed. What do you mean by accidentally hearing it? The principal didn't even know about such a big thing, and he was so lucky that he accidentally heard it. In that case, we should be wary of him. In the final team battle, we can just kill him instantly. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jin came up with a solution. S-level abilities aren't scary, and SS-level abilities are okay too. However, if someone is born with 2 superpowers, then we have to be on guard. If they were to go to the loser group in the first round, it would be really embarrassing for Chen Jin and the others. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already 2:30 in the afternoon. Let's go. This is our first battle today, and we must win beautifully. Inside Chen Jin's house, the other 4 people have already arrived. Come on. Rush. Just do it. As soon as Chen Jin and his 4 companions arrived at the competition venue, they saw that the venue was already full of people. Because the previous game had just ended, Chen Jin and the other 4 were taken to the waiting room to wait for the venue to be repaired. Okay, everyone, let me introduce you to the contestants for the 8th match. On the podium, the famous host, Bingbing, is greeting the audience. First, it's the team that came in second in the last school ranking competition. They are Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Ah, Bingbing, I love you. The weather is hot, but my heart is cold. The wind from Kyoto can't reach Qin province, just like Bingbing can't see me. I still remember that before she told me to get lost, I called her Bingbing. Now, I still call her Bingbing, but she calls me audience friend. She must like me. As soon as Bingbing opened her mouth, the crowded audience seats instantly became boiling. Okay, audience friends, please continue to listen to my introduction. And Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers rival is Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers, known as the Excavator Giant. Just when Bingbing was about to continue her introduction, a staff member ran over and made an okay gesture to Bingbing. Okay, our venue has been repaired. Now, let me invite the 2 teams for the 8th game. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers. Huaqing. Lanxiang. As Bingbing's voice fell, the audience in the stadium was completely excited, all supporting their favorite team. These spectators come from all corners of the world just to watch a game of their favorite team. Okay, you can go in now. In the lounge, after the staff finished speaking, Chen Jin and the other 4 looked at each other and walked towards the competition venue together. A contestant has already come out. Who is it? It turns out to be the Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers team. Everyone, look. That's Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers. Mom, I've made it. I've actually met so many geniuses. Alright, everyone, be quiet. On the podium, Bingbing said helplessly. For some reason, the audiences in previous years were not so difficult to manage, and there were a lot more people this year than last year. Since the game is broadcast in real time, it can be watched simultaneously on mobile phones, computers and TVs. At this moment, the barrage was filled with the names of the 2 teams. Alright, enough nonsense. First round, 8th match, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers vs Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers. Let the game begin. Chapter 20 Jedi Counterattack. The first match is an individual match. Please send 1 player from each side. After the individual competition, there will be a 10-minute break, followed by the team competition. In the martial arts arena, the referee loudly announced the rules. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, please send out your competitors. Lin Mu, you go ahead. Chen Jin looked at Lin Mu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and spoke. Good. This was the tactic that Chen Jin had already discussed before coming. Lin Mu was the first to go into battle, and he would try his best to defeat 5 opponents at once. If he ran out of energy, he would just admit defeat and switch players. In this way, the strength of their team can be well hidden. After seeing Lin Mu coming out, the referee turned his gaze towards the Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers. Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers, please send out your competitors. As soon as the referee finished speaking, a thin man from Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers walked out. Come on, Captain. Come on, boss. Take it down. The thin man smiled at his teammates, then turned his gaze to Lin Mu. Both players salute. Watching University of Supernatural Powers, Lin Mu, SS-level supernatural power. Late yellow rank. Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers, Su Hao, S-level supernatural power. Mid-stage yellow rank. Both sides have saluted, and the game begins. As the referee finished speaking, the game officially began. Beautiful lady, I will not show mercy. Su Hao looked at Lin Mu with a slight smile on his face and his eyes full of teasing. Lin Mu seemed not to have heard and clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The next moment, Lin Mu felt like he was bathing in a sea of fire, with endless flames all around him. Fire! Sky Phoenix! Suddenly, Lin Mu shouted softly, and a phoenix rising from the ashes suddenly appeared behind him. In just a moment, the fire phoenix rushed in front of Su Hao. The fire phoenix was about to hit Su Hao. Su Hao retreated instead of advancing, with a hint of mockery on his face. Han Bing! Qian Shui! Su Hao pushed his right hand forward, and countless snowflakes appeared in his hand and floated towards the fire phoenix in the air. It appeared. The superpowers counteract each other. On the rostrum, Bing Bing looked at the situation in the field and couldn't help but exclaimed. Damn, I thought Hua Qing's SS-level beauty would beat Lan Xian's S-level ability, but I didn't expect that. Who says it's not? In the past, it was always a clash of powers at the same level, but today it's a cross-level collision. I don't know who will win. TSK, it must be Miss Lin Mu. Beauty is justice. The comments in the audience had no effect on Lin Mu and Su Hao. At this moment, Su Hao's Qian Shui had already fallen on Huo Feng. The moment the snowflakes fall, they evaporate. Fire Phoenix. Expose yourself. Suddenly, Lin Mu shouted softly. The next moment, the fire phoenix, which was originally slowed down by the snowflakes, rushed towards Su Hao desperately. Bang! In just a moment, the fire phoenix exploded around Su Hao. The snowflakes around evaporated instantly, leaving not even a drop of water behind, only invisible steam. Lin Mu looked at the steam not far away and frowned slightly. The referee did not declare her the winner, which means Su Hao can still fight. Cough, cough, cough. The next moment, a cough came from the steam. Miss Lin is really ruthless. Cough, cough, cough. In that case, I won't hold back. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, all the steam around him rushed towards him. Ice. It's freezing cold. In just a moment, the temperature in the field plummeted, and the original steam turned into countless ice spikes, piercing Lin Mu. Fire shield. Lin Mu's pupils suddenly dilated as he watched countless ice spikes flying towards him. The next moment, he crossed his hands in front of him, and a huge fire shield was formed instantly. Countless ice spikes shot towards the fire shield in front of Lin Mu, and melted instantly as soon as they approached the fire shield. Miss Lin, you're truly capable. I just wonder how long your fire shield can hold up? Su Hao looked at Lin Mu, who was struggling, and laughed contemptuously. Old Chen, will Lin Mu be okay like this? Off the court, Zhang Chenyang looked at the situation anxiously. Don't worry, she can do it. Chen Jin said lightly. For some reason, even though we had only known each other for a few days, I had an inexplicable trust in Lin Mu. By the way, how's the matter going for me? Don't worry, I'll do it, and it must work. Zhang Chenyang said, patting his chest. After hearing this, Chen Jin nodded and continued to look at Lin Mu in the field. Ms. Lin, it's time to end. Ice. Extremely cold thorns. As soon as he finished speaking, a snow-white sword appeared in Su Hao's hand, looking like an ice spike in the air. The next moment, Su Hao suddenly rushed towards Lin Mu and stabbed Lin Mu with the snow-white sword in his hand. Su Hao rushed straight towards Lin Mu. Is this the end of the game? On the podium, Bing Bing kept explaining the situation on the field. Come on, Miss Lin Mu. Alas, it seems that beauty cannot be used in battle. What a pity. I didn't expect Su Hao to be so strong. No, look, Miss Lin Mu has taken action. In the field, Lin Mu saw Su Hao rushing towards him and was not afraid at all. Lin Mu retreated backwards, and all the ice spikes in the air pierced the place where Lin Mu had just been. The next moment, the flames on Lin Mu's body burned again. It's time to end it. Lin Mu's cold voice echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, Lin Mu was like the god of fire, beautiful and inviolable. Fire. Sky flame. Lin Mu shouted softly, and the flames around him seemed to come alive, all rushing towards the sky. After a few seconds, the flames in the sky grew larger and larger like a sea of fire. At this time, Su Hao also came to Lin Mu. "Goodbye, Miss Lin." After saying that, Su Hao thrust the snow-white sword in his hand straight at Lin Mu. Suddenly, something strange happened. When the snow-white sword in Su Hao's hand was about to reach Lin Mu, the sea of fire in the sky suddenly fell. Due to the existence of the sea of fire, the temperature in the field rose instantly, and the snow-white sword in Su Hao's hand suddenly melted. Su Hao, who originally had a smile on his face, now had that smile turned into horror. "Oh no! Help!" Just as the sea of fire was about to fall, the referee suddenly took action and dispersed the sea of fire in an instant. At this moment, Su Hao's face no longer had the arrogance and domineering look it had before, only fear remained. Just now, Su Hao truly felt death. What he didn't expect was that death was so close to him. "I declare that in the first match, watching University of Supernatural Powers, Lin Mu wins." The referee looked at Su Hao with lifeless eyes and announced the result of the match. "Wow! Miss Lin Mu's desperate counterattack. Sister, you are so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Lin Mu." Chapter 21, Surrender, the team competition begins. After Su Hao was carried off the court by medical staff, the referee turned his gaze to Lin Mu. "Watching University of Supernatural Powers, should we change people?" Lin Mu just shook his head slightly, indicating that it was not necessary. Watching University of Supernatural Powers will not replace its players. Please ask Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers to send out their competitors. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the only female member of the Lanxiang Special Ability Academy team came out. Just as the referee was about to ask the two to salute, the female player from Lanxiang spoke up. "Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers surrenders." After saying that, the female team member walked straight down. Forehead. The referee looked at the back of the female player and was speechless for a moment. This is the first time in so many games that someone surrendered in the first round. Because the competition is won by points, surrendering in an individual battle is equivalent to watching University of Special Ability directly gaining 5 points. If the team wins the competition, it will get 5 points. Therefore, Lanxiang Academy of Special Abilities gave up unnecessary sacrifices in individual battles and prepared for a desperate fight in the team competition. Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers surrenders. The team competition will begin in 10 minutes. As the referee's voice fell, Lin Mu also returned to the Huaqing Supernatural University team. "Well done." Chen Jin looked at Lin Mu and smiled slightly. After hearing this, Lin Mu just nodded slightly, then sat on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. "Okay, next, let's arrange the tactics." Lan Xiang's surrender in a personal battle was something none of us expected, but it's not a big deal. In a moment, Lin Mu will still be the main attacker, He Kai will take the damage, Zhang Chenyang will keep an eye on Su Hao and the girl on the opposite side. "Ruer, you just stand at the back and heal everyone." Chen Jin finished his words and looked at Xinxingrui beside him. Because I have been preparing for the competition these days, I haven't chatted with Xinxingrui much, and I feel a little guilty. Then, Chen Jin continued, "As for me, I will deliver a fatal blow when the opponent is off guard." Soon, 10 minutes passed. Please invite both contestants to enter the arena. Inside the field, the referee shouted loudly. "Let's go. Look. It's watching University of Supernatural Powers. Wow, that little guy in the front is so handsome. I like him so much. It's Goddess Lin Mu. Goddess, I love you. TSK, what kind of eyes do you have? The other girl is obviously cuter." The audience became excited when they saw Chen Jin and the other four come out. The Lanxiang Academy of Special Abilities seemed rather deserted, with only a few people shouting, "Come on. Captain. They're going too far." A thin man next to Su Hao said angrily. "It's okay. The victors take all, and as long as we win this team competition, we'll be the ones to be cheered on." At this moment, Su Hao had changed into clean clothes, and the hair that was originally burned by Lin Mu had grown back somehow. Soon, the two teams stepped onto the competition stage at the same time. Both players salute. When the referee saw that both sides had arrived, he shouted loudly. "Watching University of Supernatural Powers, Zhenjin, SSS-level Supernatural Power, late yellow rank. Xinxingrui, SS-level Superpower, mid-stage yellow rank. Lin Mu, SS-level superpower, late yellow level. Zhang Chenyang, SS-level superpower, early yellow level. He Kai, S-level superpower, early yellow level. As the 5 people from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers finished their voices, the originally excited audience suddenly fell silent. After a while, a few sporadic sounds were heard. Did I hear correctly? He is the SSS-level awakened one? Wow, 1 SSS, 3 SS, 1 S, and 2 late yellow ranks. Isn't this a luxurious lineup? I feel like Huaqing is going to win the championship this year. Listening to the voices of the audience, the faces of several people from Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers had turned dark. Lanxiang Supernatural Academy, Su Hao, SS-level supernatural power, late yellow level. Su Yiqin, SS-level superpower, mid-stage yellow rank. Tian Yang, S-level superpower, mid-stage yellow rank. Cheng Chang, S-level superpower, early yellow level. Zhang Lu, S-level superpower, early yellow level. Su Hao, who was originally in the middle stage of the yellow rank, successfully advanced to the late stage of the yellow rank after a battle with Lin Mu. Both sides have saluted, and the game begins. With the referee's command, the 2 teams rushed out instantly. On Huaqing's side, Lin Mu and He Kai took the lead and moved at an extremely fast speed. Fire, sky flame. Muscle burst. Lin Mu and He Kai shouted at the same time. The next moment, countless flames formed in the sky instantly, and He Kai's clothes exploded, revealing his muscles as hard as steel. Han Bing, Qian Shui. Brutal charge. Just as the sea of fire was about to fall, Su Hao and Tian Yang took action instantly. The originally falling sea of fire was directly blocked by countless snowflakes. A pair of horns suddenly grew on Tian Yang's head, and he rushed towards He Kai. Chen Yang. Nu. Time stops. Every second counts. With Zhang Chenyang's light shout, Tian Yang, who was originally rushing around, suddenly became extremely slow. Oh no! When Tian Yang discovered that his speed was slowing down, he immediately felt that something was wrong. His special ability relies entirely on speed. Without speed, he is nothing. Get out of here! Just as Tian Yang was about to retreat, a cold voice sounded in his ears. When he saw the person next to him, Tian Yang was shocked, because Qin Jin had appeared behind him at some point. Sword breaking style. Without waiting for Tian Yang to react, Qin Jin swung the sword of all living beings in his hand and slashed out instantly. The sword comes out and the man falls. The next moment, Tian Yang was knocked unconscious by Qin Jin's sword. Because killing is not allowed in the competition, and Qin Jin has no grudge against Tian Yang, so knocking him out will be enough. The referee saw this and ran over to check. After seeing that Tian Yang was indeed fainted, he announced loudly. Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers, Tian Yang, is out. After hearing the referee's voice, Su Hao, who was originally fighting with Lin Mu, seemed to have made up his mind. I actually didn't plan on using my trump card here, but you guys are too strong. Su Hao muttered to himself while fighting back. Su Yiqin, take action. Suddenly, Su Hao shouted loudly and retreated backwards. Shadow, kill. Lin Mu, who was about to continue chasing, heard a small voice in his ear and quickly retreated. The next moment, a sword mark appeared where Lin Mu had just stopped. You are very strong. This is the first time someone has dodged my assassination attempt. A clear voice sounded slowly, and then Su Yiqin's figure slowly appeared. Then it seems that those who were defeated by you must be rubbish, unable to avoid this kind of assassination. Lin Mu looked at Su Yiqin in front of him and said lightly. Su Yiqin was not angry after hearing this. Ever since she awakened her special powers, she had no idea what joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness was. Beautiful lady, do you want to talk to me later? Just as Su Yiqin was about to speak, a cold voice sounded in his ears. In just a moment, Su Yiqin reacted and stabbed backwards with the dagger in his hand. How did you get here? As far as I know, your ability is not an assassination ability. Su Yiqin looked at Chen Jin, who suddenly appeared beside her, and asked. No comment. Chen Jin said lightly, with the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. I used to see this sentence often when I read novels, and it feels so good to say it myself. Chen Jin thought to himself. It doesn't matter. You won't get a second chance. Su Yiqin realized that Chen Jin was playing a trick on her, and instantly threw the dagger in her hand and stabbed Chen Jin. Mom, is this still possible? Chapter 22, the first battle was a victory, and a huge profit was made. The dagger thrown by Su Yiqin flew towards Chen Jin at a rapid speed. Chen Jin suddenly swung the sword of all beings in his hand forward, colliding with the dagger. The next moment, the dagger was chopped off and flew away. I want your life. Suddenly, a voice full of murderous intent sounded in Chen Jin's ears. The moment the voice sounded, Chen Jin felt goosebumps all over his body. In just a moment, Chen Jin reacted and stepped back suddenly. After stabilizing his body, a few strands of hair fell from his temples. What good luck! Su Yiqin slowly revealed herself, looked at Chen Jin, and regret was revealed in her words. Just as Su Yiqin was preparing for the next move, a crisp voice rang out. You seem to have forgotten my existence. Lin Mu looked at Su Yiqin expressionlessly. This was the first time someone ignored her like this since she woke up. It doesn't matter. You two come together and show me what this so-called genius is capable of. After saying this, Su Yiqin disappeared again. Fire, sky flame. When Lin Mu saw Su Yiqin disappear, he was not panicked. Countless flames on his body rushed towards the sky and instantly covered the sky above the competition venue. Drop! Lin Mu shouted softly, and the sea of fire descended instantly. Fuck, madman. Everyone step down. Chen Jin shouted loudly when he saw the sea of fire was about to fall. After hearing Chen Jin's voice, Xin Qingrui and the other two quickly rushed off the stage. Shadow clone. After seeing the three people leave, Chen Jin shouted softly, and Xiao He appeared beside him instantly. Find her. Xiao He disappeared instantly after hearing this. Ah! In just a moment, a scream was heard. The next moment, Su Yiqin appeared from beside Chen Jin, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. When Su Yiqin appeared, a sea of fire also fell. Quiet. Destroy. Just as Chen Jin was about to run away, two old voices were heard. As soon as the voice came out, the sea of fire that had fallen on his head dissipated instantly, as if it had never appeared. Kids nowadays have such bad tempers. On the rostrum, the president of Kyoto Ability University looked at Lin Mu below and said with a smile. Who says he isn't? He is a rare talent. It's a pity that he didn't come to my Fudan University. On the other side, the president of Fudan University also looked at Lin Mu. I declare that Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers wins. After the sea of fire dissipated, the referee walked onto the stage and spoke to the frightened people from Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers. I knew Huaqing would win. Goddess Lin Mu is so handsome. Even from such a distance I could still feel the heat from the final sea of fire. Huaqing. Huaqing. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Didn't you see Chen Jin just defeat Tian Yan? I didn't even see how he appeared. That's right. As expected of an SSS-level awakened superpower. Chen Jin and Lin Mu looked at each other, then looked at Su Yiqin, who was sitting on the ground with despair, without saying a word, and then left the venue. They are really strong. Su Yiqin looked at the backs of Chen Jin and Lin Mu and muttered to herself. Wow, Lao Chen, you looked really cool when you beat Tian Yang. Zheng Chenyang seemed to have transformed into Chen Jin's little fan, praising Chen Jin. By the way, why did Su Hao give up in the end? At this time, Lin Mu suddenly spoke and looked at Chen Jin. It's strange to say, when Su Hao threw out some harsh words, she thought Su Hao was going to use some trump card, but he suddenly ran off the stage and gave up his vote. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Chen Jin looked at Su Hao not far away and shook his head slightly. On the other side, at the Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers, the atmosphere around it was extremely strange. Why did you suddenly run off the stage? Su Yiqin looked at Su Hao huddled in the corner and asked in disbelief. It was the principal who asked me to leave, what could I do? The principal told us to conserve our strength and take first place in the loser bracket. I don't want to run away. But I have to go. Su Hao raised his head slightly, his eyes were bloodshot, which was particularly scary. Although he spoke calmly, anyone could hear the resentment and humiliation in Su Hao's words. After hearing what Su Hao said, Su Yiqin, who was about to get angry, was suddenly speechless. In fact, Su Hao and Su Yiqin are twins, and the principal of Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers is their father. Captain, it's okay. First place in the losers bracket is fine. Just try harder in the end. Tian Yang, the first one to be eliminated, looked at Su Hao and spoke to comfort him. After the game, Chen Jin and his 4 companions returned to their residence. Chen Yang, what's wrong? Chen Jin raised his eyebrows at Zheng Chenyang. Zhang Chenyang understood instantly, looked around, and took out a golden bank card from his pocket. I've put all our money on someone to bet on us winning, and we've even defeated 5 in a single match. The original capital was 300,000, and now I've made a full 2 million. Zhang Chenyang became more and more excited as he spoke. Although his family was quite wealthy, this was money he earned himself, so it was different. I'll distribute the money to everyone later and buy some training supplies. The next competition should be the day after tomorrow. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the first battle, defeating Lanxiang Supernatural Academy. Reward, 20% progress on pet egg hatching. Chen Jin looked at the system reward and was immediately delighted. Finally, we're making some progress. I wonder what kind of pet we can hatch. The pet egg he had been longing for finally made progress in hatching. How could Chen Jin not be happy? System, open the personal panel. Bite. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SSS-level superpower shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 15. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 25. Agility, 18. Defense, 16. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg hatching progress 10% unknown grade. System points, 1,795,000 in arrears. Combat power, a fighting chicken among weaklings. Own level, late yellow rank. Kung Fu, simple sword C-level self-created. Watching basic sword technique first and second moves unknown rank. Chen Jin looked at the steadily growing attributes and nodded with satisfaction, but when he saw the column of system points, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. You didn't have it before, but now that you owe me money, you have it, right? Bite. The system just wants the host to always remember his debt. Bite. The yellow level of the system mall has been opened, host please check it out as soon as possible. After listening to the system's words, Chen Jin finally realized that he was now in the late yellow rank, and the yellow rank mall had already been opened. Check the system mall. Chapter 23, still trying to trick me into taking out a loan? Go to hell. Open the system mall. Bite. Human level items, it is not recommended to buy at this time. If you are a big shot, just ignore what I said. Yellow items. 1. Earth Profound Pill. 5,000 system points. 2. Essence. 2,000 system points. 3. Blind box item. 500 system points. 10,000 system points loan. 10,000 system points plus 10% interest. Chen Jin looked at the list of yellow level items and was very tempted, but when he saw the prices at the back, he instantly felt helpless. But when Chen Jin saw the last one, his eyes suddenly lit up. TSK, I already owe 5,000, so this 10,000 doesn't seem to be a big deal. No, I'm going to the Xin level soon, and that will be a huge expense. Chen Jin looked at the system mall and talked to himself. Bite. Because I'm worried that the host might be unable to repay their debts, I'm reminding you that all future missions will have extra points as rewards to help you repay your debts. Damn it. You're trying to trick me into taking out a loan so you can continue to be my creditor, right? I'm telling you, even if I starve to death or die of poverty today, I won't lend you a single point. In just a moment, Chen Jin saw through the system's little tricks. Well, don't worry about that. Just tell me whether you want a loan or not. Loan. Emma, it smells so good. Please try not to take out loans, especially those at high interest rates. The system was successfully defeated by Chen Jin's shamelessness. He just said righteously that he would not lend money again, but changed his words in the blink of an eye? Chen Jin silently waited for the system points to arrive, he was still waiting to buy things. As for moral integrity? What is moral integrity? Chen Jin has never had one in his life. Bite. 10,000 system points have been received, balance, 11,790 system points. 15,000 system points owed. System, by Earth Profound Pills, Essence, and Item Blind Boxes. Ding. Honorable God, please wait. Hearing the system's name, Chen Jin couldn't help but twitch his lips. When borrowing money, you are a grandson. When spending money, you are God. Bite. Dixuan Dan Essence and the blind box of items have arrived. Total consumption, 7,500 system points. Balance, 4,290 system points. Dichuan pill, an auxiliary pill when advancing from yellow rank to Xian rank, which can consolidate cultivation and improve oneself. Essence, can be used for repair and increase mental strength. Item blind box, unknown item, do you want to open it? Chen Jin looked at the introductions of the 3 items in the system backpack and decisively chose to open the blind box of items. Bite. The item blind box was used successfully. Bite. You get the following rewards through the item blind box: system points plus 1000, pet egg hatching progress plus 5%. Originally, when Chen Jin saw the system points, he didn't think it mattered, at least he had made his money back, but when he saw the last sentence, Chen Jin suddenly felt like he was the European emperor of the time. Holy crap! The blind item box actually gave me a pet egg hatching progress. Quick, system, give me 2 more. The next moment, Chen Jin turned into a gambler and directly bought 2 system blind boxes. Bite. Purchase successful, consuming 1000 system points. Do you want to open it? Open. Bite. You get the following rewards through the item blind box: system points plus 1200, a level skill extreme shadow step plus 1. Holy crap! A level technique. Chen Jin looked at the method of opening the blind box of items and instantly felt that he had made a fortune. Chen Jin, who was addicted to the game, immediately bought another one because the system limited the purchase to 4. Bite. You get the following rewards through the blind box of items: system points 2000. The next moment, Chen Jin looked at the 2000 system points that had automatically decreased in front of him, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Small gambling brings joy, but big gambling harms your health. Furthermore, blind boxes don't just generate profits, they can also cause losses. Otherwise, wouldn't the system be completely wiped out? After throwing down 2 sentences, the system disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Ah! A moment later, everyone in the residential area heard a scream. Who slaughtered the pig? The food at Kyoto Supernatural University is so good? They even slaughter pigs themselves? From the sound of it, it must be a fat pig weighing at least 300 to 500 kilograms. However, there was no fat pig weighing 300 or 500 pounds, but only a big beast weighing more than 100 pounds, sitting paralyzed on the ground. My 2,500 points. At this moment, Chen Jin was in tears. Before buying it, the system didn't tell him that he would still lose money. The reduction of 2,500 points made the situation even worse for Chen Jin, who was already not well off. After what happened before, Chen Jin was depressed all night and was in a daze. Chen Jin, are you okay? Xin Xingrui put her hand in front of Chen Jin in a panic and asked with concern. I'm fine. I was bitten by a dog after I came back. Chen Jin waved his hand and said lightly. What do you want from me? No. It's okay, I just missed you a little. Xin Xingrui stuttered. As soon as she finished speaking, her pretty face turned visibly red. After hearing Xin Xingrui's words, Chen Jin didn't react for a moment. After a while, Chen Jin finally reacted and was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Hurry up and sit down, hurry up and sit down. Chen Jin quickly stood up and asked Xin Xingrui to sit down. And Xin Xingrui also sat down obediently. Oh, Xin Xingrui, how could you say such a thing? What if Chen Jin thinks I'm a bad girl? After sitting down, Xin Xingrui thought to herself. As I thought about it, my face became even redder. Before it was because of shyness, but now it was because of shame. Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingrui, whose face was getting redder and redder, and asked, Are you okay? Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Xin Xingrui's forehead and then touched his own forehead. It doesn't seem hot. I'm leaving first. You should get some rest early. Xin Xingrui had never experienced such a thing before, so she quickly stood up and ran away like the wind. Why is it so weird? Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingrui's back and muttered something. After closing the door, he took out the essence he had bought earlier from the system backpack. The Dichuan pill cannot be used for the time being. Wait until we are in the top 10. We are too strong now and will be easily targeted. Chen Jin thought to himself, not knowing that he had almost become the public enemy. It's nothing, it's just because Chen Jin is handsome and an SSS-level awakened person with superpowers. Gulp, gulp. The next moment, Chen Jin opened the white porcelain bottle containing the essence and drank the essence liquid in one gulp. There was no pain this time. Chen Jin just felt that things that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear to him. The previously vague impression is now slowly becoming clearer in my mind. Chapter 24, Mental Power Soars. More than half an hour has passed since Chen Jin drank the essence liquid. After a while, Chen Jin slowly opened his eyes. I see. No wonder I always felt something was wrong before. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. At this moment, Chen Jin's eyes were empty, as if he was immersed in his own world. System, stop playing dead and open your personal panel. Byte. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SSS-level superpower shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 28. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 25. Agility, 18. Defense, 16. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg. Hatching progress 25% unknown grade. Combat power, rookie. Own level, late yellow rank. Kung Fu, simple sword C level self-created. Watching basic sword technique first and second moves unknown rank. Extreme shadow step not learned. Chen Jin looked at the mental power column and nodded with satisfaction. A bottle of essence liquid added 20 points of mental power, which was a big profit. Next, let's learn extreme shadow step and see how fast we can go with 28 points of mental power. Chen Jin said this lightly, and then the extreme shadow step automatically appeared in his mind. About 3 minutes later, Chen Jin's originally empty eyes regained their brightness, and at this moment, his eyes were sparkling. Sure enough, after my mental strength increased, my learning and thinking abilities improved. It's a pity that the system limits purchases to 1 bottle per rank. Otherwise, if I could get 2, wouldn't it be a big success? Chen Jin spoke softly to himself. It seems that I need to look for more items that can enhance my spiritual power in the future. Knock knock knock. Just when Chen Jin was about to continue learning the extreme shadow step, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who is it at this late hour? Chen Jin looked up at the clock on the wall of the room and found that it was already 1:30 in the morning. Through the peephole, Chen Jin discovered a bald man standing outside the house. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jin realized that he had never seen this person before, but still chose to open the door. Who are you? Chen Jin spoke first, looking at the bald man outside the door in confusion. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Long from Kyoto Supernatural University, and I'm the captain of this team. The person who came was Jiang Long. Hello, Captain Jiang, what can I do for you? When Chen Jin heard that the visitor was the captain of Kyoto Ability University, he was surprised for a moment, then spoke with a smile. Although we are competitors, we still need to be polite. I want Huaqing University of Special Abilities to forfeit the next game and go to the loser bracket. The next moment, Jiang Long's words made Chen Jin think that his ears were broken. Captain Jiang, I don't know if it's my ears that are broken or your brain that is broken. Chen Jin looked at Jiang Long as if he was a fool. I can give Huaqing anything he needs, as long as he's willing to go to the loser bracket. Jiang Long seemed not to notice Chen Jin's expression and continued talking to himself. Really? But Huaqing only needs the champion. Except this. Then it seems Captain Jiang's sincerity is not enough. I'm sorry I can't see you off. Chen Jin looked at Jiang Long indifferently and ordered him to leave. Ha, then I hope Huaqing won't regret it. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Jiang Long looked at Chen Jin with a smile, then turned and left. Looking at Jiang Long's back, Chen Jin frowned. He knew something about the captain of Kyoto Ability University. The information provided by the principal emphasized one of Jiang Long's characteristics. Jiang Long, this boy is conceited and arrogant, but he is very narrow-minded, vindictive and extremely sinister. Forget it. As long as he dares to do something wrong, I don't mind making him regret coming to this world. Afterwards, Chen Jin closed the door and continued to practice extreme shadow step and Huaqing basic sword technique. Time passed quickly and the sun gradually rose. Chen Jin was so engrossed in the practice last night that he didn't sleep all night, but he gained a lot. The extreme shadow step has been cultivated to perfection, and the third move of the basic Huaqing swordsmanship has also reached the entry level. Knock knock knock. Old Chen, it's time for breakfast. I heard Zhang Chenyang's voice outside the house. Chen Jin slowly stood up and stretched. I'll come after I wash up. In the restaurant, Xinxingrui and others had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for Chen Jin. When Xinxingrui saw Chen Jin coming over, she seemed to remember what happened last night and her face turned red again. The boys around stopped and watched. It's so beautiful, I wish she was my girlfriend. Stop dreaming. Why are you still asleep so early in the morning? Didn't you see the logo on his clothes? Oh my god, watching University of Supernatural Powers, sorry for disturbing you, please leave now. Such a scene was played out in every corner of the restaurant. Good morning. Chen Jin bought some food and greeted everyone. Tell me about today's plans. Yesterday, we won our first battle. Our points have reached 11. We are currently tied for first place with Kyoto Ability University, Fudan University, and the Ability Corps. Chen Jin spoke to the other 4 people while eating. We must win the next match steadily to secure first place in the winner's bracket. Old Chen, let's eat first. After we draw the lots, we can get ready. Well, let's eat. After Chen Jin and the other 4 finished their meal, they walked towards the competition venue. They had to complete the draw before noon. In the morning, there were teams competing, but they were all teams ranked very low, so only Chen Jin and the other 4 had time to eat breakfast. Have you arrived at watching University of Supernatural Powers, watching? As soon as Chen Jin and his 4 companions entered the competition venue, they heard the staff calling them. Since you are the last team to arrive, the other teams have already drawn their lots, leaving only one number. The staff member said this and then handed Chen Jin a number. The number was clearly written as 1. Who are our opponents? Chen Jin looked at the staff and asked. Kyoto Supernatural University. After hearing what the staff said, Chen Jin was stunned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Zhang Long just came to see me, and now we are lined up together? Behind the scenes operation? This was the first thing Chen Jin thought of. Thank you very much. After thanking the staff, Chen Jin walked towards the 4 people in the team. Bad luck, Kyoto Supernatural University. Chen Jin handed over number 1 in his hand. The few people who were originally chattering suddenly became quiet. So soon? We're meeting Kyoto University of Special Abilities in the second round? Zhang Chenyang looked at Chen Jin in surprise. That shouldn't be the case. Logically, the authorities wouldn't let the 2 top-ranked teams meet so early. Xinxingrui analyzed while standing beside Chen Jin. Backroom dealings. At this time, Lin Mu, who had been silent all the time, said something lightly, and then looked at Chen Jin with a questioning look in his eyes. Chen Jin and Lin Mu looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then he told him about Zhang Long's visit last night. Chapter 25 Zhang Chenyang in danger. Ha! The people at Kyoto Supernatural University are disgusting. After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, Zhang Chenyang said angrily. Oh, I was wondering why my eyelids kept twitching today. The honest and loyal Hiekai also spoke from the side. It doesn't matter. If an enemy comes, we'll fight him. If a flood comes, we'll block it with earth. We'll eventually meet them. Just fight and it'll be over. Chen Jin looked at the 4 people beside him and encouraged them. By the way, Lao Chen, the supernatural fluid I ordered yesterday has arrived. I have to go pick it up later. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang looked at his phone and said to Chen Jin. Hearing Zhang Chenyang's words, Chen Jin nodded slightly. Go early and come back early. For some reason, Chen Jin felt a bad feeling in his heart as he looked at Zhang Chenyang walking away. Alright, the competition is at 3 p.m. Everyone go back and practice well. Don't be too stressed. After Zhang Chenyang left, Chen Jin said something to the 3 people around him and left alone. Chen Jin left in the same direction as Zhang Chenyang. Because, just now, the uneasiness in Chen Jin's heart became stronger and stronger. There was always a voice in his heart telling him that if he didn't go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Zhang Chenyang held his mobile phone in his hand and kept walking following the navigation. Why is it so far? When I bought it yesterday, they clearly said it would be delivered to a location near the venue. Ha, it must be far away, otherwise how can I kill you? Just after Zhang Chenyang finished muttering, a sinister voice sounded. Who? After hearing the sound, Zhang Chenyang looked around instantly, but saw nothing. Don't look for it, your grandpa is right above you. Suddenly, a figure appeared above Zhang Chenyang's head, holding a dagger in his hand, and rushed towards Zhang Chenyang. Looking at the dagger so close to him, Zhang Chenyang suddenly felt unwell. Time stop. Stand still. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang shouted. The next moment, the dagger that was originally about to stab Zhang Chenyang stopped in mid-air in a strange posture, and the figure also stood still at this moment. In just a moment, Zhang Chenyang started running at an extremely fast speed. About 2 or 3 seconds later, the assassin in mid-air resumed his movement, and the dagger in his hand stabbed straight into the ground. When he was about to land, the assassin realized that Zhang Chenyang had already run far away. Ha, just a desperate struggle. At this moment he chuckled, his words filled with disdain. The next moment, the assassin suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. On the other side, Zhang Chenyang had already run some distance with the running shoes he had bought at great expense. While running, he did not forget to look back, but saw nothing. Oh no! This was Zhang Chenyang's first reaction. What are you running for? Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent sounded in Zhang Chenyang's ears. After hearing the sound, Zhang Chenyang stopped running away. He just stood there, clasped his hands together and slapped the ground, shouting. Time stops. Everything withers. As Zhang Chenyang's voice fell, the surrounding flowers and plants instantly rotted and melted. Even the birds flying in the air fluttered twice and fell to the ground, leaving only a few bones. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from behind Zhang Chenyang. Zhang Chenyang turned around suddenly and saw the assassin standing there with blood flowing from his facial features. Looking at the assassin's appearance, Zhang Chenyang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to run away. The next moment, something strange happened. The assassin, who was originally standing still, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Zhang Chenyang, and the dagger in his hand stabbed directly into Zhang Chenyang's abdomen. Puff! Zhang Chenyang looked at the assassin in front of him, then lowered his head to look at the dagger that had pierced his abdomen, and was a little dazed for a moment. After a few seconds, the pain came from the abdomen, and Zhang Chenyang gritted his teeth in pain. Ha ha ha, before we went on the mission, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Looks like we can only trade 1 for 1. TSK, what a loss, ha 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 ha. The assassin looked at Zhang Chenyang, laughed continuously, and then fell to the ground and died. Just then, Chen Jin finally arrived. Because I didn't see clearly which road Zhang Chenyang took, I came so late after going around in circles. When Chen Jin arrived, the assassin was already dead, and Zhang Chenyang was lying in a pool of blood, gasping helplessly. Chenyang, are you okay? Chen Jin didn't dare to touch Zhang Chenyang. Ahem, it's not a big deal. 1 for 1, no shame. Zhang Chenyang's voice was very soft, and Chen Jin had to get closer to hear it. This broken dagger is poisonous, otherwise I would be absolutely fine. After hearing Zhang Chenyang's words, Chen Jin realized that the area around the dagger had turned black and purple. System. Is there any way to save him? Loans, anything. Chen Jin called out to the system loudly in his mind. Bite. Is it possible to let him stop time himself and stop bleeding? Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this. This was a method he had never thought of. Shen Yang quickly used the time stop on the wound to stop the bleeding. Zhang Chenyang, who was originally in despair of committing suicide, suddenly brightened up his eyes after hearing Chen Jin's words. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Time stop. Stand still. If he just wanted to stop the bleeding in his abdomen, Zhang Chenyang could still hold on for a few dozen minutes. Just as Chen Jin was about to ask the system how to detoxify, a crisp voice sounded not far away, followed by an emerald green light that shone directly on Zhang Chenyang's wound. Resurrection of all things. Purification. Healing. Chen Jin looked towards the source of the sound and found that Qin Xingrui was standing not far away, breathing heavily. It turned out that not long after Chen Jin left, Qin Xingrui felt that something must have happened to Chen Jin, so she followed him out. Fortunately, I caught up. Qin Xingrui muttered to herself as she watched the green light fall on Zhang Chenyang. Then he sat down on the ground. Thanks to Qin Xingrui's treatment, Zhang Chenyang's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding toxins gradually faded away. Puff. Seeing that the injury was gradually healing, Chen Jin directly pulled out the dagger that was still stuck in Zhang Chenyang's abdomen. Just now, because Zhang Chenyang was seriously injured, I didn't dare to act rashly. Now it doesn't matter, I naturally have to pull it out. Damn it, it hurts so much. Zhang Chenyang bared his teeth and complained. Who is chasing you today? Who did you offend? Chen Jin looked at the assassin not far away and asked Zhang Chenyang. I don't know him. I followed the directions the seller gave me to get the supernatural fluid, and he suddenly showed up to kill me. Zhang Chenyang was speechless. He didn't know why this man wanted to kill him. Cellar? Chen Jin grasped the key in an instant. Yes, the cellar. You mean, the cellar wants to kill me? Impossible. I spent less than 10,000 on him. He doesn't need to. Zhang Chenyang immediately understood what Chen Jin meant and explained. But the seller must know who asked him for your whereabouts, understand? The most important thing now is to find a seller. Chapter 26. If you insist on seeking death, then there is no need to live. Kyoto. A place that sells supernatural fluids. Tell me. Who did you sell my whereabouts to? If you don't, you will have to endure the pain I have endured. Inside the house, Zhang Chenyang grabbed the shop owner by the collar and asked loudly. I'm telling you, it's Jiang Long from Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers. He told me you were his friend and wanted to give you a surprise. Who would have thought? In an instant, the shop owner was frightened by Zhang Chenyang's momentum and quickly spoke. Chen Jin, who was standing by, frowned instantly after hearing what the shop owner said. In fact, he had thought about Jiang Long, but he felt that Jiang Long would not dare to take action at this time. Jiang Long, you are great. Chen Jin said softly, his words filled with endless murderous intent. Chen Jin. Shin Xingrui on the side gently shook Chen Jin's arm. It's fine. Chen Jin said with a smile. Okay, now that we know who did it, let's go. After saying that, Chen Jin took Shin Xingrui's hand and walked out. When Zhang Chenyang saw Chen Jin leaving, he didn't ask his boss anything and followed him. After Chen Jin and the other two left, the shop owner, who had a frightened look on his face, suddenly stood up and dusted himself off. The fear on his face turned into a smile. You, Jiang Long, gave us false information about the killing pavilion, so you will accept the retaliation yourself. The shop owner said something softly and disappeared in an instant. When the shop owner disappeared, a cabinet door at the innermost part of the shop suddenly opened, and a person who looked exactly like the shop owner fell out with blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously he was dead. Along the way, Chen Jin said nothing, frowned, and had a gloomy expression. When we get back, tell Iyakai and Lin Mu that in this afternoon's match against Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, don't hold back. If you can kill them, don't cripple them. After arriving at the hotel entrance, Chen Jin spoke to Zhang Chenyang. After saying that, he turned and walked towards his room. As soon as Chen Jin arrived at the room, he sat down on the floor, and a white porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. I wanted to use it last, but since you're determined to get yourself killed, there's nothing I can do. Chen Jin looked at the white porcelain bottle in front of him and said lightly. Then he opened the white porcelain bottle and a golden pill rolled out. This is exactly the Dixuan Dan that Chen Jin bought yesterday. The next moment, Chen Jin swallowed the Dixuan pill without any hesitation. The moment Chen Jin swallowed the pill, his whole body was enveloped in white mist. Chen Jin had previously asked the principal what the white mist was, and the principal's answer was, it is just the white mist of spiritual energy after the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only those with great talent and luck will have it around their bodies when practicing. The next moment, all the spiritual energy and white mist around Chen Jin rushed towards his dantian. In an instant, Chen Jin felt his abdomen swollen and burning, and he quickly circulated his qi. Just as Chen Jin was circulating his qi and digesting the spiritual energy, a man in military uniform appeared outside the window of Chen Jin's house and stood in the air. As expected of Big Brother's child, he has awakened an SSS-level ability, and even when practicing, he is surrounded by this spiritual mist. The man in military uniform looked at Chen Jin through the window, his eyes showing admiration and satisfaction. The next moment, the man waved his hand and a scream came from the darkness. Humph! A rat-like thing. The man snorted coldly and then disappeared. Chen Jin didn't know all this. At this moment, Chen Jin was being baptized by countless spiritual white mists. The Xian level is at the center of the realm. Anyone who enters the Xian level must be reborn. In other words, the Xian level is just the official entry. Chen Jin, who knew this very well, was now working hard to digest the spiritual mist. Bite. The process of advancing to the Xian level is very long. The host can take this opportunity to learn the skills. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, he was stunned, and then he felt happy. It seems that this dog system is sometimes quite reliable. The next moment, the dantian that was originally circulated with both hands had become one hand, while the other hand was constantly gesturing in the air. After being baptized by the spiritual white mist, Chen Jin felt that practicing martial arts at this moment was twice as effective with half the effort. Half an hour later. Boom! A voice suddenly came from Chen Jin. The spiritual white mist that originally enveloped it gradually dissipated. At this moment, Chen Jin's face was full of excitement, and his right hand was still gesturing. Suddenly, Chen Jin slashed forward with his right hand, and a sword energy came out directly. Although it is faint, it does exist. The third move of the Huaqing basic sword technique is so terrifying. Chen Jin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sword marks left by the sword energy on the wall. Bite. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the early stage of the Xian level. Reward system points plus 5,000, pet egg hatching progress plus 1.5. Bite. Congratulations to the host for learning the third move beginner's guide of the Huaqing basic sword technique. Reward system points plus 5,000, SSS-level supernatural power basic law of equality plus 1. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. 10,000 system points reward plus 15% pet egg hatching progress plus SSS-level superpowers and the basic law of equality for all beings. At this moment, Chen Jin felt as if he had reached the top of the clouds. It was so cool. System. I love you. For the first time, Chen Jin felt that the system was so pleasing to the eye, so cute, so handsome, and so charming. Cut. It's time to settle accounts with Jiang Long. After everything was cleaned up, Chen Jin glanced at the clock on the wall and said lightly. After pushing open the door, Chen Jin, Shen Xingrui and the other two were already waiting at the door. It turned out that after Zhang Chenyang and Shen Xingrui went back and told Ye Kai and Lin Mu about Jiang Long, they were both very angry. Old Chen, the time is almost up. I've been waiting for you. Let's go. Zhang Chenyang looked at Chen Jin and urged. He couldn't wait to settle the score with Jiang Long and let Jiang Long feel the feeling of being close to death. Let's go. Target, kill Jiang Long. Soon, Chen Jin and 4 others arrived at the competition venue. Since today is the match between Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, the audience seats are packed with people. There are even people who bought standing tickets and sat in the aisles with small stools. Chen Jin and the other 4 followed the staff to the lounge. As soon as they came in, they saw the students from Kyoto Ability University sitting on the other side. On the other side, Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers also saw Chen Jin and others, their eyes filled with disdain. When Jiang Long saw Zhang Chenyang, he was stunned at first, then put his hand across his neck. Chen Jin and others naturally saw this provocative action, but no one was angry about it. Because, in the eyes of the 5 of them, Jiang Long is already a dead man. Chapter 27 The God of Fire arrives to suppress the ice and snow goddess. Next, let us welcome the 2 teams competing today. They are Kyoto Ability University, which came in first place in last year's ranking competition, and Huaqing Ability University, which came in second place in last year's ranking competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2 teams now have the same points, both 11, and are tied for first place. Whichever team wins next will secure a spot in the top 10 of the winners bracket. On the rostrum, Bing Bing was still invited to serve as a commentator. Damn it! Kyoto is fighting Huaqing so early this year. Who says it's not true? The 2 teams met in the finals last year. Kyoto must win. Kyoto must win. Huaqing will win. Huaqing will win. The cheers from the audience spread throughout the entire stadium. TV channels, live broadcasts, etc., all broadcast the live situation simultaneously. At this moment, the number of viewers of Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers and Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers has reached an unprecedented high. Next, let me turn my attention to the competition venue. As Bing Bing finished speaking, the audience gradually quieted down, waiting for the 2 teams to appear. Both teams, please enter. As the referee's voice sounded, the teams from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers came out at the same time. Kyoto, Kyoto. Huaqing, Huaqing. Since it was Kyoto University's home stadium, 2/3 of the audience were cheering for the Kyoto University of Special Powers team. Listening to countless shouts, Jiang Long looked at Chen Jin provocatively. The first match is an individual match. Both sides please send out your competitors. After the 2 teams arrived, the referee shouted loudly. Kyoto Supernatural University, please send out your players. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the only girl in the Kyoto Ability University team came out. Wow! Kyoto Supernatural University lets the ice and snow goddess Mu Bing be the first one to go? I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know who Hua Qing will let play. Hua Qing University of Supernatural Powers, please send out your competitors. On the other side, Shin Jin looked at Lin Mu. I'll leave it to you. Lin Mu didn't say anything, but stood up and walked towards the stage. It's actually the goddess Lin Mu. Holy crap! A song of ice and fire. This is going to be something to watch. I couldn't get enough of the fight between goddess Lin Mu and Suha from Lanxiang Academy of Supernatural Powers last time. When Lin Mu and Mu Bing stood on the competition stage, the referee spoke. Both players salute. Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, Mu Bing, SS-level Supernatural Power, Ice and Snow Goddess. Late Yellow Rank. Hua Qing University of Supernatural Powers, Lin Mu, SS-level Supernatural Power, Blazing. Late Yellow Rank. After the two saluted, the referee continued, the game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu and Mu Bing rushed out at the same time, and the next moment, the two of them collided directly with each other. No superpowers, just pure fighting. Why don't they use their powers? Who knows? Shen Jin looked at Lin Mu and Mu Bing in the field, somewhat puzzled. In his impression, Lin Mu shouldn't use his supernatural powers, right? The strangest thing is that it doesn't work on the other side either. Long time no see, Mumu. On the court, Mu Bing punched Lin Mu's arm, then said something with a smile. It's better not to meet. The next moment, Lin Mu kicked Mu Bing's leg and replied lightly. Don't be like this. I don't want to think about what happened back then. Mu Bing seemed to be hurt by Lin Mu's kick and took a few steps back, but continued to speak. Do you believe it yourself? Lin Mu looked at Mu Bing in front of him and said sarcastically. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Ice and Snow Goddess. The next moment, Mu Bing let out a light shout, and her whole body was instantly covered with ice and snow, like an ice and snow goddess, noble and elegant. Avalanche. Mu Bing looked at Lin Mu and lightly tapped his right hand. In an instant, countless ice and snow around him rushed towards Lin Mu, really like an avalanche, unstoppable. Fire, sky flame. Lin Mu naturally couldn't wait for Mu Bing to hit him. At this moment, the sky above Lin Mu's head was already a sea of fire. The moment the avalanche arrived, the sea of fire instantly descended, wrapping up the avalanche and melting it. Mu, you are still so naive. You seem to have forgotten that water vapor can also be ice and snow. Mu Bing looked at Lin Mu with eyes full of mockery. The next moment, Mu Bing suddenly flew up, muttering something. Just as Lin Mu was about to attack again, all the fog in the field rushed towards Mu Bing in the air. Ice and Snow General. Mu Bing let out a light shout, and the next moment, the steam around him quickly turned into ice and snow, and finally melted together. Slowly, two ice and snow giants appeared in front of Mu Bing. General Bingxue, listen to my orders. Execute. General Ice and Snow has received the order. The next moment, two ice and snow giants quickly attacked Lin Mu. Despite its huge body, it is surprisingly fast. Fire, the god of fire is coming. Looking at the ice and snow general who was so close, Lin Mu's eyes flashed with determination and he shouted softly. Hearing Lin Mu's voice, Mu Bing's eyes actually showed a rare hint of fear. Who is calling me? Suddenly, a majestic voice seemed to come from the void and spread throughout Kyoto. The next moment, dozens of white-haired old men appeared in the sky above Kyoto. If someone could recognize the people in the sky, they would be shocked. Because, at this moment, the old men in the air are all the top representatives of the dragon country as combat power. You dare to summon him? Mu Bing looked at Lin Mu in panic. At this moment, Lin Mu's eyes were red, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was bathed in a sea of fire. Which ant dares to provoke me here? Suddenly, the majestic voice from before rang directly beside Mu Bing's ears. In just a moment, the ice and snow around Mu Bing melted instantly, the ice and snow general exploded directly, and the shadow of the ice and snow goddess behind Mu Bing almost disappeared. I am the descendant of the ice and snow goddess, let me go. Mu Bing fell from the air, knelt on the ground, and trembled all over. Ice and Snow Goddess? You're just a low-level deity. Go away and don't let me see you again. After the majestic voice said the last sentence, it completely disappeared. Ha! After confirming that the sound had disappeared, Mu Bing breathed a sigh of relief, but his body was still shaking, and it was obvious that he was very scared. In the end, he had to be carried off the stage. On the other side, Lin Mu was in a very bad condition. He was like a walking corpse, with empty eyes, standing there. Why bother? It's just a ranking battle. Suddenly, a white-haired old lady appeared in the scene, stretched out her wrinkled hand, and touched Lin Mu's face. The moment they touched, Lin Mu's eyes regained their brilliance and the flames around him dissipated instantly. When Lin Mu regained consciousness, he found himself standing alone in the field, and Mu Bing had already disappeared. Shen Jin and the others and the audience on the other side had no idea what had happened on the field. They just lost their memory completely after hearing the words, "Who was summoning me?" Live channels such as television also temporarily failed. Over Kyoto. This little girl from the Lin family actually has such abilities? The person who spoke was the man in military uniform who appeared outside Shen Jin's window. From now on, I have to be on guard. I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Another white-haired old man spoke, and the old man was wearing the clothes of the Superpower Bureau. Okay, that old guy won't dare to do anything with me here. Suddenly, the old lady who had appeared in front of Lin Mu before suddenly appeared and spoke. Meet Madame Lin. Meet Madame Lin. If outsiders saw these two big men bowing to an old lady, they would probably be scared to death. Chapter 28, SSS-level superpowers first show their edge +1. System, what happened just now? Shen Jin looked at Lin Mu standing alone on the stage, then looked at Mu Bing who was still terrified not far away, and asked the system. Bite. Just now, Lin Mu summoned the god of fire to descend and scared away Mu Bing's ice and snow goddess. Vulcan? What do you mean? After hearing the system's explanation, Shen Jin couldn't help but feel confused. He knew about Lin Mu's ability, an SS-level ability, blazing fire, but what did it have to do with the god of fire? Bite. The god of fire, literally, the real god of fire. Mu Bing's ice and snow goddess is just a phantom, while Lin Mu's fire god is a real person. Moreover, Lin Mu is the direct descendant of the fire god. The system's emotionless voice kept ringing in Shen Jin's mind, explaining everything that had just happened. After the system voice ended, Shen Jin finally understood the whole story. Moreover, he also learned a piece of news, which was: gods actually exist in this world. The spectators and referees around were naturally unaware of this and simply assumed that it happened too quickly and they themselves did not see it clearly. Will Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers change its personnel? The referee asked as he looked at Lin Mu who was still in a daze on the court. Change players. At this time, Shen Jin stood up and shouted. Then he went on stage and pulled Lin Mu down. Kyoto Supernatural University, please send out your competitors. The next moment, Jiang Long from Kyoto Ability University slowly walked out of the team. Both players salute. Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, Jiang Long, SS-level supernatural power. Late yellow rank. Jiang Long said this, looking at Shen Jin provocatively, and the next moment, his lips moved slightly. Shen Jin immediately understood what Jiang Long meant. How come I didn't kill him? I'm so lucky. After understanding Jiang Long's meaning, Shen Jin clenched his fists. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Shen Jin, SSS-level supernatural power. Xian level, initial stage. As Shen Jin finished speaking, the entire competition venue fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, their mouths open, and a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Jiang Long, who had been so arrogant, was stunned after hearing Shen Jin's words. After a while, everyone finally reacted. He said he's in the early Xian level? That's indeed what they say, but isn't he just a freshman? The talent of an SSS-level awakened superpower is so terrifying. The referee on the side also reacted and quickly announced the start of the game. I didn't expect you to reach the Xian level, but you still have to lose. Although you are an SSS-level awakener, before you grow up, I, Jiang Long, will be your lifelong nightmare. Jiang Long looked at Shen Jin, his words full of sarcasm. The next moment, he took a step forward, and it seemed as if countless rays of light were shining behind him. I've inquired about it. Your SSS-level ability is Shadow Clone, while mine is SS-level Radiance, which is just enough to counter you. At this moment, Jiang Long was surrounded by countless dazzling lights. Without darkness, how can you use your superpowers? Ha 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 ha. As Jiang Long spoke, he burst into laughter, as if he had already secured victory. Oh? Really? Chen Jin looked at Jiang Long, who was laughing non-stop, and smiled contemptuously, as if he was looking at a clown. Oomph! Brilliance! Mirror! Jiang Long shouted loudly, and countless lights around him flew towards Chen Jin. The next moment, the light turned into countless mirrors and surrounded Chen Jin. At this time, Chen Jin, who was surrounded by mirrors, could hardly open his eyes. Sword breaking style. The sword of all living beings had appeared in Chen Jin's hand at some point, and he slashed it out. The moment the sword hit the mirror, it bounced back directly, scaring Chen Jin so much that he quickly dodged. When the rebounded sword style hit the other mirror, it directly split into two identical sword styles. Damn, it can still be like this. Chen Jin complained slightly. At this moment, Chen Jin had already adapted to the brightness inside and was able to open his eyes and hide. System, is there any way to get out? Bite. Believe it and it will exist, don't believe it and it won't exist. As soon as Chen Jin opened his mouth, the system's voice came from his mind. What's this? If you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin was a little confused for a moment, but when he thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. The next moment, Chen Jin put away the sword of all beings and walked straight towards the mirror. The moment it touched the mirror, the surrounding mirrors shattered and disappeared. Jiang Long looked at Chen Jin, who came out in less than 2 minutes after being surrounded, and was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. Before, when he used the mirror on an Earth-level expert, it took about 10 minutes for the mirror to come out. Is he cheating? Jiang Long looked at Chen Jin and muttered something. You can go die now. After Chen Jin came out, he looked at Jiang Long and said lightly. Shadow clone. Assassination. The next moment, a faint black mist rose from the darkness behind Chen Jin. In just a moment, the black fog disappeared. On the other side, when the mirror shattered, the light around Jiang Long gradually dimmed. When he heard Chen Jin's voice, he immediately thought something was wrong. Light shield. Jiang Long shouted softly, and the remaining faint light around him instantly turned into a shield, blocking Jiang Long in front of him. Puff! Suddenly, a black sword pierced into Jiang Long's body from behind. It turned out that when Jiang Long's light shield was formed, Xiao He had already appeared behind Jiang Long. Roll! Jiang Long shouted loudly, and light burst out from his body instantly, illuminating the entire competition venue. Xiao He disappeared in an instant and turned into a wisp of black mist that rushed into Chen Jin's body. Because of Jiang Long's special ability, Xiao Hei's sneak attack just now didn't have much effect. I underestimated you. You can hurt me like this. Light glory, lightsaber. The next moment, the light beside Jiang Long rushed towards his right hand. In just a moment, a long sword emitting endless light appeared in Jiang Long's hand. Light sword, cut. Jiang Long roared angrily and slashed forward with the lightsaber in his right hand. Countless rays of light slashed out with the lightsaber. Extreme shadow step. Chen Jin looked at the light that was getting closer and closer and whispered. Then he fell backward suddenly. All the flying rays of light slashed the shadow where Chen Jin was originally located. It's just a mouse. Let's see how long you can hide. Wan Yaozhan. Jiang Long shouted loudly, and the light on the entire competition field quickly spread. Countless lightsabers formed above his head. Chen Jin. How can you dodge the sword? As Jiang Long's voice fell, countless lightsabers in the air flew towards Chen Jin, covering half of the playing field. Looking at the battle situation on the field, Xin Xingrui couldn't help but worry for Chen Jin. You can do it. Xin Xingrui clenched her fists and muttered. Chapter 29 let you have a taste of this feeling additional too. In the field, Chen Jin stood in place, holding the sword of all living beings, with an expressionless face. In an instant, countless lightsabers are within reach. Chen Jin slowly closed his eyes and held the sword of all beings across his chest in his right hand. I am all living beings, and all living beings are me. Chen Jin murmured softly, then swung out the sword of all beings in his right hand. The next moment, countless lightsabers in the air froze in an instant, as if they were blocked by something and could not move forward. At this time, Chen Jin opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Destroy! Chen Jin shouted softly, and countless lightsabers in the air instantly disappeared. At this time, the audience including Jiang Long were stunned. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Is an SSS-level awakened superpower this powerful? Not only that, he is also at the Xian level. Look at Jiang Long's face, it's as black as pig liver. On the other side, Jiang Long's face had indeed turned the color of liver. Seeing Chen Jin getting closer and closer, Jiang Long quickly turned his gaze to the referee not far away. Just as I was about to speak, I felt a pain in my abdomen. Puff! Relying on the extreme shadow step and shadow clone, Chen Jin instantly appeared beside Jiang Long and stabbed Jiang Long in the abdomen with a sword. Stop it, you evil creature! Just as the sword pierced Jiang Long's abdomen, an angry voice came from outside the field. Puff! Just the sound was enough to make Chen Jin breathless and spit out blood. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a white robe appeared on the stage. Evil beast, you actually want to kill him? The middle-aged man supported Jiang Long, then looked at Chen Jin viciously. When did you see me trying to kill him? Injuries are inevitable during competition. Chen Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up straight and retorted. Humph, you evil beast, you shouldn't even think of hurting him. The middle-aged man completely ignored the audience and referee at the competition venue, calling Chen Jin a beast and wishing he could kill him on the spot. Jiang Hu, you are a dignified heavenly rank master, and you are bullying a child here? Don't you feel ashamed? Suddenly, Guo Jinlong appeared beside Chen Jin and said sarcastically to the middle-aged man beside Jiang Long. This evil beast wants to kill my son. He wants to kill the only bloodline of my Jiang family. Jiang Hu did not give in because of Gui Jinlong's arrival. Humph, if you keep calling me a bastard, I won't mind going to play with your son every day. Guo Jinlong looked at Jiang Hu, then turned his gaze to Jiang Long. How could Jiang Hu not understand what Guo Jinlong meant? Snort! Afterwards, Jiang Hu snorted coldly and left the competition venue with the seriously injured Jiang Long. Thank you, Principal. After Jiang Hu left, Chen Jin bowed to Guo Jinlong. It's okay, are you okay? Fine. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Guo Jinlong left. After all, the competition had to continue. Congratulations to Chen Jin from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers for winning. Kyoto Supernatural University, please send out our competitors. After Guo Jinlong left, the referee spoke. The audience around had already picked up their phones and started criticizing online. However, the words were deleted within a minute of being sent, and the account was even banned. As for the TV and live broadcast, they were turned off the moment Jiang Hu appeared. Kyoto Supernatural University forfeit. After Jiang Long left, Kyoto Ability University chose to forfeit because the other three did not think they could beat Chen Jin. Since the game time is too short, there is no break and the team competition goes straight to the starting point. However, Jiang Long was not there, and Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers was short of people, so they were forced to forfeit. So, the final result was that Huaqing University of Special Abilities obtained 11 points and became the only first place in the winner group. I'm sorry I couldn't kill him. After walking off the stage, Chen Jin looked at Zheng Chenyang with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay, I'm already very satisfied. Let Jiang Long also have a taste of what I felt before. I'll kill him next time I have the chance. Zheng Chenyang waved his hand nonchalantly. At this moment, Lin Mu had recovered and sat in the chair without saying a word. Xin Xingrui cast a small healing spell on Chen Jin. The muscular Heikai had already fallen asleep, under the pretext that he trusted Chen Jin. Even the arrival of Jiang Hu and Guo Jinlong just now did not wake him up. Let's go back. We're ranked first now. The next game should be tomorrow afternoon. Go back and have a good rest. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he walked out first. Zheng Chenyang woke up Heikai who was still sleeping and followed him over. Old Chen, we made a killing this time. The odds between us and Kyoto Supernatural University are 10 to 1. I made a total of 3 million this time. Zheng Chenyang caught up with Chen Jin and said beside Chen Jin. At this moment, Zheng Chenyang's eyes lit up and he started thinking about how to spend the money. By the way, when did you reach the Xian level? When you told me today, even I was shocked. After I came back today, I got promoted. Chen Jin said lightly. With the help of Dick Suwanden, promotion is really a piece of cake. In Zhang Chenyang's eyes, this is pure Versailles. Soon, Chen Jin and his group returned to their resting place. After lying on the bed, Chen Jin closed his eyes. System, open the personal panel. Byte. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SSS-level superpower shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 35. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 25. Agility, 20. Defense, 18. Weapon, Sword of All Beings. Item, Pet Egg. Hatching progress 30% unknown grade. System points, 12,990. 15,000 system points owed. Combat power, ordinary person. Own level, early Xian level. Kung Fu, simple sword C level self-created. Watching basic sword technique, first form beginner, second form beginner, third form beginner unknown rank. Extreme shadow step beginner. Since Qin Jin reached the early stage of the Xian level, all aspects of his body have grown a lot. What makes Qin Jin most happy is that the hatching progress of the pet egg has reached 30%. I really hope to hatch a dragon so that I can fly around the world. At this moment, Qin Jin's mind had already started to fantasize. Bite. Host, please stop daydreaming. A pet egg will randomly hatch into a pet, and it might even be an ant. The higher the grade of the pet, the harder it is to hatch. Also, it doesn't hatch just when it reaches 100%. There's another condition that needs to be met. What conditions? Chen Jin asked. I don't know. The difficulty of the conditions depends on the grade of the pet that will hatch from the pet egg. Listening to the system's explanation, Chen Jin nodded slightly. If some kind of mythical beast could really be hatched in the future, he wouldn't believe it without certain conditions. Knock knock knock. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Chapter 30 Mystery of Life. Knock knock knock. After hearing the knock on the door, Chen Jin got up and walked towards the door. Through the peephole, Chen Jin found Guo Jinlong standing outside the door with an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Chen Jin hurriedly opened the door. Uncle Guo, what's going on? Hearing this, Guo Jinlong nodded and said, It's not a big deal, let's go in and talk. After Chen Jin closed the door, Guo Jinlong spoke. Actually, I had no intention of telling you, but seeing how talented you are now and how fast you are training, after thinking it over, I decided to tell you. Go ahead. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Guo Jinlong glanced at Chen Jin, then closed his eyes, as if lost in memories. After a while, he slowly spoke. 20 years ago, your parents and I met each other by chance. At that time, your parents were not together yet. Later, for some reason, your parents and I became sworn brothers. Because of the huge age difference, I became the elder brother and your father became the younger brother. 2 years later, 18 years ago, your parents got married and gave birth to you. Then, supernatural beasts began to wreak havoc in the country. Your parents had no choice but to leave you in your hometown while they went to the front lines to kill supernatural beasts. However, the good times didn't last long. 15 years ago, a heaven-level supernatural beast leader who could fight 5 supernatural beasts suddenly appeared among the supernatural beasts. And your parents were the main force in the fight against the heavenly rank mutant beasts. They had only just entered the heavenly rank at that time. At that time, including your parents, 6 great heavenly rank masters fought together against the heavenly rank supernatural beast. However, in the end, 3 died, 1 was injured, and 2 were missing. Those 2 missing ones are your parents. What a shame. If I were there back then, I would have been able to help your parents escape. Guo Jinlong was talking to Chen Jin while recalling the past. When he finished speaking, Guo Jinlong, with white hair, had eyes filled with tears. Uncle Guo, this is not your fault. Although Chen Jin had never seen his parents since he was born, he still felt a pang of pain in his heart when Guo Jinlong told him about his parents' experiences. Child, I feel like your parents are not dead yet. Suddenly, Guo Jinlong grabbed Chen Jin and said firmly. Not dead? Then why didn't they come back? Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, Chen Jin was shocked at first, and then his heart was full of doubts. I don't know why they didn't come back. Maybe they have something to deal with. And the reason I know they haven't returned is because last year, that heavenly rank supernatural beast had his men looking for your parents. After Guo Jinlong finished speaking, Chen Jin completely lost his composure. Are my parents really not dead? I can't guarantee it, but it's very likely. However, they must have encountered something very difficult to deal with. So, your current task is to cultivate quickly, reach the heavenly rank as soon as possible, and then go find your parents. Guo Jinlong looked at Chen Jin with hope. It's not that he is afraid of death and dare not go to find Chen Jin's parents, but that he can't go. As the president of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and the pillar of Dragon Country, there must be supernatural beasts watching him in secret. If he died and caused the fall of Longhua, he would be the sinner of the entire Longhua. With Chen Jin's current mental strength, he could naturally understand Gui Jinlong's difficulties. Don't worry, Uncle Gua, I will definitely reach the heavenly steps as soon as possible and find my parents. Chen Jin's eyes were sharp as torches as he spoke word by word. Okay, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can come to me. After Guo Jinlong finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, Guo Jinlong suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Jin. The team that wins first place in this ranking competition will have a chance to enter the secret realm of Dragon Country. There are countless opportunities and treasures inside. Go for it. After saying that, Guo Jinlong left and closed the door. After Guo Jinlong left, Chen Jin took a deep breath and then sat cross-legged on the bed. System, is there any way to practice quickly? Bite. Haste makes waste, the host can master the technique first. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, he was stunned at first, then he reacted and was shocked. He was so impulsive just now that he even forgot the principle that haste makes waste. Okay, I understand. Bite. The Xuanjia system mall has been opened, and the host can purchase the items he needs from it. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Jin remembered that after the Xuanjia system mall had been opened, but he had not checked it yet. Open the system mall. Human level item. Yellow rank item. Xian level items. 1. Heaven and Earth pill. 100,000 system points. 2. Essence fluid. 2,000 system points. 3. Blind box item. 500 system points. Limited to 2 purchases. 9. Treasure rat. 10,000 system points. 10. Escape from afar. 10,000 system points. Looking at the prices in the system mall, Chen Jin suddenly felt a pang of pain. Oh my god, it's getting more and more expensive. At first glance, it's all zero. Chen Jin complained slightly, then bought a bottle of essence liquid and 2 blind boxes of items. Bite. Congratulations to the host for spending 2,500 points and receiving essence fluid +1 and blind box +2. Open the system blind box. Bite. System blind box opened successfully. Congratulations on receiving the following items: system points +2,000. Essence fluid +1. Depend on. Looking at the items that came out of the blind box, Chen Jin couldn't help but shout out loud. Chen Jin looked at the 2 bottles of essence liquid in his hands, feeling like crying but unable to cry. Next time I will definitely buy the blind box of items first, and then buy other things after opening them. After mumbling something, he opened a bottle of essence liquid and drank it. The next moment, the spiritual white mist in the entire residence rushed towards Chen Jin. Compared with last time, it's even better. Countless spiritual white mists surged around Chen Jin. Chen Jin hurriedly circulated his qi in his body, digesting the white mist of spiritual energy, while constantly practicing the Huaqing basic sword technique in his mind. As the white mist of spiritual energy continued to flow towards Chen Jin, he was discovered and rushed straight to Chen Jin's residence. There are students from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers practicing in front of us. Anyone who approaches will die. Suddenly, Guo Jinlong stood in the sky. His voice could be heard thousands of miles away without him moving his mouth. All the people rushing towards this side stopped in their tracks after hearing Guo Jinlong's words. Of course, there were some people who wanted to give it a try, but without exception, they died as soon as they approached Chen Jin's residence. Chapter 31. You are shameless, you are despicable. As time passed, the spiritual white mist around Chen Jin gradually turned into substance, and drops of liquid flowed out of the white mist. Suddenly, several white porcelain bottles appeared on the ground and collected the dripping liquid. I am such a good system. Host, this white porcelain bottle costs 500 system points. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. If Chen Jin heard what the system said at this moment, he would definitely want to destroy the system. Because, there are exactly 10 white porcelain bottles on the ground at this moment. Ever since his mental power broke through 25, a world of mental power has opened up in Chen Jin's mind. It's not big, only about 10 square meters, but learning martial arts here can achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, Chen Jin was sitting in the spiritual world, practicing the first move of Huaqing basic sword technique. At present, Chen Jin has no plans to learn the fourth form because he can't understand it at all. He will ask Guo Jinlong later. Sword breaking style. Chen Jin was seen holding the sword in his right hand, with his left index finger and middle finger together, sweeping across the sword, and then slashing with the sword. The next moment, a 2-meter-long sword energy instantly slashed towards the ground. The moment the sword energy touched the ground, it suddenly exploded, and countless sword marks appeared on the ground. However, it only lasted for a second or two before returning to normal. Ha! Chen Jin took a deep breath and then put away his sword. The first move is finally complete. At this moment, Chen Jin had been in the spiritual world for half an hour. Let's break through to great success today. Chen Jin said this, and then continued to practice according to the Huaqing basic sword technique. Outside, the spiritual white mist surrounding Chen Jin had completely disappeared, but now the ground was filled with white porcelain bottles. After counting carefully, there were as many as 20. Tisk, doesn't 500 system points for one seem a bit much? Then it's 300 system points each. Okay, that's it. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. The system continued to talk to itself. The 20 white porcelain bottles on the ground were all filled with liquid flowing from the white mist of spiritual energy. At this moment, Chen Jin was practicing with the liquid in the white porcelain bottle. Whenever Chen Jin practiced in the spiritual world, the liquid in the white porcelain bottle outside would automatically fly towards Chen Jin and flow into his eyebrows. Chen Jin, who was cultivating in the spiritual world, also exclaimed that the spiritual white mist was awesome. Little did he know that countless system points in his wallet had disappeared. Sword breaking style. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin shouted loudly and slashed forward with the sword of all beings in his hand. This time, a sword energy nearly 3 meters long slashed out from the sword. Bang! The next moment, the sword energy slashed towards the ground, and exploded instantly the moment it touched the ground. There were countless sword marks and potholes on the ground. This time the sword mark lasted for a full 10 seconds before the ground returned to its original state. It's finally done! Chen Jin shouted loudly as he looked at the ground that had returned to its original state. At this moment, more than 3 hours have passed since Chen Jin came in. It's time to go out, otherwise I'll have another headache soon. Last time, when the spiritual world just appeared, Chen Jin came in and stayed there for 5 hours. When he came out, he had a splitting headache and it took him 10 minutes to recover. Inside the house, Chen Jin slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eye was the white porcelain bottles scattered all over the floor. Forehead. Are you going to sacrifice me or something? Chen Jin couldn't help but complain. Bite. There was too much spiritual mist, causing it to materialize and eventually flow down as spiritual liquid. Since the host is not here, the system has collected it for you. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, thinking that this system is quite reliable. Just when he was about to praise the system gave Chen Jin a direct blow. While the host is away, I help him collect spiritual fluids. However, I can't do it for free, right? White porcelain bottles cost money. 300 system points each, I told you. You accepted it. Bite. Congratulations on spending 6,000 system points and getting white porcelain bottle plus 20. Chen Jin. I agree with you, I can't say anything. So whatever you say is what it is, right? I was wondering why you were so kind and helped me. You're just greedy for my system points. You're shameless and despicable. Bah! Chen Jin's defense was broken instantly. Is it easy to accumulate system points by yourself? What's more, I still owe 15,000 system points. Bite. A bottle of spiritual liquid, estimated to be worth approximately 100,000 system points. Chen Jin, who originally wanted to attack the system, was speechless for a moment after hearing these words. Cough. System Dad, I was just joking with you. It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You must be tall and majestic, how could you care about my system points? At this moment, Chen Jin performed flattery to the fullest. Just kidding, one bottle is worth 100,000 system points, and there are 20 bottles in total. Compared with 6,000 system points, the points are just a drop in the bucket. Cut. Bite. Congratulations to the host for achieving mastery of the first form of Huaqing basic swordsmanship. Reward item, blind box plus 1. Open the blind box of items. Chen Jin didn't hesitate at all and quickly chose to open it. After all, he felt that he was very lucky today. Bite. The blind box of items was opened successfully and the following rewards were obtained. System points 2000. Chen Jin? What are you doing? Chen Jin absolutely didn't believe that the system didn't do it on purpose. So petty. After muttering to himself, Chen Jin ignored the system and stood up to pick up the white porcelain bottle containing spiritual liquid on the ground. After putting the white porcelain bottles into the system space one by one, Chen Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had knocked over a bottle just now, he would probably have wanted to commit suicide. System, what is the use of this spiritual liquid? Suddenly, Chen Jin thought that he didn't know what the use of this spiritual liquid was. Bite. Spiritual fluid can be used to cleanse the meridians and marrow, strengthen the body, and accelerate cultivation. Can be taken orally or used externally. I made a fortune. What a treasure. Chen Jin muttered something, then looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Continue practicing. The next moment, two white porcelain bottles appeared in Chen Jin's hands, one filled with essence liquid and the other filled with spiritual liquid. Chen Jin just drank both bottles at the same time. Ah! In just a moment, Chen Jin felt his internal organs burning. It feels like there are countless little people dancing inside my body. Chen Jin endured the pain, circulated his qi in his body, and then slowly closed his eyes. This time, Chen Jin did not rush into the spiritual world, but continued to circulate the meridians, training himself through the burning and pain of drinking the spiritual liquid and essence liquid. As time slowly passed, Chen Jin could hear muffled groans coming from his throat. About 10 minutes later, Chen Jin stopped practicing the qigong with his hands, and a smile played on his face. But he did not open his eyes. Obviously he had entered the world of spiritual power. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin began to learn the second move of Huaqing basic sword technique. Keep deducing and making moves. Chapter 32, Top 10, Fighting the Superpower Force Additional 1. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the second move of the Huaqing basic sword technique. Reward, plus 10% pet egg hatching progress. As the system's voice fell, Chen Jin had already withdrawn from the spiritual world. After a night of practice, he finally mastered the second move of Huaqing basic sword technique, the hidden sword style. Pet egg hatching progress plus 10%? What a double blessing! When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, he instantly became overjoyed. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, Chen Jin's stomach rumbled. Having not eaten dinner last night, and having practiced all night, Chen Jin's stomach was already empty. Chen Jin couldn't bear not to eat now, so he simply tidied up and pushed open the door to go to the restaurant. When Chen Jin arrived at the restaurant, Shen Xingrui and the other three had almost finished breakfast. Old Chen, here, here. After Chen Jin prepared the meal, he walked towards Shen Xingrui and others. Oh, Lao Chen, man is iron and rice is steel. If you skip a meal, you will be very hungry. You must eat on time from now on. You didn't come to dinner last night, which made Shen Xingrui worry about you the whole time. She kept talking about you during dinner. Look, she was still talking about you just before you came. Zhang Chenyang hugged Chen Jin and looked at Shen Xingrui while speaking. On the other side, Shen Xingrui, who was eating with her head down, blushed immediately when she heard Zhang Chenyang say this to her, and she didn't dare to look up. Ru'er, I'm fine. I was just too engrossed in my training last night. Don't worry. Chen Jin looked at Shen Xingrui and said gently. You weren't here last night, but the list of the top 10 winners has already been announced. At this time, Lin Mu's voice came from the corner. Oh? Who are they? After hearing Lin Mu's words, Chen Jin immediately became interested. After all, this was related to the next opponent his team would face. I sent it to you. Lin Mu took out his phone and clicked a few times, then said lightly. Chen Jin nodded slightly, then took out his cell phone to check. The top 10 list of the school ranking winners. First place, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. 22 points. Second place, Superpower Troops. 20 points. Third place, Supernatural Power Bureau. 19 points. Fourth place, Fudan University of Supernatural Powers. 18 points. Fifth place, Shancheng Supernatural University. 16 points. Seventh place, Qin Province Supernatural University. 16 points. Eighth place, Hui Province Special Ability University. 15 points. 9th and 10th place, Zhengzhou Supernatural University Team 1. Team 2. 14 points. Chen Jin couldn't help but frown as he looked at the top 10 rankings. Kyoto Ability University is no longer on the top 10 list this year, but Zhengzhou Ability University has emerged as a dark horse, with 2 teams entering at once. As for why 2 teams came from Zhengzhou University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin later found out that it was because Zhengzhou was a vast country with too many people. There were not enough resources to distribute, so 2 teams came. Who are we going to play against first? After Chen Jin finished reading the list, he looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu slowly said 4 words. Superpower troops. Chen Jin was shocked when he heard the team Lin Mu mentioned. The Superpower troop ranked 4th in the last session. The reason why they were ranked 4th was that due to a sudden war situation, all 5 representatives of the supernatural force were recalled and therefore did not participate in subsequent competitions. But even so, the superpower team still ended up in 4th place. It's a tough nut to crack right from the start. Chen Jin said with a frown. From what I know, the most famous thing about the special forces is their teamwork. After all, they are the military, and they are well trained. They form a team of 5, and that's what they are most famous for. At this time, Zhang Chenyang, who had just finished his meal, spoke up when he saw this. All 5 members of the superpower team are S-level superpower awakeners. However, when they work together, they are no less powerful than a team composed of 5 SS-level superpower awakeners. Zhang Chenyang continued on the side. Listening to Zhang Chenyang's words, Chen Jin had to admit that the people in the superpower force were indeed extremely powerful. But they have a fatal weakness. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang changed the subject and looked at everyone mysteriously. If you don't tell me, I won't protect you anymore. Seeing Zhang Chenyang's mysterious expression, only Yikai spoke up. Ahem, boring. Their biggest weakness is that they are too united. Zhang Chenyang suddenly felt bored and said lightly. Too united, what kind of weakness is this? Xin Xingrui, who was standing beside her, had lost her blush and asked. I understand. Being too united means they place too much emphasis on teamwork. If we just let them fight on their own, we can defeat them one by one. Suddenly, Chen Jin's eyes lit up and he instantly understood what Zhang Chenyang said. Correct answer. Hearing Chen Jin's answer, Zhang Chenyang snapped his fingers. In that case, we must win the first individual match and get 5 points. In the next team match, I will be the main attacker, Lin Mu will assist, Zhang Chenyang will provide support, He Kai will protect Xin Xingrui and Zhang Chenyang, and Xin Xingrui will be responsible for treatment. Soon, Chen Jin assigned tasks to everyone. The only difference from before is that this time he was the main attacker. After dinner, everyone did not return to their residence, but went directly to the competition venue. Because today's first game is still theirs. Today, there are only 4 games a day, 2 in the winner's bracket and 2 in the loser's bracket. Soon, after Chen Jin and the other 4 had their identities verified, they went to the waiting area. As soon as Chen Jin and others came in, they saw 5 people from the superpower team wearing combat uniforms and sitting upright on the other side. About 10 minutes later, a staff member came to tell Chen Jin and the other 4 that the competition was about to begin. Today's match is between the first place Huaqing Ability University and the second place ability team in the winners group. On the rostrum, Bing Bing is still the host. Oh my god. Here he comes, the ultimate showdown between first and second place is finally here. Last year, the special forces left first, and I didn't get to watch the rest of the competition. I regretted it for a long time. Me too. I hope the superpower team wins the championship this year. By the way, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers is also incredibly strong this year. It's hard to say which of the 2 teams will win. In the audience, the number of people supporting the 2 teams was roughly half and half. Let's invite both teams to enter. In the lounge, Chen Jin and others heard the sound and stood up and walked outside. The special forces on the other side also stood up, but they stood in a line and marched out in step. Let us welcome Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and the Supernatural Power Army. As Bing Bing's voice fell, the atmosphere on the scene instantly reached a climax. Countless shouts filled the entire competition venue. Quiet. Suddenly, a majestic voice spread throughout the entire competition venue. I'm the deputy coordinator of this ranking tournament. I'll be the referee for this match. No one is allowed to make any noise. Chapter 33 Invincible Additional Update 2. First individual match, both teams please send out your players. As the referee's voice fell, Chen Jin stood up and walked towards the competition stage. The other side's superpower force also sent its captain to join the battle. Both players salute. Watching University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin, SSS-level supernatural power. Early stage of Xian level. Superpower troops, Luo Gang, S-level superpower, early stage of Xian level. Chen Jin was shocked when he heard Luo Gang's self-introduction. Zhang Chenyang's news this morning was that Luo Gang was at the late yellow rank, but now he's already at the early profound rank? How fast? Woohoo, 2 Xian level players. This year's competition is really worth watching. Who says it's not true? Last year, the highest was only in the late yellow rank, right? And there were less than 5 people in total. This year, the late yellow rank is everywhere. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. If it were someone else, Chen Jin would definitely win, but if the opponent is Luo Gang, it's hard to say. The game begins. After Chen Jin and Luo Gang saluted, the referee announced the start of the game. I've heard of you a long time ago. It's a pity you didn't join the superpower unit, otherwise I believe you would be a very good comrade. Luo Gang looked at Chen Jin with admiration. Among his peers, only Chen Jin could garner Luo Gang's admiration. It's okay. We are all dragon countrymen. We will definitely have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future. Chen Jin replied with a smile. Before traveling through time, Chen Jin admired soldiers, and naturally it was the same after traveling through time. Okay, then please teach me. Luo Gang laughed loudly, and then a long black stick appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Chen Jin didn't say much, and the sword of all living beings appeared in his right hand. 18 sticks of military calisthenics. The next moment, Luo Gang shouted loudly, his whole body filled with murderous aura, and the long stick in his hand pointed directly at Chen Jin. Sword breaking style. Chen Jin was not at all panicked. He held the sword of all beings across his body in his right hand, and swept his left hand across the sword, slashing at Luo Gang who was rushing towards him. Bang! In just a moment, the sword energy collided with the long stick and exploded directly, raising a cloud of dust. Gas stick. At this moment, a light shout was heard from the dust and fog. The sound comes first, the stick arrives later. The long stick instantly hit Chen Jin. Fortunately, Chen Jin reacted in time and blocked the long stick with the sword in his hand. But even so, Chen Jin was still beaten back more than 10 steps. Chen Jin turned his head to look at his slightly trembling right hand and slowly shook his head. Shadow clone. As Chen Jin's voice fell, 2 dark shadows in the darkness of the field slowly stood up. Hidden sword style. The next moment, Chen Jin shouted softly, put the sword of all living beings in his hand behind his back, and rushed towards Luo Gang. At the same time, the 2 shadow clones also did the same thing as Chen Jin and rushed towards Luo Gang together. Luo Gang was not idle at this time. Luo Gang's eyes were closed tightly and his ears were shaking constantly. Suddenly, Luo Gang swung the long stick in his hand backwards. Puff! In just a moment, one of Chen Jin's clones was destroyed. However, at this time, Chen Jin and Xiao Hei's attacks came at the same time. The 2 immortal swords stabbed at Luo Gang at the same time. King Kong. Suddenly, Luo Gang, with his eyes closed, shouted loudly, and a golden light suddenly burst out from his body, and then turned into a huge net, covering Luo Gang. Bang! Bang! At this time, Chen Jin and Xiao Hei's attacks just landed on the giant net on Luo Gang's body. In just a moment, the giant net shattered. Seeing the giant net shattered, Chen Jin and Xiao Hei hurriedly retreated to prevent Luo Gang from a sudden attack. At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly realized something. That is, Luo Gang's previous attacks were all carried out without relying on supernatural powers. Thinking of this, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel a little scared. But on second thought, the giant net on Luo Gang's body should be a supernatural power. Defensive ability, you can do it. The third move of the Huaqing basic sword technique. Sonic Slash. Chen Jin was seen holding the sword of all living beings in his right hand in front of him. In just a moment, a faint blue light appeared on the sword. The same was true for Xiao Hei on the other side. The next moment, Chen Jin and Xiao Hei attacked at the same time, with incredible speed. Compared with Extreme Shadow Step, it is even better. Trouble. Luo Gang had already opened his eyes at this time. After seeing Chen Jin disappear, he said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Gang picked up the long stick, murmured softly, and then the long stick was wrapped in golden light. Vajra. Buddha stick. In an instant, Luogang suddenly stood up, the long stick in his hand flashed with golden light, and a phantom of Buddha appeared behind him. At this time, Chen Jin and Xiao Hei's attacks were already very close. Luogang suddenly swept the long stick in his hand, and the Buddha's shadow behind him followed suit and swung the stick at the same time. Boom! Chen Jin and Xiao Hei's attacks collided with Luogang's long stick in an instant. The clash of weapons echoed throughout the arena. The dust from the collision covered the playing field, and no one could see the situation on the field clearly. The only thing that could be seen was that cracks appeared on the originally tall Buddha shadow, and eventually it shattered and disappeared. Damn it! Who won? Why hasn't the dust cleared yet? No need to think, Chen Jin must have won. Didn't you see that even the Buddha was broken into pieces? Tisk, Luogang must have won and retracted the Buddha's shadow himself. In the audience, since they couldn't see what was happening on the stage, everyone started to speculate. About 2 minutes later, the dust on the stage gradually cleared. Two figures slowly emerged. It's just that one person was lying on the ground and the other was half kneeling. Congratulations to Chen Jin from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers for winning. Suddenly, the referee on the side spoke loudly. Finally, the dust cleared completely. Luogang lay flat on the ground, his eyes showing unwillingness and a little admiration. Chen Jin was half kneeling on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little dazed. Just now, Chen Jin and Xiao Hei's attacks were blocked by Luogang's stick, and the attack of the Buddha's phantom followed closely. In just a moment, Xiao Hei was beaten apart, and Chen Jin was knocked dozens of meters away. In the end, Chen Jin had to summon two clones again through the shadow clone, cooperate with the equality of all beings, and join forces to fight the Buddha's phantom. What the audience saw as the Buddha's phantom was shattered was precisely Chen Jin's equality of all beings that weakened the Buddha's phantom's power. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. You are indeed very strong, but I will never lose again next time. Luogang took a deep breath, then got up from the ground and said to Chen Jin. He could feel that if Chen Jin used the same attack on the Buddha on himself, he would surely die. You are also very strong. I hope we can have a good fight next time. Chen Jin looked at Luogang and couldn't help laughing. Hearing Chen Jin's laughter, Luogang also laughed out loud. Just like that, the two young men laughed out loud in embarrassment under the gaze of countless people. Chapter 34. This girl is too fierce. Both teams, please continue to send players out. The referee shouted loudly after sending Chen Jin and Luogang off the court. This time, before Chen Jin even opened his mouth, Lin Mu took the initiative to step forward. You didn't play well in yesterday's game, leave it to me next time. After saying this, Lin Mu walked straight towards the competition stage. The Special Power Forces sent out their deputy captain. Both players, please salute. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Lin Mu, SS-level supernatural power. Late yellow rank. Superpower troops, Lu Dezhuang, S-level superpower, mid-stage yellow rank. After both sides saluted, the game began directly. However, this time Lu Dezhuang did not put pressure on Lin Mu like his previous opponents. After just 3 rounds, Lu Dezhuang was carried away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu continued to stand on the field, while the remaining 3 members of the superpower team came on the field one by one and were knocked down one by one. Lin Musheng from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. As the referee loudly announced the result of the game, the audience in the stadium was completely excited. 1 against 4. Holy crap! Miss Lin Mu is so powerful. Goddess Lin Mu. I can do it. Lin Mu. Ah. I love you. Both teams, please return to the competition venue in half an hour for the team competition. The referee on the side said something lightly, then turned and left. At this moment, Chen Jin was closing his eyes to rest, preparing for the next team competition. Chen Jin, I feel so useless. Suddenly, Chen Jin, who was resting with his eyes closed, felt his arm being pulled, and then he heard a crisp sound ringing in his ears. After opening his eyes, he found Xin Qingrui squatting beside him with a worried look on her face. Ru Ayer, you're very useful. Our treatment depends entirely on you. Besides, if it weren't for you that day, Zhang Chenyang might have died. Chen Jin looked into Xin Qingrui's eyes and said seriously. Really? After hearing Chen Jin's words, Xin Qingrui's face turned slightly red, and her original sadness disappeared. Xin Qingrui, who calls herself a genius, felt that she had not played any role in this competition, so she came to talk to Chen Jin. Don't let your imagination run wild. We are a team and everyone is important. Be good. Chen Jin looked at Chen Xingrui with a smile, then reached out and touched Chen Xingrui's head. After touching it, Chen Jin felt something was wrong. Because Chen Xingrui was staring at him with gritted teeth, her little face flushed red. Chen Jin couldn't help but pinch Chen Xingrui's face again. It would have been fine if she hadn't pinched me, but once she did, Chen Xingrui felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. You. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Humph. Omega? The next moment, Chen Xingrui ran away. Soon, half an hour passed. Both teams, please enter. As the referee's voice fell, 5 people from Huaqing Supernatural University and 5 people from the Supernatural Force stood on the competition stage at the same time. After both sides saluted, the game began directly. Chen Jin turned around and looked at Lin Mu, then rushed out in an instant. All beings are equal. Suddenly, golden light appeared on Chen Jin's body, and waves appeared in the air around him. Fire! Fire Phoenix! Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu took a step forward, and a phoenix bathed in a sea of fire behind him slowly revealed its shape. On the other side, the superpower team, the moment the game started, the 5 people instantly dispersed, and the long-range superpower awakener in the team stood in the middle of the 4 people. King Kong! Suddenly, Luo Gang shouted. A huge net dropped from the sky and fell towards the 5 members of the superpower army. Time stop. When the giant net was about to fall on the heads of the 5 members of the supernatural force, a light shout came from behind Chen Jin. As soon as the voice fell, the huge net in the sky seemed to be blocked by something and remained motionless. Quick! Zhang Chenyang gritted his teeth and shouted. Sword breaking style! At this time, Chen Jin had already arrived in front of the 5 members of the superpower army, followed by Lin Mu's Fire Phoenix. Block! When Luo Gang saw Chen Jin coming, he quickly gave instructions. In just a moment, the 5 members of the superpower force took defensive measures. Bang! Chen Jin slashed at the 5 members of the superpower army with a sword, but it had no effect at all. Bark! At this moment, Lin Mu's Fire Phoenix let out a long cry, folded its wings, and charged towards the 5 members of the supernatural force. The flames on the Fire Phoenix grew bigger and bigger, and directly hit the 5 members of the superpower team. Boom! The moment the Fire Phoenix hit, smoke rose up, but there was no sound from the 5 members of the supernatural force. Chen Jin naturally wound T feel bad about the 5 people from the superpower unit dying. Vajra! Buddha! Just as Chen Jin was about to slash his sword into the smoke, a whisper came from the smoke. Not good. The moment he heard the sound, Chen Jin turned around and stepped back, but it was too late. The next moment, a huge golden stick slammed towards Chen Jin. Chen Jin had no time to dodge and was knocked directly to Chen Xingrui's feet. Resurrection of all things. Healing. Chen Xingrui reacted instantly, and an emerald green gem appeared in her right hand. The next moment, a green light shone on Chen Jin. After a moment, Chen Jin felt that his headache and waist pain were gone. During this period, the 5 members of the superpower team were not idle. Luo Gang took the lead and stood with Lin Mu. Seeing this, He Yikai's muscles burst out and he rushed towards Lu Dezhuang. Ru'er, you treat everyone according to their situation. Chen Yang, you can help me or Lin Mu when the opportunity arises. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he immediately stood up and joined the battlefield. He Yikai is just a frontline soldier and his fighting ability is not very good. At this moment, he can only withstand the pressure and has no room to fight back. All beings are equal. Chen Jin shouted softly. The next moment, the 5 people in the superpower team all felt that something was missing. The other 4 people from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers felt at the same time that they had something extra. Luo Gang, who was originally evenly matched with Lin Mu, was now gradually falling into a disadvantage. He Yikai went from being beaten to fighting back. At this moment, Chen Jin, holding the sword of all beings, rushed straight towards the long-range awakened superpowers of the superpower troops. Protect him! Luo Gang, who was fighting with Lin Mu, instantly noticed Chen Jin's movements and shouted hurriedly. But because he was distracted, he was knocked back a few steps by Lin Mu's fireball. Hearing Luo Gang's words, the other 2 members of the superpower team instantly stood in front of the remote superpower awakener. Shadow clone. Seeing this, Chen Jin shouted softly. 2 shadow clones suddenly appeared around him. 3 against 3, fair enough. Chen Jin said lightly, then slashed out with a sword. Puff. With one sword strike from Chen Jin and his two shadow clones, the three members of the supernatural force were directly knocked out of the competition arena. There are only two left. Luo Gang naturally also discovered that the other three had been knocked off the stage, while Lu Dazhuang was being harassed by He Yikai and could not get away. Suddenly, Luo Gang swung the long stick in his hand violently, hitting Lin Mu, and used the force to retreat backwards. Luo Gang was seen standing in place, with the long stick in his hand floating in the air and spinning in front of him. Vajra. 10,000 Buddhas. Chapter 35, Living Towards Death. Vajra. 10,000 Buddhas. With Luo Gang's shout, the long stick spun rapidly beside him. As the long stick rotated, countless dazzling golden lights appeared around Luo Gang. No! Stop him! Seeing this, Chen Jin quickly spoke. Luo Gang's Buddha was already enough to make people suffer, and if there were 10,000 Buddhas, Chen Jin couldn't imagine what would happen. Fire, sky flame. Time stops. Everything withers. Shadow clone. Sonic slash. In just a moment, three voices sounded at the same time. A sea of fire instantly formed above Lin Mu's head and rushed towards Luo Gang. Zhang Chenyang used his supernatural power even though he was about to spit out blood. Chen Jin summoned Xiao Hei and used the third form of watching basic swordsmanship to instantly reach Luo Gang's side. The next moment, three attacks hit Luo Gang at the same time. Boom! Bang! Puff! The roar of explosions continued to sound, and the competition stage was gradually covered by smoke. Is this really something a freshman can do? Damn, the last time I saw this was when the warriors were fighting against the supernatural beasts. This is amazing. Compared to the last ranking battle, this one is the real boss. Who says it's not true? The first place in last year's competition probably won't even make it into the top 5 this time. In the audience kept discussing, and without exception, they all praised Chen Jin and others and the 5 members of the superpower team. The smoke still hadn't dissipated on the competition stage. Chen Jin and the other 4 could only stand there, waiting for the smoke to clear. If you enter rashly, you might be attacked. Chen Jin looked at the smoke in front of him and said lightly. The referee hasn't announced them as the winner yet, which means Luo Gang still has the ability to fight. In other words, the referee felt that Luo Gang still had the ability to fight 1 against 5. Thinking of this, Chen Jin was suddenly shocked. Lin Mu, hurry! Before he could finish his words, countless dazzling golden lights suddenly burst out from the smoke. The moment the golden light burst out, several people wearing Kyoto Supernatural University work uniforms appeared above the competition stage. The next moment, the man in work clothes kept muttering something, and then a light shield stood up around the competition stage. To ensure the safety of all spectators, Kyoto Supernatural University has secured the competition stage. Everyone can watch with confidence. In the air, a staff member spoke and then disappeared. In the field, the smoke had dissipated, revealing Luo Gang's figure. At this moment, Luo Gang's whole body was covered in golden light, and a golden stick was floating in the air beside him, slowly rotating. Behind Luo Gang there was a Buddha with many heads, but no matter how you looked at it, the Buddha looked a little weird. Last year, due to the invasion of supernatural beasts, the supernatural forces had to give up their rankings, but as a result, they received fewer resources. This time, first place will definitely go to the special forces. Sorry, everyone. After saying that, the golden stick floating beside Luo Gang instantly flew out and rushed towards Chen Jin. But Luo Gang himself clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. The moment Luo Gang closed his eyes, the multi-headed Buddha behind him opened his eyes instantly. Town. Luo Gang made a dull sound without moving his mouth. The next moment, the multi-headed Buddha behind him stretched out 4 palms and slapped the other 4 people from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. On the other side, Chen Jin was already holding the sword of all beings and fighting with the golden stick. System, doesn't Luo Gang have an S-level ability? Why is his ability so powerful? Chen Jin asked the system in confusion. Bite. Luo Gang's ability is a pseudo-SSS-level ability, 10,000 Buddhas. His ability can grow, and it should be a B-level ability when it first awakens. So, whose ability is stronger, mine or his? Bite. He. However, the host's supernatural power will play a greater role in the future. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Jin felt slightly relieved. If Luo Gang simply had an S-level ability and yet had such powerful combat power, that would be too outrageous. Xiao Hei, I leave it to you. Chen Jin slashed at the golden stick with his sword, then used the force to retreat backwards, muttered something, and then rushed towards Xin Xingrui. As soon as Chen Jin left, the golden stick wanted to chase after him, but was suddenly stopped by a sword. Xiao He held the black sword of all living beings and stood in front of the golden stick. The golden stick was not a human, so he naturally couldn't recognize that the person in front of him was just Chen Jin's clone, so he got entangled with Xiao He. On the other side, the Buddha's palm fell extremely slowly. However, the pressure was very strong. At this moment, Xin Xingrui and Zhang Chenyang were already under so much pressure that they could hardly breathe. Lin Mu was bathed in a sea of fire, like a goddess of fire, facing the Buddha's palm head-on and fighting with it. And because of his supernatural powers, He Kai is also safe and sound at this moment. Since Xin Xingrui and Zhang Chenyang were standing together, it was much easier for Chen Jin to rescue them. Sword breaking style. Sonic slash. Chen Jin shouted softly, and the sword of all living beings in his hand slashed out quickly, and the sword light rushed straight towards the Buddha's palm. The next moment, the sword light and the Buddha's palm collided and exploded at the same time. Are you okay? Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingrui with concern. What about Zhang Chenyang in the future? As long as he's not dead, that's fine. Looking at Chen Jin in front of her, Xin Xingrui shook her head slightly, feeling a little warm in her heart. Fuck, you're so inhumane. You really value women over friends. Seeing that Chen Jin didn't ask him, Zhang Chenyang quickly complained. But Chen Jin just responded to Zhang Chenyang with an expression. Mentally retarded. All things are revived. Suddenly, Xin Xingrui sat up, a green bead appeared in her hand, and she chanted a spell softly. The next moment, Chen Jin and others felt that their injuries were gradually getting better, and even the mental exhaustion and fatigue from using their superpowers were alleviated. You two have a good rest, I'll go help them. After Chen Jin said this, he ran towards He Kai. Sword breaking style. Chen Jin shouted loudly and slashed with his sword, and the Buddha's palm was instantly shattered. Because He Kai used his body to resist the Buddha's palm, Chen Jin was able to easily cut it off. He Kai, who was originally covered in wounds, recovered almost completely after receiving treatment from Xin Xingrui. At this moment, Lin Mu also shattered the Buddha's palm in front of him. Every time Chen Jin broke a Buddha's palm, Luo Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. When Lin Mu broke the last Buddha palm, Luo Gang had already fainted on the ground. Congratulations to Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers for winning. The next moment, the referee directly announced that Chen Jin and others were the winners. Luo Gang was then carried away by the other 4 members of the superpower team. Holy crap! That's so cool! Chen Jin and Luo Gang are both so awesome. I think Luo Gang is the best. He was like 1 against 5 in the end. He just awakened his S-level superpower. Miss Lin Mu was also very powerful, isn't she? She fought Luo Gang alone at the beginning, and in the end she even shattered a Buddha's palm by herself. As the referee announced the result, the audience was in an uproar. Chen Jin and others in the field looked at each other and then laughed. They were so exhausted from fighting this battle. Chapter 36, Border War Situation Additional Update 1. After the game, Chen Jin and his friends returned to their residence and fell asleep. Since the competition is based on a points system, Huaqing University of Special Ability is currently far ahead with 33 points. Next, Huaqing University of Special Ability will not have to compete again except for the final. Chen Jin and others slept until night. After a simple dinner, Chen Jin returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. System, open the personal panel. Byte. Host, Chen Jin. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, all beings are equal, SSS-level superpower shadow clone growth possible. Spiritual power, 37. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Power, 26. Agility, 21. Defense, 19. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg. Hatching progress 40% unknown grade 19 bottles of spiritual fluid. Unknown grade. System points, 4,490. 15,000 system points owed. Combat power, ordinary person. Own level, early Xian level. Kung Fu, simple sword C level self-created. Huaqing basic sword technique, first form great mastery, second form great mastery, third form entry unknown rank. Extreme shadow step minor mastery. Not bad, a little bit of each. Chen Jin looked at his personal panel and nodded with satisfaction. Byte. System releases task. Get first place in the ranking battle and enter the secret realm, where you will obtain the most precious treasures and receive a plus 60% bonus to your pet egg hatching progress. If you fail, your pet egg hatching progress will be reset to 0. Get first place in the ranking battle, without entering the secret realm, and be rewarded with any skill in the world. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. Listening to the system's task, Chen Jin was slightly stunned and a little confused. First place in the ranking battle is a foregone conclusion. However, Chen Jin felt that it was a little unrealistic to enter the secret realm and obtain the most precious treasure. After all, the reward of plus 60% pet egg hatching progress shows how difficult this task is. No matter what, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Let's give it a try. I choose the first mission. Chen Jin gritted his teeth and chose the first task. Bite. Congratulations to the host for your successful selection. There are still 2 days until the finals. Let's practice Sonic Slash to perfection in these 2 days. Chen Jin thought to himself, and then 2 white porcelain bottles appeared in his hands. The 2 white porcelain bottles are filled with spiritual liquid. Chen Jin placed the 2 bottles of spiritual liquid beside him, and then entered the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin practiced the 3 moves of Huaqing basic sword technique and extreme shadow step over and over again. Kyoto, the Supernatural Bureau, the highest administrative office. Director Ling, we can't delay any longer. The mutant beasts are now invading the border in large numbers. We should let those college students go to the battlefield to gain experience. At this time, in the conference room, a burly middle-aged man kept persuading the old man sitting in the first seat. In the first seat, the old man called Ling Ju was holding his chin, not knowing what he was thinking. Director Ling, if you don't give the order, He Ko, will retire and stop being involved. The burly man named He said something to Director Ling, then turned his head away and stopped looking at Director Ling. After a moment, Director Ling sat up straight and looked at the burly man named He Koen, you're the frontline commander of the Supernatural Bureau, how can you say such things? Isn't it shameful? Before He Koen could speak, Director Ling continued. Don't I want more people to join the war? But have you ever thought about it? Those kids don't know anything. If they go to the battlefield, it would be a blessing if they don't cause trouble. As Director Ling was talking, he lit a cigarette and started smoking, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. So what? Who among us didn't crawl out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire? Why are we so spoiled by their generation? He Koen said directly with an angry look on his face. I understand what you mean, but are you willing to let your freshmen go to the battlefield? To face those mutant beasts who devour flesh without spitting out bones? Director Ling took a puff of his cigarette and said lightly. I don't want to either, but he has to face it. When he awakens his superpowers, this is the mission he must shoulder. As He Koen spoke, a young boy began to appear in his mind. I heard that this college ranking competition is almost over. Let's talk about it after it's over. After Director Ling finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked out. The border battlefield of Dragon Country. Brothers! Charge! Our parents, wives, and children are behind us. We can't let these beasts take a single step forward. Dad! Mom! I didn't embarrass you. Son! When you awaken your special powers, you must serve your country. On the battlefield, screams and shouts came one after another, and the air was filled with cries and dying words. The soldiers' thin bodies were like city walls, holding off thousands of supernatural beasts. In Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin is still practicing in the spiritual world and is unaware of anything happening on the border. At this moment, the 3rd move of Huaqing basic sword technique, Sonic Slash, has reached a small level of success. And Extreme Shadow Step has also been perfected. In another 3 or 4 hours, the Sonic Slash should be fully developed. Chen Jin looked at the sword marks on the ground in the spiritual world that had not disappeared for a long time and said lightly. Thanks to the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, Chen Jin can now stay in the spiritual world for more than 10 hours in a row. After continuous practice, I can clearly feel that my spiritual world has expanded a bit. Chen Jin looked at the spiritual world that was expanding very slowly and said something. Sonic Slash. The next moment, Chen Jin continued to practice the Sonic Slash. It was seen that Chen Jin's speed of using the Sonic Slash was getting faster and faster. As time goes by, Chen Jin swung the sword of all living beings at an increasingly faster frequency. In the spiritual world, the sword marks on the ground became more and more numerous because they were not dissipated in time. At this moment, the ground was full of potholes, and only the ground under Chen Jin's feet was relatively intact. Yeah. I can try to fuse them together. Suddenly, Chen Jin's eyes lit up, as if he had figured something out. Sonic Slash and Extreme Shadow Step both have one characteristic: speed. And with Sonic Slash, the faster the speed, the higher the damage. Then if Sonic Slash is combined with Extreme Shadow Step, will the power of Sonic Slash be increased to a higher level? As soon as this thought came out, Chen Jin suddenly felt like a genius. Just do it. Chen Jin first used the Extreme Shadow Step, and when his speed increased, he instantly used the Sonic Slash. The next moment, Chen Jin slashed out with a sword. Bang! The sword light touched the ground and exploded instantly, leaving behind a 2-meter-high pit. Holy crap! It really works! Chen Jin looked at the hole in front of him and suddenly felt happy. You know, Chen Jin has been practicing in the spiritual world for so long and has tried all the moves. Only this move created a hole in the ground, while the other moves only left sword marks on the ground. Bite! Congratulations to the host for learning to integrate and master the knowledge. By combining the Extreme Shadow Step and the third move of the Huaching Basic Sword Technique, a move with even higher damage is obtained. Reward system points plus 2,000. Chapter 37 Finals. Unexpected opponents additional update 2. Time flies. Except for going out to eat in the middle of the day, Chen Jin basically spent the rest of the time practicing in the spiritual world. 2 days later. Inside Chen Jin's house. The 5 people from Huaching University of Supernatural Powers were sitting on the sofa discussing the next tactics. The results are in. The team we'll be playing against in the finals is the first place team in the losers bracket, Beijing Medical University. I never expected that Beijing Medical University would make it to the finals this time. It's said that the people from the Ability Bureau and the Ability Force didn't last an hour in the team competition against the Beijing doctor. Chen Jin looked at the game report in his hand and spoke to the 4 people around him. As far as I know, every team that has played against the Beijing Medical University of Supernatural Powers has either beamed with joy or convulsed after losing. On the side, Zhang Chenyang nodded slightly and spoke to himself. It's okay. I'm here. Those people can't get close to you. Don't worry. At this time, Hiikai patted his chest with confidence. Let's go, it's almost time. The venue for the finals has changed, and it will take some time to get there. After Chen Jin finished speaking, everyone stood up and walked outside. Since today was the finals, the competition venue had been changed, and it took Chen Jin and his 4 companions half a day to get there. After handing their player cards to the staff for inspection, Chen Jin and the other 4 went to the waiting room. The finals of each ranking competition are held in Kyoto's largest training ground. At this moment, the martial arts arena was packed with people, and in the audience seats, the audience was discussing the 2 teams that were about to start the competition. As everyone knows, Huaching University of Special Abilities has always been in the top 3 in this finals. This isn't their first time standing on the final stage. What's incredible is that Beijing Medical University, which was only in the top 50 last year, has become a dark horse this year, charging straight into the finals. This year's most promising psychic troupe and the Kyoto Psychic University team were unexpectedly eliminated. On the rostrum, Bing Bing is still the commentator today. Bing Bing was wearing a bright red cheongsam, looking noble and elegant. Yeah, I was really optimistic about the superpower team this year. I didn't expect them to only be 3rd this year. Who said it wasn't true? I originally bet on the superpower team to come first, but now I've lost nearly 200,000. I'm going to get beaten by my wife when I get home. However, Huaching University of Supernatural Powers is really strong this year. They haven't lost a single match, and all the members are truly at full strength. Don't you see what Huaching University of Supernatural Powers has? They have an SSS-level supernatural awakener in charge. The discussion on the field had nothing to do with Chen Jin and the other 4. In the waiting room. Do you think you're lucky because I didn't kill you? Why do you still dare to come? Zhang Chenyang looked at Zhang Long, who suddenly broke in and said sarcastically. Hey, it's you? You're not dead, how could I be dead? When Zhang Long heard what Zhang Chenyang said, he was not angry, but looked sarcastic. You! Zhang Chenyang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chen Jin. What a shame! I was hoping to have another match with Master Jiang on the court, but he didn't even make it to the finals. Chen Jin looked at Jiang Long with a face full of pity and sincere feelings. It seemed as if he really felt sorry for Jiang Long. It's just a verbal dispute. You don't think you can win admission to the Beijing Medical University, do you? Just wait to lose. If you lose, I'll celebrate with you at the best restaurant. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Long said this with a smile, then turned and left the waiting room. Lin Mu, stop. If you start fighting here, you will be disqualified. At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly looked at Lin Mu and spoke. I saw that the usually silent Lin Mu was in the corner, holding a fireball in his hand. After hearing Chen Jin's voice, Lin Mu put away the fireball. Outside the house. Jiang Long did not walk far, but wiped the sweat from his forehead. Crazy bitch. Damn it, she's actually making a fireball. Let's welcome the two teams from the finals. They are the undefeated Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. They have an SSS Awakened Special Power leading the team. I wonder if they can regain first place this time. The other team is this year's dark horse. Beijing Medical University. They perfectly exemplify what it means that anything is possible. As long as you work hard, you can make it to the finals. On the rostrum, host Bingbing's passionate speech instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax. As Bingbing's voice fell, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and Beijing Medical University of Supernatural Powers entered at the same time. Huaqing. 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 Your score line is 680 plus B-level superpower awakening. I have already awakened a B-level superpower, but my score is a little short. I got 68 points. I hope you don't be ungrateful. Admit me quickly. Suddenly, when Chen Jin was passing by the audience, he heard what an audience member said, then he stopped and looked at the audience member. Huaqing may not be able to teach you, but I recommend you go to Kyoto Supernatural University. Good luck. After saying that, Chen Jin continued walking towards the stage. The audience member was very excited at this moment and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Mom! I've made it. I've been recommended to Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. They've allowed me to go to Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers. When the people around heard what the audience member said, they all looked at him as if he were a fool. Since the finals are played between the first and second place in points, the finals are not a points-based competition, but a direct team competition. Both players, please enter. Today's referee is still the deputy coordinator. Both players salute. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin, SSS-level Supernatural Power, early stage of Xian level. Xinqingrui, SS-level Superpower, mid-stage yellow rank. Lin Mu, SS-level Superpower, late yellow level. Zhang Chenyang, SS-level Superpower, early yellow level. He Kai, S-level Superpower, early yellow level. Beijing Medical University of Supernatural Powers, Tan Lu, SS-level Supernatural Power, late yellow level. A passerby, SS-level Supernatural Power, late yellow level. Pedestrian B, S-level Supernatural Power, late yellow level. Passerby C, S-level Supernatural Power, mid-stage yellow rank. Passerby Ding, S-level Supernatural Power, mid-stage yellow level. The game begins. After a set of procedures, the competition begins directly. Fire. Sky Flame. The moment the game started, Lin Mu flew out. Flames kept burning on his body. The moment Lin Mu moved, Tanlo from Beijing Medical University also took action. Heavy rain. 1,000 needles. The next moment, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. In just a moment, countless fine needles fell from the sky, like rain, rushing towards Lin Mu. Oh no! It's poisonous! Chapter 38 Who says doctors like me can't fight? Additional 3. Chapter 38 Who says we doctors can't fight? Oh no! It's poisonous, get out of the way. At the moment the rain of needles fell, Xinqingrui, who possessed the ability to revive all things, discovered that the needles were highly poisonous. The moment he heard Xinqingrui's voice, Lin Mu reacted quickly and hurriedly asked Tian Yan to change direction and rush towards the needle rain. The sky flame cannot withstand the rain of needles, but it can burn away the poison on the rain of needles. Fire! Fire Phoenix! The next moment, Lin Mu shouted softly, and the sky flame that had already burned away the poison on the rain of needles instantly turned into a phoenix rising from the ashes and flew towards Tan Lu. At this moment, Chenjin, Zhang Chenyang, and He Yikai on the other side also met the three people from Beijing Medical University. Beijing Medical University, the remaining contestant, like Xinxingrui, has healing abilities. Sword breaking style. Chenjin shouted loudly, then held the sword of all beings across his body, swept his left hand across the sword, and slashed at Passerby A. The next moment, Passerby A did not dodge or evade. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he rushed straight towards Chenjin. Suddenly, Chenjin felt as if his arm was bitten by a mosquito. He looked again and found that a passerby had thrown a silver needle and stuck it into Chenjin's arm. Passerby A was also cut off the stage by Chenjin's sword. Heavenly needle formation. On the other side, Tanla looked at the fire phoenix that was so close to him, and without any hesitation, countless silver needles appeared in his hand. The next moment, countless silver needles shot up into the sky and instantly wrapped around the fire phoenix. The wrapped fire phoenix was unable to move for a moment and barked weakly. Hidden sword style. After killing Passerby A, Chenjin did not choose to help Lin Mu, but rushed straight towards Passerby Ding, a lone healing psychic from Beijing Medical University. For some reason, the lone passerby did not feel scared when he saw Chenjin running towards him, but instead looked excited. The next moment, Chenjin still chopped down the passerby Ding with a sword, and then felt a pain in his leg. When I looked, I found that a silver needle had appeared on my leg without me noticing. Without thinking much, Chenjin rushed towards Passerby B who was fighting with Zhang Chenyang. Time stop. When Zhang Chenyang saw Chenjin rushing towards him, he instantly stopped time and threw it at Passerby B. Sword breaking style. The next moment, Chenjin slashed Passerby B off the stage with another sword. This time, Chenjin felt a pain in his abdomen and found another silver needle. You go help He Yikai, and I'll help Lin Mu. After Chenjin said something to Zhang Chenyang, he turned his gaze to Xinxingrui who was not far away. Xinxingrui understood instantly. The next moment, an emerald green bead appeared in his hand. All things are revived. As Xinxingrui's voice fell, the rest of the people from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers began to glow green. Replenishes mental strength and fatigue. Only Chenjin felt that the green light had no effect on him. At this time, Chenjin no longer had time to think so much, because Tanla suddenly ran towards him. You guys deserve to lose. Suddenly, Tanla stopped and chuckled. Then he put his hands together, raised them above his head, and kept saying something. Just as Chenjin was about to make his move, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and black fog rose over the competition stage. Oh no! Why can't I move? At this moment, Chenjin suddenly found that he was standing still and unable to move. It's those silver needles. In just a moment, Chenjin understood everything. No wonder they all felt a sense of relief that their mission was accomplished when they stepped down. On the competition stage, the black fog became more and more, gradually obscuring everyone's vision. Who says doctors like me can't fight? Suddenly, Tanli's voice was heard from the black fog. Chenjin wanted to ask others to step back, but he couldn't speak. Puff! Suddenly, a needle as long as a chopstick pierced Chenjin's abdomen. Don't worry, you won't die. It will just make you lose your ability to fight. Tanla pulled out the long needle from Chenjin's abdomen, threw down a few words, and then disappeared into the black fog. Everyone retreat. Lin Mu's sea of fire will be covered in black mist. He Yikai will protect Xinxingrui. Zhang Chenyang will cooperate with Lin Mu. Xinxingqiu will treat everyone according to the situation. Suddenly, Chenjin made a sound without opening his mouth. Hearing Chenjin's voice, Tanlu was stunned for a moment. He did not turn back to look for Chenjin, but slowly approached Xinxingrui with the help of the black mist. Fire! Endless sea of fire! The moment he heard Chenjin's voice, Lin Mu did not hesitate at all. Flames instantly ignited on her body, and her eyes glowed red, as if the goddess of fire had come to the world, noble and majestic. The next moment, the sea of fire around Lin Mu seemed endless and rushed towards the black fog on the competition stage. Xinxingrui, be careful! Suddenly, Lin Mu shouted. Just now, under the illumination of the sea of fire, Lin Mu saw a figure running towards Xinxingrui. Resurrection of all things. Plant shield. Xinxingrui reacted extremely quickly, and in just a moment, she was wrapped up by countless vines. Muscles bursting. Body of steel. He Yikai on the side also shouted loudly, and then all the muscles in his body were covered with a layer of iron sheet, as if they were indestructible. Just as Xin Rui and others were resisting Tan Lo, Chen Jin finally broke free from control and was able to move. System, thank you for what I did just now, otherwise something terrible would have happened. Chen Jin took out the healing medicine he bought from the system mall, sprinkled it on the wound on his abdomen, and then spoke to the system. It turned out that the sentence just now was not said by Chen Jin, but was spoken by the system imitating Chen Jin's voice. Bite. Imitate the host's voice, system points 1000. Damn. You're amazing. That's 1000 points. Chen Jin complained, then stood up and ran toward Xin Rui. It's useless. My silver needle can pierce anything. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Xin Rui's ears. The moment she heard the voice, Xin Rui was startled. She never expected that the grass shield she used as a trump card could not withstand Tan Li's silver needle. Bang! Just when Tan Lu was about to stab Xin Rui with the silver needle, Heikai suddenly rushed over. Tan Lu was unable to react and was knocked away in an instant. Humph, it's just a meaningless struggle. After stabilizing himself, Tan Lu snorted coldly. Not far away, Lin Mu was also rushing over here. Sword formation. Suddenly, Tan Lu shouted loudly, and all the silver needles that had fallen on the ground flew into the sky, and then stabbed towards the position where Xin Rui and Heikai were. Get out! Chapter 39 Generous Rewards. Chapter 39 Generous Rewards. Get out! After Tan Lu finished speaking, countless silver needles in the sky pierced Xin Rui and Heikai. Seeing this, Xin Rui and Heikai could only close their eyes helplessly. Suddenly, two voices came from the black fog. Time stop. Stand still. Shadow clone. Sonic slash. The next moment, the silver needle that had reached the heads of Xin Rui and the other person suddenly stopped moving and floated in the sky. It's you who should be punished. At this moment, Tan Lu suddenly heard a low sound of rain beside his ears. Tan Lu turned his head suddenly and was immediately startled. I saw three identical Chen Jins, holding the sword of all living beings, with the tip of the sword of all living beings only a finger's distance away from Tan Lu. Heh, no wonder everyone says you're a monster. Well, I'm not as good as you. You win. But you're the only one I lost to. If it were someone else, the first place in this ranking competition would definitely go to Beijing Medical University. Tan Lu seemed to have accepted his fate, made a self-deprecating remark, and then yelled at Chen Jin at the top of his lungs. There's no rule in the world that says doctors have to stay behind the scenes and treat everyone. Similarly, there's no rule that says healers can't charge into battle. But you have to know that our Dragon Nation has no shortage of ambitious men, and even more so, no shortage of the courage to charge into battle. They only fear that if they get injured, they won't get treatment and won't be able to return to the battlefield. At this moment, Chen Jin put away the sword of all beings, looked at Tan Lu in front of him, and spoke word by word. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Tan Lu was suddenly stunned. But, I want to charge into battle and defend my country. I want to fight the monsters to the end. You can, and I believe you can, but I can see that your ability is actually a healing ability. So, you can definitely make use of your natural superpowers and choose to be a military doctor. You can still fight on the front lines. Think about it yourself. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he picked up the sword of all beings and walked towards the black fog. Lin Mu. Help me. The fourth move of the Huaqing basic sword technique, Hurricane Sword. Chen Jin held the sword of all beings tightly in both hands, raised it above his head, and then slashed forward fiercely. The next moment, the sword flashed out instantly, and wherever it passed, wind and clouds surged. Fire! Burn! Following Lin Mu's light shout, a flame chased after Chen Jin's sword light. The moment the flames collided with the sword light, there was an explosion, and the waves covered the entire competition venue. Immediately afterwards, the black fog on the competition stage gradually dissipated with the wind and waves. When the black fog dissipated, the referee looked at the dazed Tan Lu and then spoke. Congratulations to Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers for defeating Beijing Medical University of Supernatural Powers and winning first place in this ranking competition. As the referee's voice fell, the audience instantly boiled over. I knew Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers would be first this time. Bullshit. I just heard you say you were optimistic about Beijing Medical University. Huaqing. I love you. You're awesome. Please lower the score. Chen Jin. Chen Jin. Chen Jin. Goddess Lin Mu. You are my god. Xinxing Rui. Stick to me. By the way, the Beijing Medical University of Supernatural Powers is indeed quite good. I calculated that they have lasted longer than the original Supernatural Power Unit. Yes, it's really amazing that 5 healers fought like this. Beijing Medical University, I'm not going to Huaqing anymore. Can you recruit me? On the competition stage, Chen Jin and others gathered together. It feels like a dream that we can win the championship. Zhang Chenyang said in disbelief. Tisk, from the beginning, I felt we would definitely win the championship. After all, we have a tank like me. He Kai on the side curled his lips and spoke. It's said that the first place prize is 1 million. Adding the money we got before, we can buy a lot of training resources. At this time, Xin Xingrui was counting on her fingers as she spoke, obviously thinking about how to spend the bonus. Most importantly, we have a chance to enter the secret realm of Dragon Country. Chen Jin looked at the 4 people, and there was some excitement in his words. As far as I know, there are countless opportunities and treasures in the secret realm. I even heard that there are high-level supernatural awakening stones in it. It can even allow ordinary people to instantly gain SSS-level superpowers. Lin Mu, who had always been taciturn, spoke a long string of words as soon as he opened his mouth. According to Chen Jin's recollection, this seemed to be the most Lin Mu had ever said. This time, prioritize obtaining the awakening stone. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he looked at the 4 people around him and nodded at the same time. Let's welcome the first place winner of this ranking competition, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Just as Chen Jin and others were discussing, the host Bing Bing shouted loudly from the podium. Let's go. Chen Jin said this lightly, and then the 5 of them walked towards the podium. Okay, then let's welcome the second and third place finishers of this ranking competition. They are, respectively, the Beijing Medical University of Supernatural Powers and the Supernatural Powers Force. As Bing Bing's voice fell, 5 people from Beijing Medical University of Superpowers and 5 people from the Superpower Corps walked onto the podium at the same time. Okay, next, let's invite this ranking competition's chief coordinator, also the director of the Ability Bureau, Ling Yun, Elder Ling, to present the awards to the 3 teams. The next moment, a white-haired old man wearing the uniform of the Superpower Bureau appeared from the void and stood in front of Chen Jin and others. Well done, you are all young heroes, keep up the good work. As Ling Yun spoke, he glanced at the crowd. When he saw Chen Jin, he was suddenly stunned for a moment, then pretended nothing had happened and turned to look at the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Ling Yun. I declare that this year's college ranking competition has come to a successful conclusion. As Ling Yun finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. The applause lasted for more than a minute before Ling Yun stretched out his hand and pressed in the air. After the applause died down, Ling Yun continued speaking. First, the third place winner will be rewarded with a special power unit, 500,000 cash, and a ton of training resources. They will also be eligible to train in a secret realm for 3 days. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, exclamations came from the audience. 1 ton of cultivation resources is enough to push a D-level ability awakener to the heavenly level. Please be patient, next up is the second place, Beijing Medical University. Reward, 800,000 cash, 2 tons of training resources, and the qualification to go to the secret realm for 5 days of training. If the rewards of the Superpower Troop are surprising, then the rewards of the Beijing Medical Superpower University are enough to make people drop their jaws. Next, it's the first place, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. When they heard that Ling Yun was going to present an award to Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, the originally noisy audience seats suddenly became quiet. They all wanted to see what kind of incredible resources could be given to Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. The reward is Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, 1 million cash, and 5 tons of training resources. You will also be eligible to go to the secret realm for 7 days of training. After Ling Yun finished speaking, everyone in front of the live broadcast on TV in the stadium could no longer sit still. Because the resources Ling Yun provided were simply too many. Chapter 40 Tianyuan Secret Realm. Chapter 40 Tianyuan Secret Realm. Here, this is the key to the secret realm. Your principal will take you there when the time comes. Come on, young man. Ling Yun waved his hand, and 15 crystal clear white jades fell into the hands of the 15 contestants who received the awards. Then, Ling Yun smiled at Chen Jin and disappeared on the spot. When Chen Jin saw Ling Yun smiling at him, he was stunned. Why does it feel like his smile contains relief? Chen Jin muttered. He clearly felt relieved in Ling Yan's smile, but he had no recollection of meeting Ling Yan before. What are you standing there for? Go back to school. Just when Chen Jin was in a daze, suddenly an old voice brought Chen Jin back to his senses. Chen Jin looked up and found that Guo Jinlong had arrived at the podium without him noticing. Guo Jinlong stretched out his finger and pointed at Chen Jin and the other four. The next moment, Guo Jinlong, Chen Jin, and the other four disappeared instantly. After a moment of weightlessness, when Chen Jin opened his eyes, he found that he and the others had arrived at the gate of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. I believe you have already obtained the key to the secret realm. Then, without further delay, let's go in today. As far as I know, a great opportunity has appeared in the secret realm in the past few days. If you are lucky enough to obtain it, it will surely usher in an era. Guo Jinlong became more and more excited as he spoke, as if Chen Jin and the others had already obtained that opportunity. Hey, Principal, why don't you tell us about the secret realm first? In the end, Chen Jin couldn't stand watching Guo Jinlong YY anymore, so he interrupted him. Good. Guo Jinlong came back to his senses, realized his gaffe, straightened his expression and continued speaking. The secret realm, the full name is Tianyuan's secret realm. It appeared in the territory of Dragon Country when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived. Later, 10 heavenly grade blacksmiths in the country worked together to create 100 keys to enter the Tianyuan secret realm, which are the white jades you hold in your hands. Of course, what you have in your hands is only disposable, and after you use it, it will just be an ordinary jade stone. Guo Jinlong said this, pointing to the crystal clear white jade in Chen Jin's hand. Then how should we look for opportunities after we enter the Tianyuan secret realm? Chen Jin nodded and asked the question in his mind. This is what I'm going to say next. You guys must remember it well. The Tianyuan secret realm is divided into 4 areas: wind, thunder, snow, and fire. And after you teleport in, you won't be teleported together. Of course, it's not impossible for you to be teleported together. As for opportunities, often, the most dangerous places have the best opportunities. When you see high-level mutant beasts, it means there must be good resources nearby. Guo Jinlong patiently told Chen Jin and the other 4 everything about the secret realm. Principal, if we are not teleported together, can we cross the area and go to another area to look for them? At this time, Xin Xingrui suddenly asked. Guo Jinlong looked at Xin Xingrui in surprise, then nodded slightly and said, Of course you can, but it's not recommended because it's time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there are also very high risks. At the junction of regions, there are often very powerful supernatural beasts living there. However, Chen Jin and Lin Mu, you two can try to find teammates across regions. Guo Jinlong said this and looked at Chen Jin and Lin Mu. Everyone present understood that what Guo Jinlong meant was that if you don't have the ability, just stay in your own area. Thinking of this, Xin Xingrui, Zhang Chenyang and He Kai all made up their minds to find a good opportunity in the Tianyuan secret realm. Oh, the most important thing is, when you encounter irresistible danger, you can crush the white jade in your hand. Then no matter where you are, you will be teleported out instantly. Have you remembered everything? Soon, after Guo Jinlong finished talking about the precautions of the Tianyuan secret realm, he asked loudly to Chen Jin and the other 4. Remember. Chen Jin and the other 4 said in unison. Okay, let's go. Guo Jinlong put his hands together and then punched the sky. The next moment, cracks appeared in the sky. Be safe. Guo Jinlong shouted loudly, then swung his right arm and threw Chen Jin and the other 4 into the crack in the sky. No passers-by noticed all this, because Guo Jinlong had set up an invisible formation nearby from the beginning. In the crack, Chen Jin closed his eyes tightly, feeling his body bumping around and being electrocuted. Thump! 2 minutes later, Chen Jin suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. After opening his eyes, he fell directly from a high altitude to the ground. Ouch, it feels like my butt is split into 8 pieces. After resting for a while, Chen Jin stood up and rubbed his buttocks, still feeling very painful. Only then did Chen Jin begin to take in the surroundings. According to the principal's description, this should be a minefield. It's not that Chen Jin is smart and can tell where this is at a glance. Instead, not far from Chen Jin, countless lightning bolts were pouring down from the sky. Is it coming this way? Chen Jin looked at the thunder and lightning not far away, and felt that it was getting closer and closer. Oh my god, it's really here, this thing can move. After realizing what was happening, Chen Jin ran away. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Fight the lightning swarm head-on and be rewarded with an S-level ability, Lightning. Be a coward, run fast, and be rewarded with the title, A Coward's Life. Just as Chen Jin kept running, the system voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. Fuck, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Be a coward, I just want to live. Chen Jin chose the second task without any hesitation. Bite. Congratulations to the host for choosing to confront the lightning group head-on. Come on. Chen Jin? Are you okay? Are you okay? This was the only thought in Chen Jin's mind at the moment. How can I fight back? That lightning looks thicker than me. How can I fight back? At this time, Chen Jin stopped and asked the system with tears in his eyes. Bite. Don't be afraid, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. In the first wave, you can either become rich or start a new life. Mom, it's easy for you to say that. I tell you, it was your own choice. If you insist that I go for it, then you have to pay more. Due to the slightly higher difficulty of the mission, the rewards are being reset. Bite. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with S-level supernatural lightning and system points plus 20,000. That's right. Chen Jin listened to the system's voice and praised it. With these 20,000 points, I can pay off my debt. Chen Jin thought to himself, then turned and looked at the group of lightning that was slowly moving towards here. Fuck. I'm going all out. Chapter 41 I Really Admire You, Old 6 Additional 1. Chapter 41 I Really Admire You, Old 6. Boom. Boom. In the Tianyuan secret realm, in the minefield, thunder continued to rage, and the entire ground was bumpy and charred. Fuck. I'm going all out. Chen Jin looked at the group of thunder and lightning that had moved in front of him, shouted loudly, and then rushed towards the group of thunder and lightning. The moment he entered the lightning group, a lightning bolt as thick as a finger fell and hit Chen Jin. Thump! In just a moment, Chen Jin was knocked to the ground, with electric current flashing on his body. Oh my god. It hurts so much. After a while, Chen Jin finally came to his senses. For some unknown reason, after Chen Jin entered the lightning group that was originally moving suddenly stopped moving. At this moment, a bad feeling flashed through Chen Jin's mind. Chen Jin raised his head slightly and looked upwards, only to see a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm rushing towards him. Pinch mom. Chen Jin was so scared that he cursed and then ran away. As Chen Jin shouted and cursed, the group of thunder and lightning seemed to have become conscious and began to chase Chen Jin. Chen Jin looked back while running. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but when he did, he was instantly shocked. Originally there was only one lightning bolt chasing him, but now there are 10 lightning bolts shooting towards him. The thickest one is as thick as a calf. Fuck. I'm not running anymore. I'm so frustrated. The next moment, Chen Jin stopped and looked at the lightning that was coming. All beings are equal. Chen Jin shouted loudly. The next moment, 10 lightning bolts struck Chen Jin directly. Boom. In an instant, smoke rose up around. Chen Jin's figure also disappeared in the smoke. However, the lightning group did not leave at this time, and was still waiting in the air for an attack. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a few coughs were heard in the smoke. The next moment, Chen Jin walked out of the smoke with his mouth covered. You're trying to kill me. Even after using equality for all, it still hurts. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, all the clothes on Chen Jin's body had turned into strips of cloth, and there were sparks on the torn parts. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hard fight against the lightning group. Reward, S-level supernatural power lightning, system points plus 20,000. Chen Jin, who was about to complain, smiled instantly after hearing the system's voice. That's really good, really good. As Chen Jin spoke, he ran out of the lightning group. Bite. Trigger system task. Provoke a group of lightning and fight back to receive a reward of SS-level supernatural power thunder. System points plus 30,000. Escape now, and reward the host's brother with 3 years of shame. Chen Jin, who had already stepped half a foot out of the lightning group, paused after hearing the voice of the system. Then he quietly retracted the half foot that he had extended to praise. I really admire you, old 6. Chen Jin shouted in grief and anger. Convex 0 convex. Bite. Congratulations to the host for choosing to provoke the lightning group and fight back. Chen-Jin. You old bitch, come down and fuck me if you can. That's all? That's all? 10 lightning bolts, who are you looking down on? The next moment, Chen-Jin suddenly put his left hand on his waist, pointed his right finger at the thunderclouds in the sky that were ready to strike, and shouted. After Chen-Jin's voice was heard, the thunder and lightning in the thunderclouds in the sky obviously stopped for a moment. The next moment, the thunderclouds rumbled, and more thunder and lightning appeared around. Forehead. It seems some of them have made a fortune. Chen-Jin looked at the increasing number of thunder and lightning in the sky, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. Suddenly, lightning in the thundercloud descended instantly and fell towards Chen-Jin. Damn it! I'm going to die. Looking at the countless lightning bolts flying towards him, the sword of all living beings instantly appeared in Chen-Jin's hand. All beings are equal. Sword breaking style. Hidden sword style. Sonic slash. In just a moment, Chen-Jin threw out all his moves as if they were free. 3 sword strikes only managed to cut off 1/3 of the lightning. Let's go all out. Shadow clone. The next moment, Xiao He appeared instantly, holding the black sword of all living beings in his hand, looking at the lightning that had reached mid-air. Hurricane slash. Chen-Jin held the sword of all beings in both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed at the lightning group in the air. Xiao He beside him did the same thing. The next moment, 2 sword lights, one white and one black, accompanied by countless wind and waves, slashed towards the lightning group in the air. Bang! The moment the sword light collided with the lightning, it exploded directly. Tisk, that's it? Chen-Jin looked at the explosion in the air and said something with disdain. At this moment, Xiao He beside him suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck Chen-Jin, who was completely unprepared. Little. Black. Damn it, don't tell me. After being struck by lightning, Chen-Jin's clothes instantly burned to ashes, and Chen-Jin's hair also disappeared. At this moment, Chen-Jin looked like a smooth boiled egg. Suddenly, thunderclouds flashed in the sky. Is it mocking me? Chen-Jin was suddenly stunned, and then muttered to himself. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, provoking the lightning group and fighting back. Reward, SS Superpower Thunder, system points plus 30,000. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Chen-Jin's mind, and Chen-Jin ignored Lei Yun. After taking out a set of clothes from the system space and changing into them, Chen-Jin walked out of the lightning group without looking back. Bite. You better be busy. As soon as the system voice sounded, Chen-Jin quickly interrupted. Bite. Mandatory mission is now open. Subdue the lightning baby in the thundercloud and be rewarded with an SSS-level supernatural power Thunder King and plus 50,000 system points. If you fail, everything the host has now will be taken back. Looking at the lightning group's nearby edge, Chen-Jin couldn't help but regret not using the extreme shadow step to run out. Okay, you win. You just want me to be struck by lightning. At this moment, Chen-Jin had to compromise. Hey, Thunder Baby, come out and talk. Chen-Jin put his hands on his hips and shouted at the thunderclouds in the sky. The next moment, the lightning in the thundercloud slowly formed a huge question mark. Come with me, I'll teach you how to shock people every day. Chen-Jin continued to speak loudly. Just now, the system told Chen-Jin that the Thunder Baby's favorite thing is to electrocute people, and it takes this for fun and survives. Sure enough, when Chen-Jin said this, a small head filled with lightning popped out from the thundercloud. Are you sure? Thunder Baby's voice and appearance are seriously inconsistent. He has the appearance of a 3-year-old child and the voice of an 80-year-old man. Of course, you can electrocute as many people as you want. Chen-Jin said seriously to the Thunder Baby. Isn't this just free thugs? Chen-Jin couldn't help but think in his heart. Okay, I promise you, but if you don't take me with you, I'll shock you. The Thunder Baby believed Chen-Jin's words and jumped down from the thundercloud as he spoke. The moment the lightning baby jumped down, the originally dark thunderclouds instantly turned white and drifted away. Chapter 42, Mysterious Cave Additional Chapter 2. Chapter 42, Mysterious Cave. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mandatory task and taming the lightning baby in the thundercloud. Reward, SSS-level supernatural power Lightning King. System points plus 50,000. After the Thunder Baby jumped down, it rushed straight towards Chen-Jin. Chen-Jin did not dodge, but directly caught the lightning baby. Only at this moment did Chen Jin see the appearance of the Thunder Baby clearly. The body and appearance of a 3-year-old child were covered with lightning flashing constantly. Suddenly, the Thunder Baby smiled at Chen Jin. Sizzle, sizzle. The next moment, the lightning on the Thunder Baby instantly wrapped up Chen Jin. In just a moment, Chen Jin felt numb and weak all over. After a while, Chen Jin finally recovered. The Thunder Baby was standing aside, watching Chen Jin clapping and laughing. Damn it, can I still let a little brat like you bully me? Chen Jin stood up and carried the Thunder Baby directly on his shoulders. Snap, snap, snap. The next moment, he spanked Thunder Baby's butt. The Lightning Baby was not to be outdone and instantly released the lightning on his body. All beings are equal. The moment Chen Jin felt the thunder and lightning, he shouted loudly. In an instant, a layer of faint space waves covered Chen Jin and the Thunder Baby. After the waves covered, the Lightning Baby's lightning hit Chen Jin, just like tickling him. Snap. 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 Chen Jin's hand was still spanking Thunder Baby's butt. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Finally, the Thunder Baby surrendered under Chen Jin's palm. Little guy, I can't punish you. Let's go. Chen Jin clapped his hands and then walked deeper into the minefield. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment Chen Jin turned his head, Thunder Baby put away his aggrieved expression, looked obscene, and then pointed his white and tender fingers at Chen Jin. Ah. Fuck. I'm telling you, you're dead. 10 minutes later, on the Minefield Valley Road. The clothes on Chen Jin had changed into something else, and Thunder Baby was following behind Chen Jin, covering his swollen but with a look of grievance. Are you sure there's a treasure in here? Chen Jin glanced at the barren valley around him, then turned to look at the Thunder Baby. When Thunder Baby saw Chen Jin looking at him, he nodded slightly and then pointed to the sky above the valley. Chen Jin looked in the direction of Thunder Baby's finger and found that the sky there was much darker than the surrounding areas. Okay, let's go. By the way, let's give you a name, Xiaodian. Chen Jin spoke to himself. He didn't notice the look in Thunder Baby's eyes when he heard his name, as if he wanted to stab him. Xiaodian, follow. Hearing Chen Jin's call, Xiaodian could only follow helplessly. Is this the place? Chen Jin stood beside a dark cave and looked back at Xiaodian, who was panting. Yes. Xiaodian took a few deep breaths before answering. Okay, let's go in and see what good treasures there are. Chen Jin was ready to go towards the cave. Wait a minute. Just then, Xiaodian spoke. This cave has been surrounded by thunder and lightning for years, so it must be filled with countless lightning bolts right now. If you go in directly like this, you will definitely be torn to pieces by the lightning inside. Hearing Xiaodian's words, Chen Jin was stunned, and then felt a little annoyed. I didn't even think of such a simple thing. Then how can we get in? Chen Jin asked Xiaodian. Since Xiaodian said it, there must be a way. It's okay for me to tell you, but you have to let me stand on your shoulders because I walk too slowly. Xiaodian said this with a proud look on her face, but her eyes were evasive when she looked at Chen Jin. I didn't think it was a big deal. Why are you so hesitant? Come on up. After hearing Xiaodian's words, Chen Jin agreed immediately, then half squatted down and waited for Xiaodian to come up. Seeing this, Xiaodian did not hesitate, stepped on Chen Jin's back, and finally sat on his shoulders. Hold on tight, I'm not responsible if you fall. Chen Jin said lightly. Who holds you responsible? Thunder Shield. Xiaodian just let out a soft shout. The next moment, the lightning that originally surrounded Xiaodian all turned into a protective shield, covering Chen Jin and Xiaodian. Okay, let's go. After seeing Xiaodian finish his work, Chen Jin walked straight towards the cave. After Chen Jin and Xiaodian disappeared in the cave, a light blue wolf covered in lightning appeared at the entrance. After the wolf looked at the cave entrance, a hint of murderous intent flashed in its eyes, and then it disappeared. Inside the cave, illuminated by a small electric thunder shield, Chen Jin could barely see the road clearly. Sword breaking style. Suddenly, Chen Jin felt his heart skip a beat, and he instinctively swung out with the sword of all living beings in his hand. He. After the sword flashed out, only a scream was heard. After hearing the screams, Chen Jin couldn't help but frown. As far as he could remember, he had never heard any animal make such a sound. Xiaodian, what could be in here? Have no idea. Xiaodian on his shoulder just shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Be careful. After Chen Jin said this, he continued to walk into the cave. Tick-tock. Sizzle. In the cave, the sound of dripping water and thunder and lightning came one after another. At this moment, Shinjin felt slightly relieved in his heart. If there was no thunder baby, he would definitely be dead if he came in. Woohoo! Suddenly, a beast roar came from the cave. The moment he heard the beast's roar, Shinjin directly held the sword of all living beings across his chest, waiting for the arrival of the mutant beast. Just as Shinjin was looking around with the faint light of the thunder shield, suddenly a huge claw slapped towards Shinjin. Sonic slash. In just a moment, Shinjin reacted, slashed at the beast's claw with a sword, and then retreated violently. Only then did Shinjin see the appearance of the mutant beast clearly. I saw the strange beast with a bare body and a tiger head, its eyes were red, and there was a weak electric current on its body. Bite. A supernatural beast has been detected. A rank supernatural beast. Tiger bear. Offensive and defensive, immensely powerful. Equivalent to a late-stage human Xian level cultivator. A level superpowered beast, it's a bit troublesome. When Shinjin heard the system's voice, he immediately felt something was wrong. Roar. At this moment, the tiger bear roared at Shinjin, and then pounced on Shinjin fiercely. The huge claws were like a shovel, smashing towards Shinjin. Extreme shadow step. Shinjin shouted softly and immediately moved away. Still almost got hit by the beast's claws. After Shinjin dodged, the tiger bear slapped the ground with its claws, instantly making a small hole in the ground. When he came in, Shinjin even chopped the ground with his sword, leaving only a trace of sword mark. Looking at the small hole on the ground, Shinjin frowned slightly. Then let's try out a new ability. Chapter 43 Thunderstone Additional 3. Chapter 43 Thunderstone. I just got a new power, so I'll use you to test the waters. Shinjin looked at the thick-skinned tiger bear and said lightly. The next moment, Shinjin closed his eyes slightly and opened his arms. Then, it slowly floated up. At this moment, the lightning in the cave rushed towards Shinjin like crazy. Xiaodian, who was sitting on Shinjin's shoulder, was extremely surprised when he saw the scene. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Countless lightning bolts surged towards Shinjin, but Shinjin did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. As the thunder and lightning became more and more intense, Shinjin finally opened his eyes. After Shinjin opened his eyes, he looked at the tiger bear whose eyes were red and trembling. Thunder kill. Shinjin pointed at Hu Xiong and whispered. The next moment, countless lightning bolts pierced through the tiger bear's body like a sharp blade. After the tiger and bear fell to the ground, the lightning around Shinjin dissipated instantly. Was that just an illusion? Shinjin looked at the tiger and bear corpses on the ground and muttered. Just now, when the lightning passed through the tiger bear's body, Shinjin discovered that the tiger bear's originally red eyes had become normal. Shinjin even saw a hint of relief in Hu Xiong's eyes. Forget it, let's move on. Shinjin said this lightly, and then continued to walk deeper into the cave. You can use thunder and lightning? At this moment, Xiaodian, who was sitting on Shinjin's shoulder, asked. A little. After Shinjin said this, he stopped talking. Seeing this, Xiaodian didn't say anything else. As Shinjin went deeper into the cave, the thunder and lightning around him became more and more frequent. Don't you need to bring out your thunder shield yet? Just then, Shinjin suddenly spoke. Don't you have lightning powers? After hearing what Shinjin said, Xiaodian shuddered unconsciously and then replied. Does this have anything to do with your use of thunder shield? Without. Immediately afterwards, Xiaodian released the thunder shield again. Squeak. Suddenly, a mutant rat jumped out from the darkness and pounced on Shinjin. Shinjin immediately discovered that the mutant rat's eyes were as red as those of the tiger and bear. After killing the mutant rat with one sword, Shinjin sat on the ground and looked at the sword of all living beings in his hand. After a while, Shinjin turned his head slightly and looked at Xiaodian. Tell me, what on earth did you intend to do by tricking me here? I don't understand what you're saying. After hearing Shinjin's words, Xiaodian said something lightly, but avoided his gaze and did not dare to look at Shinjin. I've always been confused about the tiger and bear thing. Logically speaking, tigers and bears cannot live in such a dark, damp, and lightning-filled place. When I saw the tiger bear's red eyes, I thought it was due to the repression and anger caused by living here for a long time. When Shinjin said this, Xiaodian had already jumped off his shoulder and stood opposite Shinjin. Well, I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Xiaodian put his hands on his hips and said angrily. So, why did you bring me here? Chen Jin looked at Xiaodian in front of him with an expressionless face. It's nothing actually, I didn't lie to you, there are indeed treasures here. But whether you can get it or not is your own problem. As for the tiger bear and the mutant rat, I was simply mad at you for spanking me. As Xiaodian spoke, he covered his butt with his hands. Chen Jin. Good man, I thought you were going to kill me here, but you didn't expect it to be just because of this? How petty. Chen Jin thought to himself, then looked at Xiaodian. Well, in that case, let's write off everything that happened before. Take me to find the treasure. By the way, where is the treasure? Chen Jin asked Xiaodian in confusion. I've been here for so long, and there's nothing but water droplets and lightning. Cough. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Xiaodian coughed lightly and his eyes were a little evasive. Actually, it's in Tiger Bear's stomach. I didn't expect you to not notice it. Xiaodian spoke guiltily, not daring to look at Chen Jin. Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this and was speechless. After a while, Chen Jin and Xiaodian returned along the same route and came to the corpse of Tiger Bear. Go get it. Chen Jin said after kicking Xiaodian. Xiaodian didn't dare to resist, so he could only step forward obediently, put his hand into the tiger bear's belly, and began to feel around. Why? Why is it gone? After touching it for a while, Xiaodian suddenly shouted. Stand up. Sword breaking style. After hearing this, Chen Jin pushed Xiaodian away and then slashed at the tiger bear's body with a sword. In just a moment, the tiger bear's body exploded and scattered on the ground. Chen Jin couldn't help but frown as he looked at the broken pieces on the ground. Are you sure you put it in there? Sure. Hearing Xiaodian's affirmative answer, Chen Jin was immediately confused. Roar. Just then, a wolf howl came from the cave entrance. Damn. It must have taken it away. Chen Jin reacted instantly, threw Xiaodian on his shoulder, and then ran out. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, he saw a blue wolf beast staring at him. Bite. Warn. S-level mutant wolf beast. The host is irresistible, please escape as soon as possible. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. S-class supernatural beast. Around mid-earth level. Chen Jin judged the strength of the wolf beast in an instant. You, give my things back to me quickly. Suddenly, Xiaodian on Chen Jin's shoulder pointed at the black stone in the wolf beast's mouth and said. When Chen Jin heard this, he looked over and also discovered the stone in the wolf's mouth. Bite. Rare treasure detected. SSS-level supernatural power lightning king advancement stone, thunder stone. Chen Jin, who had originally planned to run away, suddenly lit up his eyes after hearing the system's voice, and looked at the thunderstone like a hungry wolf. When the wolf saw Chen Jin's gaze, it unconsciously took a step back. For a moment, the wolf beast couldn't tell who was human and who was wolf. System, give me a mission, I want to complete it. Bite. Release mandatory tasks. Snatch the thunderstone from the wolf beast's mouth and be rewarded with +1 secret realm treasure point. After hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin was stunned at first, and then suddenly became ecstatic. Xiaodian, remember to help me later. After Chen Jin said something to Xiaodian, he rushed towards the wolf beast with the sword of all living beings. Sword breaking style. Chen Jin shouted softly, and the sword of all living beings in his hand slashed out instantly. The sword light hit the wolf beast directly. A cloud of dust rose instantly. Chen Jin naturally wouldn't think that the wolf beast died just like that. Then all living beings raised the sword above their heads and slashed fiercely towards the location where the wolf beast was. Hurricane slash. The sword light wrapped in the strong wind flew towards the wolf beast. Bang! The moment the sword landed on the ground, it exploded. Chapter 44, You Want to Fight Me? Additional 4. Chapter 44, You Little Bastard, You Want to Fight Me? Chen Jin looked at the explosion in front of him and did not attack again. If the wolf beast ran away, his attack would be wasted. After a while, the dust settled and the wolf's figure gradually emerged. Chen Jin looked over and discovered that there were 2 sword marks on the wolf beast's side, indicating that his previous attack had not hit the wolf beast at all. At this moment, the wolf beast sat down with the thunderstone in its mouth, looking at Chen Jin with disdain in its eyes. Chen Jin saw 2 words from the wolf's eyes. That's it? Damn it! A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Chen Jin shouted loudly, and the next moment, he soared into the sky. The thunder in the sky instantly rushed towards Chen Jin. Thunder rises from the nine heavens ridge, and darkness arises from the red earth. Chen Jin shouted loudly, and the next moment, a head of white hair grew on his bald head. The clothes on his body also turned into thunder armor, and countless thunders were wrapped around him. Thunder palm! Chen Jin shouted softly. His right hand was instantly engulfed by countless bolts of lightning, until it was the size of a basketball. Die! In just a moment, Chen Jin appeared in front of the wolf beast and instantly threw a punch with the power of thunder. Bang! Before the wolf could react, Chen Jin punched it and knocked it against the rocks behind it. The wolf beast trapped in the rocks suddenly jumped out from the crevice, spit out the thunderstone in its mouth, and roared at Chen Jin. The next moment, Chen Jin felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was 100 meters away from his previous position. I couldn't even see its attack clearly. Chen Jin was suddenly horrified. Bite. Wolf beasts are among the first to mutate space-type supernatural beasts. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. Space system? In Chen Jin's impression, it seems that Guo Jinlong is the only one in Long Country who has spatial abilities. This is a treasure. Chen Jin couldn't help but start to like the wolf beast from the bottom of his heart. The wolf beast looked at Chen Jin and suddenly felt creepy. Roar! He roared again and rushed towards Chen Jin. This time, because of the distance, Chen Jin finally saw the wolf's movements clearly. The wolf beast leaped forward and then disappeared in an instant. When it appeared again, it was 5 meters away from Chen Jin. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. At this moment, Chen Jin stood up instantly and punched out fiercely, colliding with the wolf beast that was charging towards him. Bang! In just a moment, Chen Jin and the wolf beast retreated at the same time. The wolf looked at Chen Jin with its fangs bared. Originally, it regarded Chen Jin as a little kid, but unexpectedly, Chen Jin was a shrewd old man. At this time, the wolf beast had already felt a strong sense of crisis. TSK, I don't know why, but after awakening the SSS-level superpower, the Lightning King, every time I use my superpower, I want to yell some Chuyuni lines. Chen Jin rubbed his forehead helplessly. The next moment, he stood up again and rushed towards the wolf. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. His right hand rushed towards the wolf beast with countless thunder power. Roar! The wolf beast was also unwilling to be outdone. It roared angrily and charged towards Chen Jin again. The moment the two collided, they exploded, sending up clouds of smoke. After a while, the encounter gradually faded away. The figures of Chen Jin and the wolf beast appeared at the same time. At this moment, Chen Jin's right hand was behind his back, and even though it was clenched, it was still trembling slightly. The wolf beast was not in good condition either. A few strands of blue blood were coming out of its head, and lightning flashed on its body from time to time. Look, I just want that stone. Give it to me and we can just say goodbye, okay? After a stalemate, Chen Jin spoke first. After hearing Chen Jin's words, the wolf beast nodded humanely, then shook its head and rubbed its claws on the stone on the ground. Seeing this, Chen Jin understood instantly. This is asking for benefits from him. System, take a white porcelain bottle and fill it with 1/5 of spiritual fluid. Chen Jin spoke loudly to the system in his heart. Bite. 10,000 system points. Damn. You're taking advantage of someone's misfortune, huh? Just say whether you want to buy it or not and that's it. Purchase. The next moment, a white porcelain bottle appeared in Chen Jin's hand. Chen Jin looked inside and found that it was indeed filled with 1/5 of spiritual liquid, then he walked towards the wolf beast. When the wolf saw Chen Jin walking towards it, it immediately bared its teeth and tried to intimidate Chen Jin. Oh, don't be like that, I'm here to bring you something good. Chen Jin said this while shaking the white porcelain bottle in his hand. Seeing this, the wolf hesitated for a moment, then moved forward a little and began to sniff with its nose. The moment it smelled it, the wolf's eyes lit up and it drooled as it looked at the white porcelain bottle in Chen Jin's hand. I'll give you this, and you give me that stone. Is that okay? Chen Jin shook the white porcelain bottle in his hand, then pointed at the thunderstone not far away. The wolf beast nodded without any hesitation, turned around and went to help Chen Jin get the thunderstone. After the wolf beast brought the thunderstone over, Chen Jin successfully exchanged it with the wolf beast. The moment he got the thunderstone, he threw it into the system backpack. The wolf beast drank up the spiritual liquid in the white porcelain bottle. Then he smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. You little brat, you still wanna fight me? What a pity. If I hadn't had the Tamagotchi, I would have taken you in as a pet. Shinjin looked at the wolf beast, shook his head helplessly, and then walked towards Xiaodian not far away. Let's go, it's time to find other people. After Shinjin said something to Xiaodian, he put Xiaodian on his shoulder and walked towards the border of the area. After Shinjin left, the wolf beast raised its head and looked in the direction where Shinjin disappeared. Then, the wolf beast jumped up on the spot. 2 minutes later, as if it had figured something out, it took a step forward and disappeared into the air. Tianyuan's secret realm, Snowland. A young girl in a white down jacket walks slowly in the snow. I don't know which area Shinjin went to and whether it's safe. The girl was Xin Xingrui. At this moment, Xin Xingrui's pretty face was red from the cold, but she was still beautiful and charming. Ha! Since I came in, I haven't seen a single person, not even a ghost. Xin Xingrui blew on her hands and then complained. Boom, boom. As soon as the complaint died down, the snow ahead suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, Xin Xingrui hurriedly ran back. After running 100 meters, he turned around and looked at the collapsed area. I saw 2 5-meter-tall white-haired giants slowly standing up at the collapsed snowfield. This is a rank supernatural beast, Ice Giant. Chapter 45 Arriving in Time, a hero saves the beauty. Chapter 45 Arriving in Time, saving the beauty like a hero. Oh no! Grandpa once said that if you encounter an ice giant, you must run away with all your might. If you are targeted by the ice giant, unless you are a heavenly rank master, you will definitely die. Xin Xingrui looked panicked and murmured in a low voice. At this moment, Xin Xingrui was hiding behind a huge rock, trying to hide her body as much as possible so as not to be discovered by the 2 ice and snow giants. The ice giant in the distance climbed onto the ground, looked around, and finally left in the opposite direction of Xin Xingrui. After feeling the ground shaking becoming less and less, Xin Xingrui dared to stick her head out from behind the boulder to check. Ha! After seeing the ice and snow giant leave, Xin Xingrui finally breathed a sigh of relief and then collapsed on the snow. Luckily, I didn't come here. I don't want to die here. Xin Xingrui patted her chest and said with lingering fear. Just then, a ball of white snow fell on Xin Xingrui's head. Looking at the snowflakes falling in front of her, Xin Xingrui raised her head slightly. Just one glance was enough to frighten Xin Xingqiu so much that he covered his mouth and backed away repeatedly. It turned out that at some point, an ice and snow giant was standing behind the boulder where Xin Xingrui was hiding, staring at Xin Xingrui. If a ball of snow had not fallen from the ice giant, Xin Xingrui would probably not know how she died. Why did it appear here without any sound? Xin Xingrui was immediately filled with confusion. The ice giant is 5 meters tall, and even the slightest movement would be like an earthquake. Escape! After realizing what was happening, Xin Xingrui instantly stood up and ran away. However, since the ground was covered with snow, every time he took a step, his calves would sink into the snow, making his speed extremely slow. 5 minutes later, Xin Xingrui had only run a little over 100 meters. At this moment, the ice and snow giant who had been standing still slowly turned around and took a step towards Xin Xingrui. This step covered a full 20 meters. When Xin Xingrui felt the ground shaking, she instantly realized that the ice and snow giant was chasing her. Suddenly I felt like crying but had no tears left and could only run forward desperately. Before she had run 10 meters, the ice and snow giant was already standing behind Xin Xingrui. At this moment, Xin Xingrui felt a sudden despair in her heart. However, in just a moment, Xin Xingrui stood up straight and looked directly at the ice and snow giant. The next moment, Xin Xingrui suddenly spoke. Everyone thinks I'm a vase, even I almost think I'm a vase. But, I am the genius of the Xin family. I am an SS-level awakened person. Everyone thinks I'm just a pretty face. Apart from my family, only Shinjin takes me seriously. So, for my family and Shinjin, I can't die. Xin Xingrui shouted at the top of her lungs, and then an emerald green bead appeared in her hand. They say that if you are not at the heavenly rank, don't mess with you. Today, I, Xin Xingrui, will meet you at the late yellow rank. At this moment, Xin Xingrui changed her previous image of a little white rabbit and stared at the ice and snow giant with fighting spirit in her eyes. Everything is revived, and the vines are growing. Xin Xingrui let out a delicate cry, and then the emerald green bead in her hand flew into the air, emitting endless light. The next moment, vines began to grow on the ground that was originally covered with snow. They grew more and all climbed towards the ice and snow giant. Soon, the tall body of the ice giant was wrapped by vines. Looking at the ice giant completely wrapped in vines, Xinxingrui felt happy. But at this moment, a series of cracking sounds came from the ice giant. Xinxingrui looked over and discovered that the vines on the ice and snow giant were beginning to break. Bang! The next moment, countless vines shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. The ice and snow giant still stood there, looking at Xinxingrui, without taking any further action. Everything is revived, and every tree and grass is an enemy. Xinxingrui didn't hesitate and pointed at the emerald green beads in the air. The next moment, the emerald green bead emitted a dazzling light again. At this moment, the vine residues that were originally scattered on the snow all gathered together and formed more than a dozen straw men. Go! As Xinxingrui's voice fell, the straw man's eyes suddenly opened, emitting a green light. Then he attacked the ice giant. The ice giant still did not react and allowed the straw man to attack him. 2 minutes later, the ice giant seemed to be annoyed by the scarecrows. He shook his body and turned all the scarecrows into ashes. Looking at the straw man that shattered again, Xinxingrui felt powerless. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone thinks that the SS level ability, All Things Revive, is the top ability in the healing department. But no one knows that the attack power of the revival of all things is also top-notch. Everything is destroyed." As Xinxingrui finished speaking, the emerald green beads in the air flashed again, then instantly lost their luster and fell directly to the ground. And Xinxingrui also spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the ice giant felt extremely uncomfortable. Looking down, I found that the white hair on my body began to fall off and wrinkles began to appear on my skin. At this moment, the ice and snow giant was no longer calm and stretched out his palm to slap Xinxingrui. Xinxingrui looked at the palm of the ice and snow giant, slowly closed her eyes, but a smile appeared on her face. "If you meet him, I will make the ice giants disappear from the world." Suddenly, an angry voice came from a distance. The moment she heard the voice, Xinxingrui opened her eyes instantly, and the smile on her face turned into disbelief. Then he looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw who it was, he suddenly became extremely excited and tears couldn't stop flowing. Hurricane slash! Just as the ice and snow giant's palm was about to fall, Chen finally arrived and opened the ice and snow giant's palm with a sword. "Silly girl, why don't you know how to hide?" After Chen landed, he walked up to Xinxingrui, touched Xinxingqiu's face and said, "Because I know you will save me, I'm not afraid." At this moment, Xinxingrui was no longer shy. She stared at Chen with her eyes, afraid that Chen would disappear in the blink of an eye. "Go find a place to hide first. I'll come find you after I kill him." After Chen finished speaking, he picked up the sword of all beings and walked towards the ice and snow giant. "You're a mighty ice giant, yet you're picking on a little girl? Aren't you ashamed?" Sword breaking style. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he swung his sword. The ice and snow giant was already a little angry because he was interrupted by Chen. At this moment, Chen slashed with the sword again, and the ice and snow giant instantly became angry. Roar! Then, the ice giant roared at Chen and slapped Chen with his palm. Chen was about to raise his sword to resist, but he found that he couldn't lift the sword of all beings. He was shocked. Oh no! Chapter 46, You can't play it like this, right? Chapter 46, You can't play it like this, right? As the palm of the ice giant got closer, Chen had to throw down the sword of all living beings and retreat. After Chen stopped, he discovered that the tip of the sword of all beings was actually pinched by 2 fingers. When the ice and snow giant saw Chen retreat, his palm did not fall. Boom, boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the location of the sword of all beings. The next moment, the snow under the sword of all living beings exploded instantly, and a snow giant appeared. And between the fingers of the ice and snow giant was Chen sword of all living beings. Chen looked at the ice and snow giant standing up from the pit, and was suddenly frightened. If he hadn't come, Xinxingrui would definitely have died. Thinking of this, Chen closed his eyes and shouted softly, "Thunder King!" The next moment, the whole person slowly floated into the sky. The cloudless blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Then, they all rushed towards Chen. The moment the lightning fell, it directly wrapped around Chen body. At this moment, Chen was bathed in thunder and lightning, like a king, and his whole body became extremely majestic. Shadow clone. The next moment, Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted softly. In just a moment, Xiao Hei appeared beside Chen. Xiao Hei's body was covered with lightning just like Chen Jin's, but the lightning was all black. It really works. Chen Jin looked at Xiao Hei beside him with a look of surprise on his face. Afterwards, after making sure that Qin Xingrui had hidden far away, Chen Jin turned his gaze to the two ice giants on the snow. Humph. If you need any help, call them out. The two ice and snow giants seemed to understand Chen Jin's meaning and roared towards the sky at the same time. The next moment, three pits suddenly appeared around the huge rock where Qin Xingrui had previously avoided. Then the three ice giants slowly stood up. Damn, this isn't the way to play, is it? Chen Jin couldn't help but complain when he saw the three extra ice and snow giants. He said that he asked the ice giant to call for help, just to pretend, but who knew that the ice giant actually had help? I shouldn't have acted so pretentiously. At this moment, Chen Jin wanted to slap himself a few times. However, at this point, Chen Jin cannot run away. Because he can run, but Qin Xingrui can't. Xiao Hei, come fight with me today. After figuring it out, Chen Jin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said to Xiao Hei beside him. Xiao Hei looked at Chen Jin with some doubt in his eyes. As if to say, when did I not go with you? Chen Jin pretended not to see it and instantly attacked the ice giant. Since the ice giant that stood up later was still some distance away from the two nearby ones, Chen Jin simply went to find the other three. Leave the two nearby ice giants to Xiao Hei. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. Chen Jin was extremely fast, with the power of thunder flashing in his hands, and rushed towards the three ice and snow giants. When the three ice and snow giants saw Chen Jin coming, they also stretched out their palms to hit Chen Jin. The next moment, Chen Jin's hands, filled with thunder, collided with the palms of the ice and snow giant. Bang! After the two sides collided, Chen Jin retreated directly. At this moment, the thunder in Chen Jin's hands had disappeared and all transferred to the ice and snow giant. Because of the previous attack, the snow on the ice giant had turned into water droplets. Now, the power of thunder is constantly flowing through the body of the ice giant because of the water droplets. No matter how terrifying the ice giant's defense is, it cannot withstand the constant ravages of thunder power. Sword of all beings. Seeing that the ice giant was temporarily unable to fight back, Chen Jin shouted softly. The next moment, the sword of all living beings not far away instantly flew into Chen Jin's hands. Thunder slash. In just a moment, the sword of all living beings in Chen Jin's hand was wrapped in the power of thunder. Then, Chen Jin slashed at the three ice and snow giants with his sword. The moment the sword light flew out, it was mixed with countless thunder forces and rushed towards the ice and snow giant. Because the power of thunder had not disappeared before, when the ice and snow giants saw the sword light, it was too late to resist. The sword light mixed with the power of thunder instantly penetrated the body of the ice and snow giant. Bang! After a few seconds, the power of thunder that had penetrated into the body of the ice and snow giant exploded instantly. A bloody hole was blown in the body of the ice giant. Roar! The ice giant roared in pain. After all, the practice time is too short. Chen Jin looked at the body of the ice giant that exploded and shook his head in disappointment. As for the thunder slash, Chen Jin learned it when he crossed the border between the thunder domain and the snow domain. It took less than 2 hours in total. At this moment, the other two ice giants finally came to their senses, looked at the ice giant whose body exploded, and then looked at their own bodies. After making sure that he was fine, he yelled at Chen Jin at the same time. Then, the two ice giants began to stomp on the ground at the same time, clapping their hands continuously. Chen Jin looked at the two ice giants jumping and dancing, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. If they were given a microphone, they'd probably have to sing a song. Just as Chen Jin was complaining, the two ice giants finally stopped. When Chen Jin looked again, he immediately saw a line being placed. I saw that the originally snow-white hair of the two ice giants was slowly turning red. Seeing this, Chen Jin secretly sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a sword was slashed out. The moment the sword light touched the ice and snow giant, it disappeared. As a result, the speed at which the ice giant's hair changed color began to accelerate. Fuck, what is this thing? Chen Jin complained and then looked back. It was discovered that the two ice giants fighting Xiao Hei still had white fur. At this moment, the hair of the two ice giants in front of Chen Jin had turned completely red. Then, the two ice giants looked at each other and began to share the seriously injured ice giant. Seeing this, Chen Jin suddenly felt nauseous. Thunder slash. Hurricane slash. In just a moment, Chen Jin swung out with two swords. Endless power pressed towards the two ice and snow giants. As the two ice giants swallowed the flesh and blood of the severely injured ice giant, their bodies began to grow. At this moment, Qin Jin's two swords arrived. Bang! The moment the sword light fell on the ice and snow giant, all the surrounding snow flew up. The two ice giants were completely unharmed. Seeing this, Qin Jin couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, Qin Jin felt dizzy. Then a white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand and he drank it quickly. Because of the continuous use of supernatural powers, Qin Jin's mental and physical strength are now extremely exhausted. We need to fight quickly and decisively. If we drag it out, we will definitely lose. Qin Jin rubbed his head and said softly. Just as Qin Jin and the spiritual liquid were being consumed, the two ice and snow giants had already eaten up all the flesh and blood on the ground. At this moment, he was looking at Qin Jin with red eyes. Then let's fight. Qin Jin shouted loudly and rushed towards the two ice and snow giants with the sword of all living beings in his hand. Chapter 47, The Wolf Beast Appears. First show +1. Chapter 47, The Wolf Beast Appears. Sword breaking style. Qin Jin held the sword of all living beings across his chest, and his left hand swept across the sword, bringing with it a trace of thunder power. Immediately afterwards, a sword was slashed out. At this time, the two ice giants also moved. The huge fist instantly met the sword light. Bang! After the sword light and fist collided, there was only an explosion. Sonic Slash, Extreme Shadow Step. Seeing this, Qin Jin shouted loudly, and his figure suddenly disappeared, leaving several shadows in the air. In just a moment, Qin Jin appeared next to an ice and snow giant. Then he slashed at the neck of the ice giant with a sword. Unexpectedly, this sword only left a bloody mark on the ice giant's neck. The ice giant reacted extremely quickly and swung a punch at Qin Jin in an instant. Seeing this, Qin Jin had no choice but to use the sword of all living beings to resist, and then use the force to retreat. All beings are equal. After stopping, Qin Jin pointed his left hand to the sky and shouted. Then, countless invisible waves enveloped Qin Jin and the two ice and snow giants. The moment he was enveloped, Qin Jin felt that all his functions were improving. In the end, Qin Jin even felt like he was about to burst and was in great pain. When used, Equality of All will temporarily level the user and the enemy. This shows how terrifying the two ice giants are. Hurricane Slash. The next moment, Qin Jinxiang endured the pain and shouted loudly. Then he raised the sword of all beings above his head and slashed out with one sword. This time, the sword light carried the power of hurricane and thunder, rushing towards the two ice and snow giants at lightning speed. After seeing the sword light, the two ice giants showed a hint of panic in their eyes for the first time. The two ice giants subconsciously wanted to escape. At this moment, a blue figure suddenly jumped out from the sky and hit one of the ice giants. This caused the ice giant's body to tilt and collide with the ice giant next to it. The next moment, the sword light arrived. Instantly slashed the two ice giants. In an instant, the power of hurricane and thunder raged on the ice giant. The ice giant began to roar in pain. Hidden sword style. Qin Jin didn't hesitate at all and slashed out with his sword again. In just a moment, the sword light slashed the ice and snow giant, colliding with the power of hurricane and thunder, and then exploded. At this point, all three ice giants on Qin Jin's side died. At this time, Qin Jin looked at the blue light that had previously hit the ice giant. When he saw it clearly, Qin Jin was slightly shocked. Because the wolf beast in the thunder domain that competed with Qin Jin for the Thunderstone actually appeared here. Why are you here? Qin Jin looked at the wolf beast and asked in confusion. Unexpectedly, the wolf beast completely ignored Qin Jin, took a step forward, and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Qin Jin did not chase after him, but turned around to help Xiao He. Since the shadow clone evolved from SS-level power to SSS-level power, the first shadow clone summoned by Qin Jin was of similar strength to Qin Jin. So, this is why Qin Jin summons Xiao He every time. Xiao He fought 1 against 2 and killed an ice giant. The remaining ice giant was just barely surviving. You're worthy of being my clone. Your movements are so handsome. Qin Jin looked at Xiao He drawing his sword and said something unconsciously. After hearing Qin Jin's words, Xiao He, who was not far away, trembled noticeably with his sword holding hand. Xiao He, kill it quickly. After Qin Jin shouted again, he walked towards where Xin Xingrui was. When Xin Xingrui saw Qin Jin coming, she stood up and hugged Qin Jin. Woo, 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 I almost thought I was going to die. Woo, 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 I still have so many delicious foods to eat. There are still many fun and interesting things to do. I haven't played them yet, so I'm going to see them. Shin Xingrui hugged Chen Jin and started crying, talking while crying. Seeing this, Chen Jin patted Shin Xingrui on the back and comforted her. Be good, isn't it all right? Stop imagining it. When we get out, I'll take you to eat delicious food, have fun, and see beautiful things. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Shin Xingrui struggled to free herself from Chen Jin's arms. Looking at Chen Jin, he pouted and said aggrievedly, Really? You didn't lie to me? Really, I didn't lie to you. Then make a pinky promise with me. Okay. Pinky promise. Let's make a promise and hang ourselves. We won't change for 100 years. Whoever changes will be a puppy. At this time, Shin Xingrui had stopped crying and was smiling happily. But Chen Jin was a little confused. Just make a pinky promise, why would you want to hang yourself? Can we add some ritual sense to the pinky promise? Although he thought so in his heart, Chen Jin tactfully did not say it out loud. Just when Chen Jin and Shin Xingrui were making a pinky promise, Xiao He had already killed the last ice giant and stood beside Chen Jin, watching Chen Jin and Shin Xingrui showing off their love. Just then, Xiao Dian ran over and looked at Xiao He. Hello? What's your name and why do you look so much like him? Xiao Dian asked Xiao He. His name is Xiao He, he's my shadow clone, he can't speak. Come, Xiao He, meet me, this is Xiao Dian. After hearing Xiao Dian's words, Chen Jin took the initiative to explain for Xiao He. When Xiao He and Xiao Dian heard each other's names, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. In the end, this surprise turned into sympathy. We are both people who have fallen into this world, so why should we know each other before we meet? These words popped up in Xiao He and Xiao Dian's minds at the same time. Where did you kidnap this child from? At this time, Shin Xingrui squatted down, pinched Xiao Dian's chubby face and asked. He's a thunder baby. As for whether he's a human or not, I don't know. But be careful, he likes to electrocute people. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, he found that Xiao Dian was enjoying Shin Xingrui pinching her face. Afterwards, Shin Xingrui picked up Xiao Dian. Seeing this, Chen Jin suddenly felt jealous. If the system hadn't told him that Xiao Dian was only 3 years old, Chen Jin would have definitely beaten Xiao Dian. No, I must find a chance to beat him up later. Chen Jin muttered. Xiao Dian and Shin Xingrui's arms suddenly felt his buttocks tighten, and then there was some confusion in his eyes. Let's keep going. I calculated that it's been almost 10 hours since we came here. Chen Jin said to Shin Xingrui, who was pinching her electric face. Shin Xingrui naturally would not object. She nodded and followed Chen Jin. Along the way, Xiao Dian made Shin Xingrui giggle. Chen Jin was jealous standing beside him. After Chen Jin and others left, the wolf beast appeared again beside the body of the ice and snow giant. He used his claws to push the body of the ice giant apart, and then swallowed a white bead inside the ice giant's body. In an instant, a white light emanated from the wolf beast. After the white light disappeared, the wolf beast looked in the direction where Chen Jin disappeared, and its figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 48 Snowland, Four-tailed White Fox First Show +2. Chapter 48 Snowland, Four-tailed White Fox. Chen Jin and his group were still walking on the snow. System, where is the treasure location you mentioned before? Chen Jin called out to the system in his heart. Bite. The wind domain, fire domain, and snow domain all have treasures. Which one does the host want? Only children do multiple choice questions. I want them all. Bite. Host, please stop daydreaming. Choose one of the 3 options. Please make your decision. Even without the system telling him, Chen Jin knew that it was impossible to have them all, he was just talking nonsense. Ru'er, do you want an offensive ability? After thinking for a moment, Chen Jin looked at Shin Xingrui, wanting Shin Xingrui to make a choice. Well, I really want to, but superpowers are hard to obtain. Grandpa and the others have been looking for it for a long time, but they couldn't help me find it. Shin Xingrui pondered for a while and said seriously. Okay, got it. So what kind of superpower do you want? Chen Jin looked at Shin Xingrui and a smile appeared on his face. You want something like your older sister. After realizing that Chen Jin was staring at her, Shin Xingrui's face turned red again. System, I want the location of the treasure in the snow region. After hearing Shin Xingrui's words, Chen Jin chose the snow region without any hesitation. Because Qin Jin remembered that Qin Xingrui's sister, Qin Xingqiu's superpower was SS-level superpower, and winter is coming. Byte. The map of the treasure location has been sent to the host's mind, please check it. As the system's voice fell, Qin Jin kept thinking about the Snowland treasure map in his mind. After a moment, a complete map of the Snowland treasures appeared in Qin Jin's mind. After Qin Jin carefully looked at the map, he found that the route they took was exactly the same as the map. It will take about half an hour to reach the treasure location on the map. Let's speed up. I feel like there should be something good up ahead. After Qin Jin said this softly, he reached out, took Qin Xingrui's hand, and quickened his pace. Qin Xingrui felt the warmth on her hand and followed Qin Jin in a daze. 2 minutes after Qin Jin and Qin Xingrui left, there was a spatial wave in the sky, and then the wolf beast jumped down from the air. After coming down, he sniffed the air, and then after confirming his target, he disappeared into the air again. Half an hour later, Qin Jin and Qin Xingrui came to a cliff. According to the map, this is the place. Isn't it under the cliff? Qin Jin looked at the cliff in front of him, then looked down and found that the cliff was bottomless. After pushing away the snow from under his feet, he found a stone and threw it down the cliff. 2 minutes later, Qin Jin still didn't hear the sound of the stone falling to the ground. System, what's going on? Is this the location of the treasure? Qin Jin asked the system in disbelief. Byte. Can you look around, maybe there is a way? Qin Jin was stunned when he heard this. He really hadn't thought of this. The next moment, Qin Jin suddenly found a strange thing appearing in his mind. Fuck. You know emoticons? When Qin Jin saw it clearly, he realized that what was floating in his mind were emoticons. Byte. This system can do anything. Qin Jin? Come on, come out and take a walk. Tisk, little one. When Qin Jin saw that the system was defeated, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I will eat you alive for the rest of my life for this matter. After arguing with the system, Qin Jin asked Qin Xingrui and Xiao Dian to wait for him there, while he started looking for a way around. After a while, Qin Jin really found the way. Ru'er, this way. After Qin Xingrui came over, Qin Jin carefully looked at the passage going down. After a while, Qin Jin suddenly had some more clothes in his hands. Then he used the sword of all beings to cut the clothes into strips and handed them to Qin Xingrui. Tie this on your shoes to prevent slipping. Qin Jin explained to Qin Xingrui, who was full of confusion. After hearing Qin Jin's words, Qin Xingrui suddenly realized and began to tie cloth strips on her shoes. A few minutes later, the two tied the strips of cloth and walked towards the passage. The passage was bottomless and filled with snow, just wide enough for two people to pass side by side. Half an hour later, Qin Jin and Qin Xingrui walked out of the passage. As soon as they came out, Qin Jin and Qin Xingrui were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw white icicles hanging on the trees in front, the surrounding ground and rocks were covered with snow, and there was even green grass dotted in the cracks of the rocks. Everything is like a fairyland. Qin Jin, it's so beautiful here. Qin Xingrui looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. It's really beautiful. Qin Jin thought that among all the tourist attractions he had visited before, none was as beautiful as the scenery before him, and none was even as beautiful as him. Just then, snowflakes slowly fell from the sky. At first, Qin Jin didn't care. After all, the thing that the snow region has the most is snow. But the next moment, a slight sound of footsteps sounded above his head. Even though the voice was very small, Qin Jin still heard it. In just a moment, the sword of all living beings appeared in Qin Jin's hands. Qin Jin looked up and found that there were several foxes on the stone wall looking at him and Qin Xingrui. The fox is snow white all over, and has 3 white tails behind it. Human, this is not the place for you. Suddenly, the only 4-tailed white fox on the stone wall started to speak. The moment they heard the voice, Qin Jin and Qin Xingrui were both extremely surprised. You know, among the supernatural beasts, those who can speak human language are all big bosses. System, what is the origin of this fox? Qin Jin did not answer the 4-tailed white fox, but asked the system in his heart. Byte. S-class supernatural beast, 4-tailed white fox, extremely rare, with strength equivalent to that of an early Earth-level human. White foxes are naturally extremely fast. With 4 tails, they can speak, and with 9 tails, they can attain godhood. Listening to the system's explanation, Qin Jin was deeply shocked. If the 4-tailed white fox in front of him didn't die, and with some opportunities, it would very likely grow into a 9-tailed fox. Human. I am speaking to you. At this time, the four-tailed white fox spoke impatiently. Senior four-tailed white fox, we too have no intention of disturbing you, but here is what we need. Chen Jin said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Even if the four-tailed white fox in front of him may become a god in the future, it is only a four-tailed fox now. Chen Jin is confident that he can defeat it. Humph, this is the territory of my Snow Region White Fox clan. What you are looking for is not here. Even if there is, it must belong to my Snow Region White Fox clan. The four-tailed white fox didn't care about Chen Jin's attitude and spoke directly. At this time, Chen Jin discovered that the white fox on the stone wall was moving slowly, trying to surround him in Xinxingrui. I call you a senior because you've lived a long life. Life isn't easy. Don't be so shameless. Chen Jinkai is not the type of person who would call someone dad if they slap him. He immediately retorted. You. Court death. After hearing Chen Jin's words, the four-tailed white fox instantly became furious, and then all the white foxes on the stone wall jumped down and pounced towards Chen Jin and Xinxingrui. Chapter 49, Luck or Disaster? Who can say? First episode 3. Chapter 49, Luck or Disaster? Who can say? Dlen. Thunder Shield. Protect Royer. Seeing all the white foxes jump down, Chen Jin quickly spoke. When Xiaodian heard this, lightning instantly appeared on his body, and then the lightning formed a protective net and fell on Xinxingrui. At this moment, Chen Jin carefully discovered that when Xiaodian released lightning, the white foxes hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Chen Jin guessed that the white fox must be afraid of electricity. Thunder rises from the nine heavens ridge, and darkness arises from the red earth. The next moment, Chen Jin closed his eyes, spread his arms, and floated into the sky. Then, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and lightning shot towards Chen Jin. At this moment, a white fox came to Chen Jin's side. Bang! Just as the white fox attacked Chen Jin, a bolt of lightning shot over. It turned out that Xiaodian saw that Chen Jin was in danger and released a bolt of lightning. At this time, Chen Jin finally opened his eyes, and his whole body was filled with the power of thunder. Thunderous! The next moment, Chen Jin shouted loudly, gathered lightning in his right hand, and struck the charging white fox. Woo! Woo! Lightning struck the white fox instantly, and the fox screamed. Chen Jin looked again and found that only the white fur on the white fox was electrocuted. At this moment, the white foxes that were electrocuted by Chen Jin all looked at Chen Jin with red eyes. Damn! They're not afraid of lightning. They're simply afraid that it will damage their fur. In an instant, Chen Jin understood everything. I didn't expect that being too clever would backfire. Although he said this, Chen Jin's hands were never idle for a moment. Suddenly, the sword of all living beings appeared in Chen Jin's right hand. His left hand swept across the sword, and then the power of thunder climbed up the sword. Thunder slash! Chen Jin swung his sword, and endless thunder power gushed out. The hairless white fox bravely faced the power of thunder, while the furry white fox retreated slightly, but finally faced it. Fox wind! Just then, the voice of the four-tailed white fox sounded. The next moment, a strong wind mixed with snow blew over. It actually collided directly with Chen Jin's thunder power, and was evenly matched. After a moment, the fox wind and thunder power cancelled each other out and disappeared. Is it still possible? Oh! Chen Jin was a little surprised when he saw the four-tailed white fox blow away his thunder power with just a gust of wind. Humph, just a trifle. The four-tailed white fox said this while raising his chin to provoke Chen Jin. Fuck, uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. Pan? Use thunder to shatter the darkness. Thunder slash! Chen Jin shouted loudly, and then the sword of all living beings pointed to the sky. In an instant, countless thunders rushed towards the sword of all living beings. The next moment, Chen Jin swung out with his sword, and endless thunder rushed towards the four-tailed white fox with the sword. That's interesting. Seeing this, the four-tailed white fox was not afraid, but two of its tails stood up instantly. White fox heart wave. The next moment, countless white heart-shaped waves rushed out from the middle of the four-tailed white fox's tail and rushed towards Lei Ting. The moment Bai Xin collided with the thunder suddenly slowed down, and the thunder descending from the sky also began to stop. After a moment, Bai Xin and Lei Ting cancelled each other out again and disappeared. Mom, is this true? Sigma. Chen Jin looked at the scene in disbelief. He even reached out and rubbed his eyes, fearing that he was dizzy. However, no matter how Chen Jin changed his hands and rubbed it, it did not change the reality that the supernatural power had disappeared. Now you know that letting you go is for your own good? The four-tailed white fox continued to taunt Chen Jin. Tisk, why bother? Isn't it just canceling out two superpowers? How do you counteract this next one? The next moment, Chen Jin closed his eyes, placed the sword of all living beings in front of him, and shouted loudly. Splitting Fox Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jin suddenly shot out, and the sword of all living beings in his hand slashed towards the four-tailed white fox. When the four-tailed white fox saw Chen Jin coming, a look of hesitation appeared on its face for the first time. Fox Charm. Then, the four-tailed white fox let out a delicate cry, and released a larger white heart from its tail. Seeing this, Chen Jin's mouth corners unconsciously rose. You guessed it right. After muttering, he slashed the four-tailed white fox with his sword. Ah! The next moment, the four-tailed white fox screamed and one of its white tails fell off. How dare you cut off my tail? My Snow Region White Fox clan will fight you to the death. Four-tailed white fox, to be precise, now it is a three-tailed white fox. The three-tailed white fox shouted at Chen Jin at the top of his lungs. The next moment, the three-tailed white tiger endured the pain and stood up. Then he knelt down again in an instant, looked at Chen Jin and spoke. I swear by my future growth that I will curse the human race before me to suffer misfortune and die a miserable death. As the three-tailed white fox spoke, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Chen Jin felt as if something was locking him down, and he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. In Chen Jin's mind, the system looked at the floating white fox cub and was speechless for a moment. Tisk, for a moment I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. To his misfortune, he was sworn in by the fox tribe with his future. Luckily, the person sent by the fox tribe turned out to be that person's descendant. Forget it, let him handle it himself. Outside, the three-tailed white fox had already escaped with the rest of the white foxes and disappeared. Chen Jin didn't chase after him either, because the uneasiness in his heart just now made him feel indescribable. Rest for a while, then I'll take you to get your superpowers. After taking a deep breath, Chen Jin walked to Xin Xingrui and said. When Xiaodian saw the white fox running away, he put away the thunder shield. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged to rest. Xin Xingrui did not disturb him. System, open the personal panel. Byte. Host, Chen Jin. Superpowers, SSS-level superpower equality of all beings, SSS-level superpower shadow clone, SSS-level superpower thunder king growable. Spiritual power, 40. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Strength, 30. Agility, 29. Defense, 25. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg. Hatching progress 40% unknown grade 18.8 bottles of spirit fluid. Unknown grade. System points, 80,000. 15,000 system points owed. Combat power, ordinary person. Own level, early Xian level. Skill, simple sword C level self-created. Watching basic sword technique, first form great success, second form great success, third form great success, fourth form minor success unknown rank. Extreme shadow step great success. Pay it back first. Chen Jin looked at his personal list and said. Byte. Repayment in progress? System points 16,000, 64,000 system points remaining. Damn. So shady? Isn't the interest rate 10%? Why are you deducting 1,000 from me? Chen Jin was shocked when he saw the system prompt. Byte. The final right of interpretation of the loan belongs to the system. Chapter 50 Bronze Door, Strange Mural First Show +4. Chapter 50, Bronze Door, Strange Murals. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Jin was speechless. Well, you are the system, you have the final say. Chen Jin immediately gave up. 2 more blind boxes of items please. Byte. Congratulations on spending 1,000 system points and getting 2 blind boxes. You get the following items through the item blind box, system points plus 250, move fusion plus 1. Fusion of moves? What's this? Chen Jin ignored the 250 that the system deliberately set and looked at the 4 words fusion of moves. Byte. As the name suggests, it combines 2 different moves into a new, more powerful move. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Jin suddenly understood. However, Chen Jin did not choose to merge now. He planned to wait until he had more powerful moves before merging. Now the fusion is more or less a waste. The next moment, Chen Jin withdrew from the spiritual world and slowly opened his eyes. Only 10 minutes had passed since Chen Jin closed his eyes. Let's go get your powers. Chen Jin stood up and extended his hand to Xin Xingrui beside him. Seeing this, Xin Xingrui was stunned at first, then she handed over her hand with a red face. The moment she touched Chen Jin, Xin Xingrui's face turned even redder. Whenever Xin Xingrui thought of crying while hugging Chen Jin, her face would turn red and her neck would become thick, but her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten candied dates. From beginning to end, Xin Xingrui never asked Chen Jin what supernatural power to get or where to get it. Because she always believes in Chen Jin unconditionally. Soon, Chen Jin took Xin Xingrui to the deepest part of the valley. What caught their eyes was a huge bronze door. Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui looked at the bronze door in front of them and then looked at each other. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Originally, Chen Jin thought that the supernatural power should be placed in some cave, but he didn't expect that there was a bronze door here. After you go in, be sure to follow me closely. Xiao Dian, protect Royer. Chen Jin said to Xin Xingrui beside him, and then looked at the small electrician on Xin Xingrui's shoulder. When Xiao Dian saw Chen Jin looking at him, he nodded quickly. He had felt like someone was going to spank him before, but now that he thought about it, no one except Chen Jin had such a bad taste. So, when Chen Jin looked at Xiao Dian nodded without any hesitation. Let's go. Then, Chen Jin reached out and pushed the bronze door. With just a little effort, Chen Jin pushed the bronze door open. Then there was a harsh friction sound. When the door was opened wide enough for people to pass through, Chen Jin stopped. Then he pulled Xin Xingrui in. As soon as Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui entered, a wolf beast jumped out from the air. The wolf beast looked at the bronze door that was slightly opened, with some fear in its eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in. When the wolf beast walked into the bronze door closed instantly without making any sound. At this moment, the entire valley was eerily quiet. Pa! Inside the bronze door, Chen Jin snapped his fingers with his right hand, and then lightning shot out from his fingertips, instantly illuminating the inside. Bite! There's a light in the system store, why don't you buy one? Are you trying to act cool in front of girls? Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. After hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin was stunned. He had no idea that the system mall also sold lights. Although he really wanted to act smart in front of Xin Xingrui, but if he had a light but didn't use it, wouldn't he be mentally ill? Afterwards, Chen Jin browsed the system mall and found that there were lamps for sale among the human-level items. After spending 1,000 system points to buy a lamp, Chen Jin couldn't help but complain about the system. Because, the moment he opened the system mall, he clearly saw the words 300 system points are required to purchase it written next to the light. However, in the blink of an eye, 300 system points became 1,000 system points. Chen Jin had to accept this loss. After all, he really needed this lamp now. Then, Chen Jin extinguished the lightning at his fingertips and took out the lamp. The moment Xin Xingrui saw the light, she was confused, but she didn't ask. Let's go. Chen Jin said this lightly, and then looked around in the light. Chen Jin discovered that there were countless murals carved on the walls that he could not understand. After careful observation, Chen Jin only saw people on the mural killing white foxes, ice giants, and some creatures he didn't recognize. Then, Chen Jin continued to move forward. Suddenly, Chen Jin stopped and moved the lamp in his hand closer to the wall. Seeing this, Xin Xingrui also came forward to watch. It was discovered that the mural showed a person steaming a white fox. For a moment, Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui both felt a little confused. Who on earth would eat a white fox? They even carved a mural about it. Moreover, Chen Jin also saw the existence of a six-tailed white fox from the mural. Suddenly, Chen Jin seemed to have thought of something, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Do you remember that four-tailed white fox said this is the territory of the snow region white fox? Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingrui. After hearing this, Xin Xingrui nodded. Why are there these carvings on the white fox's territory? Chen Jin said to himself. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Xin Xingrui was stunned for a moment and was a little confused. He, do you want me to tell you? Suddenly, a very strange voice sounded behind Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui. Okay. As soon as Chen Jin Gang answered, he felt something was wrong. Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui looked at each other, then looked back at the same time. they saw a headless corpse standing and looking at them. Chapter 51, Buddy, you change too fast, don't you? Chapter 51, Buddy, you change too fast, don't you? After seeing the headless corpse, Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui both retreated. He, let me explain it to you? At this moment, the headless corpse made a sound again. Chen Jin looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out where the sound came from the headless corpse. No need, we can just look at it ourselves. Chen Jin said calmly to the headless corpse in front of him. Everyone who has rejected me is dead. All. Do you want to die too? Then I will grant your wish. Suddenly, the headless corpse roared like a madman, and then pounced towards Chen Jin. With the help of the light, Chen Jin discovered that the headless corpse was wearing armor and holding a hammer in his hand. Xiaodian, protect Ruier. Hurricane slash. After Chen Jin said something to Xiaodian, he picked up the sword of all living beings and faced the headless corpse. The next moment, the sword of all beings and the hammer in the headless corpse's hand collided with each other, and a spark flashed. The crisp roar echoed in the passage. Act recklessly. The headless corpse roared angrily when he saw that the hammer failed to repel Chen Jin. Then the hammer in his hand suddenly grew bigger and hit Chen Jin fiercely. Chen Jin couldn't help feeling guilty as he watched the hammer, which was bigger than himself, falling down. He took a step back, held the sword of all beings in his right hand in front of him, and then slashed out with the sword. The sword light slashed towards the giant hammer with the power of thunder. Bang! The moment the sword light collided with the giant hammer, the power of thunder climbed up the giant hammer. The headless corpse was startled by the sudden lightning, and the giant hammer slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Jin took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy, slashing out with the sword of all living beings in his hand again. Thunder slash! With a light shout from Chen Jin, the sword was instantly wrapped in lightning, and then slashed out. When the headless corpse saw the power of thunder coming, he decisively stretched out his arms and crossed them in front of his chest to block it. Bang! The moment the force of thunder hit the headless corpse flew out and hit the wall heavily. Boom! At this moment, fire suddenly appeared on the palace wall, illuminating the entire palace. Damn it! You didn't tell me earlier that you had a torch. You wasted 1,000 of my system points. Chen Jin looked at the torches on the wall and couldn't help but complain. How come you are so strong? Suddenly, the headless corpse embedded in the wall spoke to Chen Jin. Powerful? This. I thought it would be okay just to have hands. Chen Jin waved at the headless corpse and said, Headless corpse, please let me follow you. The next moment, the headless corpse struggled out from the wall, knelt on one knee, and spoke to Chen Jin. Chen Jin looked at everything happening in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Dude, you've changed so quickly, haven't you? The headless corpse thought to himself, who made you so strong? He already had his head gone, and he didn't want to lose his body too. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jin chose to agree. One reason was that he and Xin Xingrui were not familiar with this place at all, and it would be a waste of time to explore it slowly. There were only 7 days in the Tianyuan secret realm. The second reason is that he didn't want to fight a headless corpse. It was really tiring. Chen Jin thought to himself, then looked at the headless corpse. I can promise you, but you have to answer me a question first. Please go ahead. It's just, how do you talk? The headless corpse was stunned when he heard this. He had thought that Chen Jin would ask him any questions, but he never expected that Chen Jin would ask this. The next moment, the headless corpse suddenly stood up. Then, Chen Jin saw something that shocked him for the rest of his life. The headless corpse took off its armor, and a strange face appeared on its chest. Master, that's how I talk. As he spoke, the headless corpse moved his mouth and eyes. At this moment, Chen Jin, Xin Xingrui, and Xiaodian all opened their mouths wide, looking at the headless corpse in front of them in shock. Oh my god, Xing Tian is alive. After a moment, Chen Jin came back to his senses and sighed. Xing Tian? What a great name. Master, from now on I'll be called Xing Tian. After hearing Chen Jin's words, the headless giant suddenly looked happy and spoke to Chen Jin. Chen Jin was stunned again when he heard this. He was about to say something, but when he saw that the headless giant looked serious, he stopped talking. Okay, then your name will be Xing Tian from now on. We came here this time to find a white bead that exudes a chilling aura. Without worrying about the name anymore, Chen Jin described to Xing Tian the appearance of the supernatural bead mentioned by the system. After Chen Jin finished speaking, Xing Tian closed his eyes and began to think. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and shook his head at Chen Jin. Seeing Xing Tian shaking his head, Chen Jin couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. At this moment, Xing Tian's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. There's a place I haven't been to. If what the master is looking for is really here, then it's very likely there. Chen Jin, who was originally a little disappointed, felt hope again after hearing Xing Tian's words. Where? It should be in a secret room at the innermost part, but I've never been in there because I can't get in. Moreover, every night, roars would be heard from the secret room from time to time. As Xing Tian spoke, a look of fear appeared on his face. Listening to Xing Tian's words, Chen Jin couldn't help but frown. After fighting with Xing Tian, Chen Jin thought to himself that although Xing Tian's fighting ability might not be very good, his defense was definitely good. Any creature that can frighten Xing Tian must be of a very high rank. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mandatory task. Go to the secret room with Xing Tian, defeat the guardian beast in the secret room, and get the power bead. Reward system points plus 5,000, SSS-level supernatural power lightning king attack method plus 1. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. After hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel happy. He will definitely take the power bead, so the system is giving it to him for free. Let's go to the secret room you mentioned. Then, Chen Jin looked at Xing Tian and spoke word by word. Xing Tian looked at Chen Jin with a determined face, and his admiration for Chen Jin immediately increased to a higher level. Good. But that secret room is a bit far away. Xing Tian agreed very readily, but towards the end, his voice became smaller and smaller. How far can it be? Chen Jin looked at Xing Tian's appearance and asked in confusion. Perhaps. About a few kilometers. Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this and looked at Xing Tian in disbelief. If it is really several kilometers away as Xing Tian said, then how big would this palace be? Chapter 52 Arrival at the Secret Chamber. Chapter 52 Arrival at the Secret Chamber. In the dark palace, as Xing Tian continued to shout, the torches on the walls lit up one after another. Why are you here? Nothing happened along the way, so Chen Jin started chatting with Xing Tian. Xin Xingrui was playing video games with Xiao Dian on the side. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Xing Tian was stunned at first, and then a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke. 55 years ago, 3 friends and I stumbled into the secret realm by accident. However, we couldn't find a way out, so we could only wander aimlessly in it. Year after year, the 4 of us have traveled through the entire secret realm, but we still haven't found a way out. Later, the 4 of us split up to find a way out. However, the 3 of them met with danger and passed away one after another, leaving me alone in the snowy land. As Xing Tian spoke, a trace of pain appeared on his face. No one knew what he had been through over the years. I was hiding in the snowy region, living by hunting low-level mutant beasts. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. I was surrounded by several ice giants, and they crushed my head with one blow. However, I was not destined to die. When I was on the verge of death, a voice sounded in my ear, asking if I was willing to be her bodyguard, so that I wouldn't have to die. Xing Tian said this, looked at Chen Jin, smiled slightly, and continued. As you know, I agreed, but because I lost my head, I couldn't see, speak, or hear. So she recast my eyes, nose, and ears onto my body. Chen Jin was originally curious about why Xing Tian had eyes on his body, but now, curiosity turned into sympathy. So, you've never thought about leaving here? Chen Jin looked at Xing Tian, somewhat puzzled. Of course I thought about it, but when I pushed open the bronze door, my whole body was in excruciating pain. I can't get out. I can't get out. At this moment, there was no other emotion in Xing Tian's words, as if he was already used to it. Arrive. Just when Chen Jin was about to continue asking some questions, Xing Tian suddenly pointed forward and said. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin looked in the direction Xing Tian pointed. I discovered that there was a bronze door exactly the same as the one I came in through. Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar came from behind the bronze door. The moment Xing Tian heard the sound, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Chen Jin looked at Xing Tian sitting on the ground and frowned slightly. He, Xin Xingrui and Xiao Dian were fine after hearing the roar, so why was Xing Tian so scared? Small electricity? Chen Jin suddenly thought of Xiao Dian. Looking back, he found that Xiaodian was also huddled in front of Shen Xingrui and trembling constantly. Could it be that this roar is only intimidating to the natives of the Tianyuan secret realm? Chen Jin muttered something, then turned his gaze towards the bronze door. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Come with me and let's see whether there is a human or a ghost in there. After Chen Jin said something to Xing Tian, he walked to the bronze door. Then, he reached out and pushed the bronze door. The moment his palm touched the bronze door, Chen Jin felt extremely cold, as if he was in an ice cave, and shivered. Then, Chen Jin slowly pushed the bronze door open, making a harsh friction sound. Shen Xingrui also came over holding Xiaodian. After thinking for a moment, Xing Tian followed. Several people looked at the slowly opening bronze door, feeling a little nervous. Everyone wants to see what is inside. Roar! Suddenly, another beast roar was heard. This time, Chen Jin clearly heard a hint of wolf howl in the beast's roar. Could it be a wolf beast? No, wolf beasts don't roar that loudly. Chen Jin spoke to himself, then turned his gaze to Xing Tian. Let's go in. Xiaodian, protect Royer. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jin walked in first. Xing Tian followed with trembling legs. And Xiaodian in Shen Xingrui's arms cautiously revealed a pair of eyes and looked around. Then a thunder shield covered Shen Xingrui. As soon as Chen Jin walked into the bronze door, the torches inside instantly caught fire. However, the flames from the torches here are green. The green firelight illuminated the secret room, making it seem eerie and quiet. Chen Jin looked at the secret room in front of him and found that it was not very big, but there was a huge box in the middle. The box is gilded all over, square and without a speck of dust. After looking for a while, Chen Jin did not find any special beasts in the secret room, and was puzzled. A huge beast roar came from the box in front of him. Then, the box began to tremble, as if the things inside wanted to come out. Seeing this, Chen Jin had the sword of all living beings in his hand, and Xing Tian also had his sledgehammer in his hand. Bang! Who dares to trespass on my land? The next moment, the top of the box exploded and an old and majestic voice came from inside. Then, a giant blue wolf stood up from the box. The giant wolf's eyes were red, its teeth were bared, and the space around it began to fluctuate. Wolf beast? Chen Jin recognized the giant wolf in the box at a glance. It was exactly the same as the wolf beast we encountered in the Thunder Domain before. Grandfather! Suddenly, a childlike voice came from the void. The next moment, a blue figure rushed out. Chen Jin recognized the figure instantly. It was the wolf beast in the Thunder Realm. Damn, it's actually following me, but how come it can talk? Along the way, Chen Jin felt that something was following him, but he couldn't find it, so he just thought it was a ghost in his mind. The huge wolf beast, which had been baring its teeth, softened instantly when it heard the word grandfather. The spatial waves around him disappeared, and the blood red in his eyes also disappeared. The wolf beast from the Thunder Domain jumped down from the air, ran in front of the giant wolf beast, and rubbed its legs hard. After a while, the Thunder Domain wolf beast looked up at Chen Jin and others. Grandpa, that's him. He has spiritual fluid. Chen Jin was shocked when he heard the words of the Thunder Domain wolf beast. I didn't expect that this Thunder Realm wolf beast actually recognized the spiritual liquid. Spiritual fluid? How is that possible? I haven't seen spiritual fluid in hundreds of years. The giant wolf beast obviously didn't believe what his grandson said. Really, Grandpa, I'm less than 100 years old, and I can already speak. Isn't that enough to prove the point? The Thunder Wolf Beast spoke anxiously to the giant wolf beast. The giant wolf beast was stunned when it heard this, and then immediately reacted. Yes, this grandson of his opened his mouth and spoke human language from beginning to end, instead of howling like a wolf. Thinking of this, the giant wolf beast and the Thunder Wolf Beast looked at Chen Jin at the same time. His eyes turned red. Damn! The car is going to flip over. Chapter 53, Fighting the Giant Wolf Beast Update. Chapter 53, Fighting the Giant Wolf Beast Together. Human, hand over the spiritual fluid and you can go away. The huge wolf roared at Chen Jin. Okay, but I have a request. Chen Jin looked at the giant wolf beast and the Thunder Wolf Beast and said indifferently. What's the request? When the giant wolf saw Chen Jin give in, its tone softened a little. Give me your life or its life, and I will give you the spiritual fluid. As Chen Jin spoke, he pointed at the Thunder Domain Wolf Beast. Are you kidding me? The moment the giant wolf heard what Chen Jin said, it felt that it had been fooled by Chen Jin. Even Xinxing Rui and the other two were looking at Chen Jin in surprise. Even they didn't expect Chen Jin to dare to say that. How could that be? Didn't you tease me first? Chen Jin spread his hands with an innocent look and said to the giant wolf beast. Bite. Mission difficulty increased, rewards reset. Defeat the giant wolf beast and the thunder wolf beast, and receive plus 88,888 system points and plus 1 random SSS level ability. Chen Jin was immediately delighted when he saw the new reward. Although the SSS level Lightning King's attack method is gone, he has gained an SSS level supernatural power. Humph. Young brat, I originally spared your life because you contributed so much to delivering the spiritual liquid. Now, you have to die even if you don't want to. Spacebound. Just when Chen Jin was imagining what kind of supernatural power he would have, the giant wolf beast roared at Chen Jin. The next moment, Chen Jin clearly felt that the surrounding space was being squeezed by something. All beings are equal. In just a moment, Chen Jin released his skills. Facing two space-type mutant beasts, one of which had lived for an unknown number of hundreds of years, Chen Jin did not dare to be careless at all. As soon as Chen Jin released his supernatural power, he felt the space compressing around him, trapping him. I tried, but couldn't even lift my arms. Breaking hammer. Suddenly, Xing Tian, who had been immersed in the thought, shouted loudly. The next moment, the hammer in Xing Tian's hand suddenly grew bigger, and he smashed it into the air, and suddenly there was a sound of broken glass. The giant wolf beast, which was originally preparing to continue attacking, was stunned when it found that its attack was broken. Breaking hammer? Why do you have the crushing hammer? Who are you? The giant wolf beast looked at the hammer in Xing Tian's hand and felt a little excited. I'm your neighbor, old wolf. Xing Tian seemed to have overcome his previous fear at this moment and replied lightly. Neighbor? You're the one yelling in this palace every night? You're singing and dancing there in the middle of the night every day. You deserve to die. After hearing Xing Tian's answer, the giant wolf beast bared its teeth again. Xing Tian was stunned when he heard this, then he looked up at the ceiling awkwardly. Chen Jin watched all this from the side with a strange look in his eyes. There is a story between them. Hurricane slash. Suddenly, Chen Jin swung out with the sword of all living beings in his right hand, instantly cutting the giant wolf beast. The giant wolf beast was staring at Xing Tian and didn't react in time, so Chen Jin cut a bloody mark on its body. Blood flowed from the wound, dyeing the blue hair red. You attacked me? Young people have no moral principles and are actually resorting to sneak attacks. The giant wolf looked at the wound and then looked at Chen Jin and said in disbelief. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the void. When the thunder wolf beast saw its grandfather disappear, it also disappeared. Thunder comes from the nine heavens ridge, and darkness arises from the red earth. Chen Jin didn't think that the grandfather and grandson would run away, so he shouted loudly. The next moment, Chen Jin's whole body was wrapped in lightning, and the tiny stubble of hair on his head grew wildly and turned white. Suddenly, a blue claw stretched out from Chen Jin's left side, pointing directly at Chen Jin's heart. Chen Jin reacted extremely quickly and threw a punch in an instant. Unfortunately, the blue claw reacted faster and disappeared instantly when it saw Chen Jin attacking. Bang! At this moment, the thunder wolf beast suddenly jumped out from behind Chen Jin and hit Chen Jin on the back. It knocked Chen Jin flying and stopped only after hitting the box in the middle. Court death. When Xing Tian found out that Chen Jin was hit, he became extremely angry. A hammer smashed into the space where the thunder wolf beast was hiding. Bang! The hammer hit the air, and there was a loud bang as if it hit the ground. The next moment, a trace of blood spurted out from the air, but there was no sign of the wolf beast. Space blade. Suddenly, the voice of a huge wolf beast sounded behind Xing Tian. Xing Tian reacted and smashed his hammer backwards, but his speed was too slow. Several sharp blades formed from air have arrived in front of Xing Tian. The next moment, the sharp blade in space hit Xing Tian directly, instantly breaking his body and causing blood to flow out. Shadow clone. At this time, Chen Jin slowly stood up from the side of the box and shouted softly. In just a moment, Xiao He appeared beside Chen Jin, holding the black sword of all living beings in his hand. When Xiao He saw Chen Jin injured, his eyes instantly turned cold, and then he looked around. You decide the situation. After Chen Jin said something to Xiao He, he came to Xing Tian. You throw a hammer into the air, and then I'll follow up with an attack. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian nodded, and the hammer in his hand moved instantly. Breaking hammer. The next moment, Xing Tian smashed his hammer into the air. Suddenly, a wave broke out in the air. I found you. Chen Jin saw a place without waves and immediately attacked there. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. Chen Jin clenched his hands tightly, his fists were wrapped in the power of thunder, and he punched directly into the air. In an instant, all the power of thunder surged into the air. Roar! The moment the power of thunder arrived, a wolf howl was heard from the air. Then, the figure of a huge wolf beast appeared. The originally long blue fur has turned black. You are really looking for death. Space instant kill. The huge wolf beast looked at Chen Jin with its fangs bared, and then roared. Immediately afterwards, the huge wolf beast disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Chen Jin felt a chill on the back of his neck. Bang! The giant wolf beast used the power of space to instantly appear behind Chen Jin, but the moment its figure appeared, a black long sword slashed directly at the giant wolf beast. The giant wolf beast failed to react in time and was knocked away and hit the wall. After hearing the voice, Chen Jin turned around and found that Xiao He was handsomely putting away the black all-being sword. Don't act stupid, the fight isn't over yet. Chen Jin said this speechlessly, and then continued to attack the huge wolf beast that had crashed into the wall. On the other side, Xing Tian was fighting with the Thunder Domain wolf beast. When Chen Jin forced the giant wolf beast out, the Thunder Domain wolf beast also appeared and attacked Xing Tian. At this moment, the Thunder Domain wolf beast and Xing Tian were evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Old dog, die. Thunder slash. Chen Jin shouted loudly, raised the sword of all living things in his hand above his head, and then the sword of all living things wrapped in lightning slashed out in an instant. The sword light carrying lightning rushed towards the huge wolf beast. Space shield. The giant wolf beast shouted when it saw the sword light flying towards it. The next moment, the space in front of the giant wolf beast began to distort, and then something shaped like a shield appeared in front of the giant wolf beast. Bang! The sword light instantly hit the space shield and shattered it directly. When Chen Jin looked again, the huge wolf beast had disappeared. At this moment, Chen Jin seemed to have thought of something and thought to himself that something was wrong. Get out of the way. Chen Jin turned around and shouted at Xin Xingrui in the corner. Humph! It's too late. Chapter 54. Look, I told you you were the one who made the joke first. Chapter 54. See, I told you that you were the one who made the joke first. Go to hell. The huge wolf stretched out its sharp claws and stabbed Xin Xingrui. Hey, old man, you seem to have forgotten me. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded in the ears of the huge wolf beast. The next moment, Xiao Dian suddenly appeared beside the huge wolf beast. 100,000 volts. With a light shot from Xiao Dian, a lightning bolt as big as his thigh shot out from his own body and rushed towards the giant wolf beast. Ah! 100,000 volts of electricity directly hit the giant wolf beast. In just a moment, the giant wolf beast was numbed by the electricity all over its body and fell from the air. Grandfather! The thunder wolf beast on the other side was filled with grief and anger when it saw the giant wolf beast being shot down. After the giant wolf fell to the ground, its whole body kept twitching, and flashes of lightning appeared from time to time. Xiao Dian, good job. At this time, Chen Jin rushed over and praised Xiao Dian. Look, I told you that you were the one who made the joke first, so why bother? Chen Jin looked helplessly at the huge, charred wolf beast on the ground. Sword breaking style. The next moment, Chen Jin cut off the head of the giant wolf beast with a sword. Then, a light blue bead flew out from the neck of the giant wolf beast. Chen Jin collected the beads without saying a word and threw them into the system backpack. Now is not the time to check, the thunder wolf beast is not dead yet. Thinking in his mind, he then looked towards the thunder domain wolf beast. Ever since the giant wolf beast fell to the ground, the thunder wolf beast has become more and more courageous, and its originally light blue hair has begun to turn white. Oh no! It's going to mutate. Suddenly, Xiao Dian pointed at the white-haired thunder wolf beast and shouted. The moment Chen Jin heard it, he rushed out with the sword of all living beings. Although he didn't know what mutation was, it didn't sound like a good thing. Thunder! In just a moment, Chen Jin came to Xing Tian's side, and then a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in his hand and shot towards the thunder domain wolf beast. Space devouring. Looking at the lightning so close, the thunder wolf beast roared without a trace of panic. The next moment, the thunder wolf beast opened its mouth wide and sucked in all the lightning. Then he licked his lips with satisfaction. I have to thank you very much. If it weren't for your spiritual fluid, I wouldn't have been able to mutate. The Thunder Realm Wolf Beast looked at Chen Jin with a mocking expression. Oh, by the way, thank you for the Ice Giant core. This is the first time I've seen someone kill an Ice Giant without taking the core. Chen Jin was slightly surprised when he heard the words of the Thunder Realm Wolf Beast. He had no idea that mutant beasts had cores. If he knew, with his personality, how could he not take it? It's not a big deal. Killing you will give me a new core. It's worth it. Pick your nose. Chen Jin said indifferently. Seeing Chen Jin being so indifferent and looking down on him, the Thunder Domain Wolf Beast became extremely angry. I will kill you. Space Blade. The Thunder Domain Wolf Beast roared, and then the space around it suddenly twisted. Several dagger-like objects slowly formed and then stabbed towards Chen Jin. Roll. Without waiting for Chen Jin to make a move, Xing Tian roared angrily and then smashed down with the hammer in his hand. The moment the hammer collided with the space blade shattered and disappeared. That's it? That's it? Epsilon. Chen Jin had nothing to do, so he mocked the Thunder Domain Wolf Beast. The Thunder Realm Wolf Beast was young and frivolous, and could not bear all this. The next moment, the figure disappeared instantly. Sword breaking style. Suddenly, Chen Jin felt a chill on the back of his neck and swung his sword fiercely. Then, a stream of blood fell from the sky. In that case, let's die together. The Thunder Domain Wolf Beast that was injured by Chen Jin showed up again, looking at Chen Jin with bared teeth. Space explosion. Suddenly, the Thunder Wolf Beast roared crazily towards the sky. The next moment, the space in the secret room began to crackle. Ha 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 ha, you all must die. The Thunder Domain Wolf Beast heard the sound of space exploding and laughed at Chen Jin and others. Bang! Then, the Thunder Wolf Beast exploded and disappeared amidst its own laughter. Let's go. It's not safe here anymore. After seeing the Thunder Domain Wolf Beast explode, Chen Jin said to Shen Xingrui and others. Crack! Suddenly, there was a sound of a door closing. The moment he heard the voice, Chen Jin turned around suddenly. It was discovered that two three-tailed white foxes were pulling the bronze door, and it was about to close. Hurricane Slash. Breaking Hammer. In just a moment, Chen Jin and Xing Tian attacked at the same time, attacking the three-tailed white fox that was closing the door. However, they were still a step too slow. When Chen Jin and Xing Tian attacked, the three-tailed white fox had already closed the bronze door. Chen Jin and Xing Tian tried many times but failed to open it. It's worth it to die with my master. Xing Tian slumped on the ground and said with a smile. Chen Jin, I like you. At this moment, Shen Xingrui also expressed her love. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way. After Chen Jin finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and entered the world of spiritual power. System, mission accomplished, hurry up and find a superpower that can help us escape. As soon as he entered the spiritual world, Chen Jin shouted loudly. Bite! Congratulations to the host for killing the giant wolf beast and the thunder wolf beast. Rewards are being distributed. Bite! Congratulations to the host for obtaining system points plus 88,888, random SSS ability plus 1. Use a random SSS level ability. As soon as the system voice fell, Chen Jin couldn't wait to speak. Bite! SSS level supernatural power randomly selected. At this moment, a light blue bead suddenly appeared in Chen Jin's spiritual world. Chen Jin looked at the light blue beads in front of him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because this light blue bead flew out from the body of the giant wolf beast after it was killed. Bite! Chance item detected, SSS level ability random results are changing. Bite! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level supernatural space. The moment Chen Jin heard the system voice, he was stunned. After rechecking in disbelief and confirming that he had indeed obtained the space-related ability, Chen Jin suddenly became extremely excited. At this moment, inside the secret room, the space kept exploding, like a broken mirror. Shen Xingrui was leaning on Chen Jin, with the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised. At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly opened his eyes, but the excitement in his eyes did not dissipate. The space is stable. The moment he opened his eyes, Chen Jin shouted. Then, with Chen Jin as the center, countless invisible waves spread out in all directions. After hearing Chen Jin's voice, Xin Xingrui, Xing Tian, and Xiao Dian opened their eyes at the same time. When they discovered that the space in the secret room was gradually stabilizing, they were extremely excited. After all, no one really wants to die. Chapter 55 Double Happiness. Chapter 55 Double Happiness. Wow! Chen Jin, you're amazing. On the side, Xin Xingrui saw that the space in the secret room was gradually stabilizing and looked at Chen Jin with starry eyes. I didn't expect you to be so strong, master. Even Xing Tian began to praise Chen Jin, and he felt more and more that following Chen Jin was a very wise choice. Chen Jin did not respond to the two of them, but entered the spiritual world again. System, open the personal panel. Byte. Host, Chen Jin. Superpowers, SSS-level superpower equality of all beings, SSS-level superpower shadow clone, SSS-level superpower lightning king, SSS-level superpower space growable. Spiritual power, 58. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Power, 48. Agility, 35. Defense, 30. Weapon, sword of all beings. Item, pet egg. Hatching progress 40% unknown grade 18.8 bottles of spirit fluid. Unknown grade. System points, 148,888. Debt has been paid off, welcome to visit next time. Combat power, newbie. Own level, early Xian level. Skill, simple sword C level self-created. Watching basic sword technique, first form great success, second form great success, third form great success, fourth form minor success unknown rank. Extreme shadow step great success. When I first awakened my spatial ability, I felt dizzy. Now I see that my mental strength has increased so much. Chen Jin looked at the mental power column and couldn't help but sigh. Then, Chen Jin looked at his 4 SSS level abilities and nodded with satisfaction. Etc. Superpower? I haven't found a superpower for Ru'er yet. Suddenly, Chen Jin reacted and quickly exited the spiritual world. Inside the secret room, Chen Jin suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and went straight to the box in the center. I've checked all the surrounding walls, and there's nothing there. It must be in this box. Afterwards, Chen Jin kept searching in the box, but after a while, there was nothing in it except the blue wolf hair. At this moment, Chen Jin glanced at the corner of the box and found a protruding object the size of a fingernail. Then, reach out and press on the bulge. Crack! As Chen Jin pressed it down, the protruding part suddenly bounced back, and then a white bead appeared. The light of the white beads instantly illuminated the entire secret room. Seeing this, Xin Xingrui and Xing Tian ran over and leaned over the edge of the box to look at the white beads. Byte. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS-level superpower, Ice Flower. The next moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Jin's mind. Listening to the system's voice, Chen Jin confirmed that the white bead in front of him was the supernatural bead. Ru'er, this is an ice and snow attack energy bead, SS-level energy, Ice Flower. You should absorb it quickly. Chen Jin reached out and took out the white beads from the box and handed it to Xin Xingrui. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Xin Xingrui was stunned for a moment, looking at the white beads in front of her in disbelief. Countless people in his family had searched for it for years but couldn't find it. However, Chen Jin found it in just one day, and it was an SS-level ability. I can't have it. You found it, so you can use it. Xin Xingrui quickly declined. Although she was Chen Jin's girlfriend, she definitely could not accept the SS-level supernatural bead as a continuation. Just take it if I give it to you. Absorb it quickly. We still need to find other people. Chen Jin didn't care what Xin Xingrui thought. He just threw the power bead to Xin Xingrui and then sat alone in the corner. Xin Xingrui looked at the white energy bead in her hand and was a little dazed for a moment. When I came to my senses, my eyes were wet. Afterwards, Xin Xingrui glanced at Chen Jin, then sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb the energy beads. In the other corner, Chen Jin entered the spiritual world again because it took too long to absorb the energy beads. System, we've known each other for so long, why don't you give me something? In the spiritual world, Chen Jin had a flattering look on his face. Byte. Host, please stop daydreaming. As soon as the system's voice fell, an expression appeared in the spiritual world. Really? But it's probably midnight outside now, right? Chen Jin said with a sincere and honest look on his face. Just tell me what you want. I want the world and Before Chen Jin could finish his words, he noticed lightning flashing in the spiritual world. No, 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 I'm just kidding. I just want the attack method of spatial ability. As Chen Jin spoke, a lewd smile appeared on his face, and it was obvious that he had begun to fantasize. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mandatory task. Slap yourself and gain SSS-level supernatural space attack +1. Don't you want an attack method? Here you go. Meow. Bang. As soon as the system voice fell, a crisp sound resounded throughout the entire spiritual world. Okay, give it to me. Chen Jin covered his red face and spoke to the system. A slap in exchange for an SSS-level supernatural attack method, Chen Jin felt that he had made a huge profit. Bite. I didn't see it, dear. 3 ha. Chen Jin. Okay, just wait for me. Chen Jin complained slightly in his heart, then raised his hand high. Watch carefully. If I don't see it again this time, you will have to pay me 2 attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped himself in the face. The crisp sound of slapping once again spread throughout the entire spiritual world. Okay, give it to me. Chen Jin covered his face and shouted. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and be rewarded with SSS-level supernatural space attack method, Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle, you can instantly travel through space to reach your destination, picking up anything in the space and smashing it at the enemy. Note, if you're awesome, you can kick planets like balls. Looking at the introduction of the system, Chen Jin suddenly felt that the 2 slaps were well deserved. It's really not good. Chen Jin shouted happily, then exited the spiritual world. Because the spiritual world cannot use spatial abilities. After exiting the spiritual world, Chen Jin discovered that Xin Xingrui had not yet absorbed all the energy, so he decided to try a new method of attack. Space travel. Chen Jin shouted softly, took a step forward, and then disappeared. Xing Tian and Xiao Dian, who were standing by, opened their mouths wide when they saw Chen Jin disappearing. The next moment, Chen Jin suddenly appeared in another corner of the secret room, but there was something on his head. Pooh. Who is so lacking in public morality as to throw such things around? Chen Jin said speechlessly as he looked at the leopard print lace bra in his hand. Afterwards, seeing that no one saw him, Chen Jin drew a circle in the air with his left hand, and the power of space appeared instantly. The next moment, she threw her underwear in, and then walked towards Xing Tian and Xiao Dian as if nothing had happened. Xing Tian and Xiao Dian looked at Chen Jin with strange expressions as he acted as if nothing had happened. There were 3 words written on Chen Jin's face at this moment. I have something to do. Chapter 56, Are you playing dirty? Chapter 56, Are you playing dirty? About an hour later, the supernatural bead in front of Xin Xingrui disappeared. At this moment, Xin Xingrui exuded a faint chill. Ice blooms. Suddenly, Xin Xingrui opened her eyes abruptly and let out a soft cry. The next moment, a huge icicle emerged from above Xin Xingrui's head and crashed into the wall. Crack! The moment the icicles hit the wall, they exploded directly, and the scattered ice chips wrapped around the wall like a carved ice flower. Xin Xingrui looked at the ice flowers on the wall, her face suddenly lit up with joy, and she trotted to Chen Jin. I've absorbed it, we can go. Chen Jin looked at the lovely Xin Xingrui and nodded, then walked to the bronze door alone. Space travel. The next moment, Chen Jin shouted loudly, took a step forward, and disappeared. Since the bronze door was closed from the outside, Chen Jin had to go out and open the door first. Outside the bronze door, Chen Jin took a step out from the air. This time, there was no strange thing hanging on his body. Then he reached out and pushed the bronze door open. Let's go, next, it's time to go to the fire region. Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingrui and the other 2 and said, then turned and walked out. My lady, do you really want them to leave? On the stone wall outside the bronze door of the palace, a 4-tailed white fox half knelt on the ground and whispered. No problem. My ancestor once said that if anyone can obtain the supernatural bead in the yin-yang box, he will definitely be the lucky child of my white fox clan. In front of the 4-tailed white fox, the one speaking was a 5-tailed white fox. But it's okay. Send someone to follow that girl. They can help her when necessary. The 4-tailed white fox wanted to say something but was interrupted by the 5-tailed white fox. After hearing the words of the 5-tailed white fox, the 4-tailed white fox got up and left. My ancestor is the only 9-tailed white fox left in this world. The 5-tailed white fox said this, his eyes full of respect. I just don't know what the relationship is between that kid and the ancestor. He actually has the ancestor's aura on him. The five-tailed white fox looked at Chen Jin, who was gradually moving away, whispered, and then disappeared. 3 hours later. The border between the snow region and the fire region. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass this way, you must leave money for passage. A fiery red monkey stood on the rock and spoke to Chen Jin and others. Since when did someone dare to rob me? What? Not a human? Not even a monkey? Chen Jin looked at the funny monkey in front of him and couldn't help but say, "What a cute little monkey. It must be so soft to hold." Xinxingrui, who was standing aside, looked at the fiery red monkey and felt that the little electricity on her shoulder was no longer effective. "You're just calling me a monkey, huh?" Xing Tian pointed his hammer at the monkey on the rock. "Brothers! Fuck him!" Suddenly, the monkey turned around and roared. The next moment, countless monkeys suddenly appeared on the originally bare rocks, chattering and holding a yellow unknown object in their hands. Suddenly, a monkey threw an unknown object in its hand over with all its strength. Pa! Chen Jin turned around and looked at the unknown object on the ground, and suddenly covered his nose. Mouth area. Oh my god, it's Daddy, these monkeys are playing dirty. Mouth area. Despite covering his nose, Chen Jin still vomited because of the smell of poop on the ground. The moment they heard it was Dad, Xinxingrui and Xing Tian instantly left their spot and retreated several hundred meters away. Chen Jin originally wanted to say something, but suddenly he found that golden rain was falling from the sky. Space travel. Without any hesitation, Chen Jin disappeared from the spot. The moment it disappeared, the golden sky fell directly on Chen Jin's original position. Woohoo! When the monkeys on the rocks saw Chen Jin leaving, they all clapped their lips and shouted excitedly. Didn't your mother teach you not to play with poop? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the monkeys' ears. Then you guys try it too. The next moment, a big hole appeared in the sky above the monkeys' heads. Chen Jin jumped out of it and then ran away quickly at an extremely fast speed. Just when the monkeys were still wondering what Chen Jin was doing, the big hole in the sky suddenly made a sound. The monkeys gathered together to watch. Suddenly, countless golden rays fell from the cave and poured directly onto the monkeys. Mouth area. Mouth area. Countless retching sounds came one after another. It turned out that just now, when Chen Jin used Space Shuttle, he was not very skilled and ran to the wrong position, and directly brought the golden color in the air into the space. Then Chen Jin took advantage of the situation, which led to the next scene. In the distance, Chen Jin had already reunited with Xinxingrui and others. Several people stood there, commenting on the golden monkeys on the rocks, and occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Chen Jin? Xinxingrui? Xingtian and Xiodian. Perhaps because their laughter was too loud, the monkeys on the rocks heard it and rushed towards Chen Jin and others without caring about the golden color on their bodies. Of course, the main target is still Chen Jin. All the monkeys looked at Chen Jin with gritted teeth. Originally, Chen Jin and the others looked indifferent at the rushing monkeys, but the next moment, everyone's expression changed. I saw the monkeys running while making fireballs in their hands. The next moment, countless fireballs hit Chen Jin and others like a sea of fire. 10,000 snowflakes are falling. At this moment, Xinxingrui put away her smile, took a step forward, and slowly raised her hands. Suddenly, all the white snow around rushed towards Xinxingrui like a river. Then, Xinxingrui gently waved her right hand, and all the gathered snow flew into the sky and crashed into the fireball that was about to fall. The moment the snow collided with the fireball, it began to melt, and then instantly turned into ice crystals, piercing the fireball again. After a moment, the fireball in the sky disappeared completely. At this time, the monkey group had already come not far from Chen Jin and others. Mouth area. Suddenly, Xinxingrui retched. Obviously, the smell of the monkeys had drifted over. Thunder slash. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted loudly and raised the sword of all beings in his right hand above his head. The next moment, the originally blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. In just a moment, dark clouds suddenly dropped thunder and lightning, rushing towards the monkeys. The monkeys not far away saw the thunder and lightning falling, but they were not afraid at all. They all gathered together and looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky. Woohoo! Suddenly, the monkey that had blocked the road slapped its mouth and shouted. Then, all the monkeys stood up and spun their hands in front of them. Slowly, a huge fireball formed above the monkeys' heads. Woohoo! The next moment, a huge fireball hit the lightning directly. Bang! The moment the fireball collided with lightning, it exploded directly and split into countless small fireballs. Half of them continued to collide with lightning, and the remaining half actually rushed towards Chen-Jin and others. Mom! How can this be possible? Sigma. Chapter 57 How did you become the king of the mountain? Chapter 57 How did you become the king of the mountain? Breaking hammer. Looking at the fireball in the sky, Xing Tian said nothing and smashed the hammer into the air. The moment the hammer hit the air, a tiny crack appeared in the sky, and countless fireballs fell in and disappeared. At this moment, Xing Tian's body was covered in sweat. Good job. Chen-Jin walked up to Xing Tian and patted him on the shoulder. After awakening his spatial ability, he understood very well that Xing Tian's previous blow had basically hollowed out his body. Thunder comes from the nine heavens ridge, and darkness arises from the red earth. Suddenly, Chen-Jin shouted softly, and the dark clouds that had gradually dispersed gathered together again. The lightning in the thundercloud crackled, then landed directly on Chen-Jin and surrounded Chen-Jin. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. The next moment, Chen-Jin clenched his fists, and countless lightning bolts surged towards his fists. Then, Chen-Jin suddenly struck out, and two huge lightning bolts rushed towards the monkey group. Looking at the fist-shaped lightning flying towards them, the fearless monkeys showed panic expressions for the first time. Then, they fled in all directions. No matter how fast they ran, this was a plane, and the fist-shaped lightning still hit many monkeys. The moment it was hit, the monkey fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Woohoo! Seeing his own people fall to the ground, the leading monkey roared. All the monkeys that had fled in all directions turned back. Revenge! Suddenly, the leading monkey shouted to the group of monkeys, and then all the fiery red hair on his body stood up instantly. The next moment, the monkey's hair began to burn, and the monkey's hair was not burnt. Bite. A level social beast detected, violent fire monkey. Violent fire monkey lives in groups, is easily angered, and often likes to play tricks on passing creatures. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen-Jin's mind. Chen-Jin was slightly stunned when he heard the introduction of the system. He originally thought that the monkey's fur had mutated and turned red because they had stayed in the fire region for too long. Who would have thought that it was actually an A-level mutant beast and lived in a group? A-level mutant beasts are not scary, what is scary is that they live in groups. 10 A-level mutants of the same species can work together to fight an S-level mutant. Chen-Jin looked at the monkey group in the distance and roughly counted them. There were about 20 or 30 of them. As the leading monkey began to burn with flames, the monkeys behind him naturally began to burn with flames as well. Because the monkeys had not processed the golden color on their bodies, they were now roasting them over a fire, and a strong stench came over. Damn, this is a physical and mental blow. Pan? Chen-Jin said, covering his nose. Xinxingrui and the other two were so irritated that they were speechless. Woohoo! At this moment, the leading monkey suddenly slapped its mouth and roared, and then the monkeys behind him rushed towards Chen-Jin and others. Shadow clone. Seeing this, Chen-Jin shouted softly, and Xiao-Hei appeared beside him in an instant. Mouth area. The moment Xiao-Hei appeared, he smelled the stench in the air and vomited it out. Is someone eating poop? Why does it stink so bad? Xiao-Hei thought to himself, then looked up. In an instant, a group of monkeys covered in flames and gold were seen rushing towards this side. Hurricane slash. At this moment, Chen-Jin shouted. The sword of all living beings in his hand created a hurricane that blew towards the monkey group. Xiao-Hei on the side also swung out with the black sword of all living beings. Two hurricane-like slashes from the swords blew the stench around Chen-Jin and the others directly towards the monkey group. Because the monkeys were always covered in golden color, they didn't feel the stench. Ice flower. Suddenly, Xinxingrui beside her cried out. Afterwards, countless ice crystal flowers appeared on Xinxingrui's body, which was extremely beautiful. Go! The next moment, the snow on the ground was melted by the monkeys, and the puddle formed instantly froze. The ice directly formed into white flowers. The monkeys rushed over, stepped on the flowers, and their feet slipped instantly, and several monkeys fell down. The monkey behind couldn't stop and stepped directly on the monkey on the ground. Thunder! Seeing this, Chen-Jin raised the sword of all living beings above his head without any hesitation. Countless thunders descended from the sky, and Chen-Jin slashed out with a sword. The sword light rushed towards the monkey group with thunder. Ah! Woohoo! The moment the thunder touched the monkeys, screams rang out one after another. After a while, the thunder disappeared and the screams gradually stopped. The monkeys lay on the ground, twitching constantly. Because the ice flowers melted, the ground was covered with water. Lei Ting came into contact with the water and kept jumping back and forth on the water and the monkeys. TSK, what a tenacious vitality! Chen Jin held his chin and looked at the twitching monkeys, and couldn't help but sigh. Stop! Suddenly, a clear voice came from a distance. Chen Jin and others looked over when they heard the sound and were immediately delighted. The person coming over was wearing red clothes and had fiery red hair scattered on his shoulders. Lin Mu, I didn't expect you to be here. The moment Shin Xingrui saw Lin Mu, she went straight to him. What are you doing? After Lin Mu came over, he looked at Chen Jin and the others, and then glanced at the group of monkeys that were twitching non-stop. Seeing Lin Mu asking, Chen Jin explained the whole process. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Lin Mu looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, they don't mean any harm. Seeing Lin Mu apologize, Chen Jin and others were immediately confused. Then, Lin Mu told Chen Jin and others everything about his arrival in the fire region. Probably, after she came to the fire region, she encountered this group of violent fire monkeys. Then she had a fight with the monkeys and won, and then the monkeys recognized her as the big sister. Lin Mu became more and more embarrassed as she spoke. She had never expected that she would become the boss of a group of monkeys. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you have become the king of the mountain? Chen Jin, who was standing by, heard Lin Mu's explanation and teased. Why is it so smelly? Lin Mu ignored Chen Jin's teasing and said while covering his nose. It's them again, playing with poop, it's so dirty. At this time, Shin Xingrui on the side pointed at the group of monkeys that were still twitching with a look of disgust. Lin Mu. Sigma. I thought they were perverted enough before, but I didn't expect they could be even more perverted. You absolutely cannot be their big sister, it's too embarrassing. Chapter 58 Granny Lu was better than you back then. Chapter 58 Granny Lu was better than you back then. The border between the fire region and the snow region. The violent fire monkeys were rubbing the golden color off each other's bodies. Chen Jin and others watched from a distance because it was so smelly. How is it? Have you had any opportunities in the past 2 days? Chen Jin looked at the monkeys in the distance and asked Lin Mu indifferently. After these violent fire monkeys recognized me as their leader, they insisted on giving me an SS rank fire spirit bead, which goes well with my original ability. Lin Mu said indifferently. Chen Jin. Listen, what do people say? We fought tooth and nail, and even broke our swords to get the spirit pearl, but others just gave it to us by force. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. You didn't mention the attack method of giving away SSS-level superpowers with a single slap. To be more precise, it's 2 slaps. Just as Chen Jin was arguing with the system, the leader of the violent fire monkey group came over. Big sister, do you want to bring your friends to visit us? The violent fire monkey squatted naked in front of Lin Mu and asked. Okay, but can you please find some pants to put on first? At this moment, Lin Mu wished he could burn the violent fire monkey leader in front of him with fire. Playing with poop is fine, but what's with running around naked? Hey, there are 2 girls here. After hearing Lin Mu's words, the fire monkey leader turned around and walked towards the only tree with leaves without saying a word, and then began to make a grass skirt with the leaves. Woohoo! While the fire monkey leader was doing it, he did not forget to shout to the other monkeys, asking them to do the same. Hearing the shout of the fire monkey leader, all the washed fire monkeys began to make grass skirts and bodices with leaves. Soon, the only tree with leaves was also plucked clean. The fire monkey leader, wearing a grass skirt, skipped to Lin Mu, showing off his skirt. Lead the way. Pan? Before the fire monkey leader could speak, Lin Mu held his forehead and said something. After hearing Lin Mu's words, the fire monkey leader turned around and began to lead the way, while the other fire monkeys surrounded Chen Jin and others. A moment later, Chen Jin and others, led by the fire monkey leader, arrived at a mountain range. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Chen Jin was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Oh wow! It's so beautiful! After Shin Xingrui reacted, her eyes were full of stars. I've never seen anything like it before. Delta. Even Xing Tian stared blankly ahead. I saw that the mountains ahead were divided into two parts, ice and snow and a sea of fire, each occupying half. The falling snow and the blazing sea of fire formed a sharp contrast. The part where the ice and snow are located is filled with ice crystals because of the influence of the temperature of the sea of fire. They are constantly melting and taking shape, becoming white and gorgeous. Snowflakes kept flying into the area where the sea of fire was and then melted away. It truly formed a song of ice and fire. Bite. Congratulations to the host for finding the ice and fire heavens. Ice and fire, they complement and restrain each other, extremely rare and precious. Wherever they exist, there must be precious ice and fire beads accompanying them. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. What are ice and fire beads? Hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin immediately grasped the key point. Bite. Ice and fire beads can be used to resist ice and fire attacks. Chen Jin. Oh my god, this is good stuff. Chen Jin. Chen Jin. Gone. Xin Xingrui, who was standing by, gently shook Chen Jin's arm, and Chen Jin came back to his senses. Then he looked at the world of ice and fire reluctantly. I think Granny Lu was better than you when she first entered the Grand View Garden. Lin Mu looked at Chen Jin and shook his head slightly. Although she was also shocked when she came here for the first time, at least she didn't get stunned. When Chen Jin heard Lin Mu's words, he didn't mind at all and continued to smile. No one knows what Chen Jin is thinking. The fire monkey leader who was walking in front suddenly stopped and reached out to touch his heart. Why do I always feel like my baby has been stolen? How strange. The fire monkey leader muttered something, then continued to lead the way. After a while, Chen Jin and others, led by the fire monkey leader, came to a palace. Yes, it's a palace. Chen Jin and others looked at the palace in front of them and were shocked again. Wow, this thing is worth a lot of money. Looking at the magnificent palace covered in gold in front of him, Chen Jin couldn't help but say something. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jin felt someone looking at him with an unpleasant gaze. After looking around, he found that the fire monkey leader was looking at him viciously. There is no such building in Kyoto. Xin Xingrui looked at the palace in front of her and also sighed. Not only in Kyoto, I have never seen a palace comparable to this one anywhere in the world. At this time, Lin Mu on the side spoke, his words very seriously. Suddenly, Chen Jin seemed to have thought of something and turned around to look at Xing Tian. When Xing Tian saw Chen Jin looking at him, he just nodded slightly and said nothing. Seeing Xing Tian nod, Chen Jin's original idea of breaking off the gold plating on the palace completely disappeared. Big sister, come in quickly, the food is ready. At this moment, the fire monkey leader ran over and said to Lin Mu, and did not forget to glare at Chen Jin as he came over. Hey, I have a bad temper. Wait, Chen Jin, will definitely get the ice and fire pearl. Epsilon. Afterwards, Chen Jin and others followed the fire monkey leader into the palace. Tianyuan Secret Realm, Wind Domain. 3 days. 3 whole days. I've been running day and night without eating a single bite. I don't know when old Chen will come. Zhang Chenyang said to Yikai beside him with a dusty look on his face. Don't say it, save some energy. Yikai on the side said weakly. If you observe for yourself, you will definitely find that Yikai, who was originally full of muscles, has now become much thinner. It's just better than being skinny. You said they wouldn't forget us, right? Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang rubbed his eyes and said to Yikai. Well, why not? Yikai did not comfort Zhang Chenyang, but spread out his palms and said lightly. Zhang Chenyang. Thank you so much. Chapter 59. Do you know how hard our lives are? Chapter 59. Do you know how hard our lives are? Violent Fire Monkey Palace. Emma, this big ostrich leg smells so good. Chen Jin held a roasted ostrich leg in his hand, tore off a piece of meat and started chewing. The steamed rice is so good. Xin Xingrui, who was standing aside, completely disregarded her image and ate ostrich meat with her cheeks puffed out. Not to mention Xing Tian and Xiao Jian, the two of them wished they could burrow into ostrich meat. Only Lin Mu sat upright, chewing the food in front of him slowly. Good times. Damn it. If I hadn't wanted to maintain my influence as the big sister, I would have devoured it. Lin Mu looked at the food in front of him, feeling extremely annoyed. After a while, Chen Jin and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, and lay sprawled out in the palace. Belch. Omega? Chen Jin leaned back in his chair, picked his teeth, and burped. You guys take a rest first, I'll go out for a walk. After saying that, Shinjin stood up and walked towards the place. When the violent fire monkeys saw where Shinjin was going, they all widened their eyes. Humans are different. They go to the toilet after eating. I've learned a lot. Only after Shinjin opened the door did he realize that he had walked into the bathroom. Never mind, the ice and fire beads are more important. Space travel. With Shinjin's loud shout, the next moment, Shinjin disappeared instantly. After Shinjin disappeared, the fire monkey leader, who was lying on the sofa, felt a pain in his heart again, but because he was too full, he was too lazy to move. At this time, Shinjin had already appeared in the place of ice and fire. System, how do I get the ice and fire pearl? Shinjin looked at the ice and fire in front of him and couldn't wait to ask the system. Bite. 10,000 system points. Shinjin? Why don't you just go and grab it? I didn't say I wasn't stealing. You win, hurry up. Bite. Congratulations on spending 10,000 system points. Dear host, what do you need? How to get the ice and fire pearl? Shinjin repeated it through gritted teeth. Bite. You can find the place where the sea of fire meets the snow, and dig it open. Shinjin. Do you dare to say it again? I promise not to hit you. Just with that one sentence, you want 10,000 system points from me? Those are 10,000 system points. I earned them through hard work. No matter how Shinjin called the system in his heart, the system just didn't appear, as if it had blocked Shinjin. Afterwards, Shinjin could only silently keep this account in mind and settle it later. Soon, Shinjin found the connection between the ice and snow and the sea of fire. Pooh. Pooh. The next moment, Shinjin spat on his hands twice, clapped his hands, then took out the sword of all living beings and began to dig with it. Hey, hey! Shinjin dug hard and soon dug out a deep pit. Crack! Suddenly, the sword of all beings made a crisp sound as if it hit something. Afterwards, Shinjin put away the sword of all living beings and carefully cleared the soil with his hands. The next moment, a red and white interwoven bead appeared. Seeing this, Shinjin was immediately delighted and quickly picked up the bead and put it into the system space. I finally feel at ease. After placing the ice and fire pearl into the system space, Shinjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you use your supernatural power to directly open the ground? Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Shinjin's mind again. Shinjin. Why do you care about me? Can I exercise? Pan? Cut. Cut the watermelon, you're talking too much. Come on, come out for a walk. After arguing with the system for a while, Shinjin quietly put the dirt back. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain if they were seen by the violent fire monkeys. At this time, in the palace, the fire monkey leader, who had been resting for a long time, became suspicious when he saw that Shinjin had not come out of the toilet yet. And my heart aches more and more. Then he stood up and walked towards the toilet. It's time to go back. Space travel. The next moment, Shinjin traveled through space and returned to the toilet again. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the fire monkey leader extending his hand towards me. What? So urgent? Do you want to go together? Shinjin looked at the anxious fire monkey leader and couldn't help but say something. When the fire monkey leader saw Shinjin coming out, his doubts disappeared, but he still felt very heartbroken. Almost. Seeing the fire monkey leader turn around and leave, Shinjin patted his chest and took a deep breath. Hey, Ru'er, Lin Mu, we should go find Zhang Chenyang and the others. As soon as he came out, Shinjin coughed lightly and said to Xinxingrui and others. His expression was a little unnatural. But no one present noticed it. Good. Xinxingrui and Lin Mu answered at the same time, then stood up and walked outside. Afterwards, after Lin Mu and the violent fire monkeys said goodbye for half an hour, Shinjin and others left the mountains. At this moment, Shinjin and others each had a piece of roasted ostrich meat in their hands. This was given by the fire monkey leader to Shinjin and the others when they left, and Lin Mu's piece was obviously bigger than the others. I don't know if Zhang Chenyang and Heikai are doing well, or if they've eaten. Shinjin said lightly after taking a bite of the ostrich meat in his hand. Wind domain. The yellow sand was flying all over the sky. Zhang Chenyang and Heikai dragged their tired bodies slowly forward. Have you ever heard of bayberry quenching thirst? Once we leave this windy region, we'll be greeted by endless delicious food. Zhang Chenyang said to Yikai, and as he spoke, he felt even hungrier and his stomach started to growl. I think it's a shame for you not to join MLM. Yikai didn't buy into Zhang Chenyang's promise at all. In just 3 days, Zhang Chenyang had drawn hundreds of cakes for himself and he really couldn't eat anymore. Look, isn't that Chen Jin? Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang stopped and pointed ahead with a look of surprise. Hey, you changed the cake? This one is better than the previous one. Yikai didn't believe Zhang Chenyang at all and said without raising his head. Cake? What kind of cake? Chen Jin said as he looked at the frail Zhang Chenyang and Yikai in front of him. The moment he heard Chen Jin's voice, Yikai suddenly looked up and looked at Chen Jin. When he confirmed that Chen Jin appeared, his eyes suddenly became moist. Chen Jin, you're finally here. I've been eating Zhang Chenyang's cake for 3 days. I really can't eat anymore. Yikai spoke with tears and snot. Originally, Chen Jin and others were still at the junction of the snow region and the fire region, but suddenly, Chen Jin awakened the skills that come with the SSS-level spatial ability. Space teleportation. Afterwards, it took Chen Jin less than an hour to bring Xinxingrui and others across the entire fire region and arrive at the wind region. Fortunately, Zhang Chenyang and Yikai were found not long after. Afterwards, Chen Jin handed the remaining ostrich meat to Yikai. Seeing this, Xing Tian stepped forward and handed his ostrich meat to Zhang Chenyang. Zhang Chenyang and Yikai took the ostrich meat and started eating without saying a word. After a while, Yikai finished the meat in his hand and then looked at Chen Jin and others. Wow, you don't know how hard our lives have been these past 3 days. For 3 whole days, I had no food to eat, no water to drink, and was blown around by the sand every day. I couldn't find my way. The muscular Yikai actually started crying while talking. One can imagine how hard these days have been for him. Woo, if I hadn't drawn hundreds of pancakes every day, we would have died here long ago. Hearing Yikai's complaints, Zhang Chenyang on the side also spoke up. Chen Jin and others looked at the 2 poor people in front of them, and the corners of their mouths twitched unconsciously. I originally thought that they were tired enough from fighting every day, but I didn't expect that there were people who were worse off than them. Chapter 60, Pet Egg Hatching. Chapter 60, Pet Egg Hatching. Tianyuan's Secret Realm, Wind Domain. The wind and sand whistled through the valley. Chen Jin and his group walked forward slowly with their eyes narrowed. Because there were too many people, Chen Jin couldn't use space teleportation, so he could only walk slowly. Zhang Chenyang and Yikai, who were originally extremely hungry, have now recovered and followed Chen Jin and others with happy smiles on their faces. Have you 2 found any treasures in the past 3 days? While resisting the wind and sand, Chen Jin asked Zhang Chenyang and Yikai. Don't tell me, it really exists. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Zhang Chenyang took out a khaki bead from his pocket without saying a word. Bite. Detected the treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl. Earth Spirit Pearl, the owner can travel through wind and sand and escape underground at will. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin was stunned at first, and then looked at Zhang Chenyang and Yikai as if they were fools. It's said that they are unlucky to be able to find the Earth Spirit Pearl. They are lucky, they found it but can't use it. Can you give me this bead? I can give you a better one later. The next moment, Chen Jin said to Zhang Chenyang. However, before he could finish his words, a bead hit him. Zhang Chenyang clapped his hands and said, "We're friends now. Take it if you want." Hearing Zhang Chenyang's words, Chen Jin suddenly felt warm in his heart. Bite. Congratulations to the host for collecting all the treasures in the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Thunder Core, Ice Flower, Ice and Fire Pearl, Earth Spirit Pearl. Bite. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for achieving a plus 60% pet egg hatching progress. System points plus 66,666. Listening to the system's voice, Chen Jin was extremely excited and couldn't wait to take out the pet egg and hatch it. Unfortunately, it's not time to hatch yet. Afterwards, Chen Jin and his group came to the place where Fingyu Zhang Chenyang and Yikai came in. Everyone, crush the jade pendant and go back. Chen Jin looked at the people around him and spoke. Seeing this, everyone just nodded slightly, then took out the jade pendant and crushed it. The next moment, Xinxingrui and the other 3 disappeared one after another. After Xinxingrui and the other 3 disappeared, Chen Jin turned his gaze to Xing Tian and Xiao Dian. At this moment, Xing Tian looked at Chen Jin with a melancholy look on his face. Even Xiao Dian, who had always disliked Chen Jin, had a melancholy look on his face. System, can you take them both out together? Byte. Of course, this system can do anything. Chen Jin asked the system with a try-it attitude, but he didn't expect that the system actually worked, and he was immediately very happy. Then how do we take them out? Then, Chen Jin continued to ask. The next moment, the system's answer caused Chen Jin to crash. 200,000 system points. Chen Jin. Why don't you say 2 million system points? However, Chen Jin did not say this, for he was afraid that the system would really give him 2 million system points. Sure. You can deduct the money yourself. Afterwards, Chen Jin gritted his teeth and agreed to the price of the system. Byte. Your balance is insufficient, please recharge. Remaining system points, 126,666. Loan. Okay. In just a moment, Chen Jin understood the system's little tricks. This guy just wants to owe her money. Byte. Dear host, how much is your loan? 100,000, don't waste time. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin said impatiently. Byte. Congratulations on your loan of 100,000 system points, with a balance of 226,666. Interest rate 50%. How much is the interest? 50%, why don't you go and grab it? In an instant, Chen Jin was shocked by the system's Tianli loan. 50% can no longer be described as usury. Byte. Congratulations on paying 200,000 system points, with 6,666 system points remaining. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Before Chen Jin could say anything, he heard a click. The next moment, Chen Jin disappeared. After discovering that Chen Jin had disappeared, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian immediately showed a look of loss on their faces. But suddenly, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian also disappeared. After Chen Jin and others disappeared, a five-tailed white fox and a fire monkey that looked exactly like the fire monkey leader but a little older appeared at the place where Chen Jin and others disappeared. Why? You want to attack them? At this time, the old fire monkey spoke to the five-tailed white fox with a hint of disdain in his words. That girl is the successor chosen by the ancestor. The five-tailed white fox did not respond to the old fire monkey's words, but just said lightly. Hearing the words of the five-tailed white fox, the old fire monkey's originally disdainful expression instantly turned into shock. She's involved too? Why? Didn't your guy leave anything behind? The five-tailed white fox stretched its legs lazily and said something to the old fire monkey. Our ancestor specially left behind an ice and fire bead. After hearing what the five-tailed white fox said, the old fire monkey said with a painful look on his face. If possible, let your grandson go out and see the world. My granddaughter has already gone out. At this moment, the five-tailed white fox suddenly said something to the old fire monkey and then disappeared. Granddaughter? The saint of the white fox clan? The old fire monkey thought for a moment before he remembered who the granddaughter the five-tailed white fox was talking about. If that's the case, I really need to let my darling grandson go out and see the world. As soon as the old fire monkey finished speaking, the fire monkey leader who was far away at the junction of the snow region and the fire region sneezed. Kyoto. At the entrance of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Xin Qingrui and others were already waiting for Chen Jin to appear. When Guo Jinlong heard that Xin Qingrui and others had returned, he hurried out, accompanied by Xin Qingrui's sister, Xin Qingxiu. Ah! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the air. The next moment, Chen Jin fell directly to the ground. Seeing the people around him wanting to laugh but not daring to, Chen Jin suddenly wanted to bang his head against a wall and die. There is nothing more terrifying than social death. Chen Jin, who had awakened his spatial ability, would never fall down. However, the moment he landed, Chen Jin suddenly felt that his ability was no longer usable. Without thinking, Chen Jin knew that it was the system's fault. Thinking of the system, Chen Jin quickly asked in his heart. Where are they? Don't worry. Only after hearing the system's words did Chen Jin breathe a sigh of relief. Why don't you get up quickly? At this moment, Guo Jinlong's voice sounded in Chen Jin's ears. After hearing this, Chen Jin quickly stood up. Headmaster. Tell me about your gains this time. The next moment, Chen Jin and others began to report everything that happened during this entry into the Tianyuan secret realm. Chapter 61 I didn't get on the bus. Chapter 61 I didn't get on the bus. After Chen Jin and others reported everything about the Tianyuan secret realm, they went back to their rooms to play games. Chen Jin, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Just as Chen Jin was about to leave, Xin Qingrui's sister Xin Qingqiu called Chen Jing. After hearing the sound, Chen Jin looked back. Wow, it's only been a while since I last saw you, how come you look so much bigger? Today, Xin Qingqiu was wearing a tight-fitting suit that accentuated his figure to perfection. Chen Jin looked Xin Qingqiu over from head to toe, then muttered something. However, as an SS-level awakened person with special abilities and also a ground-level master, how could Xin Qingqiu not hear it? The next moment, Xin Qingqiu blushed suddenly, but his body straightened up unconsciously. When Chen Jin saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly, fearing that something would fall out. Looking at Chen Jin's pig-like appearance, Xin Qingqiu immediately covered his mouth and started to chuckle. Does it look good? The next moment, Xin Qingqiu asked Chen Jin. That's a must. Oh? Really? At this time, Chen Jin finally came to his senses. He quickly raised his head, looked into the distance, and whistled. I've heard from Royer that you performed well this time. Tell me what reward you want. As your teacher, I will definitely agree to it. At this time, Xin Qingqiu stopped teasing and spoke to Chen Jin seriously. As soon as Xin Qingrui came back, she told her everything, including Chen Jin's solo battle against the ice giant and the SS-level supernatural ice flower. Hearing Xin Qingqiu's words, Chen Jin was stunned at first, then looked at Xin Qingqiu cautiously. Is anything really possible? Just when Xin Qingqiu was about to answer that everything was fine, he noticed that Chen Jin's gaze was sweeping over him again. What are you thinking? You're my brother-in-law. Let's be serious. Oh. Xin Qingqiu shouted to Chen Jin with a red face. Well, I didn't think much of anything. I just wanted to hug Sister Qingqiu. Chen Jin said this with a sincere and honest look on his face, but his eyes were still looking around. Hearing this, Xin Qingqiu was stunned at first, then he took a step towards Chen Jin and pulled Chen Jin into his arms. Then, Chen Jin's eyes went dark, and he felt like he was wrapped in 2 pieces of cotton, unable to breathe. After a while, Chen Jin regained his sight. He breathed heavily to calm the heat in his body. At this moment, Xin Qingqiu's face was already red and his neck was thick, and he didn't dare to look at Chen Jin. Are you okay? After a long while, Xin Qingqiu finally squeezed out these words. Well, what's the harm in doing it again? Go to hell. 3. Xin Qingqiu instantly realized that Chen Jin was teasing him, and then slapped Chen Jin back into the school. After seeing Chen Jin disappear, Xin Qingqiu touched his burning cheeks, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. Bad guy, you're still like this even though you have a girlfriend. Inside Huaqing Supernatural University. On this day, countless students saw a pig's head falling from the sky and diving into a trash can. Afterwards, a photo of a pig's head crawling out of a trash can instantly became popular on the Huaqing University campus forum. Name: Pigs also eat hazardous waste. At this moment, Chen Jin was sitting in the hazardous waste bin. Covering his face with 5 slap marks, he was speechless for a moment. Women are so weird. She was the one who hugged me, but now she wants to hit me. But it's worth it. Afterwards, Chen Jin covered his swollen face and crawled out of the trash can. When he saw countless students around him taking pictures, Chen Jin suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly used his spatial ability and disappeared. Puff! Xin Qingrui, who had returned to her room a long time ago, recognized Chen Jin the moment she saw him on the forum and saved the original picture directly. On this day, Chen Jin quickly became famous at Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers in an alternative way. In the president's office of Huaqing University of Special Abilities. Guo Jinlong, why won't you tell us what they got? Ling Yun, the chief of the Ability Bureau, looked at Guo Jinlong and asked with a disappointed look on his face. Director Ling, didn't I tell you that they only picked up some insignificant things when they went in this time? It's really nothing. Guo Jinlong sat in a chair, drinking tea leisurely. You still say no, but I heard from old Lu, who was guarding the Tianyuan secret realm, that the Tianyuan secret realm is in turmoil. A bunch of red-haired monkeys, holding the portrait of your family's top scholar, are looking for him all over the world. Seeing that Guo Jinlong refused to admit it, Ling Yun took out the photo from his pocket and threw it on the table. Seeing this, Guo Jinlong picked up the photo. The photo clearly shows a red-haired monkey holding a portrait of Chen Jin in its hand. The red-haired monkey is the leader of the Violent Fire Monkey group. What kind of outrageous thing did Chen Jin do? He even forced a monkey to draw? Guo Jinlong looked at the photo and was immediately confused. Did you see clearly? At this time, Ling Yan snatched the photo away, took a look at it, and asked loudly. Hey, Director Ling, maybe Qin Jin and that monkey have a good relationship? Guo Jinlong said nonchalantly. Okay, just protect your son. After throwing down these words, Ling Yan stood up and left the principal's office. Outside the house, Ling Yun, who was originally extremely angry, now had a happy smile on his face. Good boy, it looks like this time it's going well. As he said this, he flicked the photo of Chen Jin with his hand. This old guy is really tight-lipped. Villa area for senior students. Chen Jin was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Xin Xingrui, who was standing by, was trying to hold back her laughter while applying an egg to Chen Jin's face. As for Chen Jin being beaten, Xin Xingqiu had already told her. And Xin Xingrui was thinking in her heart, he hugs my sister but not me. Thinking of this, Xin Xingrui suddenly exerted a little force in the hand holding the egg. Hiss. Ah. Chen Jin grimaced in pain. When fighting with supernatural beasts before, Chen Jin always used his supernatural powers, so he didn't feel much pain. Chen Jin had no defense at all against Xin Xingqiu's slap. Although Xin Xingqiu did not use his supernatural powers, the strength of an Earth-level master was not something that could be said casually. At this time, Chen Jin suddenly remembered something and said to Xin Xingrui. How's your familiarity with your superpowers? Well, it's almost done. Xin Xingrui said softly, then raised her left hand slightly. An ice flower appeared in the palm of his hand. Looking at the ice flower in Xin Xingrui's hand, Chen Jin nodded slightly. Then he handed a white porcelain bottle to Xin Xingrui. Keep this by your side when you practice in the future. It can greatly increase your practice time and effectiveness. Seeing this, Xin Xingrui took the white porcelain bottle and felt secretly happy. Things that can increase the time and effect of cultivation are hard to come by. Since Chen Jin can take it out, he must like me. Thinking of this, Xin Xingrui suddenly kissed Chen Jin on the face with lightning speed, then ran into the room with her face covered. Feeling the little warmth remaining on his face, Chen Jin suddenly felt happy. Chapter 62 This pet is too cruel. The naming is genius. Chapter 62 This pet is so cruel, the name is so genius. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Villa for Senior Students. Bite. The pet egg hatching progress has reached 100%, please choose to hatch as soon as possible. Chen Jin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly heard the sound of the system and then sat up abruptly. Incubation. It was already late at night, and Chen Jin chose to hatch without saying a word. Chen Jin believed that no accidents would occur in Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Bite. Pet egg hatching. At this moment, the pet egg that was originally lying quietly in the system backpack suddenly appeared in front of Chen Jin. Looking at the pet egg in front of him, Chen Jin always felt that he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember it. TSK, this egg looks so beautiful, so round and so white. Chen Jin said as he looked at the oval pale yellow pet egg in front of him. Dandan, I've praised you so much, would you please give me a top-tier pet? You don't need a dragon or an angel, and don't even think about giving me a surprise. As long as it's a top-tier pet, I like it. At this moment, Chen Jin was looking at the pet egg in front of him and his heart was filled with joy. Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Bite. The pet egg is about to hatch, please prepare to welcome the arrival of new life. When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, he suddenly felt nervous for some reason. Crack. Another crack appeared on the pet egg. Chen Jin leaned in to look inside the pet egg, but could see nothing but a golden light. Bite. Pet egg hatching completed. Suddenly, the system voice sounded again. The moment he heard the voice, Chen Jin's whole body tensed up. Click, click. The eggshell gradually fell off. Looking at what hatched from the pet egg, Chen Jin's mood changed from nervousness to fear. What the fuck is this? Can anyone tell me what the fuck this is? I saw a little girl with 4 white wings sitting on the broken eggshell. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pet. God-level pet, for winged holy angel. For winged holy angel godchild, a holy angel reincarnates as your pet, bringing you light elements and increased combat power. Note, when you are with the 4-winged holy angel, the light elements of the world will be kind to you. If necessary, you can merge with the 4-winged holy angel to fight. When fighting alongside the 4-winged holy angel, your own level will be temporarily raised by 1 major level. Watching the system's introduction to the little girl in front of him, Shinjin opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. But this pet is too cruel, isn't it? Shinjin looked at the little girl in front of him and said with tears in his eyes. Bite. The four-winged holy angel's body grows very fast, host, don't worry. At this time, the system's voice sounded again, explaining. After hearing the system's explanation, Shinjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, I was in trouble. Because the four-winged holy angel in front of him was not wearing any clothes. What a sin! Shinjin, who did you give birth to this child with? Don't you want me anymore? Shinjinrui said in surprise as she looked at the four-winged holy angel lying on the bed. Then, her eyes became moist, as if she would cry to death if Shinjin didn't give her an explanation. Hey, she's my pet. Dress her first and I'll explain later. It turned out that Shinjin had no way to deal with the four-winged holy angel, so he could only call Shinjinrui for help. After Shinjinrui finished dressing the four-winged holy angel, she continued to look at Shinjin angrily. This was hatched from a pet egg I found in the Tianyuan secret realm. Look, there's still the eggshell. Shinjin said with tears in his eyes. After hearing Shinjin's words, Shinjinrui discovered that there was a pile of eggshells on the bed. I was so anxious just now that I didn't pay attention. Realizing that she had misunderstood Shinjin, Shinjinrui felt extremely ashamed and her pretty face turned red instantly. Yes, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Shinjinrui lowered her head and said to Shinjin embarrassedly. It's okay. Since you made a mistake, you have to pay the price. As Shinjin spoke, he moved his face closer to Shinjinrui. Seeing this, Shinjinrui was stunned at first, then her face turned red and her neck became thick. After hesitating for a moment, Shinjinrui gave Shinjin a light kiss on the face, then ran out with her face covered. Mom, I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Hearing Shinjinrui's voice, Shinjin smiled and shook his head. Then he turned his gaze to the four-winged holy angel on the bed. At this moment, the four-winged holy angel had woken up, wearing the little skirt that Shinjin had bought from the system at a huge cost of 10,000 system points. The two big eyes are shining, and the four wings behind it are white and beautiful. The four-winged holy angel in front of me looked like a princess, very cute and beautiful. Daddy! Suddenly, the four-winged holy angel stretched out his hands and shouted at Shinjin. Shinjin! Happy to be a father? He is only 18 years old. In my entire life, I have only hugged a girl once and been kissed twice. How come I became a father? Be good, I'm not your father, you should call me Lord. Before he could finish his words, Shinjin suddenly realized that something was wrong. I don't have that kind of habit. Well, you can call me brother, yes, brother. Shinjin coughed lightly and spoke to the four-winged holy angel. Pot? No, it's my brother. Pot. No. Okay, you win? Shinjin immediately gave up the question of address. Chuckle, chuckle. Eh? Suddenly, the little girl smiled at Shinjin. Bite. Naming your pet will increase your intimacy with the pet. Current intimacy, 5. When Shinjin heard the system's voice, his eyes lit up instantly. Name? This is what I am best at, okay? You love to laugh so much. Then I'll call you Taidan. Shinjin said to the giggling little girl. The little girl who was laughing non-stop suddenly froze when she heard Shinjin's words, and then burst into tears. How dare I let him name it? Don't cry, if you don't like it, we can just change it. Seeing the little girl crying, Shinjin quickly spoke. Sure enough, after hearing Shinjin's words, the little girl stopped crying and looked at Shinjin with tears in her eyes. How about calling Xiaobai? Shinjin asked the little girl tentatively. Four-winged holy angel. 6. The next moment, the little girl acted like she was about to cry again, and Shinjin was so scared that he reached out and covered the little girl's mouth. Woo. Be good, if you don't like it, let's change it. Little yellow? Little blue? White. Chapter 63 It's you. Chapter 63 It's decided to be you. Woo. When the little girl heard the name Shinjin gave her, she couldn't stop crying, and the system had already disappeared. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but come out for a walk. Stop crying. I'll just call you Hua. Stop crying. I won't change it. Shinjin put his hands on his hips and looked at Hua, who had stopped sobbing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for naming the pet. Current intimacy, 10. I heard that the name Chen Jin gave me was still rustic, but it was better than Taidan, right? Thinking of this, Hua Hua felt a little comforted. Then she wiped her tears and looked at Chen Jin pitifully. Guagua, I'm hungry. Hua Hua's sudden words made Chen Jin speechless. Hungry? What does the little girl eat? Milk powder? No, she is a four-winged holy angel. Never mind. Afterwards, Chen Jin gritted his teeth and took out all the edible things from the system backpack. The moment Hua Hua saw the thing, she crawled over happily. However, the more I read it, the more boring it seems. He raised his head and shook his head at Chen Jin. So picky? Chen Jin was a little surprised when he saw that Hua Hua was not interested in so many of his treasured snacks. The next moment, Chen Jin seemed to have thought of something and reached into his clothes to search. After a while, Chen Jin took out a white porcelain bottle. Hua Hua looked at the white porcelain bottle in Chen Jin's hand, which was still covered with a faint layer of gas, and immediately revealed a look of disgust. Oh? You're still disgusted by this? Chen Jin was a little surprised when he saw this, and then he pulled out the stopper from the white porcelain bottle. In an instant, a white mist accompanied by a fragrance floated out. Seeing this, Hua Hua raised her smooth little nose and smelled it. The moment he smelled it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Apart from an unknown smell, the contents of this white porcelain bottle are simply treasures. Chen Jin looked at Hua Hua with a look of longing and nodded with satisfaction. Little guy, can't I control you? Then, he looked at Hua Hua and then at the spiritual liquid in his hand. After a while, he reluctantly handed the spiritual liquid to Hua Hua. This is not spiritual liquid, this is 200,000 system points. Woo woo woo. The moment Hua Hua saw Chen Jin handing the spiritual liquid to her, she rushed over, hugged the white porcelain bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Then he licked his lips with satisfaction. Delicious. When Chen Jin heard Hua Hua's voice, he instantly felt that everything was worth it. This may be the old father's realization. Pooh. My brother's enlightenment. At this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from Hua Hua's body, instantly illuminating the entire room. Some golden light shone directly outside through the window. Who is this? Why is he playing with lights so late at night? If you don't understand, just ask. Is it daybreak yet? Which warrior is going to survive the tribulation tonight? Isn't the momentum a bit overwhelming? Hearing the shouting outside, Chen Jin quickly picked up the quilt and pressed it against the window. As soon as it was done, the golden light on Hua Hua's body disappeared. Chen Jin. Suddenly, Chen Jin discovered that Hua Hua on the bed seemed a little different. After looking at it for a while, Chen Jin discovered. Hua Hua seems to have grown a lot, and the wings behind her have also become a little longer. At this moment, Hua Hua looked like a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Chen Jin looked at Hua Hua in front of him and suddenly discovered a problem. That is, the clothes I just changed into have become smaller. Are you changing people? Xin Xingrui looked at the growing flower on the bed and asked in confusion. How is that possible? I've grown up. Change it now. Chen Jin quickly handed the princess dress that he had bought from the system mall for 30,000 system points to Xin Xingrui. Things like changing clothes should be done by girls. He doesn't want to stay in jail for a few days. After changing clothes, the originally cute Hua Hua can now be seen what she will look like in the future. Wow! It's so beautiful. It will be even more beautiful when it grows up. Xin Xingrui looked at Hua Hua in front of her and said in surprise. After Chen Jin and Xin Xingrui exchanged greetings for a while, Xin Xingrui went back to her room to sleep. After all, it is still late at night, and girls need to sleep well, otherwise they will get acne. After seeing Xin Xingrui off, Chen Jin turned around and saw Hua Hua fast asleep on the bed, perhaps because she was tired or full. Looking at the flowers in front of him, Chen Jin's mouth corners unconsciously rose. Then he pulled the quilt off the bed and covered Hua Hua with it. System, I've been forgetting to ask you, where are Xing Tian and Xiao Dian? Just when he was taking the spiritual liquid for Hua Hua, Chen Jin finally remembered Xing Tian and Xiao Dian. Bite. They've been here all the time. They wanted to see when you'd remember, so they didn't go out. Chen Jin. It's not necessary, okay? The next moment, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian appeared out of thin air in Chen Jin's house. The moment Xing Tian appeared, he knelt on one knee. Owner. Don't be like this, we are friends. There is no need to do this in the future. Do you hear me? Seeing this, Chen Jin hurriedly helped Xing Tian up. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Xing Tian felt warm in his heart and no longer cared about what Chen Jin had forgotten about him. Tisk, scumbag. Suddenly, Xiao Dian, who was sitting next to him, sat on the edge of the bed, crossed his legs and said lightly, Chen Jin? If a woman says I'm a scumbag, I'll reluctantly accept it. What do you think that means? Oh. I saw you hugging that big sister. At this time, Xiao Dian continued to speak. Hearing Xiao Dian's words, Chen Jin was stunned at first, then realized that it was Xin Xingqiu who was talking about it. I was about to retort, but suddenly I felt jealous. Then he looked at Xiao Dian in disbelief. You don't want to hug me too, do you? Xiao Dian, who originally had a look of disgust on his face, after hearing what Chen Jin said. He blushed immediately and lowered his head. No, don't talk nonsense. Looking at Xiao Dian's expression, Chen Jin instantly knew that he had guessed right. Good boy, this little thing has taken a fancy to Xin Xingqiu as soon as he arrived. But, he is so small, TSK. Just then, Xiao Dian felt someone was looking at him. Looking up, I found that Chen Jin was looking at some parts of me. There's something wrong with you. TSK, you can't get in. Chen Jin looked at Xiao Dian with amusement. Xiao Dian, who was about to retort, suddenly realized something and then lowered his head silently. Well, actually, you still have a chance. After all, you can still grow up. Chen Jin was afraid that Xiao Dian would be accused of inferiority, so he quickly comforted her. Really? Hearing Chen Jin's words, Xiao Dian's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up. Steamed, I'll make 4. Chen Jin said vaguely. Xiao Dian didn't care about all that and jumped up and down happily in the room. Hua Hua on the bed was already sleeping quietly. Chapter 64 Chen Jin, you were so popular. Chapter 64, Chen Jin, you were so popular. Since it was already late at night, Chen Jin arranged Xing Tian and Xiao Dian in another room and went to bed. The next morning. Huaqing University of Specialties Forum. Shocked. The one with the pig head crawling into the trash can turned out to be that man. Horrible. The person who survived the tribulation last night was actually related to him? Do you want to know what happened yesterday? Click the link in the lower left corner, pay 10 credits, and you will get all the strange news about the school. On the forum's hot search list, 3 topics remained popular overnight. Xin Xingrui got up early, ate breakfast, and browsed the forum. When she clicked on the 3 posts one by one, she found that the protagonist in them was Chen Jin. I didn't expect it. Chen Jin actually became famous. Xin Xingrui looked at the pig-headed photo of Chen Jin on the post and said something unconsciously. Zhang Chenyang and He Kai, who lived in the villa next door, also saw the post. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. This is my friend. My buddy. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang typed a message in the post. In just a moment, Zhang Chenyang's words reached 100,000 likes. Brother, introduce yourself. Oh, he's really from our school. I thought it was photoshopped. Shit. The protagonist's friend has come out to make a statement. I'll count to 3 and push your friend to me. Don't be ungrateful. Don't you think the pig head in the post looks like the top pick in the ranking competition a few days ago? Zhang Chenyang looked at the floors that were getting higher and higher, and suddenly he felt his face turn red. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it so early in the morning? Having already gone to bed late, and now being woken up again, Chen Jin immediately became grumpy. But when he opened the door, his anger disappeared instantly. Sister Qingqiu, why are you here? At this moment, standing outside Chen Jinmen was Xin Xingqiu. And Xin Xingrui went back to her room after Xin Xingqiu arrived. Nothing, just came to see how our big internet celebrity is doing. Xin Xingqiu said lightly. Internet celebrity? What internet celebrity? Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingqiu with a puzzled look. Cough. It's just that after what we did yesterday, you were photographed. At this time, Xin Xingqiu's face turned red as he spoke. The two of us? We were photographed hugging each other? Chen Jin was stunned at first, then suddenly thought of something. It's over. They won't slander me, right? I'm still a pure little boy. Sigma. Chen Jin looked at Xin Xingqiu with fear on his face. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Xin Xingqiu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I've been a solo artist for 22 years, and I didn't say anything, yet you're being pretentious. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Bang! The next moment, Chen Jin flew out and hit the wall inside the house. Hua Hua, there's an earthquake, there's an earthquake. Then, Hua Hua jumped up and ran to the living room and hid. Good for you, Chen Jin, you've already got a child this big on your back. Sigma death penalty. Afterwards, Xin Xingqiu pulled Chen Jin up from the ground and beat him up again. Fortunately, Chen Jin reacted quickly this time and put a bunch of supernatural powers on his body to cover his handsome swollen face. Stop. Let me explain. At this time, Chen Jin shouted hurriedly. Are you kidding? He just saw an ice blade appear in Xin Xingqiu's hand. Equals? This crazy woman used her superpowers to beat him. Okay, explain it to me. Afterwards, Chen Jin explained his explanation to Xin Xingrui to Xin Xingqiu. As expected. Xin Xingqiu believed it. Now, it was Chen Jin's turn to gain the upper hand. Tell me, how do you solve this problem? I'm doing this for my sister's sake. Xin Xingqiu looked at Chen Jin with a flattering expression. As an Earth-rank SS-level awakened superpower, and also a teacher at Huaqing Superpower University, Xin Xingqiu was trying to please someone like this for the first time. Don't talk too much, just tell me how to solve this problem. My face still hurts. However, Chen Jin didn't buy it at all. Just as Chen Jin finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lost their light, and then he felt his breathing become rapid, and his face was clamped by something. Crack! Just then, a shudder sound rang out in the living room. Frightened, Xin Xingqiu and Chen Jin quickly separated. They both looked at the same time and found that Hua Hua had found a cell phone from somewhere and took a photo of Chen Jin and the other person. I'm leaving first. Seeing this scene, Xin Xingqiu ran away with a red face. Hua Hua, be good, give me your phone and I'll buy you something delicious. Then, Chen Jin slowly moved towards Hua Hua with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Hua Hua smiled at Chen Jin and then started pressing her cell phone frantically. Frightened, Chen Jin rushed over and snatched the phone. Then he looked closely. The Huaqing Supernatural University forum is displayed on the phone. And just now this phone sent out a message. There was no text in the post, only a photo. The content of the photo is exactly Chen Jin immersed in Xin Xingqiu's gentle embrace. Seeing this scene, Chen Jin was so scared that he quickly retreated. However, due to 3 hot posts on the forum, nearly 80% of the teachers and students of Huaqing University of Special Ability are online at this moment. Although Chen Jin's photo was only sent out for less than a minute, it has still been seen and preserved by countless people. Immediately afterwards, the entire Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers was in an uproar. A new viral post shot straight to the top of the list. On the secrets that must be told between Pighead and the beautiful teacher. Below the post, countless single people kept wailing. I'm so angry. The goddess is actually with a pig head. I'm so angry. Who is this pig head? I want to fight him one-on-one. Duel +1. One-on-one plus 10,010. Well, although I also want to join, but he seems to be this year's top freshman, an SSS-level awakened superpower. As soon as this reply came out, the entire thread suddenly stopped, as if it was stuck, and no one responded. After a while, a reply slowly appeared. Well, actually, if you look closely, this top scholar, is a perfect match for our beautiful teacher. Agree with the above. TSK. I, Wang Defa, refuse to accept defeat. Tonight, at the martial arts hall, I will challenge Chen Jin. Everyone is welcome to come and watch. Suddenly, a person with a muscular man's avatar replied. Damn. It's the captain of the previous ranking battle, Wang Defa. Awesome. I just don't like this pig head. So what if he's SSS? Wang Defa is awesome. Come on, Wang Defa. In the villa area for senior students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. A muscular man looked at the news on the forum and couldn't help but smile. Chen Jin, right? Xin Xingqiu is mine. Chapter 65 Wang Defa's Challenge. Chapter 65, Wang Defa's Challenge. Is this person sick? It's inexplicable. Mentally retarded. Chen Jin was speechless when he saw Wang Defa saying in the forum that he wanted to challenge him. Suddenly, another post in the Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers forum went viral. Tell Chen Jin, I'm Wang Defa. Come to the martial arts hall at 3 p.m. to fight me. Support Wang Defa. Down with Chen Zhu too. Support Wang Defa. Down with Chen Zhu too. Countless people denounced Chen Jin under the post. TSK, it's not good to be attractive. It's only been a few days, and he's already become Huaqing's idol. Chen Jin looked at the post and burst out laughing. Then he reached out and started tapping on his phone. I don't know whether you are a female or a male, but I know I am a male. The moment Chen Jin made the comment, a long line formed below. Chen Jin. I want you to die. Wang Defa was so angry when he saw Chen Jin's comments that he threw his phone. Then, Wang Defa took out a new mobile phone from his pocket and started making a call. I'm Wang Defa. This afternoon, I want Chen Jin dead. No problem, 50 million. Sigma. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll call you later. I don't want to see Chen Jin at 3 o'clock. After hanging up the phone, Wang De smashed his phone again in anger. After a while, Wang Defa took out a mobile phone from his pocket and started browsing the forum. Kyoto, Lin family compound. Lin Mu looked at the text message on his phone about 50 million yuan being deposited into his bank account and was speechless for a moment. It's great to be able to get 50 million for free at home. La 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 la, today is a good day. Afterwards, Lin Mu went out to play with 50 million. Kill Chen Jin? Is it Wang Defa who hasn't woken up yet, or is it her who hasn't woken up yet? At this moment, Wang Defa had no idea that he had lost 50 million in vain. Still holding his phone and talking nonsense on the forum. Chen Jin, do you really want to fight this fake? Inside the house, Xinxingrui asked Chen Jin. Holy shit, why did the name change? Equals? Of course not. There's no benefit at all, so why fight? Chen Jin said indifferently. Hearing this, Xinxingrui nodded. It's better not to fight. What if Chen Jin gets injured? That fuck is so mean, he actually wants to hit Chen Jin, and even has his eyes on my sister. O to the power of O. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Budokan. At this moment, Wang Defa stood on the stage, his arms crossed, his face scornful. At this moment, there was also a lot of discussion in the audience. Why hasn't Chen Jin come yet? Is he afraid to come? I think so too. It's obvious that the top pick in his ranking competition is not good enough. I can do it too. By the way, don't any of you think that Chen Jin didn't come because he thought it was boring? After hearing this, the people around looked at that person angrily. The audience member was so frightened that he lowered his head immediately. Just kidding, everyone who comes here hates Chen Jin and is here to see the fun. Do you want them to think that Chen Jin didn't come because he found it boring? Even if they really feel this way, no one will say it out loud. In the corner of the auditorium, Chen Jin and Xinxingrui calmly ate popcorn and listened to people talking about him. This popcorn is really good. Chen Jin said this after eating a handful of popcorn. Xinxingrui was speechless upon seeing this. Because the popcorn in Chen Jin's hand was given to him by the person at the door when he came in. The condition for giving it to Chen Jin is to let Chen Jin scold Chen Jin. Afterwards, Chen Jin cursed a lot of nasty words, and then the man gave Chen Jin the largest bucket. In Chen Jin's words. What's wrong with cursing a few times? There's delicious popcorn. Everyone has seen it, it's Chen Jin who doesn't dare to come. At this time, Wang Defa, who was standing on the stage, spoke loudly. The next moment, the audience seats suddenly became boiling. Wang Defa is the best. Chen Zhu sucks. Wang Defa. Wang Defa looked at the internet trolls he hired in the audience shouting so hard and nodded slightly. At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Is there a possibility that Chen Jin feels it's boring and doesn't want to come? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over. Zhang Chenyang was seen standing on his seat and talking. Oh? Then what do you think is interesting? Wang Defa stood on the stage and said with a smile on his face. Then you have to bet a few 100 million? Zhang Chenyang pretended to be angry and shouted at Wang Defa. Seeing this, Wang Defa smiled slightly. I have already arranged for someone to kill him, so what if I bet a few 100 million? Okay. I'll bet 300 million. As long as he comes, I'll bet. Really? Suddenly, Chen Jin, who was eating popcorn in the corner, slowly stood up. Look! It's Chen Jin. Bullshit. Isn't Chen Jin a pig head? He's so handsome, and you're telling me he's Chen Pighead? I've seen him, he's Chen Jin. The moment the audience saw Chen Jin's appearance, they were boiling again. They just hate Chen Ju too, but that doesn't stop them from liking Chen Jin. The moment Wang Defa on the stage saw Chen Jin, he was stunned and then became extremely angry. Damn it, you take the money but don't do the job. Don't let me catch you. At the moment, Lin Mu was completely unaware of all this and was shopping like crazy in the supernatural store. So, is what Boss Wang said true? Chen Jin's way of addressing Wang Defa has changed at this moment. A bet of 300 million. This Wang Defa is not even a boss, he is a great philanthropist. Omega? Humph, of course it counts, as long as you dare to come. As soon as Wang Defa finished speaking, Chen Jin stood on the stage and looked at Wang Defa with enthusiasm. Looking at Chen Jin, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Wang Defa was slightly stunned, and then felt a little scared. Everyone, witness this. He said he wanted to make a 300 million bet. Chen Jin suddenly turned around and shouted to the people in the audience. After hearing Chen Jin's words, the audience said yes in unison. After all, they are all here to watch the fun. It would be a shame not to watch the excitement worth 300 million yuan. Tisk, do you have 300 million? At this time, Wang Defa looked at Chen Jin with a mocking expression. Chen Jin was stunned when he heard Wang Defa's words. He really didn't have 300 million. The duck that is already in hand will not fly away like this, right? I do. If he loses, I'll pay. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Xin Xingqiu who spoke. Can we begin? Xin Xingqiu said to Wang Defa coldly. Yes, yes. Seeing Xin Xingqiu talking to him, Wang Defa instantly smiled. Chen Jin looked at Wang Defa and shook his head slightly. The dog that licks the boots will not die well. Chapter 66, Instant Kill. Chapter 66, Instant Kill. Inside the martial arts hall. Everyone held their breath and looked at Wang Defa and Chen Jin on the stage. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you a chance and let you make the first move. On the high platform, Wang Defa spoke to Chen Jin with his nose turned up. Chen Jin was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Defa's words. Is this a good thing? Are you sure? Chen Jin confirmed with Wang Defa. Of course, whatever Wang Defa, say is what it is. As soon as Wang Defa finished speaking, he found that Chen Jin, who was standing in front of him, was gone. Then, Wang Defa looked around cautiously. Suddenly, a man covered in lightning and holding a white sword in his hand suddenly jumped out of the void. It's been a long time since anyone dared to let me make the first move. Chen Jin gave Wang Defa an evil smile, then slashed with his sword. Countless thunders accompanied by sword lights rushed towards Wang Defa. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang sounded on the platform, and then thick smoke filled the entire platform. All the audience in the auditorium stood up and looked towards the stage, but still could not see anything clearly. Go! Suddenly, Xin Xingqiu shouted softly. Then, a strong wind blew towards the platform. In just a moment, the billowing black smoke on the platform was blown away by the wind. The next moment, Chen Jin and Wang Defa appeared in everyone's sight at the same time. The difference was that Chen Jin was holding the sword of all living beings, standing on the high platform in a casual manner, motionless. Wang Defa was lying on the ground, twitching constantly. Damn it! Instant kill! Suddenly, a voice was heard from the audience, and then the others reacted. That's awesome. It's an instant kill. Wang Defa was the captain of the last ranking tournament. He was killed instantly by Chen Jin. Look, why are Wang Defa's pants wet? Hey, how disgusting. He actually peed himself after being beaten by Chen Jin. Chen Jin, Chen Jin. Chen Jin, I want to give birth to a baby for you. At this time, Wang Defa on the high platform was not unconscious, but very awake. As for why I didn't get up, it was because it was embarrassing. He was actually scared to the point of peeing his pants by Chen Jin. This completely deprived him of the right to choose his spouse for the next 3 years. Hey! If you're not dead yet, get up and pay the bill, Mr. Wang. Chen Jin kicked Wang Defa with a happy look on his face. Wang Defa was kicked by Chen Jin, but he still couldn't get up. Damn it, I can't get up today no matter how hard I try. It's so embarrassing. Chen Jin. Don't go too far. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out in the audience. After hearing the voice, Chen Jin was slightly stunned, but then he felt relieved when he found out that the person who spoke was Wang Defa's follower. Then you will help him pay the 300 million? Chen Jin looked at Wang Defa's followers and spread his hands. Wang Defa's follower, who originally wanted to denounce Chen Jin, quickly sat down after hearing Chen Jin's words. Damn it, 300 million, and Wang Defa's 2 installments are even agreed to? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth that much. 3? The follower thought to himself and never raised his head again. At this moment, Chen Jin took out the latest version of the Mate XS2 that he had just bought 2 days ago from his pocket. Then, he opened the payment code and handed the phone to Wang Defa. The next moment, Chen Jin reached out and pried open Wang Defa's eyelids. Transfer the money quickly, or I'll beat you up again. Wang Defa, who was originally planning to continue pretending to be dead, quickly sat up when he heard Chen Jin say this. Brother, I'll transfer it to you right away, please wait. Then, Wang Defa said to Chen Jin with a flattering look on his face. Then he took out his phone and scanned it. Byte. 300 million yuan credited to bank card. Hearing the sound of the money arriving, Chen Jin nodded with satisfaction, then patted Wang Defa on the shoulder. You're a promising young man. I'm optimistic about you. If you need something like this in the future, keep looking for me. After throwing down a few words, Chen Jin walked to the audience and took Xinxingrui away. On the high platform, Wang Defa sat on the ground with a dead heart, and the smell of urine was everywhere. It's over, my college life is completely over, I'd better move to another place. What Chen Jin didn't know was that Wang Defa used his connections to transfer to Fudan University the next day. As for why he didn't go to Kyoto University of Specialties? Because the teachers at Kyoto Otsuka University said they don't want students who wet their pants. Backstage at the Budokan. Hey, kill me. A young man was squatting quietly in the corner, talking on the phone. No problem, just tell me the name. A familiar voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin. The young man spoke into the phone with an angry look on his face. Chen Jin? No problem, it's just a little expensive, 100 million. If you can, just transfer the money. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and said, 100 million? Sure. We must kill Chen Jin. I'll do the work, don't worry. Just wait. The Lin family compound in Kyoto. Lin Mu, who had just returned from shopping, was overjoyed when he saw the news that 100 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Today is a good day, a good day. What should I do with all this money next? Oh, I'm so confused. Lin Mu never imagined that in less than a day, someone would give him 150 million for free. Should we give Chen Jin some? Forget it, he doesn't know anyway. Villa for senior students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Ah. Chen Jin sneezed as soon as he returned to the room. I wonder which girl is missing me again. Chen Jin rubbed his nose and muttered narcissistically. Looking at the string of zeros in the bank card, it felt like a dream. Byte. Are you worried because you don't know how to use your top-level superpowers? Do you feel inferior because of your ordinary appearance? Do you cry secretly in the middle of the night because of impotence? Don't worry, 300 million will give you supernatural skills, make you handsome, and let you have sex 10 times a night. Action is worse than impulse, hurry up and buy it. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. The moment he heard the voice, Chen Jin was stunned. He certainly lacks supernatural skills, but he is very confident in his appearance. As for impotence? Oh, why are you saying this? Well, give me one. Let me be clear, I just want a supernatural move, not 10 times a night. 3 humph. I understand everything. Byte. Congratulations on spending 300 million yuan. Please select the supernatural moves you need. After the system sound ended, Chen Jin's bank card received a text message reminder of a consumption of 300 million yuan. As for the Thunder King, it's enough for now, and the Shadow Clone doesn't seem to have any good moves. Then let all beings be equal. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jin made his choice. Byte. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level supernatural power equality of all beings attack move. All beings are equal ability replication. You can randomly copy an attack of the opponent, regardless of level and grade. The moment he saw the attacking moves, Shinjin was ecstatic. I made money. I made a fortune. Chapter 67 Kiss, Hug, and Lift High. Chapter 67 Kiss, Hug, and Lift Up High. Bite. Charm Potion has arrived. Charm Potion, still feeling inferior because of your appearance? Drink this and you'll be more attractive than Pine Yu Yen. Bite. The 10 times a night physique has arrived. 10 times a night physique, hee. Looking at the system's inappropriate prompts, Shinjin felt a little embarrassed. Cough. I am a gentleman. The next moment, Shinjin suddenly rushed to the toilet in the bedroom. An hour later, Shinjin slowly pushed open the bathroom door with a look of relief on his face. For some reason, sporadic sparks flashed in Shinjin's right hand. Charm Potion? Drink it. After walking out, Shinjin sat on the bed and drank the Charm Potion in one gulp. After a while, Shinjin didn't feel any change at all. Damn. I knew this damn system was unreliable. RNM, give me my money back. Just as Shinjin was complaining, Shin Xingrui pushed open the door and walked in. The moment Shin Xingrui saw Shinjin, she froze in place. Oh my god. Who is this? How can you be so handsome? A series of questions rang in Shin Xingrui's mind. Rui? Are you okay? Seeing that Shin Xingrui didn't move, Shinjin walked up to Shin Xingrui and waved. Ah. Oh, I'm fine, Shinjin, you look so handsome today. Shin Xingrui came back to her senses and said with a red face. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Xingrui suddenly realized that she actually dared to speak like that. The next moment, Shin Xingrui's face turned even redder. Hearing Shin Xingrui's words, Shinjin was stunned at first, and then he felt secretly happy. As expected, my brother's charm is still too great. Oh, right. The principal asked me to come find you. He said that you should give a speech as a representative when the new students register in a few days. At this time, Shin Xingrui suddenly said. Let me give a speech? Are you sure? Shinjin looked at Shin Xingrui in disbelief. Seeing this, Shin Xingrui just nodded. Afterwards, after chatting for a while, Shin Xingrui left. Are you not afraid of something going wrong by letting me give a speech? Shinjin sat on the bed alone and muttered. Brother! Handsome brother! Suddenly, Hua ran out from the system space and jumped onto Shinjin. Brother, give me a hug. Shinjin was speechless for a moment when he looked at Hua with a crazy look on her face. When he wanted to hug Hua before, Hua looked resistant. However, you still have to hug me. The next moment, Shinjin started walking around the room holding Hua. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Hua kept smiling in Shinjin's arms. I never thought that the first hug and lift I ever received in my life would be given to a little girl. Shinjin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As for kissing? Sigma death penalty. Just kidding, he doesn't want to operate a sewing machine. Next, Shinjin spent the whole afternoon playing with Hua. It was not until dark that Hua fell asleep on the bed due to being tired from playing. After covering Hua with a blanket, Shinjin sat cross-legged on the ground and then entered the spiritual world. Open the personal panel. Bite. Host, Shinjin. Superpowers, SSS-level superpower equality of all beings, SSS-level superpower shadow clone, SSS-level superpower lightning king. SSS-level space growable. Spiritual power, 60. Force to increase through combat, original spiritual power 1. Power, 48. Agility, 36. Defense, 30. Weapon, sword of all beings. Pet, God four-winged holy angel infant. Item, 18 bottles of spiritual fluid. Unknown grade. System points, 0. 30,000 system points owed. Combat power, ordinary person. Own level, early Xian level. Skill, simple sword C level self-created. Watching basic sword technique, first form great success, second form great success, third form great success, fourth form minor success unknown rank. Extreme shadow step great success. Not bad. After all the battles, my mental strength has been steadily improving. Now I can stay in the mental world for about 30 hours straight. Chen Jin looked at the information on his personal panel and nodded with satisfaction. System, I'm in a good mood today, let me play with 2 blind boxes of items. Byte. Insufficient balance. Chen Jin. Can't I just owe you the money first? I owe you that little bit of money. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin put his hands on his hips and said angrily. Byte. Congratulations on purchasing the item blind box +2, you need to pay 10,000 system points, the outstanding amount has been recorded. When Chen Jin heard the system's voice, he was stunned. Isn't it 500 each? How did it become 5,000 each? Don't you care about these little things? Meow. Chen Jin. Damn it, I'll never pretend again. Open the system blind box. Byte. You get the following items through the blind box: Princess Dress +1, Princess Crown +1, Princess Shoes +1. When Chen Jin saw what came out of the blind box, his mouth opened in surprise. Please, I really don't believe there's no inside information if you're like this. Who can get a set of things from opening 2 blind boxes? Afterwards, Chen Jin looked at the princess suit lying quietly in the system backpack and was speechless for a moment. After a while, Chen Jin comforted himself and stood up. System, help me find an enemy so I can try out my new supernatural attack moves. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin said lightly. The next moment, a figure that looked exactly like Lin Mu stood out. In just a moment, Lin Mu was wrapped in flames and rushed towards Chen Jin. When Lin Mu rushed over, Chen Jin slowly floated up. All beings are equal reprint of superpowers. The next moment, Chen Jin's entire body was instantly enveloped in flames, and the flames on his body were even more intense than those on Lin Mu. Moreover, Chen Jin didn't feel anything unusual. Fire! Fire! Suddenly, Lin Mu and Chen Jin shouted at the same time. Then, the 2 men punched at the same time, and the 2 fists wrapped in flames collided with each other in an instant. Bang! There was a crashing sound, and then Chen Jin and Lin Mu both retreated. This ability is really great, I have to get one in the future. Chen Jin said happily as he felt the combat bonus brought by the flames on his body. The next moment, the flames on Chen Jin's body faded away, and Lin Mu also disappeared. So far, it seems this special move is absolutely invincible. It can randomly copy an opponent's attack method, and there's no level limit. What if a heavenly stage wants to kill me in the future? If I copy his moves, can I kill him in return? Although Chen Jin said this, he knew in his heart that this was simply impossible. The heavenly rank is not just a difference in level, but more about combat experience and proficiency in supernatural powers. Ever since the early Xian stage, my abilities have stagnated. It feels like I've hit a bottleneck. Chen Jin sat cross-legged on the ground and said lightly. You can practice more supernatural moves to expand the strength of your supernatural powers. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin suddenly understood. Chapter 68, Girls Nowadays Are Too Crazy. Chapter 68, Girls Nowadays Are Too Crazy. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin kept repeating various moves. Even Xiao Hei was summoned out by Chen Jin. Xiao Hei, you better have something to do. Thunderous. At this moment, Chen Jin, who was covered in thunder and had white hair, shouted loudly. The next moment, Chen Jin's whole body was raging with thunder and he rushed to the ground. Boom! In just a moment, 2 dark deep pits were smashed into the ground of the spiritual world by thunder. Xiao Hei, who was standing by, looked at the deep hole on the ground with his mouth wide open. Damn! Why can't I do this? Not bad. Chen Jin looked at the deep pit on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. It has been more than 4 hours since he entered the spiritual world, and he has practiced almost all the moves repeatedly several times. The next moment, Chen Jin directly withdrew from the spiritual world, and Xiao Hei also disappeared. Chen Jin returned to reality, stood up and stretched, and after finding that Hua was still sleeping, he walked out of the room. This is my first time touring a school like this. It's so huge. Chen Jin looked at the building of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and couldn't help but sigh. Chen Jin. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded. Chen Jin looked back and found 3 girls looking at him excitedly. What's up? Chen Jin asked doubtfully. Ah. It's the living Chen Jin. Not Chen Zhu too. Wow, sister, I thought you were talking about Chen Zhu too. Oh no, Chen Jin is very handsome, I thought you were joking. Chen Jin, you want me? In an instant, the three girls screamed at Chen Jin like crazy. Afterwards, Chen Jin signed autographs and took photos with the three girls, then quickly fled the scene. After a while, Chen Jin tiptoed to a trash can. Oh my god, this little girl is too crazy now, right? Equals? Equals? It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. Fortunately, he is a gentleman. Otherwise, he. Give me Kong Kong. Hello, are you Chen Jin? At this moment, a voice sounded beside Chen Jin. I'm not, I don't, no. The moment he heard the voice, Chen Jin denied it 3 times in a row. I just wanted to throw some trash away, but I was afraid it would hit you. The next moment, the man threw away some garbage and left, muttering to himself as he left. They say Chen Jin likes trash cans, and it seems to be true. Wow, so dirty. Chen Jin. What kind of rumors have been spread about me? Just when Chen Jin was sad and confused, the threshold of the principal's office had been trampled down. Office of the President of Huaqing University of Specialties. Principal Gua, we really can't let Chen Jin speak as a representative. An old man with a Mediterranean appearance adjusted his black-framed glasses and spoke excitedly to Guo Jinlong. Oh, Director Yan, Chen Jin is the top scorer in this ranking competition. If he doesn't go, who else can go? Guo Jinlong spread his hands helplessly towards Director Yan of Mediterranean. But, Principal Gua, Chen Jin has a bad reputation. Look at the school forum, everyone calls him Chen Zhu too. At this time, a white-haired old woman leaning on a cane spoke. Cough cough cough. As soon as these words came out, Shen Xingqiu, who was sitting in the corner, started coughing continuously. After hearing what the white-haired old woman said, Guo Jinlong gave Shen Xingqiu a meaningful look. Others don't know what's going on, but as a heavenly ranked cultivator, he knows everything. Okay, I know what everyone is thinking, but I decided that Chen Jin must be the representative to speak this time. Because, as far as I know, people from Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers will be bringing people to this freshman convention. Guo Jinlong changed his usual attitude and spoke in a very firm tone. After hearing Guo Jinlong's last words, everyone present changed their expressions. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers and Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers have always been at odds with each other. On such an important day as the freshman meeting, Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers is bringing people, which must be bad news. In that case, let's do as the principal says. After a moment, Director Yan of Mediterranean stood up, said something, and left first. Immediately afterwards, the others also stood up and left. Soon, Guo Jinlong and Shen Xingqiu were the only ones left in the office. Principal, are you here at Kyoto Ability University because of what happened last year? Shen Xingqiu looked at Guo Jinlong with a complicated expression. Most likely. What happened last year will definitely not happen this year. You go back first. I'll take a rest. Guo Jinlong held his forehead and said something, then let Shen Xingqiu leave. After Shen Xingqiu left, Guo Jinlong slowly stood up. Old bastard, if you dare to do that again this year, I will make you lose a layer of skin. At this moment, the air pressure around Guo Jinlong was extremely low, and the space around him kept making cracking sounds. Kyoto Supernatural University. Are you sure you want to go this year? A woman in a high-split cheongsam asked as she sat on a chair with her legs crossed. Of course I have to go. This year's person is an SSS-level awakener. He's hundreds of times better than last year's SS-level awakener. A middle-aged man with a big belly adjusted his belt, looking relieved. Nothing will happen, right? The cheongsam woman looked at the middle-aged man with some concern. What could possibly be the problem? Guo Jinlong is just a useless show-off. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's continue. The middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to the cheongsam woman as he spoke. Hate. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. This is crazy, it's really crazy, I can't stand it. Chen Jin was lying in a garden, looking haggard. There were lipstick marks all over Chen Jin's face, neck, and even clothes and pants. You're still being ungrateful after getting a bargain? Bullshit, I don't want to. Come if you want. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin suddenly sat up and said angrily. I want to, too. Ah. You can't get out. Ha 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 ha. When Chen Jin thought about not being able to get out of the system, he wanted to laugh, and soon he bent over with laughter. Woohoo, are you Chen Jin? Suddenly, a wretched man appeared behind Qin Jin. Because Qin Jin was bent over, I could just look between her legs. But the next moment, the wretched man actually started fiddling with his belt. Mom! Space travel! After seeing the wretched man's actions, Qin Jin disappeared from the spot in an instant. After Qin Jin disappeared, the wretched man silently took out a withered notebook and a pen from his waistband. Hey, are you human? Sigma. At this moment, Qin Jin had returned to his room, lying on the bed with a look of horror on his face. The city is too scary, I want to go back to the countryside. Chapter 69 New Identity, Clothes Hunter. Chapter 69 New Identity, Clothes Hunter. 3 days later. Due to the tense fighting situation on the front line, all major universities have started classes early and all students must report on time. This space shuttle should be used in less crowded places in the future. In the spiritual world, Qin Jin looked at the colorful underwear in his hand and said helplessly. As Qin Jin has been practicing space and time travel continuously for the past 3 days, the underwear in his spiritual world has piled up into a small mountain. Originally, Qin Jin planned to return the underwear after finishing his training. But I didn't expect that the forum had already started looking for the person who stole the underwear, and even gave him a name. Clothes Hunter. Seeing more and more posts condemning him on the forum, Qin Jin no longer dared to return the underwear. Lightning strike. At this time, in the spiritual world, Qin Jin shouted loudly. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the underwear mountain, and then a raging fire broke out on the underwear mountain. Let's say goodbye here. It would be rude to stay here any longer. Qin Jin waved at the burning underwear. Theater. Hearing the system's complaints, Qin Jin simply ignored them. He always felt that the space he traveled through was arranged by the system every time. Otherwise, how come you always bring back something colorful? After the clothes were burned clean, Qin Jin exited the spiritual world. Brother! Omega? As soon as Qin Jin opened his eyes, Hua jumped off the bed and onto Qin Jin. Looking at Hua in his arms, Qin Jin was suddenly shocked. At this moment, Hua had grown a lot bigger than before he entered his mental power. At this time, Hua already looked like she was 8 or 9 years old and had a good figure. Hey, Hua, you're a big kid now. You can't hug your brother like that. Qin Jin coughed lightly, then pulled Hua off him. Hua, who was pulled down, looked at Qin Jin with tears in her eyes. Oh. At this moment, Qin Jin took out the princess set that he had opened from the blind box of items. Hua, who was about to cry, suddenly smiled when she saw the princess outfit. Qin Jin looked at the happy Hua and couldn't help but smile. Hua looks 8 or 9 years old, but in fact she is just a baby who was born a few days ago. Afterwards, Qin Jin took a bottle of spiritual liquid from the system backpack, placed it on the table, and walked out of the room. After all, it was inappropriate for Hua to change clothes. Then, Qin Jin lay on the sofa in the living room and browsed the forum. Watching University of Specialties forum. About who the clothes hunter is. Explosive. I have first-hand information about clothes hunters. Explosive. Establishing a clothing destroyer squad is urgent. Explosive. Qin Jin looked at the first 3 posts on the forum, all of which were about himself, and was suddenly speechless. Then he clicked on the post establishing a clothing destroyer squad is urgent. As soon as the post was opened, it was filled with words condemning the clothing hunters. I'm so annoyed. The clothes hunter stole 3 pairs of leopard lace from me yesterday. Sister, I sympathize with you. I also had 3 stolen yesterday. Wow, clothes hunters are perverts, how can they steal boys' underwear too? My boyfriend's underwear, which he's been wearing for 3 years, was stolen, and now he's trying to commit suicide every day. Don't talk nonsense. Clothes hunter has a good eye. I weigh 200 pounds, and my favorite underwear was taken away by a clothes hunter. When Qin Jin saw the last sentence, he was stunned at first, and then he suddenly realized. Damn, I was wondering why there was a curtain inside the underwear? Holy shit. So that's how it is. Sigma. Puff? Qin Jin? Immediately afterwards, Qin Jin continued to browse the forum. Classmates, I, Wang, am forming a clothing destroyer squad under my real name. Oh my god, it's Wang. Director Wang Ba's grandson, with a level superpowers. Woof, I want to join. I want to join in too. I want to punish the clothes hunter. Support Wang Wang and defeat the hunter close. Support Wang Wang and defeat the hunter close. Looking at the comments on the forum, Chen Jin fell into memories. He seemed to have heard of this Wang Wang. Soon, Chen Jin's eyes lit up. Isn't this Wang Wang the henchman of Wang Defa? This guy is actually the director's grandson? Then, a very mature idea sounded in Chen Jin's mind. GGG, Sigma. At this moment, Wang Wang, who was browsing the forum, suddenly shuddered. Why does it feel a little cold on such a hot day? Wang Wang muttered something in confusion, then continued to form his own team of clothing destroyers on the forum. Principal's office. Guo Jinlong was particularly free today. Apart from eating, he spent the rest of his time standing by the window, looking out. However, the place Guo Jinlong was looking at happened to be Chen Jin's dormitory. When did this kid acquire this spatial ability? He's been hiding it and won't tell anyone about it. Guo Jinlong looked at Chen Jin's dormitory and muttered with relief. Guo Jinlong is the only person in Dragon Country who has awakened spatial abilities, and he is also a heavenly level person. He felt it when Chen Jin used space travel for the first time, but did not ask Chen Jin. As for the incident with the clothes hunter, Guo Jinlong also guessed that it was Chen Jin who did it. When Guo Jinlong thought about the clothes hunter, his face turned red and he was speechless. After all, he is also a space-type person. Who doesn't want to cultivate supernatural powers? Villa for senior students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Chen Jin was still lying on the sofa at this moment, completely unaware that Guo Jinlong had already discovered that he had spatial abilities. Elder brother. Suddenly, Huahua pushed open the door and walked towards Chen Jin with her big eyes twinkling. Hearing Huahua's voice, Chen Jin turned around and was stunned. I saw that Huahua had a pink rose on the left side of her waist and was wearing pink clothes. A gothic Lolita dress with a light white lining, cuffs that just extend past the forearm, and a skirt that reaches the knees. A golden princess crown sparkled on her head, and a pink flower was embroidered on the toe of each shoe. Suddenly I feel that 10,000 system points are worth it. Looking at Huahua's appearance, Chen Jin said in a daze. Brother, hug me. The next moment, Huahua stretched out her hands and walked towards Chen Jin. However, Chen Jin did not hug Huahua, but reached out and held Huahua's hand. Huahua is getting prettier and prettier. Here, take this. As he spoke, Chen Jin took out another bottle of spiritual liquid from the system backpack and stuffed it into Huahua's hand. Give your daughter the best. At this moment, Chen Jin has gradually taken on the role of father. Chapter 70, Freshman Orientation Ceremony, Uninvited Guests Update. Chapter 70, Freshman Orientation Ceremony, Uninvited Guests. Don't be like this, I'm a gentleman. Classmate, please let go of my pants, thank you. Hey, I'm talking to you, don't touch there. Ah. In Chen Jin's bedroom, Huahua looked at Chen Jin, who was talking in his sleep, with a puzzled look on her face, then silently took out her cell phone and clicked on the recording. Don't ask why Huahua started recording after just a few days, because there was someone behind the scenes instigating Huahua. The next morning, Chen Jin slowly stood up and stretched. The next moment, Chen Jin discovered that Huahua, who was standing next to him, had two panda eyes and was looking at him with resentment. Hey, it's only been a few days? You've already learned cousin. Are you tired? Or is it a ferruginous beast? Not bad, not bad. Chen Jin nodded at Huahua with a look of relief. Flowy? The next moment, Huahua rolled her eyes at Chen Jin and went to bed. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After hearing this, Chen Jin put on his clothes, walked out of the bedroom and opened the door. Then, I saw Guo Jinlong standing at the door, eating buns. Give? Guo Jinlong handed the pork and vermicelli buns in his hand to Chen Jin with a serious face, and then walked towards the living room. When passing the living room, Guo Jinlong suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Jin's half-open bedroom door in surprise. At this time, Chen Jin noticed that Guo Jinlong was acting strangely, and then he quickly ran over to close the door with an awkward smile. Xiao Jin, you're still young. Don't do anything illegal. Your parents have had a hard time. They haven't been around for so many years. I didn't expect you to be like this. Guo Jinlong sat on the sofa, put down the bun in his hand, and spoke to Chen Jin earnestly. Uncle Guo, I know. She was hatched from the pet egg I picked up in the Tianyuan secret realm. Chen Jin explained with a dark face. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Guo Jinlong was stunned at first, then nodded silently. Oh my god, why didn't I pick it up when I went in there? Uncle Guo, what did you say? Seeing Guo Jinlong muttering, Chen Jin asked in confusion. The next moment, Guo Jinlong quickly waved his hands to indicate no. By the way, let's get down to business. The new students will report to school at noon today. Since time is urgent, the freshman entrance ceremony will be held this afternoon. Don't mess with me, kid. When the freshman representatives give their speeches, please say some encouraging words. Guo Jinlong looked at Chen Jin and said seriously. Although he supported Chen Jin and believed in Chen Jin, what if the young man acted impulsively? Originally, Chen Jin had forgotten about the freshman representative's speech, but when Guo Jinlong mentioned it, Chen Jin nodded quickly. I will definitely encourage them more. Soon, it was afternoon. When the new students were enrolled at noon, Chen Jin was specifically called by Guo Jinlong to do hard labor. The reason is that he is a handsome guy and can help the new students integrate quickly. Unfortunately, what Guo Jinlong didn't know was, in the freshman group, all freshmen already knew about Chen Jin's affairs. Some even imagined that Chen Jin might be the clothes hunter. After all, Chen Jin is too perverted. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Open Air Playground. On the stage, all the current leaders of Huaqing University of Special Abilities were present. In the audience, all the freshmen were sitting quietly. Hello. First of all, welcome all students to Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. On behalf of all teachers and students, I welcome you all here. After testing the microphone, Guo Jinlong began to follow the procedures of the freshman entrance ceremony in previous years. Okay, then, let's invite this year's freshman representative, Chen Jin, to the stage for a speech. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jin walked onto the podium amid warm applause. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Jin. After Chen Jin finished introducing himself, his next sentence shocked the entire audience. The main reason I was able to give a speech on behalf of the freshmen this time is because I'm handsome. Well, let's get back to the topic. In today's society, we should strive to learn supernatural knowledge and techniques, and then rush to wherever we are needed. As people with special abilities, we must not fear hardships or difficulties and must move forward courageously. As Chen Jin finished speaking, the freshmen who had just awakened in the audience became excited. The school leaders on the side also looked at Chen Jin with approval. Huaqing really is the same every year. How boring. Suddenly, a huge voice of contempt was heard. Everyone present looked towards the source of the sound at the same time. When Guo Jinlong saw the person coming, he immediately gritted his teeth. Jiang Yun, you actually dare to come. The Jiang Yun that Guo Jinlong mentioned was the grandfather of Jiang Long, the captain of Kyoto Ability University in the previous ranking match, and he was also the father of Jiang Hu who took action that day. Why don't you dare to come? Let me see your Huaqing's SSS-level awakened superpowers. Jiang Yun, with a big belly, was holding a woman wearing a high-split cheongsam in his right hand. However, this cheongsam woman is not the same person who was in the office before. This must be Chen Jin, right? My grandson Jiang Long is always talking about you. Jiang Yun said to Chen Jin with a smile on his face. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Chen Jin frowned slightly. Coming to avenge his grandson? But isn't it too late? Jiang Yun. Shut up. Suddenly, Director Yen of Mediterranean stood up and scolded Jiang Yun loudly. Oh, who was it? It turns out to be Director Yen. Is your grandson dead? Jiang Yun said to Director Yen with a sinister look on his face. You. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Director Yen was instantly furious. Jiang Yun, today is my Huaqing freshman entrance ceremony. Leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for hurting you. At this time, Guo Jinlong flew into the sky, and the space around him kept exploding. Principal Guo, don't worry. I'm here for one thing. The next moment, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Chen Jin. Are you willing to come with me to Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers? I can give you unexpected benefits, including news about your parents. When Chen Jin heard Jiang Yun's words, he was shocked. He didn't expect that Jiang Yun actually knew about his parents. Old Jiang, you're going too far. Space strangulation. Chapter 71, Someone from above is coming, the war is getting intense. Chapter 71, Someone is coming from above, the war is getting intense. Space strangulation. As Guo Jinlong shouted loudly, the originally still space suddenly shook violently, and countless sounds of shattering and explosions rang in everyone's ears. Zhang Yun, who originally had a sarcastic look on his face, sneered in his heart when he saw Guo Jinlong was serious. Nothingness. The next moment, Zhang Yun pushed away the Chongsam woman next to him, then shouted loudly, and then Zhang Yun and Guo Jinlong disappeared at the same time. In the dark void. The spatial strangulation that Guo Jinlong had originally prepared was gone. Guo Jinlong, after all these years, you still can't break my nothingness. Zhang Yun looked at Guo Jinlong with a playful expression. As the president of Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers, Zhang Yun's awakened supernatural power is also an SSS-level supernatural power, and it is very restraining to Guo Jinlong's supernatural power. SSS-level supernatural power, summoning of nothingness. After Zhang Yun activates his superpower, he will form his own void space, and Guo Jinlong's spatial superpower is like a fish coming ashore and an insect going into water within Zhang Yun's void space, which is very restrained. Old man, do you really think you can defeat me? Guo Jinlong asked the complacent Zhang Yun with a smile on his face. Zhang Yun, who was originally very confident, began to have doubts in his heart after hearing what Guo Jinlong said. Suddenly, the originally stable void space began to shake, and the owner of the void space, Zhang Yun, also felt a panic in his heart. Space seal shock. Guo Jinlong shouted loudly, then put his hands in front of him and kept changing them alternately. The next moment, a huge word seal suddenly appeared in the corner of the wall of the empty space. Zhang Yun, who was standing by, naturally couldn't just sit there and wait. The moment the word seal took shape, countless black mists suddenly surged out of Zhang Yun's body and began to fill the empty space. Void Beast. Suddenly, Zhang Yun roared, and the black mist that originally filled the empty space split into several strands and fell to the ground, forming several black wolf-like creatures. Space shock. Seeing the Void Beast rushing towards him, Guo Jinlong instantly stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly forward. The next moment, the Void Beast that was about to pounce suddenly twisted its body, and then exploded directly, turning into black mist and rushing to every corner of the void space. Seeing this, Guo Jinlong frowned slightly. This kind of endless superpower is the most difficult to deal with, not to mention that Zhang Yun has SSS-level superpowers. At this moment, Guo Jinlong seemed to have made up his mind and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, the whole person rose into the air and stood in mid-air in the void space. When Zhang Yun saw Guo Jinlong like this, he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. All the Yi seals that were originally in various corners of the void space floated towards Guo Jinlong, and in just a moment, they merged into a huge seal. At this moment, Guo Jinlong opened his lips slightly, and the huge seal in front of him suddenly exploded. In an instant, the entire void space was shattered, and the backlash of the shattered void space also made Zhang Yun feel very uncomfortable inside. At this moment, Guo Jinlong seemed to be fine. The freshmen and teachers of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers were confused for a moment when they saw the two principals suddenly disappear and reappear. Who wins in the end? Chen Jin looked at the very unstable sky and clenched his fists. Have you had enough of the commotion? At this moment, a very majestic voice came from a distance. All the teachers who heard this voice bowed. Even Guo Jinlong and Zhang Yun bowed slightly. The next moment, an old man in a Zhongshan suit slowly walked out of the space. The old man was wearing a neat and clean Zhongshan suit. Although he had white hair, he looked very energetic. At this moment, the old man stood in the air, looking majestic without even being angry. Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei. At this time, Guo Jinlong and Zhang Yun spoke at the same time. You two, have you really grown up now? You dare to fight in the sky above Kyoto? Mr. Fei was angry that he did not fight for the truth. Zhang Yun was about to speak when he was interrupted by Mr. Fei. Okay, stop talking nonsense. How could I not know your little tricks? Go back. If you do it again, you won't get a year's worth of resources from Kyoto Ability University. After hearing what Mr. Fei said, Zhang Yun hurriedly bowed and left, not even paying attention to the Chongsam wearing female steward on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Fei. After Zhang Yun left, Guo Jinlong continued to bow. Alright, this time it was Zhang Yun's fault. I turned a blind eye to it last year, but he's doing it again this year. Mr. Fei felt disappointed when he thought of Zhang Yun. They are both at the heavenly rank, both are SSS-level awakened superpowers, and both are university presidents. Why can't they be more calm? No wonder some students at Kyoto University of Supernatural Powers are so arrogant and domineering. You were able to break through Zhang Yun's void space, could it be that you have taken another step forward? At this time, Mr. Fei seemed to have thought of something and looked at Guo Jinlong. Upon hearing this, Guo Jinlong smiled slightly and then nodded. Less than a step, just half a step. After hearing Guo Jinlong's explanation, Mr. Fei nodded. That is right, if he really takes a step forward, it will not only break through the void space, Jiang Yun will probably lose a lot of skin today. Mr. Fei, why are you here today? At this time, Guo Jinlong looked at Mr. Fei in confusion. You know, Mr. Fei is the Director General of the Longwei Education Bureau and one of the most senior Tian-level people. There are even rumors that some of the people who worked with Mr. Fei back then have already taken that step, but as to whether Mr. Fei is one of them, that is unknown. Oh, yes. Look at my brain. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fei patted his forehead with an apologetic look on his face. It's like this. The war in the East has been intense recently, and the supernatural beasts there are becoming restless again. As you know, the reserve reinforcements in the East have always been from your Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. So, within 5 days, you need to send 1,000 people over there to reinforce them. Mr. Fei spoke to Guo Jinlong very seriously, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Good. Upon hearing this, Guo Jinlong nodded and said nothing else. Seeing this, Mr. Fei patted Guo Jinlong on the shoulder and then disappeared. After Mr. Fei left, Guo Jinlong looked worried as he looked at the freshman sitting on the ground. Last year, when the supernatural beasts in the East attacked the city, 500 sophomores from Huaqing Supernatural University led 500 freshmen to the battlefield. However, in the end, there were only less than 200 freshmen left. This year, this group of freshmen have to go to the front line as soon as they enter school. The key is that they don't know anything yet. If they go to the front line, the timid ones will only die. All freshmen, please go to your classes. Teachers, please go to the teaching office to begin 4 days of intensive study. Guo Jinlong stood with his hands behind his back and shouted loudly to the teachers and students on the ground. The freshmen didn't understand what Guo Jinlong said, but the teachers did. In an instant, all the teachers showed helplessness and reluctance in their eyes. Afterwards, Chen Jin and others all followed their respective teachers to their study locations. I hope they can learn a little more in these 4 days. Guo Jinlong looked at the freshmen who were gradually going away and shook his head helplessly. Everything happened so suddenly. Chapter 72 News about Parents. Chapter 72 News about Parents. At this moment, Chen Jin was sitting in the classroom, listening to the teacher's lecture attentively. On our country's eastern border, there's a C-rank mutant beast called the parasite beast. Don't underestimate it, it's a major threat to the eastern border. At the podium, the teacher projected the projection of the parasitic beast onto the blackboard as he spoke. Parasitic beasts, as the name suggests, are special beasts that survive by parasitizing others. And the prerequisite for a parasitic beast to live in a place is that the current creature's life force has died before it can take over. And being killed by a parasitic beast. Once it takes over, it's very difficult to detect. If your companion suddenly makes some strange movements, then everyone should pay attention. Then the teacher put a photo of a corpse on the blackboard. As shown in the picture, humans inhabited by parasitic beasts will develop red spots and black spots on their bodies, but they are not regular, so they are very difficult to detect. Next, Chen Jin looked at the photo of the parasite beast and nodded, remembering the parasite beast in his mind. If this kind of supernatural beast really lives on humans on a large scale, it would be a large-scale disaster. Soon, the day flew by in class. All students eat in class, and everyone is racing against time to learn about supernatural powers. Chen Jin was extremely excited as he listened to the teachers talk about releasing, understanding, and enhancing superpowers. He felt that his ability could be even stronger. Time flies, and soon, 4 days are reduced to just a few hours in the blink of an eye. At this time, Chen Jin was suddenly called to Guo Jinlong's office. When Chen Jin arrived at the office, he saw Guo Jinlong leaning on the chair with a worried look on his face. Uncle Guo, what's wrong? Chen Jin saw that Guo Jinlong was not in good condition and asked. It's okay, just sit down. Hearing Chen Jin's arrival, Guo Jinlong stretched himself to sober himself up. Next, I'm going to tell you something, don't get excited. Guo Jinlong spoke to Chen Jin with a serious face, and after Chen Jin nodded, Guo Jinlong continued. Some time ago, news came from the eastern border about your parents. Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, Chen Jin's eyes widened, his breathing became rapid, and his heart was beating wildly. In fact, when Guo Jinlong asked him to come, he had some vague guesses in his mind. After all, he still remembered what Jiang Yin said a few days ago. A general on the eastern border said he saw a middle-aged couple walking on the sky outside a valley on the eastern border and entering the valley. The general vaguely saw that the middle-aged couple's faces looked very similar to your parents who disappeared that year. Because the general is a graduate of our Huaqing University, I was able to learn this. Guo Jinlong said to Chen Jin with a melancholy look on his face. When he heard the news about Chen Jin's parents, he wanted to rush over right away, but Kyoto needed him, and Longhua needed him. At this moment, Chen Jin's restless heart had calmed down and he was no longer tense. Uncle Guo, when do we leave for the eastern border? Chen Jin looked at Guo Jinlong with a firm gaze. Tomorrow. Guo Jinlong spoke. Although he has not announced his trip to the eastern border, much of the content of his classes these days is about the supernatural beasts in the eastern border. So, basically all the students guessed it. After all, how many people are fools if they can get into Huaqing University of supernatural powers? Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, Chen Jin clenched his fists. He had no impression of his parents at all. However, he longed for his parents and family affection. Uncle Guo, I want to join you on this trip to the eastern border. Chen Jin said to Guo Jinlong very seriously. Certainly not everyone can go to the eastern border, as he is afraid that Guo Jinlong will not let him go. When Guo Jinlong heard Chen Jin's words, he smiled with relief and nodded. Don't worry, even if you don't want to go, I'll throw you to the eastern border. Uncle Guo, I won't go to the next class. I want to go back to the dormitory to practice my supernatural powers. Go ahead, gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Villa for senior students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Chen Jin sat cross-legged on the bed and instantly entered the world of spiritual power. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin directly took out 5 bottles of spiritual liquid and placed them beside him. Then sit cross-legged, place your hands on your dantian, and circulate the qi in your body. Because he had not learned before, his efficiency in circulating the qi in the body was very low every time. Through learning with the teacher in the past few days, the effect of Chen Jin's circulation of the qi in the body has been continuously improving. Just when Chen Jin was practicing, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian, who were sleeping in other rooms, suddenly disappeared. In a void where you can't see your hand in front of you. Xing Tian and Xiao Dian opened their eyes at the same time. In just a moment, the lightning on Xiao Dian's body exploded instantly, illuminating the entire void. Both of you, he will surely meet his end. You too must ensure that he survives. Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded in the ears of Xing Tian and Xiao Dian. The two looked at each other, and there was a hint of shock in each other's eyes. At that time, when they came out of the Tianyuan secret realm, they heard this voice. Don't think it's a bad deal. In the future, when he's the most powerful man in the world, you two will naturally be his followers, enjoying the glory and wealth. Hearing the system's voice, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian knelt on one knee at the same time, clasped their fists and nodded. At this time, 2 pills flew into the hands of Xing Tian and Xiao Dian respectively. This pill can help you break through the bottleneck. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian were sent out of this space. At this moment, a white figure suddenly flashed through the void. If you look closely, it is very similar to the snowy white fox in the Tianyuan secret realm. Alas, if I really can't avoid it, then there's nothing I can do. At this moment, the system's voice was very weak, as if it had been seriously injured. Boom! Suddenly, this empty space began to shake violently. Ning, you really want to go against my race for a creature from a lower planet? Chi, I remember you also came from this inferior planet, right? How ridiculous! Presumptuous! The next moment, this empty space began to shake again, and cracks as thick as arms appeared around it. In the spiritual world, Chen Jin was unaware of what was happening in the void space, and was still circulating his qi in the body. 2 of the 5 bottles of spiritual liquid beside him have now dried up. Chen Jin was completely wrapped in a white mist, which kept hitting Chen Jin's dantian. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly appeared beside Chen Jin. Then, away from Chen Jin, the black sword of all living beings suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Xiao He kept repeating all of Chen Jinhui's moves not far away. Time kept passing, and Xiao He kept repeating all the moves without getting tired. Chen Jin was still wrapped in white mist, but there was a bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly jumped up, then the black sword of all living things in his hand circled around his body, and then he slashed out with one sword. Boom! The sword light carried endless power and slashed directly towards the ground. In just a moment, a gully appeared on the ground. and Xiao He also disappeared. At this moment, the white mist around Chen Jin suddenly boiled and all rushed into his dantian in an instant. The next moment, the pressure around Chen Jin became heavier and heavier. Puff! After the white mist completely disappeared, Chen Jin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. Xian level, middle stage. A big chapter has begun. From now on, there is only one word: awesome. If you are not, feel free to scold me. 300 reminders for one chapter, 400 for 3 chapters, I keep my promise. Chapter 73 Heading to the Eastern Border. Chapter 73 Heading to the Eastern Border. Early morning of the 5th day. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Martial Arts Training Ground. At this time, the 200 selected sophomores and 800 freshmen had already lined up in the training ground. This time, they were accompanied by the sophomore director Wang Ba and the freshman supernatural power teaching teacher, Feng Kuei. Wang Ba's level is a mid-stage S-level awakener of the Earth rank, and he is also the commander-in-chief of the team supporting the eastern border. Feng Kuei is an A-level awakener of superpowers who has just entered the early stage of the Earth rank. He is responsible for protecting and guiding freshmen in the use of superpowers. This time, you will be heading to our Dragon Nation's eastern border fortress. It's filled with countless supernatural beasts. I believe your teacher has already told you this. I just have one request. Come back alive. On the high platform, Wo Jinlong shouted loudly to the freshmen below. At this moment, all the students were excited and everyone had a heart to defend their country. Then, Wo Jinlong turned around, and Wang Ba saw this and took a step forward. Set off. Since the eastern border is not too far from Kyoto, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers always takes a horse-drawn carriage when going there. The horses in the carriage are not ordinary horses, but specially trained White Shadow horses. The sea-level mutant beast White Shadow Colt is extremely fast, has endurance, and most importantly, has a docile personality, making it suitable for breeding. Nearly 100 carriages drove out of the east gate of Kyoto, heading towards the eastern border fortress. The spacious carriage was like a small house. Chen Jin, Shen Xingrui, Lin Mu, Zheng Chenyang, He Kai and Wang Wang sat in the carriage without saying a word. As for why Wang Wang appeared in Chen Jin's carriage, it was because Wang Ba was afraid that he would not be able to rescue his grandson in time if something happened, so he arranged Wang Wang in Chen Jin's carriage. Looking at Wang Wang in front of him, Chen Jin suddenly remembered that Wang Wang had wanted to arrest him in the forum before. Shall we play a game? At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly spoke. Just when everyone was confused, Zhang Chenyang's eyes were already shining. I remember the last time Chen Jin said this, they were going to the women's bathhouse. Cough cough cough? What game? As Wang Defa's former follower, Wang Wang was particularly cautious towards Chen Jin. It's easy, just flip a coin. Chen Jin smiled at Wang Wang, and then a 1 yuan coin appeared in his hand. Flip a coin? That's boring. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Wang Wang suddenly felt bored. Don't worry, let's play a little bit, 100,000 at a time, how about it? Chen Jin shook the coin in his hand towards Wang Wang with a tempting look on his face. Hearing this, Wang Wang was slightly stunned. It was well known that Wang Defa had compensated Chen Jin 300 million before. Although he is the director's grandson, his grandfather doesn't give him much money. Only about 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. It's not enough for him to go out and wash his feet. Okay. In an instant, Wang Wang made up his mind. It's just a coin toss, with a 50% probability, how can he not win? When they heard Wang Wang's agreement, Chen Jin and Zhang Chenyang smiled at each other. The fish has taken the bait. Student Wang should be rich, right? Don't worry, I'm not short of money. Even if it's not enough, my grandfather is right there, just go and ask for it. Okay, let the game begin. As he spoke, Chen Jin threw the coin into the air, which hit the roof of the car and fell into his hand. Student Wang, you guess first. Chen Jin covered his hands and said to Wang Wang. Just as Wang Wang was about to speak, Zheng Chenyang interrupted him. Wait, add me in. But isn't 30,000 a bit too little? 500,000. Do you dare? Go all in. Zheng Chenyang said this with a ruthless look on his face, like a gambler who has been hanging out in casinos for years. Seeing this, Wang Wang, who was standing by, was about to refuse, but when he saw there were 2 girls in the car, he suddenly felt embarrassed and agreed reluctantly. I am the one who is right. The next moment, Wang Wang spoke directly. He never lost at the coin-tossing game when he was a kid, and choosing the right coin always worked. Okay, then I'll choose the opposite. I vote against it too. The next moment, Chen Jin opened his hands and saw the reverse side of the coin. The moment Wang Wang saw the back of the page, his mouth opened wide. It's over, 1 million is gone. Even if you kill me, I can't come up with 1 million. If you tell Grandpa, he will beat me to death. At this time, Chen Jin and Zhang Chenyang looked at each other, then coughed lightly and spoke. Well, actually, we are all classmates, so let's forget about the money. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Wang Wan was immediately filled with disbelief. Just as he was about to thank Chen Jin, the next moment, Chen Jin's words caused him to crash. Work to pay off your debt. From today until you return to school from the eastern border, you'll be at my beck and call. Is that okay? At this moment, Wang Wang wanted to die. What's the point of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle by putting them together? But instead of getting a motorcycle, you lose money. After a moment, Wang Wang gritted his teeth and said, okay. But don't tell my grandfather. No problem. Eastern Border Fortress. General. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers sent a letter saying that their reinforcements have already set out and will arrive in the evening. Also, they said that the newly awakened SSS-level psychic is here too. On the city wall, a signalman knelt on one knee and handed over the letter in his hand. Due to the strange abilities of some mutant beasts, the use of mobile phones and other electronic devices is not allowed in all border fortresses. All communications were by letter. Guo Jilong actually wanted to let his precious child come. The man in armor took the letter and smiled slightly. But arriving this evening isn't a good time. These past few days, the nocturnal insects have become an infestation. I hope they don't encounter any. Chapter 74, Night Bugs Block the Road, Jealousy. Chapter 74, Night Crawlers Block the Road, Jealousy. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers Carriage Team. In the carriage of Chen Jin and others, Wang Wang had disappeared and no one knew where he had gone. At this moment, Fang Kuei appeared in the carriage. There's a unique species of supernatural beasts on the eastern border, the Nightcrawler. The highest level of the nocturnal bug clan is only a level, and most of them are CD level. However, the nocturnal bug clan is best at fighting at night. The speed is extremely fast and the quantity is huge. And according to the date, this period is exactly when the nocturnal insect larvae grow up and come out to hunt, so you must pay attention to safety. After giving Chen Jin and the others numerous instructions, Fang Kuei went to the next carriage. Looking at the sky gradually darkening outside the car, a bad feeling came over Chen Jin's heart. Oh no! Night crawlers are blocking the road. Everyone in the freshman class, get out of the car and fight them. Suddenly, a loud roar spread throughout all the carriages. In an instant, all 800 freshmen on this trip walked out of the carriage. Wang Ba, Fang Kuei, and the sophomore students were ready to take action when the freshmen were in crisis. The level of the night crawlers is not high, and this is the best opportunity to train the fledgling freshmen. As soon as Chen Jin and his companions got out of the carriage, they saw a group of black insects moving towards them at a rapid speed. Fire blazing 1,000 flames. Suddenly, Lin Mu floated into the air, and his whole body was instantly wrapped in flames. Then the flames rushed directly towards the nocturnal insects like sharp blades. When the flames fell on the night insects, a chain reaction immediately occurred. Several night insects were burned by the flames and screamed continuously. With Lin Mu taking the lead, the other students also took action. With night crawlers swarming from all directions, the 800 freshmen seemed very small at this moment. At this moment, Chen Jin and others have not taken any action yet. Bite. Kill the supernatural beasts, their souls can upgrade the system. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in Chen Jin's mind. Hearing this, Chen Jin suddenly became full of energy. Don't compete with me. Shadow clones, 5 Kage. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted loudly, and then 5 clones including Xiaohei appeared beside Chen Jin in an instant, and then all of them rushed towards the nocturnal insect clan with the black sword of all living beings. When the others saw Chen Jin's 5 clones, they were all shocked. If you fight him, you will be beaten up by a group of people. When the sophomore student saw Chen Jin's 5 clones, he was only slightly surprised and did not express anything else. In their hearts, they are all outstanding talents, 1 in a million. So what if I had SSS-level abilities? Hurricane Slash. At this moment, Chen Jin shouted loudly, raised the sword of all living beings in his hand above his head, and countless waves of wind rushed towards the tip of the sword. The next moment, lightning suddenly appeared on the tip of the sword. Cut! As Chen Jin shouted angrily, the sword light rushed towards the nocturnal insect clan with hurricane and lightning. The 5 clones also used the same moves. At this moment, there was a strong wind, lightning, and thunder. In just a moment, all the night crawlers were strangled to death. The freshmen who were originally fighting were still in a daze. The night-flying insects that were swarming all over the place just now disappeared just like that? Chen Jin. So handsome. Chen Jin. I love you. This is Chen Jin? He is indeed an SSS-level awakened person. All of a sudden, countless voices of praise were heard, and some girls even ran to Chen Jin to ask for his autograph. But when Chen Jin saw the wretched man he had seen before fiddling with his belt, he quickly ran into the carriage and hid. Only after realizing that Chen Jin had left did the freshmen return to their respective cars. Brother Lu, Chen Jin is too arrogant. He's just relying on his SSS-level abilities to steal the spotlight. Inside the sophomore carriage, a man with a pointed chin and monkey face was speaking to a young man who was resting with his eyes closed. There are only 2 people sitting in this carriage, which shows that the owner of the carriage has a certain status. Humph, since he dares to set his sights on Shinxingqiu, then he won't have to go back this time he comes to the eastern border. SSS-level superpowers? Ha! At this time, the young man called Brother Lu slowly opened his eyes, with murderous intent in his eyes. The boy's name is Lu Xia, and he is the top student in his sophomore year at Huaqing Supernatural University. If Chen Jin were here, he would definitely find that this top-ranked sophomore was very similar to Lu Zi, whom he had met in Beast Hunting Town before. Chen Jin is in the carriage. How long will it take for the system to be upgraded? Just after Chen Jin and his clone killed the nocturnal insect clan in one fell swoop, he could feel countless indescribable things pouring into his body. Kill more mutant beasts on the eastern border. The system disappeared after saying a few words. No matter how Chen Jin called out, there was no response. All right. Chen Jin answered silently, and then summoned 5 clones again in the spiritual world. Since he reached the middle stage of the Xian level, he can summon 5 clones. However, today he felt that the strength of these 5 clones seemed to be different. Xiao Hei's strength is basically the same as his own, but the strength of other clones is more or less lower. After trying many times, Chen Jin simply gave up. Because the result every time is that Xiao Hei's strength is about the same as his, while the damage of the other 4 has always been relatively low. Afterwards, Chen Jin withdrew from the spiritual world and closed his eyes to rest. The eastern border fortress is almost here. About an hour later, the team leader Wangba suddenly shouted loudly. We've arrived at the eastern border fortress, everyone get out of the car and move forward. After hearing Wangba's words, everyone got off the car and walked towards the city. Soon, after questioning and investigation, the entire Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers team entered the city. After everyone was standing in the city, the man in armor who was on the city wall walked over. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ouyang Jingkong, the Lord of the Eastern Border Fortress. Maybe many of you don't know me, that's okay. All you need to know is that from today on, you are my soldiers, and I am your general. From now on, you are not students from a prestigious university, and you are not geniuses. All of you have only one name, and that is warrior. Here, you must abide by military discipline, otherwise, you will be executed immediately. As Ouyang Jingkong finished speaking, all the students knew that their good days were over. Each 5 people will form a team and choose their own captain. Then hand it over to your team leader. Afterwards, Ouyang Jingkong shouted again and returned to the city wall. Before Ouyang Jingkong left, his eyes swept over Chen Jin in the crowd. Yes, they are quite similar. Chapter 75, if you don't understand, just ask, do you have cerebellar atrophy or no brain? Additional Update 1. Chapter 75, if you don't understand, just ask, do you have cerebellar atrophy or do you have no brain? Eastern Border Fortress. Inside the barracks. The problem with the team is naturally still Chen Jin's team of 5. Since they arrived at short notice, there were 5 people living in each barracks, and Chen Jin's team consisted of 3 men and 2 women, which was very inconvenient. Finally, Chen Jin took out the wood from the violent fire monkey group that he had taken in the Tianyuan secret realm from the system backpack. The wood was split into planks, which were then used to simply divide the room in the middle, so that the 5 people would not be so embarrassed. Knock knock knock. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door outside the barracks. When the door opened, a sophomore student was standing upright outside. Chen Jin, our boss is looking for you. The next moment, the sophomore said arrogantly. Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this. The next moment, Chen Jin waved to the sophomore student with an honest look on his face. Seeing Chen Jin waving, the sophomore instinctively moved forward. Bang! Ah! The next moment, Chen Jin slammed the door shut, hitting the sophomore's nose directly. Your boss is looking for me, but he won't come over, so why are you here? 213. Chen Jin hugged his shoulders and cursed, then closed the door. The sophomore student's nose swelled up and started bleeding after the collision. Lu Xia sat in the barracks with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that Chen Jin would be so ungrateful. Not only did he not come, but he even dared to hit his people. Brother Lu, you have to make the decision for me. I went to find Chen Jin and told him your name, and then he beat me, scolded me, and also scolded you. Tell me, what kind of bastard is that Lu Xia? If he dares to come, he'll cut off your head and use it as a chamber pot. The sophomore student covered his swollen nose, cried in snot, and hugged Lu Xia's thigh and said, Humph, Chen Jin, you're such a good guy. Come on, follow me to find him. At this moment, Lu Xia couldn't bear to listen any longer. He wished he could tear Chen Jin into pieces. No one has ever dared to insult him like this. Soon, Lu Xia came to the outside of Chen Jin's barracks under the guidance of the sophomore student. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Jin was speechless. According to the plot in the novel, the sophomore student would definitely go back and complain to his master after being humiliated here. After the door opened, Chen Jin saw the sophomore and Lu Xia standing outside. I knew immediately that I had guessed right, and then shook my head helplessly. Chen Jin's shaking head was seen as disdain and disregard in Lu Xia's eyes. Chen Jin, I kindly invited you here, and you actually dared to hit my people? Lu Xia narrowed her eyes and said to Chen Jin. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin was stunned at first, and then he immediately realized that it was the sophomore who framed him. At this time, Chen Jin looked at Lu Xia as if he was looking at a fool. No, buddy, you're a second-rate writer, right? You believe everything he says? Can't you see the blood on my door? It's obvious he bumped into it himself. I was wondering why he was so stupid. Turns out he has a second-rate master. That makes sense. If you don't understand, then ask, buddy, do you have cerebellar atrophy or do you have no brain? In an instant, Chen Jin seemed to have awakened the Zhuan power and spoke frantically. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house. Lu Xia, who took a long time to react after being scolded, quickly reached out to grab Chen Jin. Bang! Chen Jin didn't catch it, but saw the door flying towards him. The next moment, Lu Xia's palm hit the door directly. Because the door was specially made, Lu Xia's hand swelled up. At this moment, Lu Xia looked at the closed door, and then looked at his swollen hand. For a moment, the murderous intent towards Chen Jin reached its peak. Walk! When Lu Xia returned to the barracks, he spoke viciously to the sophomore student who was covering his nose. When we get a chance outside the city, kill him. Inside Chen Jin's barracks. Who is it? Are you okay? Xin Xingrui asked Chen Jin with a worried look on her face. It's nothing. A dog just came and bumped into the door. Then it went back and found its owner. It's a pity that there was no compensation and the paint on the door has peeled off. Chen Jin spread his hands and said helplessly. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Xin Xingrui nodded with relief. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after the rooster crowed, all the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers were called up. Tidy up and eat. After dinner, the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, led by Fang Kuei, walked up to the city wall. As soon as he stepped onto the city wall, Chen Jin felt that the entire wall was filled with blood and murderous intent. Looking at the city wall soaked in blood, Chen Jin felt extremely complicated. This blood is the blood of the soldiers defending the city. Because there are very few mutant beasts with red blood. This is the last line of defense on the eastern border. If any supernatural beast sets foot here, it means the eastern border has been lost. And the entire east will suffer a devastating disaster. Fang Kuei led the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers on the city wall, constantly explaining everything that had happened there. Some of the more emotional students were already crying at this moment. Don't cry. You are warriors now, and a warrior should shed blood and sweat but not tears. Fang Kuei shouted loudly. Alright, sophomores and freshmen will each send 2 teams to guard the city walls today. Everyone else, go down the walls and train with the soldiers. After everyone else went down, the teams left behind were Chen Jin's team and Lu Xia's team. At this moment, Lu Xia stared at Chen Jin with a vicious look on his face. But Chen Jin ignored Lu Xia. According to the deployment here, we can just stay among them, so it will be easier to provide support. As Chen Jin's voice fell, Xin Xingrui and the other 3 walked towards the surrounding areas. Finally, it stopped between the 2 teams of soldiers on the city wall. In this way, time flew by. After eating the dinner that was delivered to them, Chen Jin and others continued to stand guard. It's going to be dark soon, everyone, be alert. Night is the main time for monsters to attack the city. At this moment, Ouyang Jingkong suddenly appeared on the city wall and shouted loudly. Yes. In an instant, all the soldiers answered at the same time. Chen Jin and others naturally shouted alone. Soon, the sun began to set and the lights on the city walls were turned on. The observation lights on the tower had also begun to illuminate the woods not far away. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes kept flashing in the originally dark and silent forest. Chapter 76, The Army of Supernatural Beasts approaches additional update 2. Chapter 76, The Army of Supernatural Beasts is approaching. Chen Jin and others who were originally standing guard on the city wall suddenly heard a quick whistle. A large army of supernatural beasts has appeared in the black noise forest 5 kilometers away. All units, please pay attention. Suddenly, Ouyang Jingkong's voice resounded throughout the border fortress. As soon as Ouyang Jingkong finished speaking, all the soldiers in the city took up their weapons, formed a square formation, and waited for the arrival of the army of mutant beasts. The army of supernatural beasts has arrived 2 kilometers away. Suddenly, Ouyang Jingkong's voice sounded again. At this time, all the long-range ability awakeners in the city climbed onto the city wall. The mutant beast army has arrived 1 kilometer away, everyone meet them. As Ouyang Jingkong's voice fell, the city gates slowly opened, and all the melee soldiers walked out of the city and finally stopped outside the city wall. However, the army of mutant beasts finally stopped 1 kilometer away. Moto, weren't you scared by the beating last time? Suddenly, Ouyang Jingkong soared into the sky, stood in midair, and shouted to the army of mutant beasts. At this time, a huge white lion slowly walked out from the army of mutant beasts. Then he walked into the air, step by step, towards the air, and looked at Ouyang Jingkong at eye level. Ouyang Jingkong, last time you single-handedly killed my 2 great guardians and were seriously injured. Are you healed now? White Lion Moto looked at Ouyang Jingkong with some sarcasm in his words. Early stage of S-level heavenly rank, White Lion Moto. It never thought that Ouyang Jingkong would actually kill its 2 guardians at the risk of seriously injuring them in order to force it to retreat. Killing you is enough. Ouyang Jingkong stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. I believe you, but I won't fight you. Bye. After throwing down a few shameless words, the White Lion Moto retreated directly above the army of mutant beasts. The next moment, 2 werewolves covered in black soared into the sky and stared at Ouyang Jingkong. I forgot to tell you, there are too many guardians in our divine beast tribe. Attack the city. As the voice of the White Lion Moto fell, countless mutant beasts on the ground rushed madly towards the human army under the city wall. War. At this time, Ouyang Jingkong shouted loudly, and the pressure instantly crushed a group of low-level mutant beasts to death. War. The soldiers under the city wall shouted at the same time, and then rushed towards the attacking army of mutant beasts. On the city wall, all those who have awakened remote superpowers began to use their superpowers. For a moment, countless supernatural powers were ready to be unleashed above the entire city wall. Just when the army of superpowered beasts was about to meet the human army, countless superpowers in the air flew towards the army of superpowered beasts. At this moment, several birds like giant eagles took off into the sky behind the army of mutant beasts. A colorful ball of light suddenly appeared in his mouth, and then the colorful ball of light rushed towards the long-range supernatural power flying over. Students from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, get off the city wall. Just then Wang Bu's voice came from the city. The moment they heard the sound, Chen Jin and others quickly jumped off the city wall. Since it was the first time for the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers to go to the battlefield, they were placed at the back. That is to say, the students of Huaqing Supernatural University will leave the city after the soldiers stationed in the city and the supernatural beasts start fighting. Act in small teams. Each team leader must protect their own team members, and each team must look after each other. Leave the city. With Wang Ba's loud shout, 1,000 students from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers quickly rushed out of the city gate. Lin Mu and I will be the main attackers, Zhang Chenyang will provide support, Xin Xingrui will be the healer, and He Kai will protect Xin Xingrui. Due to the cooperation in the previous ranking battle, Chen Jin only needs to give a brief explanation now and everyone will know how to fight. Fire blazing fire phoenix. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, Lin Mu flew into the air, his whole body enveloped in a sea of fire. Fire blazing sky flame. As Lin Mu's voice rang out, a phoenix bathed in fire rose into the sky and charged straight towards the army of mutant beasts. The sea of fire around Lin Mu also began to boil at this moment, rushing towards the army of mutant beasts. Shadow clone, triple. Chen Jin followed closely behind and shouted loudly, and then 3 clones appeared beside him. Thunder King Thunder Strike. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jin was enveloped by thunder, and the sword of all beings suddenly appeared in his right hand, with lightning constantly jumping on the sword. The next moment, Chen Jin swung out with his sword, and the sword light, carrying lightning, slashed towards the army of mutant beasts. The same goes for the 3 clones beside him. At this time, Chen Jin's attack and Lin Mu's attack arrived at the same time. In just a moment, countless low-level mutant beasts were killed or injured, and even some B-level mutant beasts were harmed. Among this army of supernatural beasts, there are less than 100 A-level supernatural beasts. In an instant, the eyes of the mutant beasts in the front row were fixed on Chen Jin and Lin Mu. Just then, Chen Jin felt the space around him suddenly shake. The next moment, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian suddenly appeared. The moment he saw Xing Tian and Xiao Dian appear, Chen Jin was immediately delighted. It must be the system that helped him send Xing Tian and Xiao Dian over. Xing Tian and He Kai joined the battle, Xiao Dian protects Xin Xingrui. In an instant, Chen Jin changed his tactics and freed He Kai. Thunder comes from the 9 heavens ridge, and darkness arises from the red earth. At this time, Chen Jin shouted softly, and then the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Countless lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds. The next moment, lightning struck Chen Jin directly. Afterwards, Chen Jin's hair suddenly grew longer and then turned white, and his body was covered with a layer of armor formed by lightning. 9 heavens thunder double kick. Chen Jin shouted loudly, and then his feet were wrapped in thunder. The next moment, Chen Jin flew directly towards the army of mutant beasts, with his legs together and more thunder on his feet. Bang! Chen Jin, carrying endless thunder, directly smashed towards the army of mutant beasts. There was a loud noise in an instant, followed by a cloud of dust, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Sword breaking style. Hidden sword style. Sonic slash. At this moment, Chen Jin's voice came again from the smoke. Then 3 sword lights flew out from the smoke and hit a Class A bear-type mutant beast in the army of mutant beasts. Bang! 3 sword lights slashed at the A-level bear-type mutant beast, causing it to explode instantly. The next moment, countless blood marks appeared on the body of the A-level bear-type mutant beast, but it was not seriously injured. Chen Jin moved left and right among the supernatural beasts, killing them continuously. And high in the sky, Ouyang Jingkong was also looking at Chen Jin. On the other side, White Lion Moto also noticed Chen Jin's figure. Because, after Chen Jin failed to kill the A-level bear-type mutant beast, he specifically killed low-level mutant beasts at a very fast speed. More, go have some fun. White Lion Moto said lightly. The next moment, a white lion that looked very similar to Moto suddenly appeared beside the White Lion Moto. Yes, father. Chapter 77, This Isn't a Husky, Is It? Additional Update 3. Chapter 77, This Might Not Be a Husky, Right? Human. Do you want to eat the oil cakes? You have been hunting my lowly people. Suddenly, a very awkward voice sounded in Chen Jin's ear. The moment he heard the sound, Chen Jin quickly stepped back. The teacher said a few days ago that all the talking supernatural beasts are either Earth level or S level or above. In an instant, Chen Jin retreated more than 100 meters before looking up. The next moment, Chen Jin stood there in a daze as he looked at the mutant beast that had spoken. Suddenly, a furry white dog appeared in Chen Jin's eyes. That's right, Chen Jin thought this was the white dog. Now all supernatural beasts have huskies that can speak? Chen Jin muttered with a puzzled look on his face. As a feline mutant, White Lion Moore has amazing hearing and naturally heard what Chen Jin said. The next moment, Moore opened his mouth, revealing his little fangs, and roared at Chen Jin. Human! I am of the great White Lion clan. I am not the moron you claim I am. Looking at Moore's cute appearance, Chen opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Is this thing really a supernatural beast? Sigma. This question kept lingering in Chen Jin's mind. Okay, Era. As Chen Jin spoke, he raised the sword of all living beings in his hand again. Because, just now, the system's task appeared again. Bite. Kill the white lion more and absorb the energy after his death to upgrade the system. Success, reward, SSS-level superpower, equality of all beings attack method +1. Failed, the system unbinds, the host will be extremely lucky in love, but will be impotent for life. By sure Moore was naturally no fool. The moment he saw Chen Jin holding the sword, he was ready to attack. Ghost catch. Suddenly, Maul stretched out his claws and grabbed the air. The next moment, a huge claw mark fell from the sky like a meteorite. Thunder slash. Seeing this, Chen Jin wanted to use his spatial ability, but he remembered that Guo Jinlong had told him privately not to use his spatial ability, otherwise he would surely die. Then, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and countless thunders rushed towards the sword of all living beings. After a moment, Chen Jin still did not draw his sword. Just when the huge claw mark was about to fall on Chen Jin moved. However, at this moment, Chen Jin's whole body was black, and his eyes were empty, clearly a clone. The next moment, the clone could not withstand the pressure of the huge claw mark and dissipated directly. Seeing that Chen Jin had disappeared but not died, Moore immediately cried out inwardly that something was wrong. Era, thank you for your life. At this moment, a murderous and cold voice like hell sounded in Moore's ears. The next moment, Moore felt his whole body paralyzed by the electric shock, and then his head felt very heavy. Immediately afterwards, Moore's head fell rapidly to the ground, but he clearly saw that his body was still standing in the air. After Moore died, a tiny, weak black gas from his body instantly flowed into Chen Jin's brow. Just as Chen Jin was about to check the system rewards, a figure appeared beside Chen Jin. Let us go. Ouyang Jingkong shouted at Chen Jin. After coming to his senses, Chen Jin quickly used all the moves that increased his speed and ran towards the city. Who dares to kill my son? Suddenly, a sad and angry voice spread throughout the battlefield. In an instant, the low-level mutant beasts died directly, and the low-level humans also bled from all 7 orifices and were in great pain. The next moment, the white lion Moto soared into the sky, his eyes fixed directly on Chen Jin. He felt Moore's breath from Chen Jin, or to be more precise, Moore's breath of death. Lion bite. Suddenly, Moto roared at the sky with red eyes. The next moment, the dark clouds that had not yet dispersed were instantly bitten apart by a huge, bright red tooth. Those teeth were exactly the same as Moto's, except that they were more than 100 times bigger. Moto, today we have to fight to the death. Ouyang Jingkong looked at the giant tooth that was continuously descending from the sky and felt a little afraid. If he were in his prime, he would definitely not be afraid, but now his injuries have only almost recovered. My son is dead, so why bother with the outcome? At this moment, Moto roared in grief and anger. The White Lion clan is very small and reproduction is very difficult. It may take 10,000 times of driving before there is a chance of getting pregnant. The offspring of the White Lion clan can speak 3 days after they are born. Today is Moore's coming of age day, so Moto is willing to let his child play. Alright. Then we'll fight to the death. Suddenly, Ouyang Jingkong seemed to sense something, and his original worried look disappeared. The next moment, Ouyang Jingkong activated his S-level ability, Glory. Glorious and holy. Ouyang Jingkong closed his eyes, and then a golden light suddenly burst out from his body. The next moment, Ouyang Jingkong was wrapped in golden light, like a god of war wearing shining armor, looking down upon the world. Seeing Ouyang Jingkong like this, Moto couldn't help but narrow his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, Chen Jin did not run back to the city, but instead released the dark power of Shadow Clone to cover up his own breath and continued to kill the army of mutant beasts. However, Chen Jin has learned his lesson now. He can no longer keep killing low-level mutant beasts, as it would be too easy for him to be targeted. In the sky, Moto's giant teeth were about to fall, and everyone felt the pressure coming down from the sky. Glorious Holy Spear. At this moment, the light around the glorious god of war Ouyang Jingkong instantly formed a golden spear, shining brightly. The next moment, Ouyang Jingkong, holding a golden spear, soared into the sky, pointing directly at the Moto giant tooth. Bang! In an instant, the golden spear and the giant tooth collided with each other, and a terrifying wave instantly erupted in the air. The next moment, the giant tooth and the golden spear shattered at the same time, and Ouyang Jingkang also fell from a high altitude, but he was not seriously injured. Have you recovered? Moto on the other side saw this and was a little bit unbelievable. Even though it used all its strength in this giant tooth, it still failed to kill Ouyang Jingkang. After hearing what Moto said, Ouyang Jingkang steadied himself and shook his head slightly. Before Ouyang Jingkang could explain, a graceful figure appeared beside him. Seeing the woman next to Ouyang Jingkang, Moto suddenly understood. Dongfanghong, I thought you were dead, but you're still alive. Human healers are truly despicable. Moto looked at Dongfanghong and his teeth gritted. In the last battle, it sent 2 guardians to stop Ouyang Jingkang, while it personally attacked Dongfanghong, causing Dongfanghong to almost die. If Ouyang Jingkang had not unleashed all his strength to kill the 2 guardians and arrived in time, Dongfanghong would not have been standing here at this moment. Ouyang Jingkang, give me an explanation for my son's death, and I can withdraw. At this time, Moto lowered himself and said to Ouyang Jingkang. It doesn't think it can defeat Ouyang Jingkang and Dongfanghong. If you're not as skilled as me, then you're dead. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you too. At this time, Dongfanghong spoke directly, and as he spoke, a fireball shot out from his hand and hit Moto next to him. Just wait, my god is coming soon, and the eastern border will be broken. Suddenly, Moto let out a heart-wrenching roar, then turned and left. After Moto left, the 2 werewolf guardians in the air looked at each other, then let out a long howl at the same time and left as well. Hearing the werewolf's howl, all the mutant beasts began to flee in panic. Chen Jin took this opportunity to frantically harvest the lives of the army of mutant beasts. High in the sky, Ouyang Jingkang looked at Moto's departing back, frowned, and looked worried. Don't worry, it won't come. If it comes, those old guys in Kyoto will definitely come over. Dongfanghong said this and leaned on Ouyang Jingkang. The god that Moto mentioned is the god of supernatural beasts, an SSS-level supernatural beast. As for whether its true strength is at the heavenly level or above, it is unknown. 400 urging for 3 more chapters has been received. Today, if you ask for more updates for 300 yuan, you will get 1 more picture. If you ask for more updates for 400 yuan, you will get 3 more chapters. If you ask for more updates for 500 yuan, you will get 5 more chapters. I mean what I say. Chapter 78, All Beings Are Equal, Looking at Each Other with Equal Eyes, the Flower of Heavenly Spirit. Chapter 78, All Beings Are Equal, Look at Each Other with Equal Eyes, Heavenly Flower. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the White Lion more, rewarded with SSS-level supernatural power, equality of all beings attack method +1. Bite. All are equal. Look at each other with equal eyes. By using this move, there is a 10% chance of weakening enemies up to 1 level by half. Passive, when used, you will be intimidating without even getting angry, and your aura is comparable to that of an early heavenly rank. If used in the early stage of heavenly stage, the probability of its aura can be comparable to that of a false god. The task of cleaning up the battlefield was completed by the city garrison, and the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers had returned to the barracks. Inside the barracks, Chen Jin was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the supernatural skills that the system had just rewarded him. Although there is only a 10% chance of weakening the strength by half, in fact, the passive factor is the most important. He is only in the middle stage of Xian level now. If he releases the power of the early stage of Tian level during the battle, the enemy will naturally flee in panic. As for those above the heavenly rank, he would not provoke them now, as it would only make him die faster. However, what Chen Jin didn't know was that White Lion Moto had already added him to the kill list. Chen Jin, this time, 30 freshmen died. Even 5 sophomores died. At this time, Zhang Chenyang on the side said with a look of grief and anger. As for Xing Tian and Xiao Jian, they disappeared long ago when the army of mutant beasts retreated. Chen Jin was slightly stunned when he heard Zhang Chenyang's words. Although I knew that war would result in casualties, I never expected that those classmates who I had been with day and night for several days would die like this. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Without waiting for Chen Jin to open the door, Fang Kuei pushed it open and walked in. Chen Jin, 3 sophomores will be going out with you on a mission tonight. Be prepared. Fang Kuei spoke as soon as he came in. Upon hearing Fang Kuei's words, Chen Jin and the other 4 people in the barracks were slightly stunned. Right after the battle, there is a mission? Teacher Fang, what's the mission? After coming back to his senses, Chen Jin asked. It's like this. We just finished fighting the army of mutant beasts today. they won't be coming back in the short term. Therefore, every time this happens, the fortress will send out a team to search for some natural treasures, or to hunt down some lone supernatural beasts nearby. Besides you, there are 4 other teams carrying out the mission, but their missions are different. Your mission this time is to travel 10 kilometers into the Black Noise Forest and search for a medicinal herb. The portrait has been given to the sophomore student. Fang Kuei patiently explained to Chen Jin and others. When do we leave? The sun is setting. In the evening, the sun gradually sets. The lights in the fortress city have been turned on at this moment, and the patrol lights on the towers are constantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, the city's secret gate. Chen Jin and 4 other people, along with 3 sophomore students, were standing there quietly, not saying a word. It is worth mentioning that the 3 sophomore students were Lu Xia and his lackey Zhao Dong. As for the other sophomore student, Chen Jin, he had never seen or heard of him, but he just heard Lu Xia call him Nangong Tian. Set off! Suddenly, Fang Kuei's voice sounded in the ears of Chen Jin and others. The next moment, the secret door slowly opened, and Chen Jin and others rushed out of the secret door at a rapid speed. After Chen Jin and others disappeared, the secret door slowly closed, and Ouyang Jingkang appeared in the same place. I hope you can find the heavenly spirit flower. Ouyang Jingkang looked at the slowly closing secret door and spoke softly. Black Noise Forest. Chen Jin and his group have arrived at the Black Noise Forest, 5 kilometers away from the city. Why don't you tell me what you're looking for now? As soon as he entered the Black Noisy Forest, Chen Jin stopped and asked in a low voice. After hearing Chen Jin speak, Lu Xia reluctantly took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jin. After Chen Jin took the photo and took a look at it, he suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the photo, a blue and white striped flower was shining brightly. Although it is a photo, the flowers in the photo still show their extraordinariness. This is the heavenly spirit flower. Let me tell you, even a country bumpkin like you wouldn't know it. Lu Xia said to Chen Jin with a look of disgust. Let's search separately. I'll be alone, you can do whatever you want. Suddenly, Nangong Tian, who had been silent from beginning to end, suddenly spoke. After saying that, he ran towards the depths of the Black Noise Forest. At this time, Lu Xia snatched the photo from Chen Jin's hand, and then pulled Zhao Dong away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a sentence. Chen Jin, please don't die here. After hearing Lu Xiao's words, the other 4 people except Chen Jin were all angry. Chen Jin, you're just going to let him go like this? Zhang Chenyang looked puzzled. In his opinion, Lu Xia had to be beaten up no matter what. 5 against 2, how could he be easily defeated? Chen Jin just shook his head slightly. No hurry, did you notice that his forehead is black? After hearing Chen Jin's words, everyone looked in the direction Lu Xia left. Then he discovered that there was a black shadow following Lu Xia, and that black shadow was Chen Jin's shadow clone. At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly shouted, and then Xing Tian and Xiao Jian suddenly appeared beside Chen Jin. You two should walk together and be careful. I feel like there's something strange going on in this forest. After saying this, Chen Jin ran directly in another direction without explaining the reason. Seeing this, Shen Xingrui and others did not ask any questions. They knew that Chen Jin must have something important to do. What's more, Chen Jin could protect himself. Western Black Noise Forest. Is it really here? Chen Jin looked at the dark hole in front of him, feeling very confused. Just now, the system told him that there were things he needed to upgrade here, so he left the team and came here. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Jin summoned Xiao He and then walked into the cave with Xiao He. After Chen Jin and Xiao He disappeared, Nangong Tian suddenly appeared at the place where Chen Jin was before, looked at the cave entrance, as if thinking about something, and then disappeared. Chapter 79 Xiao He turned into Xiao Guan? Chapter 79 Xiao He becomes Xiao Guang? In the western part of the Black Noise Forest, inside a cave. In the pitch-black cave, Chen Jin and Xiao He kept groping forward. Just as Chen Jin was about to release lightning to illuminate the area, a dazzling light suddenly flashed beside him. Chen Jin turned his head and saw that Xiao He beside him began to glow all over. Mom, why did Xiao He become Xiao Guang? Chen Jin looked at Xiao He, whose whole body was glowing, with a face full of shock. At this moment, Xiao He was also extremely shocked when he saw that he had actually started to glow. The next moment, a piece of information flooded into Chen Jin's mind. It turned out that because the cave was too dark, it was like daytime for Xiao He, so Xiao He naturally began to glow. Xiao He can also control the size of the light himself. After seeing this message, Chen Jin turned his head, looked at Xiao He, and then smiled slightly. The glowing Xiao He couldn't help but shudder when he saw Chen Jin's smile. Through the light emitted by Xiao He, Chen Jin could clearly see the situation inside the cave. There were potholes everywhere in the cave, and gravel everywhere on the road. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew in from the cave. Chen Jin clearly smelled a bloody smell from the cold wind. As Chen Jin's clone, Xiao He naturally felt it as well. Then the light on Xiao He's body began to dim, just enough for him to see the road ahead clearly. At this moment, Chen Jin held the sword of all living beings in his hand. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a muscular gorilla rushed out of the cave. He ran while pounding his chest. When Chen Jin saw the gorilla rushing towards him, he was immediately horrified. A rank supernatural beast, rock ape. Its strength as an adult is close to the mid-earth level. When the rock ape approached, it revealed a body as thick as a rock. All beings are equal, look at each other with equal eyes. In an instant, Chen Jin directly used his supernatural powers. The next moment, the power of an early heavenly stage emanated from Chen Jin. At this time, Xiao He had already rushed out. The black sword of all living things in his right hand, carrying endless power of thunder, slashed towards the rock ape. After feeling the power of Chen Jin Tian in the early stage, Yan Xing instinctively paused. But when he saw Xiao He rushing towards him, his eyes turned red instantly, and his skin, as hard as rock, crackled all over his body. The next moment, Yan Xing clenched his fists and roared, then rushed towards Xiao He's black sword of all living beings. Bang! The next moment, Xiao He flew backwards. The lightning from the sword of all beings did not cause the slightest damage to the rock-like skin of the rock ape. At this moment, Chen Jin's eyes lit up slightly and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It turned out that just now, Chen Jin had successfully used equality of all beings equal eyes, for the first time, weakening the rock ape's defense by half. At this moment, the rock ape suddenly felt something strange in his body, as if the rock-like skin on his body was about to fall off, causing him extreme discomfort. Space shuttle. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted loudly and then disappeared. The next moment, Yan Xing suddenly turned around and punched into the void, but hit nothing. I guessed wrong. At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly jumped out from the void, and the sword of all living beings in his hand slashed towards the abdomen of the rock ape with endless power. With just one sword strike, the rock ape's abdomen exploded instantly, and countless black blood flowed out. Puff! Suddenly, a black long sword pierced into the rock ape's back and then pierced out from its tattered abdomen. Just as the rock ape's abdomen exploded, Xiao He slashed over. A moment later, Yan Xing fell to the ground and died, and a wisp of black air from his body floated towards Chen Jin's eyebrows. Let's go, keep going inside. Seeing the black energy entering his brows, Chen Jin spoke. Afterwards, Chen Jin and Xiao He continued to walk deeper into the cave. Outside the cave, at this moment, dozens of people were standing at the entrance, with their heads lowered, as if waiting for someone to arrive. After a while, a middle-aged man in a red robe fell from the sky and landed outside the cave. Welcome, Bishop. Suddenly, dozens of people around the cave entrance spoke in unison. Well, then Chen Jin didn't come out? The middle-aged man looked around and asked. Report to the bishop, Chen Jin has not come out since he went in. At this time, a man came forward, bowed, and spoke to the middle-aged man in front of him very respectfully. And this person is Nangong Tian. Okay, if you can bring Chen Jin back to the Holy Fire sect this time, I'll give you a 3-level promotion and let you go directly to the local area to be a guardian. The middle-aged man looked at Nangong Tian in front of him and said with relief. Upon seeing this, Nangong Tian knelt down and kowtowed to the middle-aged man in front of him. Thank you, Bishop Li. Leave 2 people to guard the cave entrance, and the others will go in with me to capture Chen Jin alive. The next moment, Bishop Li waved his hand and walked into the cave. Deep in the cave, Chen Jin and Xiao He kept walking. After many twists and turns, I found nothing. If the system hadn't said that there were things for upgrading here, Chen Jin would have thought the system was joking with him. Suddenly, Chen Jin wrinkled his nose. The next moment, a fresh fragrance wafted towards me. After smelling the fragrance, Chen Jin's eyes lit up. Xiao He, it's coming. A few minutes later, a ray of light suddenly shone into the dark cave. The moment he saw the light, Chen Jin covered his eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. The light on Xiao He's body disappeared instantly, and a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes. He hated this light. After getting used to the light, Chen Jin continued to move forward, while Xiao He disappeared due to discomfort. Soon, Shinjin walked to where the light was coming from. I saw that the cave had come to an end and there was a cliff thousands of feet below. Looking around, you can see the emerald green in brightness with the naked eye. Countless fragrances came to his face, and Shinjin breathed in the fragrance greedily. However, Shinjin soon realized something was wrong. If you calculate carefully, he has only been in the cave for about an hour. Logically, it should have just gotten dark outside. Could it be? Suddenly, Shinjin remembered the novels and comics he had read before. The male protagonist accidentally walked into another world and lived a shameless life with the elves in that world. Chapter 80, Space Paradise, You've Come to the Right Place. Additional 1. Chapter 80, Space Paradise, You've Come to the Right Place. Bang! Ouch, what are you doing? On the ground, Shinjin traveled through space and landed from the cave to the ground. However, as luck would have it, where Shinjin appeared, there were two unfamiliar animals swaying back and forth. At this moment, the two animals noticed Shinjin and glared at him, as if to say, "What? Haven't you seen it or tried it?" The next moment, the two animals disappeared from Shinjin's sight. Before disappearing, Shinjin saw one of them begin to accelerate. Feeling the spatial waves around him, Shinjin was suddenly shocked. If I'm not mistaken, those two might be space-type monsters. You should know that the three space-type mutant beasts currently known in Longwood are all kept in captivity in a certain mountain. Wo Jilong set up a space restriction around the mountain to prevent the space-type mutant beasts from escaping. For a moment, Shinjin's three views were refreshed. Then, a question came to Shinjin's mind. Then, why is there such a big cave here, but no one has ever come in and discovered it? However, Shinjin was destined not to know the answer to one question. Afterwards, Shinjin kept looking around, and soon, Shinjin saw animals moving back and forth again. But this time, there are three of them together. Equals? When he saw this, for some reason, a strange thought emerged in Shinjin's mind. It seems like I've come to the right place. The moment the three mutant beasts saw Shinjin, they disappeared again. The spatial fluctuations around it once again indicated that this was another space-type mutant beast. Suddenly, Shinjin discovered that there was a rare plant that he had seen in books at the place where the three supernatural beasts had just moved. The next moment, Shinjin walked forward and prepared to pull out the red grass and take it away. However, when Shinjin saw the white spots on the grass leaves, he was stunned. Before traveling through time, with 10 years of movie-watching experience, Shinjin instantly knew what was on the grass leaf. Finally, Shinjin closed his eyes, pinched his nose with his left hand, and pulled out the red grass with his right hand, ready to throw it into the system backpack. But after trying twice, there was no response, so I waited until the third time before I put it in. I don't even dislike it, but you are the first one to dislike it. Carrot. Shinjin muttered something and then continued walking forward. Soon, Shinjin discovered that the animals everywhere were constantly moving. Moreover, all of them are space-type mutant beasts. For a moment, Shinjin seemed to understand why there were so many space-type monsters here. At this rate, how many children can be born in a year? Immediately afterwards, Shinjin discovered many rare plants that he had seen in books, and then threw them all into the system backpack. At this moment, a white cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the branch of a tree, licking its paws and looking at Shinjin. However, Shinjin was happily pulling weeds at the moment and didn't notice the white cat above his head at all. After a while, Shinjin looked at the plant in front of him tiredly. At this moment, he no longer wanted to pull it out. Because his system backpack is already full. That's right, the huge system backpack is now filled with countless rare plants. Shinjin was no longer aware of the space-based monsters that were everywhere. Just exercise, what does it have to do with him? He doesn't have any special hobbies. Suddenly, Shinjin felt the space in the distance shaking constantly, and then walked towards it. Soon, Shinjin arrived at the place where the space was shaking. Suddenly, a door formed by space appeared in front of Shinjin. Looking at the space gate in front of him, Shinjin hesitated for a moment. Although he has SSS-level space abilities, he doesn't know much after all. If there is a high-level space-based beast behind the door, he can only wait for death. At this moment, the space gate suddenly opened, and a strong space wave instantly sucked Shinjin into the space gate. After Shinjin disappeared, the door of space slowly closed, and just when it was about to close, the white cat that had appeared on the branch before instantly rushed into the door and disappeared. Master Li, where is this? At the exit of the cave, everyone in the Holy Fire sect was shocked at the paradise-like place before them. This is a paradise. As Master Li spoke, he glared at the person who asked the question. MD, are you surprised you can't see me? How am I supposed to know where this is? Damn it! When I go back this time, I'm going to deduct your salary and send you to the borderland. At this moment, the person who spoke did not know that his future would be spent in the borderland, and was looking at the paradise in front of him with great joy. Down. Following a command from sect leader Lee, the people of the Holy Fire sect jumped down one after another. When they were about to land, everyone put their hands on their clothes behind them and then gently pulled them. The original clothes instantly turned into a parachute and slowly fell down. When the people from the Holy Fire sect landed, they were stunned for a moment. All the supernatural beasts that Chen Jin had seen before were moving here non-stop. When those supernatural beasts saw the people from the Holy Fire cult, they were all extremely angry. Damn it, it's okay if it happened once, but you still do it again. It's okay if they come, but why so many people? What's up? It's free to watch. The next moment, everyone in the Holy Fire sect felt a black screen before their eyes, and then they felt countless fists and kicks hitting them randomly. In an instant, screams spread throughout the paradise. After hearing the scream, the other mutant beasts just shook their heads slightly. Today is too intense, isn't it? Soon, all the members of the Holy Fire sect were beaten into the mud. Only sect leader Lee was fine, but he was still beaten and lay on the ground. Bah, who? Who is it? After Master Lee got up, he spat out a mouthful of mud and shouted angrily. However, all the mutant beasts just now have disappeared. The people of the Holy Fire cult do not have spatial abilities, so naturally they cannot feel spatial fluctuations. After a while, the people from the Holy Fire cult were pulled out of the soil in a mess, their faces full of anger and pain. At this moment, everyone except Master Lee had bruises on their faces. Chapter 81. You're telling me this is inheritance? Additional 2. Chapter 81. You're telling me this is inheritance? Inside the space gate. Chen Jin looked at the pitch-black space and was speechless for a moment. Why is it dark everywhere I go? What? Can't afford the electricity bill or a torch? Just as Chen Jin was complaining in his heart, the originally dark space seemed to have heard Chen Jin's complaints and instantly lit up. And the things that glow are the light bulbs and torches. Oh, and a lighter. Chen Jin, Sigma. Ajin, are you serious? At this moment, Chen Jin suddenly found a furry white cat curled up in the corner. Just when he was wondering, an old voice sounded in Chen Jin's ears. Young man, are you willing to inherit my legacy? The moment he heard the voice, Chen Jin turned around quickly, and when he saw the person who was speaking, he was immediately startled. Ghost, ghost. I saw an old man with a white beard floating in the air like a ghost, and his feet were like clouds, illusory. What the hell? I'm the great god of space. My name is, what's my name? When the white-bearded old man heard Chen Jin's words, his whole demeanor changed immediately. But when it comes to his own name, he acts like a 3-year-old child. Chen Jin calls this behavior neuropathy. At this moment, in Chen Jin's eyes, the old man with white beard was just a ghost with a serious illness. Bang! Suddenly, Chen Jin felt like he was slapped in the face, and his cheek was burning with pain. However, the only people present were him, the ghost in front of him, and a white cat. What do you call me? I'm just asking you if you want my legacy. Are you willing to inherit my mantle? Suddenly, the old man with white beard shouted at Chen Jin loudly. Chen Jin was stunned when he heard this. You are crazy. Who asked you what your name was? Didn't you want to introduce yourself but you couldn't remember it? If it were any other time, Chen Jin would definitely beat the old man in front of him. However, just when Chen Jin entered the space gate, equality of all beings, equal eyes, had already been activated. At this moment, the old man with white beard was not frightened by his own pressure, which meant he was at least in the middle stage of the heavenly realm. Humph, I'm not afraid of him, I just respect the elderly and love the young. Thinking this in his mind, Chen Jin was no longer angry. I'm asking you a question, are you willing? At this moment, the old man with white beard continued to speak. You have to tell me what you can do first, then I can tell you if I am willing, right? No, if you endure it for a while, you will feel more loss, if you take a step back, you will feel angrier. Thunder King Thunder Strike! Chen Jin shouted loudly, and then rushed towards the white-bearded old man with lightning in his right hand. However, before he could get close, he bumped into the air. He touched his forehead which was hurt from the collision, and then touched the front. The moment he touched the barrier, Chen Jin knew that this was a move of spatial ability. However, he had never felt the white-bearded old man in front of him use any supernatural powers. Are you willing? Suddenly, the old man with white beard stared at Chen Jin fiercely. Yes, yes. Seeing this, Chen Jin shouted hurriedly. Damn, this is the first time I've seen someone forced to give away an inheritance. Yes. As long as you are willing. Then, I will pass on the inheritance to you. Yes, inheritance. Hey, what is inheritance? Chen Jin looked at the white-bearded old man who kept talking to himself in front of him, and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, the old man with white beard looked at the white cat curled up on the ground, and his eyes lit up. She is the inheritance I gave you. Chen Jin? I'm not well educated, so don't scare me. Sigma. White cat. I just came in to watch a show. Equals? What are you standing there for? Come here. As the white-bearded old man finished speaking, the white cat suddenly flew into the air, flapping its forepaws wildly. The next moment, the white cat landed steadily on Chen Jin's shoulder. Of course, there are others. Suddenly, the old man with white beard seemed to return to normal and said to Chen Jin. The next moment, the white-bearded old man waved his hand, and something like a bell appeared in front of Chen Jin. Just when Chen Jin was puzzled, the white cat on his shoulder suddenly stood up. This thing is the space bell, an ancient divine object. It has the power of space that reaches the sky and can seal and suppress everything. The old man with white beard stroked his beard with pride. Chen Jin looked at the thing in front of him that looked like a pet bell and was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. Oh, I forgot how to use it, but seeing how amazing you are, you're naturally gifted at cultivation. So, I believe you can figure it out on your own. The white-bearded old man said this and waved his hand again. The next moment, a red rope appeared on the bell and was tied directly around the white cat's neck. The white cat, whose fur had originally stood on end, suddenly felt hopeless after being tied up with a red rope. One more word for you. A new era has arrived, why not ride the wind and take a glimpse of the world? Ha 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 ha. With laughter, the old man with white beard turned around and disappeared. In this space, there were only the white cat who had lost all hope in life and Chen Jin who was still confused. A new era has arrived, why not ride the wind? A glimpse of the world? Chen Jin repeated the white-bearded old man's last words and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It seemed as if this sentence had great appeal. The white cat, who had originally lost hope in life, looked at Chen Jin in surprise after hearing what the old man with white beard said. As if to say, just him? Chapter 82, Holy Fire Cult? You came just in time. Additional 3. Chapter 82, Holy Fire Cult? You came just in time. Inside the space gate. Chen Jin has come back to his senses at this moment, and the white cat's expression has become indifferent, as if it has accepted its fate. How do we get out? Suddenly, Chen Jin looked at the space where light bulbs, torches, and lighters flickered, and muttered. The old man didn't tell him how to get out. Open sesame. Suddenly, Chen Jin put his hands together, put his index and middle fingers together, and pointed to the place where he came in. After a moment, the place where I came in was still motionless. The white cat on his shoulder looked at Chen Jin like a fool. Is the password wrong? Chen Jin muttered something and then continued speaking. The king of heaven and the tiger of earth. Sweet potato, sweet potato. Earth-shaking takoaka. After trying a few times, the entrance remained motionless, and Chen Jin sat on the ground in despair. Stupid 13. Suddenly, Chen Jin roared angrily. The password is correct. After Chen Jin finished yelling, a clear voice rang out. Then, the door of space slowly opened. Looking at the open space door, Chen Jin was a little at a loss for a moment. This old man doesn't have any quirks, right? Why would he set such a perverted password? The white cat on his shoulder was shocked for a moment when he saw Chen Jin actually shout out the password. This human is really good. He can blurt out such a difficult password. Afterwards, Chen Jin stood up and walked out of the space door, while the white cat squatted steadily on Chen Jin's shoulder without any shaking. After Chen Jin and the white cat went out, the space door closed instantly, and the old man with white beard appeared again. I've finally waited. I've finally waited. You didn't expect that I would find you in your hometown. Ha 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 ha. The old man with white beard laughed almost crazily, and then completely disappeared. Outside the door of space. Chen Jin breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the empty woods. Finally, there's no animal sports anymore. Chen Jin complained slightly, then turned his gaze to the white cat on his shoulder. Everyone here is a space-type monster. You must be one too, right? Hearing Chen Jin's words, Bai Mao did not hide it and nodded. Sure enough, you can understand what I say. Suddenly, Chen Jin laughed cunningly. It's not surprising that a beast can understand human speech, but it's a bit strange that a cat can understand human speech. Even space cats. Ha, you're here. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. Chen Jin looked up and saw a group of people walking towards him as if they had just crawled out of the mud. There's actually someone else in here? Looking at the group of people in front of him, Chen Jin was slightly stunned. Indigenous? Chen Jin, come back to the Holy Fire sect with me. You can become the Holy Sun right away. You can have whatever you want and play whatever you want. Isn't it more comfortable than staying and watching? Master Li said to Chen Jin with a seductive look on his face. Just when Chen Jin was confused, Master Li directly introduced himself. Holy Fire Cult? Oh, you came just in time. Chen Jin looked at the people from the Holy Fire sect in front of him and smiled slightly. He still remembered what Tian Sudong had done to him before. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Master Li thought that Chen Jin agreed and immediately laughed. But the next moment, a surge of power made him take a step back. Heaven stage. Sect leader Li looked at Chen Jin, who was radiating power, with his eyes wide open and said in disbelief. Originally, Sect leader Li thought that with his cultivation level at the middle stage of the Earth realm, it would be easy for him to capture Chen Jin, who had just awakened. But who can tell him what the hell the heavenly stage is? Can an SSS-level awakened superpower do whatever they want? Get promoted once a day? Shadow clone double. As Chen Jin's voice fell, two clones slowly stood up from beside Chen Jin. However, this time the two clones seemed somewhat disgusted with the surrounding environment. Especially Xiao He. When Xiao He saw the surrounding environment, the disgust in his eyes reached its peak. Space and time travel. Originally, Chen Jin wanted to use equality of all beings equal eyes to weaken Master Li's strength before taking action. But what I didn't expect was that it failed this time. The next moment, Chen Jin and his two shadow clones suddenly disappeared. As early as when the people from the Holy Fire cult appeared, the white cat jumped from Chen Jin's shoulder to the tree branch. When he saw the two shadow clones, a hint of disgust also flashed in his eyes. Flame wave. The moment Chen Jin and his clone disappeared, Master Li shouted loudly. Then, blazing flames ignited all over his body. Upon seeing this, the people from the Holy Fire sect around them also began to set their bodies on fire. In an instant, all the members of the Holy Fire sect were engulfed in flames, like a volcano. Was it helpful? Hurricane slash. Suddenly, Chen Jin and two shadow clones appeared above the Holy Fire cult's heads and shouted loudly. Then, three sword lights carrying a hurricane rushed towards the Holy Fire cult's members. In an instant, a hurricane blew towards the flames, instantly blowing them away. The next moment, two of the three sword lights slashed towards Master Li at the same time, and the remaining one slashed towards the people of the Holy Fire sect. Bang! The moment the sword light hit Master Li's head, Master Li dodged violently, but his right arm was still cut by the sword light and blood flowed. On the branch, the white cat was originally prepared to watch the fun, but when he saw the hurricane blowing the flames to the surrounding trees, he could no longer sit still. Roar! The next moment, the white cat roared, but it was not a cat's meow. Then, an invisible wall will appear between the flames and the trees. After hitting the invisible wall, the flames suddenly turned around and rushed towards the Holy Fire sect members again. In an instant, the sizzling sound of flames burning flesh could be heard. And one of the sword lights also fell at this moment. Bang! In an instant, the Holy Fire sect suffered heavy casualties. When Master Li looked at the injured and dead people, his teeth were about to grit. Chen Jin, although I don't know how you achieved the heavenly rank aura, your attack is not even at the earthly rank. So, you can go die. Flame bombing. 400 plus 3 chapters have been received. Chapter 83 Wolf? Do you have evidence? Flame bombing. As Master Li shouted loudly, the surrounding flames instantly rushed into the sky. The next moment, the flames flew towards Chen Jin like a meteorite. That's enough. Suddenly, a roar resounded throughout the forest, and then a huge husky fell from the sky. The next moment, everyone present was unable to move, and the falling flames stopped in mid-air, then exploded and dissipated. Strangers are not welcome here. Get out! The husky swept its tail towards the people of the Holy Fire sect, and the next moment, all the people of the Holy Fire sect disappeared. At this time, the husky slowly walked to Qinjin's side. Dragon Country's space system? I remember that your Dragon Country space department only has Guo Jinlong, right? The husky looked at Qinjin, puzzled. Why don't you speak? After a while, the husky became angry when he saw that Qinjin didn't say anything. It even lowered itself to speak proactively, but this human kid didn't even give it face? The husky stretched out its paw and poked Qinjin lightly. The next moment, Qinjin flew backwards 100 meters. Oops, I accidentally used too much force. The husky looked at Qinjin, who was flying away, and said with an innocent look on his face. On the branch, the white cat looked at the husky speechlessly. Silly dog, you used spatial confinement, it would be strange if he could speak. The next moment, the white cat jumped to the side of the husky and said speechlessly. Upon hearing this, the husky was stunned at first, and then wagged its tail as if nothing had happened. Then, Qinjin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly started coughing violently. The shadow clones on the other two sides also disappeared instantly. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Qinjin wished he could kill the stupid dog in front of him and eat its meat. Hey, kid, what's your relationship with Guo Jinlong? Hearing Husky's words, Qinjin raised his head. He is my uncle. When the husky heard Qinjin's words, his eyes widened. Fuck, your dad is cheating. Qinjin? White cat. 00 really? Oh, it was just a joke, don't be so nervous. Suddenly, the husky smiled brightly. Just kidding, are we familiar with you? Qinjin thought about it in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Okay, you should go. By the way, remember to take good care of my sister. The next moment, the husky used its tail to push the white cat in front of Qinjin. Qinjin was slightly stunned when he saw this. Your sister? Aren't you a dog? Why is your sister a cat? Bang! As soon as Qinjin finished speaking, he flew 100 meters away again. I'm a wolf. A carnivore wolf. The husky stretched out its neck and roared loudly. The next moment, a not-so-standard wolf howl spread throughout the forest. When the animals in the forest heard the sound, they stopped swinging their lower limbs and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. What's that stupid dog called? Who knows? Doesn't it bark every day? That's right, he calls himself a wolf every day, but he's obviously just a husky. Who says it isn't? Last time, it even asked people to call it Lord Wolf King. It's really shameless. Listening to the husky's non-standard wolf howl, Qinjin was very sure that it was a dog. The white cat next to the husky was wishing it could find a crack to crawl into. It's so embarrassing every time I'm with this stupid dog. Okay, you guys should go. After the husky roared, it flicked its tail, and the white cat and Qinjin disappeared instantly. However, before disappearing, Qinjin still shouted with all his might. Wolf? Do you have any evidence? The sound of this sentence was so loud that it spread throughout the entire forest, and there was even an echo that kept repeating it. For a moment, there were laughters one after another. When the husky heard Qinjin's voice, he instantly laughed out of anger. Guo Jinlong is your uncle, right? Fine, next time I see Guo Jinlong, I won't call him Wolf King unless I beat him half to death. Then the husky turned and walked back. At this time, the original space door opened again, and the husky disappeared instantly. Ouch! Cluck, cluck, cluck. A scream and the crow of a rooster were heard from the silent black forest. Qinjin suddenly fell from the sky and sat on a chicken. Seeing that the chicken under him was actually wearing clothes, Qinjin kicked the chicken away. What the hell? Suddenly, Qinjin felt two pairs of eyes looking at him. Looking up, he saw two people wearing holy fire cult clothes staring at Qinjin nervously. Sonic slash. The next moment, Qinjin swung his sword fiercely, and the two people from the holy fire sect died instantly. Then, Qinjin made a gesture of sheathing his sword. Being invincible is so lonely. Aye? White cat. So, just after leaving a stupid dog, I met a middle school boy? Just then, Qinjin suddenly felt a headache. Oh no! The next moment, Qinjin picked up the white cat and rushed in the direction they came from. Lu Xia, do you really want to do this? Deep in the black noisy forest, Zhang Chenyang stood in front of Shen Qingrui and others, looking at Lu Xia and Zhao Dong and questioning them. Lu Xia held the freshly picked Tianling flower in her hand and smiled contemptuously at Zheng Chenyang and others. If Chen Jin were here, I definitely wouldn't dare do anything to you, but when he's not here, you're just a bunch of trash. Come out. The next moment, Lu Xia clapped his hands, and a figure walked out from behind the tree. Nangong Tian. Why is it you? Zhang Chenyang was extremely surprised when he saw Nangong Tian coming out. It turned out that after Nangong Tian finished reporting to Master Li, he did not enter the cave, but returned to find Lu Xia along the same route. They were ready to join forces to kill Zhang Chenyang and his men in the Black Noise Forest. As for Xing Tian and Xiao Dian behind Xinxing Rui? Are you kidding? What good can a headless thing and a little brat do? Alright, since you're all going to die soon, I'm telling you that Chen Jin is also going to die. Maybe he's already dead now. Nangong Tian took off his hat and spoke sinisterly to Zhang Chenyang and others. After hearing this, Xinxing Rui and others, who were originally a little worried, instantly put their minds at ease. Chen Jin is going to die? Are you kidding me? You might as well say Chen Jin is crazy and committed suicide. Nangong Tian was instantly furious when he saw that everyone didn't believe him. Go to hell. Burn. Suddenly, blue flames appeared in Nangong Tian's hands and he instantly rushed towards Xinxing Rui and others. Wherever it passed, all the grass and trees were contaminated and burned by the blue flames. No arson, and be careful when stepping on the sewing machine. Xing Tian, who was guarding Xinxing Rui, saw this and took a step forward. Then, a giant hammer appeared in his hand. Breaking hammer. With a loud shout from Xing Tian, he swung the huge hammer in his hand violently and instantly hit the flying blue flame. In an instant, blue flames flew to the left and right. In an instant, a raging fire broke out all around. Chapter 84. What was killed? They were eaten by the monsters. Ice flower snow falling. Suddenly, Xinxing Rui closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and murmured softly. The next moment, countless white flowers emitting cold air appeared on Xinxing Rui's body. Immediately afterwards, heavy snow suddenly fell in the originally dark night sky. Snowflakes continued to fall on the burning grass and trees, and in an instant, the flames were half extinguished. Have you forgotten my existence? Suddenly, the corners of Lu Xia's mouth rose slightly. Windfall. As Lu Xia's voice fell, a strong wind suddenly blew in the black forest. In an instant, the blue flame that was about to be extinguished burned again, and even burned more vigorously. Boring. At this moment, Lin Mu shook his head in disappointment. I originally thought that these two people were very capable. Fire Phoenix. Lin Mu's voice fell, but this time no flames ignited around him. At this moment, something strange happened. A fiery red phoenix suddenly rushed out from the blue flames around it. The next moment, the phoenix suddenly exhaled a breath of phoenix towards the blue flame, and in an instant, the blue flame instantly turned red. Disperse. Seeing this, Lin Mu shouted softly. Then, the surrounding flames disappeared instantly. When Nangong Tian saw this, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you so powerful? This blue flame is Nangong Tian's trump card. He was not panicked at all when Xinxing Rui summoned snowflakes, but at this moment, he was panicked. I never thought that someone could change their own flame. Zhao Dong, why don't you take action? Seeing this, Lu Xia turned around and scolded Zhao Dong. At this moment, Zhao Dong already wanted to run away, because he knew what it would mean if he went up. Don't worry, I will give your family a large sum of money, enough for them to live for several lifetimes. Lu Xia continued to shout at Zhao Dong. Hearing Lu Xia's words, Zhao Dong gritted his teeth and rushed towards Xinxing Rui. Sacrifice and self-exposure. Following Zhao Dong's loud shout. Except for Lu Xia, everyone present was shocked. Sacrifice. Once this ability is detected, it will be secretly cultivated by the state to carry out extremely difficult tasks in the future. However, this ability only appears in children whose mothers died during childbirth, and it is extremely rare. At this moment, Zhao Dong kept rushing towards Xinxing Rui and others, and his body kept swelling and turning red. Like a ball being roasted by flames. Time stops, everything stands still. Zheng Chenyang, who was standing by, saw this and shouted immediately. For a moment, time seemed to stop. However, Zhao Dong continued running. Time stop is ineffective against Zhao Dong. Seeing this, Zheng Chenyang quickly stopped the contact, then pulled Xinxing Rui beside him and ran away. Seeing this, Xing Tian pulled Lin Mu up and suddenly retreated. He Kai was originally planning to clash with Zhao Dong, but at this moment he also stepped back. Space and time travel. Suddenly, a roar came from a distance. The next moment, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Dong. Afterwards, Zhao Dong couldn't stop the car and crashed directly into the space crack. Out! At this time, Chen Jin rushed over with the white cat and shouted again. As Chen Jin's voice fell, Zhao Dong, who had disappeared, appeared behind Lu Xia and Nangong Tian. Seeing Zhao Dong rushing towards them, Lu Xia and Nangong Tian didn't have time to curse before Zhao Dong's body exploded. For a moment, the sound of violent explosions spread throughout the black noise forest. The mutant beasts that were originally sleeping heard the explosion and got up to check. Looking at the charred ground, Chen Jin slowly landed on the ground. At this time, Xin Qingrui and others also came over. Will it be okay to kill them? Zheng Chenyang looked at Chen Jin and asked. At this moment, several red eyes flashed behind the surrounding trees. Seeing this, Chen Jin smiled slightly. What happened? They were killed by mutant beasts, what does it have to do with us? When everyone heard Chen Jin's words, they were stunned at first, and then they admired Chen Jin's shamelessness. But the heavenly spirit flower is still with Lu Xia. If we can't bring it back, the mission will be a failure. At this time, Lin Mu looked at Chen Jin and said softly. Seeing this, Chen Jin reached into his pocket and fiddled with it. Just when everyone was confused, Chen Jin took out a blue and white flower from his pocket. Heavenly spirit flower. How did you find it? Looking at the Tianling flower in Chen Jin's hand, He Kai was extremely surprised. Isn't this thing extremely rare? How come we found two in one night? This? I accidentally walked into a place and happened to see it, so I just took it. Chen Jin spread his hands and said nonchalantly. Hearing Chen Jin's words, the white cat on his shoulder looked at him with disdain. Smoothly? I'm too embarrassed to expose you. I don't know who is such a country bumpkin that he even wants flowers that have been contaminated with that stuff. When the white cat thought of this, he felt a little nauseous. At this time, Xin Qingrui saw the white cat on Chen Jin's shoulder, then threw Xiao Jian in her arms to Xing Tian, and then hugged the white cat in her arms. Oh my, where did this cat come from? It's so cute. There's also a little bell. Because the weather was hot, Xin Qingrui was already wearing thin clothes. At this moment, the white cat was in Xin Qingrui's arms, as if lying in cotton. Very comfortable. Seeing this, Xin Jin was speechless for a moment. First it was Xiao Dian, then it was white cat. When will it be my turn? So cold. Okay, let's go, there will be more and more mutant beasts soon. Finally, Xin Jin couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. However, there are indeed more and more mutant beasts around. At this moment, there were more than 20 pairs of eyes looking at Chen Jin and others. If one super beast takes action now, the others will definitely follow. After Chen Jin and others left, this group of supernatural beasts slowly walked out from behind the tree and stopped beside the charred bodies of Lu Xia and the other two. Looking at the three charred corpses, the mutant beasts gritted their teeth and bit down. Eastern Border Fortress. Is what you said true? Ouyang Jingkong sat on the chair, looked at Chen Jin and others, and asked seriously. True. If you cheat, according to military discipline, you will be beheaded. Clear. In the end, Ouyang Jingkong waved his hand and let Chen Jin and others leave. Looking at the Tianling flower in his hand, Ouyang Jingkong fell into deep thought. He heard the explosion. It's impossible for a mutant beast to make such an explosion. Go, bring out all of their special abilities. Suddenly, Ouyang Jingkong spoke. The next moment, a breeze blew through the room. Kyoto, Holy Fire Cult. Report to the Archbishop. Patriarch Li's life token is broken. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, the Archbishop opened his eyes slightly. It's broken, so be it. He's just a mid-level Earth rank waste. If you can die chasing a recently awakened doll, there's no point in living. Pass my command to all leaders of the Holy Fire sect who encounter Chen Jin, and they must kill him. After the Archbishop finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Yes. Please click to urge for more updates. 400 urges for more updates. It's too hot here, and the daily income is not enough to pay the electricity bill. Please urge me to update and give me some motivation. Thank you. Chapter 85, Comeback, The Three Beast Kings. Eastern Border Fortress. All long-range ability awakeners, go to the city walls. All warriors, including students from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, march out of the city to meet the enemy. The mutant beast army is coming back. Suddenly, the originally quiet eastern border fortress became boiling with Ouyang Jingkong's shouts. All of a sudden, all the lights turned on and all the soldiers ran towards their posts in an orderly manner. Your presence is ill-intentioned. It's only been less than a day. Ouyang Jingkong looked at the dark army of supernatural beasts in the distance and said worriedly. It's okay. They always come here, don't they? It's always the white lion motto. As long as the other beast kings don't come, it's okay. Hearing Ouyang Jingkong's words, Dong Fanghong spoke to comfort him. As soon as Dong Fanghong finished speaking, the army of supernatural beasts in the distance suddenly rose up from the ground with a force that surged into the sky. In an instant, the army of mutant beasts ran towards the eastern border fortress like crazy. Feeling the soaring force, Ouyang Jingkong and Dong Fanghong frowned at the same time. Although they had never felt this kind of momentum before, it did not prevent them from sensing its power. A new beast king has arrived in the army of supernatural beasts. In an instant, a voice popped up in Ouyang Jingkong and Dong Fanghong's hearts at the same time. Hee, Ouyang Jingkong, Dong Fanghong, 7 days from now will be the 7th day after your marriage. Suddenly, the voice of White Lion Moto resounded throughout the entire eastern border fortress. For a moment, all the soldiers were furious. Chen Jin followed the Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers team, and a faint black mist emanated from his body from time to time. If the people around didn't pay attention, they probably wouldn't know there was someone here. Moto, stop arguing. Over the years, when have you not said this? Ouyang Jingkong looked at the White Lion Moto with disdain. I was wary of it before because of his injuries, but now all his injuries have been healed by Dong Fanghong. Of course, it is impossible to be afraid of Moto. Ha, I can't do anything to you, but my god is here today, and the eastern border fortress will be broken. With the roar of the White Lion Moto, the army of supernatural beasts below became excited and kept roaring loudly. Hearing Moto's words, everyone in the eastern border fortress felt a tightness in their hearts. It goes without saying who the god that Moto mentioned is. But didn't he, the powerful human race, sign a treaty with it that prohibited it from going to war? Really? Then you can just let your god come out and see if he will be killed by my human elders. As Ouyang Jingkong spoke, his entire body was wrapped in shining armor, like a god of war. When the soldiers at the eastern border fortress saw their general like this, their morale instantly soared. Ha, my god has indeed arrived, but I won't use him today. Wolf King Qingshan, come out and help me break through this eastern border. As the White Lion Moto's voice fell, a figure behind the army of mutant beasts suddenly took a step forward and then stood beside Moto. Qingshan, why don't you hide in your doghouse and run out to die? Ouyang Jingkong recognized the Wolf King Qingshan instantly. The so-called Wolf King Qingshan is the early heavenly leader of the werewolf clan of supernatural beasts. Ouyang Jingkong, you still think it was 3 years ago when I was too disdainful to bother with you? Hearing Ouyang Jingkong's words, Wolf King Qingshan was afraid of losing face and retorted. If it were just the two of you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take my eastern border fortress today. Ouyang Jingkong looked at the two beast kings in front of him and said lightly. Then his whole body suddenly shone with light and soared into the sky. Oh? What if I'm included? Suddenly, a sinister voice spread throughout the battlefield. The next moment, a monster with a bull's head and a human body came out. Minotaur? Why are you here? The moment he saw the Minotaur appear, Ouyang Jingkong frowned, somewhat puzzled. You guys at the northern border fortress won't play with me, but since I heard there's fun to be had here, I naturally came here. The Minotaur said nonchalantly. Ouyang Jingkong, we three kings are fighting against you too. In your human terms, this eastern border is already ours. White Lion Moto looked at Ouyang Jingkong and Dong Fanghong and said sarcastically. Humph, how shameless. Ouyang Jingkong snorted coldly, and then the holy spear of light suddenly appeared in his right hand. War! Seeing this, the White Lion Moto shouted. The next moment, countless armies of mutant beasts rushed towards the soldiers of the eastern border fortress. Brothers, after the fight today, I'll treat you to some wine and meat. As Ouyang Jingkong's voice fell, the soldiers of the eastern border fortress rushed towards the army of mutant beasts that was 3 times their size. Shadow Clone 5th level. Xing Tian, Xiao Dian. The moment the battle started, Chen Jin hurriedly shouted. The next moment, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian instantly appeared beside Shen Xingrui, protecting the safety of Shen Xingrui and Zhang Chenyang. The 5 shadow clones instantly shuttled through the army of supernatural beasts like ghosts, madly harvesting their lives. For a moment, wisps of black air rushed towards Chen Jin's eyebrows. Thunder King Thunder Strike. Thunder comes from the nine heavens ridge, and darkness arises from the red earth. The next moment, Chen Jin shouted loudly, and then his body was instantly wrapped in lightning. However, due to the shadow clone, not many mutant beasts could sense Chen Jin's presence at this moment. Nine heavens thunder double kick. Suddenly, Chen Jin jumped up, and the lightning on his body instantly rushed to his feet. Then, Chen Jin kicked a B-level mutant beast. In an instant, the B-level mutant beast died on the spot and then flew backwards. The lightning carried by the B-level mutant beasts constantly shocked the low-level mutant beasts around them. All of a sudden, a group of mutant beasts began to scream. At this time, an A-level mutant beast, a werewolf, set its sights on Chen Jin. Suddenly, Chen Jin felt a chill on his back and then dodged forward. The next moment, a werewolf looked ferocious and stared at Chen Jin with bared teeth. The werewolf's claws are as tough as steel, and with long-term polishing, they can basically cut through iron like mud. If Chen Jin had been caught just now, he would have been severely punished. Sword breaking style. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted. Then the sword of all living beings suddenly appeared in his hand and he slashed at the werewolf. The werewolf was extremely fast and dodged the moment the sword flashed. Originally, Chen Jin planned to use equality for all, but was afraid that the three beast kings in the air would sense it. Even the spatial ability cannot be used. Roar! At this moment, the werewolf roared and swung his two steel claws across in front of him. The next moment, two claw marks flew towards Chen Jin. Sonic Slash. Chen Jin reacted extremely quickly, instantly launching the extreme shadow step and slashing at the flying claw mark with a sword. Bang! The sword light collided with the claw mark and exploded instantly. The moment the explosion sounded, the werewolf's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind Chen Jin. Chapter 86 Killing the S-Class Minotaur. When the werewolf appeared behind Chen Jin stabbed the sword of all beings in his hand backwards without even looking back. Then, the werewolf's steel claws stopped at the back of Chen Jin's neck. Chen Jin's sword of all living beings pierced into the werewolf's stomach, and green blood continued to flow out along the sword. The next moment, the werewolf fell to the ground, and a wisp of black air came out of the werewolf's body and then flowed into Chen Jin's eyebrows. This time, the werewolf's black energy was much stronger than any other mutant beasts before. In the air, the Wolf King Qingshan was shocked when he felt the death of his offspring. Didn't they say that apart from Ouyang Jingkong and Dongfang Hong, there was no one else on the eastern border? At this time, the White Lion Moto and the Minotaur beside him also felt that something was wrong with the Wolf King Qingshan. After asking, the Minotaur suddenly roared towards the sky. The next moment, several Minotaurs suddenly jumped out from the black noise forest in the distance and joined the battlefield. Notaurs! You actually brought your people here. Ouyang Jingkong was extremely angry when he saw the Minotaur tribe that suddenly appeared. It would be fine if the Taoran came alone, but I didn't expect him to bring his tribesmen with him. Is the northern border fortress just sitting there doing nothing? Snort! After hearing this, the Minotaur just snorted coldly and did not respond. On the ground, after the werewolf died, Chen Jin originally planned to start slaughtering low-level mutant beasts. But suddenly he found a strange beast with a bull's head and a human body charging towards him. Seeing this, Chen Jin instantly retreated and slashed forward with the sword of all beings in his hand. However, just as the sword was about to strike the Minotaur suddenly disappeared. Bang! The next moment, Chen Jin felt a pain in his back, and then was knocked 100 meters away. Damn it, I won't pretend anymore, I'm going to use all my superpowers. All beings are equal in normal times. Space and time travel. In an instant, Chen Jin shouted angrily, and then two supernatural powers came out at the same time. The next moment, a powerful aura of the early heavenly stage burst out from Chen Jin and soared into the sky. In mid-air, the three beast kings were shocked when they felt the power. After looking at each other, they attacked Chen Jin at the same time. You guys really don't take me seriously. Glory annihilation. Ouyang Jingkong, who had not taken any action, was now shining brightly all over, and the spear in his hand fiercely stabbed at the three beast kings. Dongfang Hong beside him was not idle either, throwing countless spells in his hands for free. The three beast kings that originally rushed towards Chen Jin had to stop and fight against Ouyang Jingkong and Dongfang Hong. Suddenly, the war began. The three beast kings and Ouyang Jingkong and his wife were fighting fiercely in the air. At this moment, Chen Jin on the ground used space and time travel to slash the Minotaur with a sword. However, the Minotaur had extremely high defense, and Chen Jin's sword did not cause much damage to the Minotaur. The next moment, the Minotaur pulled out the two horns on its head, held them in its hands, and stabbed Chen Jin fiercely. Looking at the Minotaur's actions, Chen Jin exclaimed that it was awesome. Then, he quickly used time and space travel to dodge. Perhaps because of the pressure from Chen Jin's current early heavenly stage power, the Minotaur's speed was much slower than before. Just as the Minotaur was about to continue attacking Chen Jin, suddenly, a sword carrying lightning appeared in front of the Minotaur. In just a moment, the Minotaur was chopped and flew out, killing several low-level mutant beasts. I saw Xiao He holding the black sword of all living beings and looking at the Minotaur with a cold face. The next moment, Chen Jin suddenly appeared, the sword of all living beings in his hand carrying hurricanes and lightning, and slashed at the Minotaur's head with one sword. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. But the Minotaur was not dead, but the horns in his hands were broken. I'm afraid it won't work. Due to the attacks of Chen Jin and Xiao He, the Minotaur's body had been burned by lightning and looked extremely miserable. Just as the Minotaur was about to stand up, a flash of sword light suddenly cut off the Minotaur's head. And this time, it was still Chen Jin's clone. After killing the Minotaur, Xiao He and his other clone disappeared again. Chen Jin smiled slightly after feeling the black air coming from the Minotaur rushing into his eyebrows. Are you kidding me? Why would I fight you one-on-one? Isn't it enough to just have a hand? In mid-air, the Minotaur suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and then he saw his dead offspring. Roar! You evil beast, you must die. The Minotaur roared in grief and anger. Then he wanted to rush over and kill Chen Jin. However, he was stabbed by Ouyang Jingkong without paying attention. Ouyang Jingkong, hand this kid over, and we will withdraw immediately. The White Lion Moto looked at Ouyang Jingkong viciously. Ouyang Jingkong ignored Moto and kept waving the spear in his hand. After a while, he finally spoke. Oh? If you evacuate, your gods won't blame you? Hearing Ouyang Jingkong's words, the three Beast Kings were stunned for a moment. Yes, this time I am here with God. Moto, Nyoto, you two hold on, I'm going to kill that evil beast. The Wolf King Qingshan threw down a sentence and turned and ran away. He completely ignored the spear that Ouyang Jingkong had already stabbed into his body. At this moment, neither Ouyang Jingkong nor Dongfanghong could save Chen Jin. After the Wolf King Qingshan left, Moto and the Minotaur attacked Ouyang Jingkong and Dongfanghong desperately. Ground. Chen Jin had no idea that danger was coming. At this moment, he was constantly killing low-level mutant beasts and collecting black mist. Evil beast. Die. Suddenly, a roar spread throughout the battlefield from Chen Jin. When Chen Jin turned around, he saw the Wolf King Qingshan rushing towards him. In an instant, Chen Jin used space and time travel to run away. Unfortunately, as soon as the space crack opened, the Wolf King Qingshan appeared behind Chen Jin and grabbed Chen Jin with one claw. Just when Qingshan's claws were about to grab Chen Jin, a black shadow suddenly blocked his way. The next moment, Qingshan grabbed the shadow clone that blocked his way and tore it to pieces. At this time, Chen Jin had already disappeared through the space crack. Roar! Seeing the disappearing Chen Jin and the fluctuating space around him, Qingshan suddenly roared in anger. Then, as soon as they were caught, the soldiers of the surrounding eastern border fortresses suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Qingshan, if you attack again, I will kill your entire clan. In the air, Ouyang Jingkong saw the Wolf King Qingshan actually attacking the soldiers, and he immediately gritted his teeth. Hearing Ouyang Jingkong's words, Qingshan snorted coldly, and then rushed towards Chen Jin's shadow clone in the field. In just a moment, all the shadow clones, including Xiao He, suddenly disappeared. Qingshan, who was already angry, became even more furious at this moment. He didn't care and killed the low-level mutant beasts around him. In an instant, the low-level mutant beasts around ran away, fearing that they would die at Qingshan's hands. But Chen Jin did not leave at this moment, but sneaked to the rear of the army of mutant beasts through the black mist emitted by his shadow clone. When Chen Jin saw a werewolf cub behind the army of supernatural beasts, he was immediately delighted. If you want to kill me, I'll kill your child. Sword breaking style. The next moment, Chen Jin swung his sword fiercely, and the heir of the Wolf King, who was originally watching the show, was instantly cut in half. When Qingshan realized all this, it was already too late. Evil beast. Roar. Please urge me to update more? Chapter 87 Another Beast King. In the eastern border fortress, the war is in full swing. Evil beast, I will kill you. When the Wolf King Qingshan saw his direct descendants being killed, his anger instantly reached its peak. At this time, Chen Jingang had just killed the heir of the Wolf Prince, and before he could use space and time travel to escape, he felt a strong momentum rushing towards him. Medusa! How dare you be so presumptuous? In midair, Ouyang Jingkang looked at a snake-like mutant beast that suddenly appeared near Chen Jin and roared angrily. Dongfang Hong, who was standing by, heard this and looked at Medusa on the ground, her eyes filled with murderous intent. At this time, Chen Jin heard Ouyang Jingkang's roar and hurriedly used the shadow clone to hide his own breath. Then he used his spatial ability to escape. He had heard of Medusa. If you are entangled by Medusa, you can't die even if you want to. Ha 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 ha, it's so lively, then I'll join in the fun. Suddenly, a heroic voice spread throughout the entire eastern border battlefield. Ouyang Jingkang and Dongfang Hong were immediately delighted when they saw the person coming. Brother He Kuan, you're finally here. The person who came was He Kuan, the frontline commander of the Ability Bureau. He Kuan nodded to Ouyang Jingkang and Dongfang Hong, then rushed directly towards Medusa and Wolf King Qingshan on the ground. When passing by He Kai, he gently patted He Kai's head with his palm. It made He Kai stagger. This old man still likes to hit me on the head. No wonder I'm not smart. He Kai rubbed the aching back of his head and muttered something. He Kuan, why are you here instead of sitting in your command center? The Wolf King Qingshan looked at He Kuan with gnashing teeth. If He Kuan had not arrived, the evil beast who killed his offspring would have been dead by now. Hey, doghead, you can come to this eastern border, but I can't? What's more, I'm the commander-in-chief on the front line. If I don't come to the front line, what kind of commander-in-chief am I? He Kuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Wolf King Qingshan with a look of contempt. Besides, what are you doing here, you snake? Then, He Kuan turned his gaze to Medusa. Medusa was slightly stunned when she heard this. You are the snake spirit, your whole family is a snake spirit. The next moment, Medusa's eyes suddenly emitted a gray light. But He Kuan didn't dodge or evade, he just stood there and looked at Medusa. After a while, He Kuan continued to speak. This thing doesn't work on me, why do you always have to try it? At this moment, He Kuan looked at Medusa as if she were a fool. He Kuan, you're going too far. As soon as He Kuan finished speaking, the Wolf King Qingshan suddenly jumped up and grabbed He Kuan with his two steel claws. When He Kuan saw this, all the muscles in his body suddenly burst out, like a body of steel. Crack! The next moment, Qingshan's claws grabbed He Kuan, and a sharp sound was heard. Steel hand! Then, He Kuan shouted loudly, and his hands were instantly wrapped in steel. Bang! Immediately afterwards, He Kuan punched the Wolf King Qingshan in the face. In just a moment, the Wolf King Qingshan flew more than 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood and a few teeth from his mouth. In the corner, Chen Jin looked at He Kuan's operation and opened his mouth in surprise. Fuck, this is One Punch Man, right? The aura of Wolf King Qingshan is at least at the early stage of the heavenly rank. Although he couldn't feel He Kuan's breath, but to be able to knock the Wolf King Qingshan away with one punch, he must be at least in the middle stage of the heavenly realm, right? Never mind, keep killing monsters. In an instant, Chen Jin stopped paying attention to He Kuan and turned his gaze to the army of mutant beasts. Fire, sea of fire. On the other side, Lin Mu shouted loudly, and countless flames in the air rushed towards the army of mutant beasts. For a moment, the army of mutant beasts was burned by the flames. The surrounding mutant beasts and eastern border warriors all felt a little hungry after smelling the barbecue. Iceflower freeze. At this moment, Xin Xingrui was not idle either. Since the army of mutant beasts could not attack, she simply started attacking. The moment the iceflower appeared, several mutant beasts were instantly frozen. After a few seconds, the frozen mutant beast exploded without leaving any flesh residue. Time stops and everything is destroyed. Zhang Chenyang stood in the army of supernatural beasts and shouted loudly. In an instant, all the supernatural beasts around him stopped moving. After a while, the originally motionless mutant beast began to fall to the ground, and began to rot and die without any warning. After Zhang Chenyang used up his supernatural powers, he would retreat to the back to rest. Although his superpower can kill a large number of superpower beasts, the consumption of superpowers is extremely terrifying. Shadow Clone, triple. At this moment, Chen Jin shouted. In an instant, 3 shadow clones joined the battlefield. It's not that he didn't summon more shadow clones, but the Wolf King Qingshan had not recovered from smashing those shadow clones before. Hurricane slash. The next moment, Chen Jin raised the sword of all living beings in his hand above his head, and then the sword body was instantly wrapped in a hurricane. Cut. As Chen Jin's voice fell, the sword light carried a hurricane and slashed towards the low-level mutant beast. In an instant, countless low-level mutant beasts suffered heavy casualties. At this time, Chen Jin was once again exposed to the sight of the Beast Kings. Evil beast, how dare you come out? When the Wolf King Qingshan saw Chen Jin appear again, he roared angrily. Originally, it thought that Chen Jin had disappeared without a trace. When Ikoan heard what Wolf King Qingshan said, he looked at Chen Jin. He didn't expect that Chen Jin didn't leave. How courageous! He coincided, and then attacked Medusa and Wolf King Qingshan with increasing frequency. He has to fight 1 against 2 and hold back these 2 Beast Kings, so that Chen Jin can be safe. Today, the strength displayed by Chen Jin is enough for these old guys to give everything to protect him. Ikoan, you forced me to do this. Full Moon Wolf Transformation. Suddenly, the Wolf King Qingshan's eyes turned bloodshot and he hurled towards the sky. The next moment, the originally bright sky suddenly became dark. The sun disappeared and a full moon appeared instead. Seeing this scene, the 3 human masters present all cried out inwardly that something was wrong. The other 3 Beast Kings were delighted. After Wolf King Qingshan uses this move, his realm will fall, and they can reap the benefits. At this moment, the Wolf King Qingshan kept roaring at the full moon in the sky. The originally green hair on the Wolf King Qingshan's body has now turned red. The next moment, the Wolf King Qingshan's momentum continued to rise. Mid-heavenly stage. Late heaven stage. Soon, the Wolf King Qingshan's aura remained at the late stage of entering the heavenly realm. Seeing this, Ikoan's eyes flashed with worry. If he could fight 2 people in the early stage of heaven rank alone, he would have absolutely no problem. But it is very difficult to fight against a late heavenly rank and an early heavenly rank. Damn it, he is not the real One Punch Man, how can he win? Soon, under the fierce attack of Wolf King Qingshan, Ikoan began to retreat. His body, originally made of steel, was now covered in blood. Chapter 88, Unexpected Disaster, The Death of the Beast King. Fury. Ikoan knocked the Wolf King Qingshan back with 1 punch, and then shouted angrily. The next moment, Ikoan's iron body began to boil like a steam engine. After a moment, Ikoan's iron body had turned into a fiery red, and his whole body was emitting a wave of heat. Go to hell! Then, Ikoan shouted loudly and smashed his flaming fist towards the Wolf King Qingshan. Although the Wolf King Qingshan is in the late heavenly stage at this moment, he still doesn't dare to take Ikoan's punch head-on. It's just angry, not stupid. Immediately afterwards, the Wolf King Qingshan retreated rapidly. When Ikoan saw that he could not catch up with the Wolf King Qingshan, Ikoan suddenly changed direction and punched Medusa in the stomach. Boom! With just 1 punch, Medusa's abdomen was pierced and green blood gushed out. Medusa looked at the fiery red fist on her abdomen in disbelief. Soon, Medusa fell to the ground in despair. Until its death, it never figured out why Ikoan suddenly came to beat it. Damn it, I hate people who fight to watch the show. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out of here and watch your mother's show. Ikoan shook the green liquid off his fist and cursed. Ikoan, you dare to kill Medusa, aren't you afraid of my god's revenge? The Wolf King Qingshan looked at Ikoan with his teeth bared, the disbelief in his eyes still lingering. It also didn't expect that Ikoan actually killed Medusa. Ha, let your grandma's god come, I'll beat it down. You are just a bunch of beasts. I named you energy beasts because I think highly of you. You guys are so good, you want to overthrow humanity and become the boss? Bah! At this moment, Ikoan seemed to have awakened the ability to insult, and was madly cursing the Wolf King Qingshan and the mutant beast. Humph, sharp-tongued. The Wolf King Qingshan snorted coldly, then continued to attack Ikoan. Ikoan was naturally not afraid of fighting and went forward to meet the enemy. However, what no one noticed was that in the darkness above, a pair of eyes slowly emerged and looked at the battlefield on the eastern border. After a while, it disappeared. On the battlefield, Chen Jin no longer continued to kill low-level mutant beasts. Because he was entangled by an A-level snake girl. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been a stone statue. Oh my god, luckily I read a lot of novels and watched a lot of anime before, so I knew that snake girls can be petrified, otherwise I would be screwed. Chen Jin said this with lingering fear, but the sword of all beings in his hand did not stop. At this moment, Chen Jin was fighting with his eyes closed. Through his constant testing, the Shadow Clone's black mist can bring his hearing and perception to their peak. So, it doesn't matter whether he opens his eyes or not at this moment. Without the petrification, the Snake Girl's fighting power was greatly reduced, and she was soon killed by Chen Jin with a single sword. Moto, Minotaur, are you sure you want to fight to the death here? Medusa is already dead, are you sure you can win? At this moment, Ouyang Jingkong has begun to provoke these two beast kings. Although Moto and the Minotaur thought what Ouyang Jingkong said made sense, they could not retreat. Ouyang Jingkong and the others didn't believe that the beast god had arrived, but they knew it. If they retreat now, they won't die, but they will definitely not be better off. It's better to continue fighting here. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you're scared, then quickly give up the eastern border. White Lion Moto spoke to Ouyang Jingkong very firmly. Break! As soon as Moto finished speaking, a light shout was heard. The next moment, Moto felt a pain in his back. When I looked again, I found that the piece of flesh on the back had disappeared at some point. Moto, at this moment, do you really still think you can capture the eastern border? Dong Fanghong said coldly to Moto. Humph, I don't know how Ouyang Jingkong saved you, otherwise you would have been dead long ago, and you still have the nerve to talk. Moto snorted coldly and mocked. The attack that Dong Fanghong launched on it just now was completely harmless. It just makes it feel a little uncomfortable. When it reaches this level, as long as it survives, everything else is a small problem. Ground. How are you? Do you feel sore and weak all over? Hikoen spoke to the Wolf King Qingshan with a mocking look on his face, and with every word he spoke, the power of his fists increased. At this moment, the Wolf King Qingshan no longer had the strength to answer Hikoen. Because the hair on its body has gradually turned into its original green color. And the darkness of the sky is slowly spreading. The full moon in the sky is now only a crescent. Explosive punch. At this moment, Hikoen shouted. Then both fists hit the Wolf King Qingshan at the same time. Seeing this, the Wolf King Qingshan fought hard. But he was still knocked away and several bones in his body were broken. Blood kept coming out of his mouth. Why are you in the middle stage of the heavenly realm, so strong? The Wolf King Qingshan spat out blood and asked Hikoen in a low voice. Hikoen walked up to the Wolf King Qingshan and smiled slightly. Because I'm hanging. Hearing Hikoen's words, the Wolf King Qingshan was stunned. I have it too. Why am I not as good as him? In the end, the Wolf King Qingshan was killed by Hikoen with one punch. Until its death, it was still thinking about that question. Why, it has it too, but not as good as Hikoen? In the field, Chen Jin saw the Wolf King Qingshan dead, and immediately began to slaughter low-level mutant beasts. But because there were so many low-level mutant beasts, like ants, they could not be killed. At this moment, Chen Jin even felt a little tired. Bite. Mandatory tasks have been opened. Kill a Beast King and receive an SSS-level equality attack +1. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Jin's mind. You know, since the battle began, the system has not said a word, as if it had disappeared. It's very difficult. Chen Jin looked at the only two Beast Kings left in the sky and felt a little annoyed for a moment. Not to mention whether he can win or not, the main thing is that he may not be able to fly that high now. I saw Ouyang Jingkong, Dong Fanghong and the two Beast Kings fighting in mid-air. At this moment, it has flown above the clouds. Chen Jin thought that he still couldn't get up there. Bite. Mandatory task, if failed, the system will automatically explode. Chen Jin was slightly stunned when he heard the system's voice. Then he laughed. Okay, go ahead and explode. The system seemed not to have expected Chen Jin to answer in this way, and no sound came out. Seeing that the system didn't speak again, Chen Jin smiled slightly. A doubt in my heart was resolved at this moment. Even if I can't kill the Beast King, I can still kill an S-rank mutant beast. As Chen Jin finished speaking, an S-level mutant beast, a white lion, appeared in front of Chen Jin. Even if your Beast King can't kill him, he's more than capable of killing you. At this time, the S-level mutant beast white lion also discovered Chen Jin. In an instant, the war broke out again. I saw someone ask if I make a living by writing novels. I do, but it flopped. I'll keep working on it. Chapter 89, Instant Kill. The Beast King escapes. Eastern Border Battlefield. Sword breaking style. Hurricane slash. In an instant, Chen Jin swung out with two swords. Unexpectedly, your S-level mutant beast, the White Lion, did not dodge, but directly collided head-on with Chen Jin's swordlight. The next moment, the White Lion suddenly passed through the swordlight and came directly in front of Chen Jin. Roar! Then, the White Lion roared and sent Chen Jin flying. Oh my god, this White Lion has bad breath. Chen Jin covered his mouth and nose and said with disgust. All beings are equal, look at each other with equal eyes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jin stood up and shouted. The next moment, the might of the early heavenly stage that had originally disappeared rose into the sky again. At this moment, the White Lion, who was originally preparing to continue attacking, suddenly felt uncomfortable. At this moment, the corners of Chen Jin's mouth rose slightly. It worked! Thunder King Thunder Strike! Immediately afterwards, Chen Jin's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the White Lion in an instant. By the time the White Lion reacted, the lightning in Chen Jin's hand had already reached the White Lion. The next moment, the White Lion, having lost its combat and defensive capabilities, began to twitch from the electric shock. Goodbye. Chen Jin suddenly raised the sword of all living beings and ended the White Lion's life with one sword. Keep going. Afterwards, Chen Jin did not stop and continued to look for the mutant beasts in the field to fight. Ouyang Jingkong, stop now, we're leaving immediately. The White Lion Moto roared loudly at Ouyang Jingkong. Ouyang Jingkong didn't react at all after hearing Moto's words, but the frequency of swinging the spear in his hand became a little faster. Ouyang Jingkong, don't be ungrateful. If we really want to kill you, we can do it. At this moment, the Minotaur on the side also roared at Ouyang Jingkong. Really? Then why don't you try it? Just then, a voice sounded from behind the Minotaur. The moment he heard the sound, the Minotaur turned and ran. Hikoan was seen standing in front of the Minotaur, sneering. That's it? That's it? Dong Fanghong, who was standing behind Ouyang Jingkong, saw this and looked at him with a look of ridicule. Nyoto, you're running away from the battlefield. Aren't you afraid of my god's blame? The White Lion Moto, who was fighting with Ouyang Jingkong, became instantly angry when he saw the Minotaur running away. Fuck you, I'm just playing it by ear. Could it be that dying here is what my god wants? The Minotaur, who had already run far away, heard what the White Lion Moto said and immediately shouted loudly. Fuck you! Hearing the Minotaur's words, Moto was extremely angry, and then he suddenly bit Ouyang Jingkong. Just when Ouyang Jingkong thought Moto was going to fight to the death, Moto ran away. That's right, ran away. Ouyang Jingkong and the other two present looked at the White Lion Moto and the Minotaur running away and smiled at each other. In this battle, the four beast kings of the army of supernatural beasts came out together, two of them died, and the remaining two fled in panic. On the ground, the army of mutant beasts saw that their king had disappeared, and they felt like they had lost their backbone and began to retreat step by step. That god, has he really come? In the sky, Ouyang Jingkong looked at Hikoan worriedly. Maybe, on the way. Hikoan looked into the distance and said lightly. Listening to Hikoan's words, Ouyang Jingkong and Dongfanghong were extremely worried. Today, if Hikoan had not arrived, the eastern border would have become the new camp of the army of mutant beasts. How did you get here? At this time, Ouyang Jingkong looked at Hikoan in confusion. Hikoan arrived too quickly and too timely, as if he knew that a war would break out here. Hearing Ouyang Jingkong's question, Hikoan smiled slightly. It's nothing, actually. The guy down there is my son. I was feeling a bit uneasy, so I came here and ran into him. Thank goodness, thank goodness. At this moment, Hikoan was still frightened. If he had come too late, his son would definitely not have survived. By the way, why is the Beast King from the northern border coming here? What is the northern border fortress doing? After Hikoan finished speaking, Ouyang Jingkong continued to ask. I don't know. I'll go to the northern border fortress and find out for myself. Hikoan just shook his head slightly with a sharp look in his eyes. The beast kings of every border are being watched by the border fortresses. At this moment, if the beast kings of the northern border can appear on the eastern border, it means that the northern border has failed in its duty. Never mind, I'll go now just in case. Then, Hikoan disappeared after saying a few words. When Ouyang Jingkong and Dongfanghong saw Hikoan disappear, they bowed to the void together. I'm rich, I'm rich. On the ground, Zhang Chenyang looked at the corpses of mutant beasts all over the ground, his eyes glowing, and he kept muttering. Okay, this is the spoils of war on the eastern frontier, not ours personally. Chen Jin, who was standing by, found Zhang Chenyang's useless look funny. So what? We killed so many supernatural beasts this time, shouldn't we be rewarded? Zhang Chenyang's legs were still shaking as he spoke. Due to the continuous use of supernatural powers before, Zhang Chenyang's mental strength has been severely overdrawn. If Xin Xingrui had not been in the team, Zhang Chenyang would have fallen into a coma long ago. By the way, they are all unharmed, right? Then, Shen Jin looked around and asked. It's okay. Lin Mu is so violent, she's the only one who kills others. He Kai is so muscular, who can beat him? As for your girlfriend, Xing Tian and Xiao Dian are protecting her every step of the way, so it's impossible for her to get hurt. What a pity. It's so hard for me. Zhang Chenyang sighed as he spoke. Alright, we both know each other. Seeing this, Chen Jin kicked Zhang Chenyang, and then saw Ouyang Jingkong walking towards him. Let's go, I have something to ask you. Hearing Ouyang Jingkong's words, Chen Jin nodded slightly. All this was within his expectations. Eastern Border Fortress, on the city wall. At this moment, the soldiers on the city wall have left the city to clean up the battlefield. What's the matter with your might at the early stage of the heavenly stage? Ouyang Jingkong looked at the corpses scattered on the ground outside the city and asked Chen Jin. Superpower. Chen Jin just said it lightly and didn't say much. Do you have spatial abilities? Ouyang Jingkong didn't think there was anything wrong with Chen Jin's answer. He shouldn't have asked about such personal secrets. Won't. At this time, Chen Jin continued to answer. Hearing Chen Jin's answer, Ouyang Jingkong was stunned at first, then shook his head helplessly. Okay, those clones that look exactly like you also have superpowers? Right. Okay, got it, you can go down. After Chen Jin left, Dong Fanghong came out from the side. It seems that this kid doesn't trust you. Dong Fanghong leaned on Ouyang Jingkong's shoulder and said. Normal, who would tell the truth to someone they've only met a few times? Ouyang Jingkong stroked Dong Fanghong's hair and spoke softly. Afterwards, the two of them stood quietly on the city wall, watching Chen Jin cleaning the battlefield in the distance. Chapter 90, Northern Border, Dog Second. Eastern Border Fortress. At this moment, the battlefield has been cleaned up and countless corpses of mutant beasts have been pulled into the city. You know, the meat of high-level supernatural beasts is a great tonic for humans. No one can resist it. Some people even break through to a higher level instantly after eating the meat of supernatural beasts. Looking at the mutant beasts that were constantly being sent into the cafeteria kitchen, Chen Jin and others couldn't help swallowing their saliva. I didn't know that mutant beasts could be eaten before, so I wasted a lot of delicious food. Chen Jin, do you think I can break through to the Xian level after eating it? Zhang Chenyang couldn't help but say to Chen Jin. Who knows, maybe he'll advance. Chen Jin smiled at Zhang Chenyang. Everyone, go back to the barracks and rest for an hour, then come to the mess hall for dinner. Just then, a loud shout was heard. Immediately after hearing the voice, Chen Jin pulled Zhang Chenyang back to the barracks. As soon as I returned to the room, I saw Xin Xingrui changing her bloody clothes. Ah! Why are you back? Get out quickly. At this moment, Xin Xingrui's cheeks were flushed and her neck was also stained pink. Afterwards, Chen Jin quickly stepped back and immediately pushed Zhang Chenyang, who was about to break in, out. Yo! Zhang Chenyang looked at Chen Jin's embarrassed appearance and suddenly his face became ambiguous. As an experienced driver, how could Zhang Chenyang not see what had just happened to Chen Jin? Chen Jin ignored Zhang Chenyang and looked at the half-open door. After a while, Zhang Chenyang left sensibly. Then, Xin Xingrui's shy voice suddenly came from the barracks. You can come in. When Chen Jin heard Xin Xingrui's voice, he felt his blood boiling instantly. Then, Chen Jin tiptoed, pushed the door open and walked in. When Chen Jin walked in, he froze in place for a moment. Xin Xingrui was no longer in her usual attire, now wearing a thin lace pajamas. Looking at Xin Xingrui's blushing face, Chen Jin couldn't help swallowing. You, come and sit here. After a while, Xin Xingrui stammered. Good. At this time, Chen Jin also came back to his senses and answered while scratching his head. Then he walked over and sat down next to Xin Xingrui. Chen Jin, I like you. After Chen Jin sat down, Xin Xingrui leaned directly on Chen Jin, closed her eyes, and spoke softly. Looking at Xin Xingrui like this, Chen Jin suddenly felt the blood rushing to somewhere. At this moment, Xin Xingrui seemed to sense something and jumped up instantly. You are so bad. Get out now. In an instant, Qin Xingrui seemed to have become a different person and pushed Chen Jin out. In the end, Chen Jin looked at the closed camp gate in confusion, feeling a little overwhelmed. Didn't you ask me to come in and sit here? In the barracks, Qin Xingrui touched her hot face and shook her head continuously. Afterwards, Qin Xingrui lay directly on the bed, buried her head under the pillow, and her pair of legs kept shaking. If Chen Jin were here, he would probably be committing a crime. Kyoto, watching University of Supernatural Powers. Is everything you said true? Guo Jinlong looked at Director Yen in disbelief. Just now, Director Yen told Guo Jinlong everything that happened to Chen Jin and his group at the eastern border. Humph. The Holy Fire Cult, it seems like it's been too peaceful these past 2 years. In an instant, Guo Jinlong slammed the table and snorted coldly. The next moment, the surrounding space continued to shatter. Actually, they can still deal with it on their own now, so there's no need for us to intervene. Director Yan looked at Guo Jinlong and said seriously. Listening to Director Yan's words, Guo Jinlong thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you to protect me in secret. Then, Director Yan waved his hand and disappeared. It turned out that just after Chen Jin and others set off, Guo Jinlong asked Director Yan, who was best at hiding, to follow them secretly. Alas, great chaos is approaching, yet there is disharmony within the human race. How tragic. After Director Yan left, Guo Jinlong looked out the window and said helplessly. Northern Border Fortress. Get out here, you bastard. Hikoen stood outside the city wall, shouting and cursing loudly. After a while, a man wearing armor and holding a black canine monster came out. Hey, what brings Commander He here? The man stroked the black dog and said lightly. Humph, old second dog, let me ask you, why did the Beast King from your northern border appear in the east? Hikoen looked at Go Lauer and wanted to get to the bottom of it. When Go Lauer heard what Hikoen said, he was obviously stunned, then turned his head to look at a person holding a white fan behind him. The man closed his eyes and kept counting with his left hand. After a moment, he opened his eyes and nodded to Go Lauer. Damn it! These beasts actually dared to run. In an instant, Go Lauer was extremely angry. Hikoen, you don't need to say anything more. Today, I will go to pacify the army of supernatural beasts on the northern border. Go Lauer looked at Hikoen and said with confidence. Hikoen was a little confused when he saw this. Based on his understanding of Go Lauer should not be pretending. Okay, I'll wait for your answer. After saying that, Hikoen disappeared in an instant. As the commander-in-chief on the front line, he has to go back and take charge. After Hikoen left, Go Lauer looked at the man next to him. Go, gather the soldiers above the Xian level and ride on the army of supernatural beasts on the northern border. As Go Lauer finished speaking, the man disappeared in an instant. You son of a bitch, you actually ran away right under my nose? You can forget about taking back your old nest. Dog Lauer looked into the distance and talked to himself. Although Hikoen did not tell us the fate of the Beast King, Go Lauer felt that he must have died. After all, Hikoen had taken action. Fortunately, it wasn't old man Lingyun who came this time, otherwise it would have been terrible. Go Lauer shook his head and walked down the city wall with the black dog. Soon, all the soldiers above the Xian level in the northern border came out in full force and rushed towards the army of mutant beasts in the northern border. However, the man holding the white fan was not among this group of people. I saw a man holding a white fan standing on the city wall and watching Go Lauer and others leave. Activate the defensive formation. After a while, the man spoke lightly. Then, a transparent protective shield slowly rose up, covering the northern border fortress. Kyoto, Supernatural Forces. Report. This is the battle report from the eastern border fortress. The soldier handed the battle report to a young woman and then left. Great victory on the eastern border? Even if Hikoen arrives and fights 2 Beast Kings alone, can he kill them? The woman looked at the battle report in her hand, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It seems that this old man is not old yet. The woman is Hikoen's biological daughter and Hiikai's biological sister, He Miao. It seems that the proposal to have the Supernatural Bureau stationed in the 2 major fortresses in the east and north was a good idea after all. He Miao looked at the battle report in his hand and became happier the more he read. Chapter 91 Successful and Returning to School. Chapter 91 Successful and Famous, Returning to School. Eastern Border Fortress. Enough meat and plenty of wine. Everyone, eat and drink well, and don't leave until you are drunk. Ouyang Jingkong shouted loudly, holding up the wineglass in his hand. Good. In an instant, all the soldiers raised their glasses and drank. Afterwards, Ouyang Jingkong put down the wineglass in his hand and walked towards the watching Supernatural University team. Brother Wangba, thanks to you guys for coming this time. I will report your performance this time to Director Ling and commend you. Wang Ba was flattered as he looked at Ouyang Jingkong, who was holding his hand. That's not true, General Ouyang. Killing supernatural beasts is everyone's responsibility. Wang Ba quickly smiled and said. At this time, Ouyang Jingkong turned his gaze to the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. You are the hope of Dragon Nation's future. Although some will fall behind and some will leave on the road to growth, please keep moving forward courageously. The freshmen who were going to the battlefield for the first time were now in tears. As classmates fell one after another, everyone felt very sad. This time, a total of 1,000 sophomores and freshmen came. At this moment, there are only 120 people left in the sophomore class, and only 500 people left in the freshman class. If it weren't for the soldiers from the eastern border fortress standing in the front, the casualties would have been even greater. Fight for the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Qin Jin's voice suddenly rang out in the team. Hearing Qin Jin's voice, all the students were instantly ignited. Fight for the Dragon Nation. As the noise grew louder, soldiers from the eastern border fortress joined in. For a time, the cry of war for the Dragon Kingdom resounded throughout the entire eastern border fortress. Some of the special beasts living in the Black Noise Forest are now so scared that they curl up in their caves and dare not come out. Have a good rest tonight and head back to school tomorrow. Finally, under Wang Ba's words, the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers returned to the barracks to rest. Chen Jin, are you afraid of war? Inside the barracks, everyone else was already fast asleep, and Xin Xingrui's weak voice rang out from behind the partition. I'm scared, but I'm not afraid of fighting. Looking at the ceiling, Chen Jin said lightly. Will we die on the battlefield? Will we be separated? At this time, Xin Xingrui's voice began to tremble. During the day, she saw with her own eyes a girl having her neck bitten off by a mutant beast beside her. No, never. Chen Jin answered Xin Xingrui in a low but powerful voice. After a while, Xin Xingrui stopped talking and Chen Jin continued to look at the ceiling. At this moment, Xin Jin's mind was full of questions about the system. He originally thought that the system was just a machine with a little intelligence. But through today's mission, Xin Jin felt that the system might be a real life. Thinking of this, Xin Jin suddenly felt a chill. If the system is really a real life. He no longer dared to think about it. Everything he has now comes from the system. If the system wants to harm him, he will definitely die. However, the system now has a problem. It needs to continuously absorb the black air emitted after the death of the mutant beast. Thinking of this, Chen Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Looks like I can try to get some money. Before it is ready to harm me, strengthen yourself. In an instant, Chen Jin made up his mind to frantically ask the system for tasks and get rewards. In the Void Universe. Ning, at this moment, do you really still think he is the best candidate? An ethereal voice sounded in the empty universe. Humph, do I have to be a coward and run away like you? The next moment, a feminine voice snorted coldly. How dare you? You are only seriously injured and dying at this moment. I only need a thought, and you will no longer exist in this empty universe. Ning. Upon hearing Ning's voice, the ethereal voice suddenly became angry. If you kill me, do you think D will kill you? At this moment, Ning's words were full of sarcasm. Immediately afterwards, Xi's voice ceased to be heard, and the empty universe was filled with silence. The next morning, at the eastern border fortress. Be safe and give my regards to Principal Gua. Good. At this moment, the remaining students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers have already started their journey back. Woof woof, smile. He. In the carriage where Chen Jin and others were traveling, Wang Wang was smiling shamelessly. Because he was always fighting with the mutant beasts, Chen Jin almost forgot about Wang Wang. We're going back soon, are you happy? Chen Jin asked as he looked at Wang Wang, who was smiling widely. Yeah, not happy. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Wang Wang nodded instinctively, then came to his senses and began to shake his head. Unhappy? Fine, you can be my assistant for another month after you go back. Chen Jin said helplessly. I didn't expect that there are still people in this world who are willing to be followers. It's really helpless. Puff. After hearing Chen Jin's words, everyone in the car except Wang Wang burst out laughing. At this moment, Wang Wang seemed to be struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time. But, didn't you say that it would be over after we returned from the eastern border fortress? After a while, Wang Wang stammered. When Chen Jin heard what Wang Wang said, he immediately blew his nose and glared. How about we talk to Director Wang? No, I agree. When Wang Wang heard that Chen Jin was looking for his grandfather, he instantly wilted. Just be a follower. Didn't you serve as a follower for others before? It's just a change of master. What's more, Chen Jin has both talent and strength. Thinking of this, Wang Wang suddenly felt that he had made a huge profit. The next moment, Wang Wang raised his head with a proud look on his face. This scene made Chen Jin and others in the carriage very confused. Is there anyone who is proud of being a follower? Nothing happened along the way. With the horses running at full speed, the Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers convoy returned to school in the evening. At this moment, Wo Jinlong and all the teachers of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers were standing at the school gate waiting for the students to return. Water blessing. When he saw the convoy coming towards the school, Wo Jinlong suddenly shouted. The next moment, two teachers with water-based abilities took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, two water dragons fell from the sky and formed a water gate. The moment the convoy passed through the water gate, water splashed down, washing the mud and blood off the carriages. Then all the carriages passed through the water gate and headed towards the playground. Finally, the carriage stopped at the playground and all the students got off the carriage and stood on the playground. Seeing the team missing nearly 400 people, all the teachers tried to hold back their tears. Once a teacher, always a father. These students are like their own children. Chapter 92 about Chen Jin's love for men. Kyoto, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. This time, although your classmates, friends, and partners unfortunately died on the battlefield. But you are all heroes, heroes of the Dragon Nation. I am proud to have you. On the playground, Wo Jinlong stood on the podium and shouted loudly to the students who were returning below. We at Huaqing Ability University will help take care of the families of our fallen classmates. We will never let heroes bleed and cry. As Gui Jinlong's voice fell, everyone in the audience clapped their hands in unison. Everyone, take a good rest this week and go back to class next Monday. Disband. Wang Wang, go buy us some ice cream. After the meeting, Chen Jin said to Wang Wang beside him. After hearing this, Wang Wang walked towards the convenience store without any hesitation. Does he really listen to you? At this time, Zhang Chenyang walked over with a look of surprise, and kept clicking his tongue at Wang Wang's back. Maybe he doesn't want his grandfather to know. Chen Jin smiled slightly and spoke. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Zhang Chenyang was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. You have a girlfriend, why are you still watching that kind of stuff? Finally, Zhang Chenyang left with a look of disgust on his face. At this time, Xin Xingrui walked up to Chen Jin with a red face. Could you please, stop looking at that kind of stuff? If it were you, I could. Xin Xingrui seemed to have used up all her strength and ran away after she finished speaking. Listening to Xin Xingrui's words, Chen Jin was confused at the moment. Who I am? Where am I? Why can't I understand what they are saying? At this moment, the usually aloof Lin Mu suddenly walked up to Chen Jin and patted him on the shoulder. Share it when you have time, we are all friends. Afterwards, Lin Mu patted Chen Jin's shoulder again and left with an expectant look on his face. I thought you weren't that kind of person, I didn't expect that. Before Chen Jin could react, He threw down a word and ran away. Hey, why are all the people gone? Do you still want to eat the ice cream? Just then, Wang Wang, who had gone to buy ice cream, finally ran back. Wang Wang, let me ask you a question. That's right, you don't want your grandfather to know, do you? Which movie is this quote from? Why are they so weird? Chen Jin looked at Wang Wang in confusion, wanting to get an answer from Wang Wang. Originally curious about what Chen Jin could ask him, Wang Wang suddenly felt a tightness in his back when he heard Chen Jin's question. Then he stuffed the bag of ice cream into Chen Jin's arms and left as if escaping. He was running and shouting. Chen Jin, please don't go too far. I will never agree to your weird request. Don't even think about it. Wang Wan's voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire playground. For a moment, all the teachers and students who had not left the playground looked at Chen Jin with strange expressions. Fuck! I don't know anything. Seeing this, Chen Jin cursed and fled the scene frantically. However, as soon as Chen Jin left, the forum of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers became lively again because of Chen Jin. Shocking. Chen Jin, the top freshman, actually reads these every day. Explosive. The stories about Chen Jin and Wang Wang that must be told. Explosive. Chen Jin asks Wang Wang to do something strange. Explosive. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Excerpt. In an instant, Chen Jin alone occupied 4 of the top 5 hot searches on the Huaqing Supernatural University forum. And the 5th place is about Wang Wang. Wang Wang actually likes men. No wonder he doesn't shy away from me. Excerpt. For a moment, the entire forum was in an uproar, and countless topics about Chen Jin were fabricated. Absurd. In the sophomore director's office, Wang Wang's grandfather Wang Ba was extremely angry when he saw the post about his grandson on the forum. No wonder this guy always looks at me weirdly. How shameless. You're bringing shame to my Wang family. Wang Ba was very sad at this moment. Principal's office. Alas, it seems the child has suffered during the years his parents were away. Wu Jinlong looked at the posts on the forum and sighed constantly. Old Chen, if you don't come back, I'm afraid your family will be extinct. Then, Wu Jinlong stood up and looked out the window, and his eyes suddenly became moist. Freshman Dean's office. This brat actually likes boys. Then why is he still with my sister? And he even does that to me. Xin Xingqiu spoke viciously, but a blush appeared on his face. The scene of hugging Chen Jin before came back to my mind. Afterwards, Xin Xingqiu looked down at his tube top and nodded fiercely. Humph, I'll take action. I don't believe I can't bring you back. Villa for senior students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers. Chen Jin, Wu, are you with me just to hide your unique preferences? In the living room, Xin Xingrui sat on the sofa and asked Chen Jin with tears in her eyes. At this moment, Chen Jin's face was full of black lines. What the hell is going on? I don't. I'm normal. I'm an upright 18-year-old boy. Chen Jin said to Xin Xingrui with a helpless look on his face. But at this moment Xin Xingrui obviously still didn't believe it, and directly handed the phone in her hand to Chen Jin. Chen Jin picked it up and took a look, then froze in place. I saw that what I had in my hand was the comment section of a post. I just feel like there's something wrong with Chen Jin. The last time he saw me, he ran away shyly. Upon seeing this, Chen Jin clicked on the avatar and saw that it was the day in the garden when a wretched man unbuckled his belt towards him. I felt that way too. The last time I kissed him, he ran away. After clicking on the avatar, Chen Jin had some impression that a bunch of girls had wanted to kiss him before, but this girl was the only one who failed. I don't think he would. After all, he has a girlfriend. After reading this sentence, Chen Jin suddenly felt that there are still good people in the world. Bullshit, maybe that was just a trick he created? He wanted everyone to misunderstand that he likes women, and secretly date men behind everyone's back. Seeing this, Chen Jin collapsed instantly. Ro'er, listen to my excuses. No, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. In the end, after Chen Jin's 1-hour explanation, Xin Xingrui finally reluctantly believed Chen Jin. Well, what about the forum? Everyone will think you like men. Xin Xingrui leaned on Chen Jin with red eyes and spoke in a low voice. Those who are clean will be clean themselves. After hearing Xin Xingrui's words, Chen Jin said firmly. Are you kidding? How can you force me to do something that I haven't done? Unfortunately, Chen Jin completely underestimated the spirit of the melon-eating people. For 3 whole days, posts about Chen Jin remained at the top of the forum's hot searches. Even some people from other schools have heard that Chen Jin, the top scorer in the Huaqing Supernatural University ranking competition, likes men. In the end, the director of the admissions office of Huaqing University of Special Abilities personally found Chen Jin and wanted Chen Jin to clarify the matter. Otherwise, I am afraid it will affect the enrollment rate next year. Chapter 93 Hua Evolution. It's so shameful, so shameful. Chen Jin sat on the sofa, holding his head and shouting. There were people standing around Chen Jin. Xin Xingrui, Lin Mu, Zheng Chenyang, Hiekai, Xing Tian, Xiao Dian. At this moment they were looking at Chen Jin with gloating eyes. In just half a day, Chen Jin went from being the object of everyone's envy and jealousy to becoming that man. At this moment, Chen Jin felt that the whole world had become extremely dark. Okay, they don't know, but we do, and we'll always believe in you. At this time, Xin Xingrui spoke to comfort her. Puff. Well, yes, we will always believe in you. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang on the side couldn't help laughing, and then quickly said to Chen Jin. Bite. Your pet, the four-winged holy angel Huahua, is about to evolve. Please go to the spiritual world and help her evolve successfully. Just when Chen Jin was about to confront Zhang Chenyang, the system's voice suddenly rang out. At this time, Chen Jin remembered that Huahua had not appeared for a long time. Soon, Chen Jin got up and returned to the bedroom amid everyone's surprised gazes, then closed the door. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jin sat cross-legged on the bed and entered the world of spiritual power. However, when Chen Jin opened his eyes, he found that he was not in the spiritual world. I saw that the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were full of vitality, and countless spiritual white mists were floating endlessly as if they were real. Before Chen Jin could ask where this place was, he saw Huahua lying not far away, her whole body radiating golden light. In an instant, Chen Jin appeared beside Huahua and wanted to reach out to help her, but was knocked away by the golden light surrounding Huahua. Seeing this, Chen Jin did not move forward for fear of accidentally hurting Huahua. At this moment, Huahua was curled up in the golden light with a look of pain on her face, her body still shaking. Bite. The four-winged holy angel is evolving. Although he knew that Huahua was evolving, Chen Jin was still extremely worried at this moment. At this moment, Huahua suddenly flew into the air, curled up and wrapped in four huge golden wings. Gradually, the four huge golden wings began to shrink, and new wings began to grow under the wings. Chen Jin was stunned at this moment. It was not because she had grown wings again, but because Huahua, who originally looked 7 or 8 years old, suddenly looked like she was 18 years old, graceful and elegant. Of course, at this moment, Huahua's clothes had already burst because they were too small. Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent. Seeing this, Chen Jin covered his eyes and kept muttering to himself. In fact, Chen Jin couldn't see anything even if he didn't cover his eyes. At this moment, the golden light surrounding Huahua was like holy light, wrapping Huahua up and making it impossible to see anything. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual white mist began to rush towards Huahua frantically. With the arrival of the spiritual white mist, the new wings behind Huahua grew faster and faster. Bite. The spiritual liquid formed by the spiritual mist is not used by Huahua, so you can collect it. Suddenly, the system voice sounded again. After hearing what the system said, Chen Jin directly took out 10 white porcelain bottles and placed them on the ground to catch the falling spiritual liquid. As for the money for 10 white porcelain bottles? Sorry, Chen Jin has already started to get something for free. Soon, as the amount of spiritual white mist increased, the white porcelain bottle was soon filled. Then Chen Jin took out 10 white porcelain bottles and placed them on the ground. At this time, the golden light surrounding Huahua in the air had diminished a lot. The wings behind Huahua have gradually taken shape. What is different from before is that now Huahua has 6 wings shining with golden light on her back. Bite. Congratulations on your pet's successful evolution. The four-winged holy angel evolves into a 6-winged seraph juvenile. Chen Jin was startled when he heard the system prompt. Seraph, it sounds like. It's really high-end. Chapter 94, West, Holy Angel. At this time, Huahua had completed her evolution and woke up. When Huahua woke up and saw Chen Jin, she was immediately happy. Then, Chen Jin, who had his eyes closed, suddenly felt a soft embrace around him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the white Huahua hugging him. He was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes and then asked the system for a skirt for free. Huahua, put it on quickly, don't catch a cold. Chen Jin covered his eyes with one hand and handed the skirt to Huahua. The moment he stretched out his hand, Chen Jin suddenly felt as if he had touched something. In an instant, Chen Jin's face turned red and his neck became thick, and he was breathing heavily. Some part of his body felt very uncomfortable. Feeling Chen Jin's hand, Huahua did not dodge, but straightened her body with a red face. Chen Jin was so scared that he quickly stepped back and threw the skirt directly to Huahua. Chuckle, chuckle. Finally, Huahua smiled and put on her skirt on the spot. Elder brother. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded beside Chen Jin's ears, and the heat in the voice made Chen Jin feel itchy. Brother, I'm done. After hearing Huahua's words, Chen Jin dared to open his eyes. Looking at the graceful Huahua in front of him, Chen Jin was stunned. Hey, brother, what's the matter? Huahua smiled and stretched out her jade hand and waved it in front of Chen Jin. Well, since you're okay, I'll go out first. Then, Chen Jin coughed dryly, picked up the white porcelain bottle on the ground and exited the spiritual world. Puff. Looking at Chen Jin's embarrassed back, Huahua suddenly laughed so hard that her body shook. Ha! It's so torturous. After exiting the spiritual world, Chen Jin slapped his face and said. Afterwards, Chen Jin took out the spiritual liquid he had just received and placed it around. I've been stuck in the middle stage of the Xian realm for a long time. I need to break through. If others heard what Chen Jin said, they would definitely want to beat Chen Jin to death with a stick. Others are only at the yellow level in their freshman year, but you are already at the middle stage of the profound level in your freshman year, and you are going to break through to the late stage of the profound level? At this moment, Chen Jin has already started to circulate his dantian to practice. At the same time, start learning the fifth move of Huaqing basic swordsmanship Explosive Slash. Explosive Slash, when used, the body's supernatural power increases by 10%, lasting for 1 minute. Within 1 minute, every strike of the sword will result in a critical hit. As for why Chen Jin didn't go to the spiritual world to practice. Because Huahua was there, he was afraid that he couldn't control himself. Tianyuan's secret realm, Snowland. According to the date, the young lady should be coming out soon, right? A six-tailed white fox looked into the distance and said lightly. It's time to come out, but I don't know if I can adapt to the human world. At this time, the five-tailed white fox on the side said very respectfully. Even if we can't adapt, we have to adapt. The future of our White Fox clan on Blue Star depends entirely on her. The six-tailed white fox spoke, a cold aura emanating from his body. But, will Chen Jin really treat the young lady well? The five-tailed white fox asked worriedly. I hope so. The West, a certain country, a certain castle. Lord, the Dragon Nation has detected the presence of our Holy Angel clan. Judging from the aura, it should be a six-winged seraph. A man with 2 golden wings on his back knelt on the ground and spoke to the person on the throne. Oh? Seraphim? Interesting, let's send a few people to look for it. The man on the throne smiled evilly and slowly stood up. I saw that there were also 6 golden wings behind the man. Chapter 95, Instant Kill of the Holy Angel Clan. John, I want to eat hot pot. A bearded man said to the short man walking next to him with a look of grievance. Eat your uncle. If you can't complete the task assigned by the Lord, you will be eaten by the Lord. The man called John spoke the quintessence of Chinese culture and angrily scolded the bearded man. Hearing John scolding him, the bearded man stopped talking and his stomach growled. Hearing the bearded man's stomach growling, John was speechless. I'll buy you a pancake from Dragon Country. It's said to be very delicious. Seeing this, the bearded man was immediately delighted and nodded quickly. An hour later. The two of them were burping and touching their stomachs in front of the pancake stall. At this moment, the pancakes at the pancake stall had been eaten by the two of them. Oh shit, an hour has already passed, and it's all your fault, you damn foodie. Suddenly, John looked at the time and slapped the bearded man on the head. Then the two of them quickly got up and walked towards the target location. Chen Jin, someone's looking for you at the school gate. Suddenly, Chen Jin, who was practicing in the bedroom, was interrupted by a loud shout. Will anyone else come looking for me? After hearing the sound, Chen Jin was confused. Now I tell everyone that I like men, and there are actually people who come to me. After tidying up, Chen Jin appeared at the school gate in a flash. Then I saw 2 foreigners huddled together, discussing how to kill themselves. Hey, buddy, why did you kill Chen Jin? Chen Jin walked between John and the bearded man, hugged them both, and asked with a smile. When John saw Chen Jin, he looked alert and didn't say anything. However, the bearded man found Chen Jin particularly pleasing to the eye and said, You don't like Chen Jin, buddy? Do you hate Chen Jin too? How about we come together? The bearded man raised his eyebrows at Chen Jin. Chen Jin looked at the bearded man and immediately laughed out of anger. He nodded quickly and said okay. Is it okay for me to kill myself? Chen Jin thought to himself, wanting to see what these two people wanted to do. By the way, do you two have any photos of Chen Jin? I heard from others that Chen Jin is very handsome. At this time, Chen Jin asked John and the bearded man. When they heard Chen Jin's words, they were stunned. When they left, no one seemed to give them a photo of Chen Jin. Yes, John, we have never met Chen Jin, so how can we kill Chen Jin? At this time, the bearded man looked at John in confusion. Seeing this, John pondered for a moment, then grabbed a passing student. Hello, do you have a photo of Chen Jin from your school? After hearing this, the student subconsciously wanted to take out his cell phone, but when he saw John and Chen Jin behind the bearded man, he immediately glared at John. Stupid. The student cursed and left. John was stunned for a moment when he heard the students scolding him. Ha! The quality of students in Dragon Country is really poor, John said with a cold face. Puff. Just then, a laugh sounded from behind John. After hearing this, John turned to look at Chen Jin and suddenly realized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. Excuse me, do you or your friends have any photos of Chen Jin? John asked Chen Jin very respectfully. Seeing this, Chen Jin took out his mobile phone, then found a photo that he was satisfied with from the album and handed it to John. Seeing this, the bearded man on the side hurried over to see what Chen Jin looked like. TSK, this Chen Jin does seem quite handsome. The bearded man couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the photo of Chen Jin on his phone. Suddenly, the bearded man seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the photo and then looked up at Chen Jin. Why do Chen Jin look so much like you? As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, he felt a headache. Idiot, he is Chen Jin, we've been fooled. John slapped the bearded man on the head and then cursed. At this time, the bearded man finally reacted and looked at Chen Jin in surprise. So you are Chen Jin. How dare you play tricks on us? Humph, hand over our people quickly, or I'll kill you. The bearded man spoke to Chen Jin with a vicious look on his face. Tribe? What tribe? Chen Jin was confused when he heard the bearded man's words. He wondered, there were no foreigners around him? At this moment, a golden light flashed behind the bearded man, and 2 golden wings appeared instantly. The same thing happened to John beside him, but behind John were 4 golden wings. Mom, is this still possible? In an instant, Chen Jin recognized the golden wings. These golden wings are exactly the same as the wings Huahua had when she was born, except that they are a little darker than Huahua's wings. Are you here to look for Huahua? Then go back to where you came from, Chen Jin said to the 2 of them lightly. Since it is not yet lunchtime, there are almost no people passing by the school gate. Chen Jin, hand over our people and I will spare your life. Otherwise, John said to Chen Jin with a ferocious look on his face. Bang! Before John could finish his words, he flew out. The bearded man next to him didn't even see how John flew out. You're talking too much bullshit. I don't know whether I'll live or not, but I know that if you 2 don't get out of here, you'll die now. Chen Jin looked at John and the bearded man with indifference. Get started. Suddenly, John roared. The next moment, a golden light appeared and instantly enveloped Chen Jin, John and the bearded man. Afterwards, the 3 of them disappeared from the spot. Humph, now you can't run away even if you want to. In the golden light, John snorted coldly, and then the 4 golden wings behind him suddenly flapped. The next moment, a strong wind blew in the golden light, and the strong wind rushed towards Chen Jin like a sword. Hurricane slash. In just a moment, Chen Jin swung out with the sword of all living beings in his hand. The next moment, the strong wind that was originally rushing towards Chen Jin was cut by the sword and directly hit John and the other man. At this moment, the bearded man suddenly rushed out, stood in front of John, and the 2 golden wings behind him instantly wrapped himself. Then, the sword fell on the golden wings without any ripples. That's it? John looked at Chen Jin with a mocking expression. Space and time travel. As soon as John finished speaking, Chen Jin disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a sound of space breaking was heard. Then, the entire golden light shattered. The next moment, Chen Jin suddenly jumped out from above John and the bearded man's heads. Behind Chen Jin were countless fragments of golden light. When Chen Jin was about to approach John and the other man, Chen Jin disappeared again. All the golden fragments behind him rushed towards John and the bearded man. After a moment, the golden light disappeared, and Chen Jin also disappeared. John and the bearded man were lying on the ground with wounds all over their bodies and bleeding profusely, dead in a pool of blood. See who dares to call me short. Chapter 96. The West sends more people. After killing John and the bearded man, Chen Jin went straight back to the room. At this time, Huahua was sitting on the edge of the bed, crossing her legs and looking at Chen Jin. Brother, you're not being honest. You kill people without even calling out Hua Hua. Hua Hua supported her chin with her hand and said to Chen Jin. Two foreigners came outside. They should also be holy angels. But they said they wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Chen Jin said lightly, he did not hide anything. Puff. When Hua Hua heard Chen Jin's words, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, have fun. Hua Hua only has you. Other people, whether they are holy angels or not, have nothing to do with Hua Hua. Hua Hua said this and threw herself directly into Chen Jin's arms, as if acting coquettishly. Besides, Hua Hua is now a seraph. As Hua Hua's voice fell, 6 fiery red wings suddenly spread out from behind Hua Hua. In an instant, the temperature of the whole room suddenly rose. Seeing Hua Hua's appearance, Chen Jin smiled slightly and reached out to stroke Hua Hua's hair. Bite. Hua Hua doesn't belong to any race, the pet egg comes from the system. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Jin's mind. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Jin suddenly understood. Yes, Hua Hua was hatched by him from a pet egg, and has nothing to do with the Holy Angel clan. Could it be that holy angels lay eggs? Then if any holy angels come to our door again, I will kill them all. Chen Jin stroked Hua Hua's hair and said lightly. No. Suddenly, Hua Hua sat up and said angrily. Just when Chen Jin was confused, Hua Hua suddenly took Chen Jin's hand with a serious look on her face. Next time you encounter a holy angel, remember to ask Hua Hua to come out. Hua Hua has never seen what an angel other than herself looks like. But after watching this, Hua Hua will help her brother kill them. As Hua Hua spoke, the 6 fiery red wings on her back suddenly flapped. An invisible heat wave made Chen Jin feel as if his blood was burning. Good. Chen Jin nodded and agreed with Hua Hua. West, Church of the Holy Angels. Lord. John and the other 2 were killed by Chen Jin. A knight in armor knelt on one knee and spoke to the man on the throne. Hearing the knight's words, the man slowly opened his eyes extremely cold. Let Longda go. If he fails, the Longda clan won't have to live. After throwing down these words, the man on the throne closed his eyes again. After hearing this, the knight quickly saluted and left the church. Inside a manor. The 4-winged holy angel Longda frowned when he heard the knight in front of him repeat the words of the man on the throne. Longwa, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin? Don't you know that Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers is the territory of that old man Guo Jilong? Besides, even if that old man Guo Jilong wasn't around, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers is in the capital of Dragon Country. If I go, what if the Dragon Nation uses this as an excuse to start a war? Lun spoke to the knight in front of him with an angry and speechless look on his face. Seeing this, the knight did not respond. It was not his turn to consider these issues. Okay, tell the Lord I understand. Lund waved his hand and let the knight leave. Ah, what a bullshit master. He just has better genes and was born a 6-winged seraph. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? He's just a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Lund sat in the chair, looking helpless. In the end, he picked up his weapon and looked towards the east. Sorry, I've been super busy these past 2 days because of the start of school. I'm also working on a new book, which is now 100,000 words long and finished. Starting tomorrow, 2 chapters a day will be updated normally. Thank you to all the friends who have supported me. Thank you everyone. The next chapter will focus on the battle with the West. Chapter 97, Holy Emperor Academy Exchange Team. Huaqing University of Specialties, President's Office. Principal, the Western Saint Emperor Academy suddenly sent students here for an exchange. Will anything go wrong? Xin Xingqiu stood in front of the desk, a look of confusion on his face. It's okay. I heard that the leader this time is that old guy from Lund. He shouldn't cause any trouble. Guo Jilong said lightly after taking a sip of tea. Xin Xingqiu was a little surprised when he heard what Guo Jilong said. Lund? Someone from the Western Holy Angel Church? He's actually the leader? In Xin Xingqiu's impression, all the people of the Western Holy Angel Church were arrogant without exception, and they always looked down on the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, I heard that the kid from the Holy Angel Church is also in the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team this time. After spitting out the tea leaves in his mouth, Guo Jinlong said to Xin Xingqiu, and then handed a photo on the table to Xin Xingqiu. He's here too? Isn't this kid the darling of the Western Holy Angel Church? Aren't the people of the Holy Angel Church afraid that their precious child will die here? Even with Lund here, it's still impossible to save him, right? Shin Xingqiu looked at the photo and said in surprise, seeing a little boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old. In the photo, the little boy's mouth corners are slightly raised, and his left eye is as red as a flame. His right eye is light blue. It's obvious that there's an old monster from the Holy Angel Church following us in the dark. However, they don't dare to take action here. Well, let Shin Jin and the junior students go this time. Guo Jinlong leaned back in his chair and said to Shin Xingqiu, then waved his hand, signaling Shin Xingqiu to leave. After Shin Xingqiu left, Guo Jinlong opened the drawer and took out a golden envelope. And the envelope was written, from Longda, personally addressed to Guo Jinlong. After reading the contents of the envelope, Guo Jinlong threw it away. The next moment, the envelope disintegrated and disappeared. Interesting, I didn't expect this Lund is still the same as when he was young. Guo Jinlong looked out the window and spoke with a smile. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Villa for Senior Students. At this moment, Shin Xingqiu had already told Shen Jin and others about the exchange between the Western St. Emperor College and Huaqing Ability University. After finishing speaking, Shin Xingqiu left alone and headed to the place where the third-year students were training. Have you ever heard of Holy Emperor Academy? At this time, Zhang Chenyang looked at everyone in the room with a confused look on his face. In his impression, there didn't seem to be any famous college in the West called Holy Emperor College. I've heard a few words from the elders in my family. At this time, the taciturn Lin Mu spoke. Hearing Lin Mu's words, everyone looked up at Lin Mu. You should all know about the Western Holy Angel Church. And the Holy Emperor College is an affiliated college of the Holy Angel Church. Students at the Holy Emperor Academy are generally either wealthy or noble, and most of them have some connection to the Holy Angel Church. Lin Mu said to everyone with an expressionless face. When Shen Jin heard what Lin Mu said about the Western Holy Angel Church, his eyes widened. At this time, Hua Hua, who was playing in Shen Jin's spiritual world, also paused for a moment, and then continued to play. Have they come to Dragon Country for exchanges before? At this time, Shin Xingrui asked. Seeing this, Lin Mu shook his head and continued, it is understood that the last time the Western Holy Angel Church came, they attacked Dragon Country, but were repelled. In that battle, the Western Holy Angel Church suffered countless casualties, and the Dragon Nation sacrificed 2 heavenly rank seniors. As he spoke, Lin Mu lowered his head. Because, one of those 2 heavenly rank seniors was her father. After hearing Lin Mu's words, no one said anything else. They had more or less heard about Lin Mu's father's sacrifice. Comparing this with what Lin Mu said now, everyone knew that one of the seniors was Lin Mu's father. It's okay. Since the Holy Emperor Academy dared to come this time, we'll teach them a lesson. It's best if they never come back. At this time, Shen Jin suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Seeing this, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited and they all stood up. Damn it, if they dare to come, I'll use time stop to make them unable to move forever. TSK, you can't do it, I have to use my muscles to burst out and hit them head on to death. For a moment, everyone in the room burst into laughter. In the sea area between the West and the Dragon Kingdom. Damn, that idiot, why did he send all this stuff out? Lun sat on the sofa in the ship and slammed his hand on the coffee table, extremely angry. Boss, there's nothing we can do. They're already here, we can't just send them back, right? At this time, Longda's younger brother Longdong spoke from the side. The key point is, aren't they afraid that after going to Dragon Country this time, they won't be able to return? At this moment, Lund was both angry and speechless. If he can't go back, then he can't go back. It was the Vatican who wanted to get this kid into the exchange team. If anything goes wrong, it's their fault. Longdong said to Longda from the side. Hearing this, Lund nodded. No matter what, even if something really happens, bring the body back and report back. Damn it, this is such a brainless person. At this moment, although Longda said it was okay, he was still thinking about how to protect the person with connections. Huaqing University of Special Abilities, at the school gate. At this moment, Guo Jinlong and Shin Xingqiu stood at the door, gazing into the distance. Behind Guo Jinlong and Shin Xingqiu were Qin Jin and his 4 companions, plus 5 junior students. Here I come. At this moment, Guo Jinlong said lightly. Then, everyone looked over when they heard the sound. I saw 2 burly men walking in front, and behind them were 10 students in school uniforms. Hey, Lund, long time no see. Suddenly, Guo Jinlong teleported directly in front of Longda and stretched out his hand to greet him. Just when Guo Jinlong appeared in front of Longda, four golden wings suddenly appeared behind Longdong, who was frightened. Seeing this, Longda smiled slightly, glared at Longdong, and then reached out to shake Guo Jinlong's hand. "Old Guo, I haven't seen you for over 10 years. I miss you so much." Longda spoke to Guo Jinlong in fluent Mandarin. Hearing Longda's words, Guo Jinlong nodded. "Yeah, it's a pity. You almost stayed here with me. It's such a pity." Guo Jinlong said this with a look of regret on his face, as if he was about to cry in the next second. After hearing Guo Jinlong's words, the faces of all the members of the Saint Emperor College exchange team darkened in an instant. Because they all knew that Longda had also participated in the attack on Longguo, was seriously injured, and almost did not return. "Ha, you're still so irresistible. Come on, let's go. The cafeteria has prepared food for you." Looking at Longda's livid face, Guo Jinlong smiled slightly, then stepped aside and spoke to Longda. Seeing this, Longda snorted coldly and then walked out first. After all the members of the Holy Emperor College exchange team entered the school, Guo Jinlong snapped his fingers lightly, and the next moment, the entire Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers was instantly covered by a transparent net. Seeing this scene, Chen Jin and others were all stunned. Because this network is the strongest defense network of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, and it has not been opened for nearly 20 years. Chapter 98, The Mighty Guo Jinlong, The Provocation of the Saint Emperor College exchange team. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Canteen Number 1. At this moment, everyone on the Holy Emperor College exchange team was looking at the food on the table, all of them extremely angry. I saw that there were various kinds of insects placed on the plate in front of the Holy Emperor College exchange team. Moreover, the worms are alive and are still wriggling. Guo Jinlong, I hope you can give me an explanation, otherwise, the Holy Angel Church will definitely come to Dragon Country to demand an explanation. At this time, Longda narrowed his eyes and looked at Guo Jinlong, who was smiling, and said coldly. Hearing Longda's words, Guo Jinlong smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be impatient. Didn't I prepare this specially because you guys from the Holy Angel Church like to eat bugs?" Having said that, Guo Jinlong picked up the disposable plate he had specially prepared and handed it to Longda. Just as Longda was about to scold Guo Jinlong continued to speak. 17 years ago, when you attacked Dragon Nation, I saw you eating insects with my own eyes. Don't deny it, many people saw it at the time." After hearing what Guo Jinlong said, everyone present except Longda and Longdong showed a look of confusion on their faces. At this time, Longdong was about to refute but was stopped by Longda. Because they did eat bugs, but they were not ordinary bugs, so they couldn't say it. For a moment, the Western Saint Emperor College exchange team could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. "Why? Did you remember?" Guo Jinlong looked at Longda with a smile, and then handed the plate in his hand to Longda again. "Humph. That's enough. We're not hungry, so we won't eat. Let's go straight to your school's martial arts hall." In an instant, Longda snorted coldly and said to Guo Jinlong. Seeing this, Guo Jinlong nodded slightly. Then he turned around and looked at the ant who was serving food in the cafeteria. "Auntie, please help me feed these bugs to the chickens later." Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, the cafeteria auntie quickly smiled and nodded. "No problem. Let me tell you, those with wings really love to eat these bugs." After hearing these words, Chen Jin and others finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. On the other side, Lund glared at the cafeteria auntie and then walked straight outside. And Guo Jinlong also followed him out with a smile. After Longda and his group left, Xin Xingqiu rolled his eyes at Chen Jin. "Okay, stop laughing. Let's go to the martial arts hall and tell you, if you lose, you'll suffer the consequences." After hearing Xin Xingqiu's words, everyone stopped laughing, walked out of the cafeteria, and headed towards the martial arts hall. However, at this moment, the forum of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers was already in an uproar. I don't know who posted the video of Guo Jinlong mocking the exchange team of Xingdi College. All of a sudden, all the students were excited. Damn, the principal is still strong and powerful, so impressive. Ah. Principal, I love you. But forget about having a baby. TSK, how shallow, principal. I can't give birth to a child for you, but I can cure your constipation. Hey, upstairs is disgusting. Disgusting +1. Disgusting +2. Disgusting +10,010. No, why are you all standing there? Go to the martial arts hall and watch the competition. Thanks for the invitation. I'm already in the first row of the martial arts hall. What a great view. Fuck, I'm here too. When Chen Jin and his Holy Emperor Academy exchange team arrived at the martial arts hall, it was already packed with people. Even in the aisles of the auditorium, there were countless people sitting there with small stools. For a moment, all the members of the Holy Emperor College exchange team were dumbfounded. Where can you see so many people in their school? Look, those women are looking at me. They must be fascinated by me. At this time, a student from the Holy Emperor College exchange team spoke up and struck a pose that he thought looked handsome. TSK, they must be looking at me. Just as the members of the Holy Emperor College exchange team were arguing with each other, Chen Jin and others came over. In an instant, the audience in the martial arts hall was all excited. Chen Jin, I love you. Although you may like Wang Wang, I still love you, Epsilon. Goddess Lin Mu. Please ravage me. Trample me. Xin Xingrui, Jifen. Omega? Hearing these voices, the students of the Saint Emperor College exchange team, who were originally arguing, suddenly quieted down. As Dragon Country becomes increasingly powerful, the whole world must learn Dragon Country language, so the students of the Holy Emperor College exchange team can still understand Dragon Country language. Shouldn't we let the students communicate? Longda looked at Guo Jinlong and spoke, emphasizing the word communication. Seeing this, Guo Jinlong nodded. The next moment, the competition venue in the martial arts hall opened instantly. Each side will send one student to fight, and will stop when the time is right. How about that? Guo Jinlong asked Longda. Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, Longda nodded and had no objection. The next moment, Lund glanced at Chen Jin inadvertently, and then looked at the competition stage again. You are the guests, so you should send someone first. Guo Jinlong smiled at Longda and then said. Lund didn't object and waved without turning his head. The next moment, a tall boy from the Holy Emperor College exchange team walked out. Afterwards, the boy walked directly onto the competition stage and looked at Chen Jin and others. Then the boy raised his middle finger and smiled contemptuously. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Holy Emperor College exchange team smiled slightly. The students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers in the martial arts hall were extremely angry and started cursing. At this moment, Long Dong suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Only the weak bark the strong face challenges head-on. After hearing Long Dong's words, all the students of Huaqing Ability University in the martial arts hall quieted down, but they looked at the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team with extremely angry eyes. Chen Jin, one move, no problem, right? At this moment, Wei Jinlong's voice came. Hearing Wei Jinlong's words, Chen Jin's mouth corners slightly raised. As long as you have hands. Chapter 99, Instant Reginald. Come on, Chen Jin. If you win, I'll give birth to a baby for you. Come on. Even though I don't like you, if you can defeat him in one move, you will be my idol. As Chen Jing walked onto the stage, the audience in the martial arts hall instantly became excited. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing this, Chen Jin smiled and pressed his hand, then turned his gaze to the boys from the exchange team of Saint Emperor College opposite. Both sides salute. At this moment, Guo Jinlong shouted. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Jin, Mid-Stage Shen Level, SSS-level Supernatural Awakener. Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, Chen Jin bowed slightly and said lightly. Holy Emperor Academy, Reginald, Power Angel Late Shen Level, Winged Angel. Although Reginald was disdainful, he still bowed and said. As Reginald's voice fell, two wings instantly grew out of his back. Unlike the others, Reginald's wings are light white. I'll give you a chance to strike first, and see how you can defeat me in one move. At this moment, Reginald raised his index finger to Chen Jin, hooked his finger, and said sarcastically. Upon hearing Reginald's voice, everyone except the members of the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team was speechless with surprise. He looked at Reginald as if he were a fool. You said it. Chen Jin looked at Reginald and for the first time thought that this big silly guy was quite cute. Thunder King Thunder Strike. Space and Time Travel. Hurricane Slash. As the voice fell, Chen Jin was instantly enveloped by lightning. Immediately afterwards, the Sword of All Beings appeared in his right hand. Just one move. Chen Jin smiled slightly. The next moment, the Sword of All Living Beings in his hand slashed out fiercely. But the sword light disappeared. Just as Reginald was about to taunt Shinjin, a space crack appeared behind Reginald. In an instant, Reginald reacted, and the light white wings behind him instantly closed together, perfectly blocking the sword light. Puff! Suddenly, there was a sound of flesh breaking. Shinjin appeared next to Reginald in an instant when Reginald was blocking the sword light. A sword pierced Reginald's body. At this moment, the previously powerful light disappeared like a breeze. At this moment, Reginald looked at Shinjin, who was so close to him, and finally realized that he had been fooled. "You're cheating!" Reginald roared at Shinjin with gritted teeth, but did not dare to move. The sword of all beings was still stuck in his body. "I declare that Shinjin from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers is the winner." At this moment, Guo Jinlong announced the result in the murderous look of Longda. Puff! As Guo Jinlong's voice fell, Shinjin instantly drew out the sword of all beings. In an instant, Reginald fell to the ground in pain, and golden blood flowed out uncontrollably. "TSK, I don't know if this thing is a good thing." Shinjin looked at the golden blood on the ground, then took out a white porcelain bottle. In full view of everyone, he scooped a bottle directly and then walked off the stage as if nothing had happened. After Shinjin came down, Longdong appeared on the stage instantly and sprinkled some medicine powder on Reginald's wound. Afterwards, Reginald's wounds healed visibly, but due to excessive blood loss, his face turned pale and he was extremely weak. "Shinjin! Shinjin! Shinjin! Shinjin, from today on, you are my god. Shinjin is awesome. Huaqing is awesome. Longgui is awesome. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone." Chapter 100. The Eight-Winged Angel kneels. After Longdong helped Reginald away, the field became quiet again. "Lond, go on." At this time, Guo Jinlong looked at Longda with a smile on his face and spoke. "Humph, Caroline, go up and teach the contestants from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers what fighting is all about." As soon as Guo Jinlong finished speaking, Longda turned around and spoke to the only girl in the Holy Emperor College exchange team. "Believe me, I will make them regret coming into this world." At this time, Caroline slowly walked out of the team. The next moment, her light white wings instantly grew out of its back, and then it flew directly to the competition stage. After Caroline came on stage, Guo Jinlong turned his gaze to Shin Xingqiu, who was standing beside him. Seeing this, Shin Xingqiu nodded, then walked to Lin Mu's side and said a few words to Lin Mu. After a moment, Lin Mu nodded and walked straight to the competition stage. Both players salute. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Lin Mu, Early Shen Level, SS-level Supernatural Awakener. Lin Mu bowed slightly to Caroline and spoke lightly. Seeing this, Caroline smiled charmingly and then bowed slightly. Holy Emperor Academy, Caroline, Angel of Power, Four-Winged Angel. Note, it's the Four-Winged Angel, not the Holy Angel. There's a difference. The moment Caroline finished speaking, she disappeared instantly. Only a golden light and shadow remained in the air. Blazing sea of fire. The moment Caroline disappeared, Lin Mu murmured, and then his whole body was instantly enveloped by flames. And the large flames above the head were slowly descending. Angel kill. At this moment, a voice full of murderous intent sounded from Lin Mu's right. The next moment, a long sword similar to Caroline's wings suddenly appeared on Lin Mu's right. Fire blazing fire phoenix. The moment the long sword appeared, Lin Mu reacted extremely quickly and shouted softly. Immediately afterwards, the flames around it instantly turned into a fire phoenix and rushed towards Caroline's sword. Bang! The moment the fire phoenix collided with the long sword, it exploded directly. But as the flames died down, there was no sign of Caroline. At this time, the sea of fire above Lin Mu's head was about to fall. "You can go die now." Just when the sea of fire was half a meter away from Lin Mu, Caroline instantly appeared behind Lin Mu. The whole body emits a dazzling white light. At this moment, Caroline seemed to be basking in the sun, extremely holy. Judgment. Just then, Caroline shouted. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. The next moment, an angel with 8 light white wings slashed out from the sword. The 8-winged angel also held a long sword in his hand and stabbed at Lin Mu. Seeing this scene, everyone in the martial arts hall, except Guo Jinlong and Longda, showed a hint of worry on their faces. Lin Mu on the stage also frowned slightly at this moment. But at this moment, a dramatic scene happened. The 8-winged angel, who was originally aggressive, suddenly fell from the sky, walked to Lin Mu's side, and knelt on one knee. If you look closely, you will find that the 8-winged angel's body is trembling slightly. Since Lin Mu had his back to the audience, no one could see his expression clearly. Lin Mu's originally indifferent expression was gone, replaced by a sneer. At this moment, Lin Mu's eyes turned red as he stared at the eight-winged angel in front of him. Roll. At this moment, Lin Mu said the word "get out" in a neutral tone. When the eight-winged angel heard this, he felt relieved and disappeared instantly. Caroline was severely injured by the dissipation of the eight-winged angel, and she fell directly from the sky and hit the competition stage. Disperse. Lin Mu looked at the sea of fire that was about to fall and said lightly. Then the sea of fire dissipated directly, as if it had never appeared. I declare Lin Mu the winner. As the flames died down, Caroline was still lying on the ground. Shin Xingqiu announced loudly upon seeing this. At this moment, everyone in the audience was in disbelief. This battle is really weird. The moment the eight-winged angel appeared, everyone thought Lin Mu was going to lose. But the eight-winged angel actually knelt down to Lin Mu. Why do I feel like Lin Mu is even more powerful than Chen Jin? That's an eight-winged angel. Even though it's just a streak of light, there aren't many people who can bring an eight-winged angel to its knees. Tisk, if that's the case, Lin Mu does seem to be stronger than Chen Jin. Why are you saying this? Aren't Lin Mu and Chen Jin both students of our Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers? Aren't they both from Dragon Country? Who cares who is stronger or weaker? That's right, as long as we win. Lin Mu's wife is awesome. Lin Mu's wife is so cool. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Mu is my wife. Don't try to steal her from me. TSK, Lin Mu's eyes have passed through me before, what about you? Fuck, I can't take it anymore, come on, one-on-one. Come on. On the competition stage. The battle had been over for 3 minutes, but Lin Mu was still standing there. Something's wrong. Chen Jin looked at Lin Mu on the stage and frowned. Lin Mu is in the same state now as he was during the school ranking competition. Could it be? Before Chen Jin finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something, rushed directly to the stage, and carried Lin Mu down. At this moment, Lin Mu's eyes were dull, but he kept blinking. At this moment, invisible heat waves were still surging on Lin Mu's body. Woohoo, 100 chapters. This is the first time I've written 100 chapters, so it's worth celebrating. Then reward me by writing another chapter later. Chapter 101, Son of God, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers' first defeat. Is Lin Mu okay? After Chen Jin came down carrying Lin Mu, everyone around gathered around and asked worriedly. It should be fine. I'll ask the principal to take a look. After Chen Jin said something to everyone, he carried Lin Mu to Gui Jinlong's side. Principal Gua, can you please check if Lin Mu is okay? Hearing Chen Jin's words, Guo Jinlong smiled slightly, then reached out and touched Lin Mu's forehead. The next moment, Lin Mu closed his eyes, and his originally tense body relaxed. It's okay, just let her go back and have a good rest. After Guo Jinlong withdrew his hand, he said something to Chen Jin. Hearing this, Chen Jin nodded, then hugged Lin Mu and handed Lin Mu to Shin Xingrui. Guo Jinlong, Dragon Country is so lucky. The Son of God has grown up so much. After Chen Jin left, Longda looked at Guo Jinlong with a smile and spoke. Son of God? What Son of God? You holy angels have the Son of God appear again? Hearing Longda's words, Guo Jinlong was immediately confused and asked back. Okay, stop pretending. I haven't known you for all these years? Seeing that Guo Jinlong was still pretending, Longda looked disdainful. After hearing Longda's words, Guo Jinlong did not say anything. What you think is your business, as long as I don't admit it, it doesn't exist. That little guy from your holy angel church is here too? After a moment, Guo Jinlong looked at Longda and asked. Got it? Then Dubois, you take over this match. Hearing Gui Jinlong's words, Longda chuckled and then waved to the members of the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team behind him. The next moment, a very handsome boy walked out. When Dubois walked up to Lund, he saluted Lund before walking onto the competition stage. Dongfang Jing, go ahead. As Dubois took the stage, Guo Jinlong shouted to one of the juniors. The next moment, a boy holding a folding fan walked out. Frog Fun. Dongfang Jing. The most handsome man in Kyoto. Really? I didn't notice him just now. What a pity. Otherwise, I could have taken a few more glances at him. Sister, don't be anxious, take your time and watch it next. Sisters, what should I do? The moment Dongfang Jing came out, I felt like I was already pregnant with his child. Thank you for the invitation. I'm already married to Dongfang Jing and have 2 children. Don't be so delusional. Both players salute. As Dongfang Jing walked onto the stage, Shin Xingqiu shouted. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Dongfang Jing, Early Earth Rank, S-level Supernatural Awakener. Dongfang Jing closed the folding fan in his hand, placed it in front of his chest, and bowed slightly to Dubois. Holy Emperor Academy, Dubois, Archangel Early Earth Rank, Seraph. As Dubois's voice fell, 6 fiery red wings instantly grew out of his back. Very similar to Huahua's wings. The moment Dubois' wings appeared, Huahua, who was originally playing in Chen Jin's spiritual world, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, but did not care and continued to play. Please. Dongfang Jing was not intimidated by the fact that Dubois was a 6-winged seraph. He could feel that Dubois's aura was similar to his own. Ready to fight. Seeing this, Dubois smiled slightly, then folded the 6 fiery red wings on his back. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Just when everyone was puzzled, Dubois disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Dubois suddenly appeared above Dongfang Jing's head, with the spear in his hand pointing straight at Dongfang Jing's head. At this moment, Dongfang Jing was not at all panicked and stepped lightly on the ground with his right foot. Then the whole person slid backwards as if wearing roller skates. And Dubois's spear followed instantly. Seeing this, Dongfang Jing opened the folding fan in his hand again, and it collided directly with Dubois's spear. Crack! At the moment of collision, there was a sound of iron colliding. When Dubois heard the sound, he was slightly startled. He originally thought that the folding fan in Dongfang Jing's hand was just an ordinary folding fan, but he didn't expect it to be a specially crafted weapon. At this moment, Dongfang Jing opened Dubois's spear and then swung the folding fan in his hand. The next moment, countless hurricanes suddenly appeared and raged throughout the martial arts hall. Quiet! Guo Jinlong in the audience suddenly spoke up. The next moment, except for the hurricane on the competition stage, all other hurricanes dissipated instantly. Dubois looked at the hurricane in front of him, and the spear in his hand disappeared in an instant. Then, the 6 fiery red wings on its back grew out again. Start to incite constantly. The next moment, the hurricane on the stage was blown away by Dubois. Then came the heat waves from Dubois's wings. Puff! Suddenly, Dongfang Jing felt a pain in his back. When he turned around, he found that Dubois, who was flapping his wings in the air, had appeared behind him without him noticing. At this moment, Dubois's hand inserted into Dongfang Jing's body, and blood flowed out. Thank you. The next moment, Dongfang Jing said something lightly, and then pulled his hand out. Then a ball of fire suddenly ignited on his hand, and then all the blood on his hand was evaporated by the flame and disappeared. Healer! After Dubois stepped down, Shin Xingqiu hurriedly shouted. Then, a teacher from the therapy department rushed over. Seeing this, Shin Xingqiu announced the result. Congratulations to the St. Emperor College exchange team, Dubois, for winning. As Shin Xingqiu's voice fell, everyone in the St. Emperor Academy exchange team cheered. The students and teachers of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers stared angrily at the members of the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team. Principal Guo, thank you for letting me. At this time, Longda said to Guo Jinlong with excitement. So, the game continues? Go on. Guo Jinlong said lightly. Afterwards, another member of the Holy Emperor College exchange team stepped out. This time, at Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Zhang Chenyang slowly walked towards the competition stage. Chapter 102, Shocking Reversal. As Zhang Chenyang came on stage, all the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers cheered for him. Come on. Kill the dog from the St. Emperor College exchange team. I've liked you since the school ranking competition. Come on, Zhang Chenyang, if you win, I'll be your girlfriend. Go, go, go. If you win, I'll even be your boyfriend. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. For a moment, I felt shy in front of the big brother who was talking. Both players salute. Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Zhang Chenyang, Peak Yellow Rank, SS Supernatural Power Awakener. Zhang Chenyang clenched his fists and bowed slightly. At this moment, Zhang Chenyang is only one step away from the early stage of the Xian level, but he is unable to break through. Therefore, Zhang Chenyang wanted to make a breakthrough through fighting. For some reason, he always felt that if he were promoted to the Xian level, the effect of his supernatural powers would become extremely great. Saint Emperor Academy, Chelsea, Power Angel Early Xian level, Winged Angel. At this time, the players from the Holy Emperor College exchange team bowed slightly and spoke. Chels? No, we're fighting, why would we cut anything? Hearing Chelsea's words, Zhang Chenyang was slightly stunned, and then looked at Chelsea as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Chelsea, who had just stood up, was stunned when he heard Zhang Chenyang's words. It took him a while to understand what Zhang Chenyang meant. My name is Chels, not I want to be with you Chels. At this time, Chelsea yelled hysterically at Zhang Chenyang. In an instant, all the audience in the martial arts hall burst into laughter, and even the members of the Holy Emperor College exchange team were trying hard to suppress their laughter. Chelsea's name was a sudden inspiration given to her parents when they were drinking. And Chelsea herself really hates this name. This isn't the first time someone has said they don't want to clink glasses with him. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry. After hearing Chelsea's explanation, Zhang Chenyang looked embarrassed. I finally came across English that I could understand, but it turned out not to mean what I meant. Chelsea looked at Zhang Chenyang's expression and listened to the audience's laughter, and suddenly became furious and extremely angry. The next moment, a ray of light burst out from Chelsea's body and rushed straight towards Zhang Chenyang. Seeing this, Zhang Chenyang, who was originally extremely embarrassed, immediately put away his smile and put his hands on his chest. Time stops and stands still. As Zhang Chenyang's voice fell, the burst of light stopped instantly. Broken. The next moment, the light shattered instantly, but several fragments of light pierced into Zhang Chenyang's body. Damn, I still can't act cool. Feeling the pain in his body, Zhang Chenyang cursed. In order to show off, he changed the originally complicated opening move of his supernatural power into just one word. The price is that you are likely to get hurt when you fail to show off. Originally, when Zhang Chenyang stopped the beam of light, Chelsea was very shocked. But when he saw the subsequent scene, Chelsea suddenly grinned. The next moment, Chelsea shot out another beam of light. Time stops and stands still. In an instant, Zhang Chenyang shouted again. However, this time something unexpected happened. Because, behind Chelsea's beam of light, there was another beam of light shooting out. Depend on. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chenyang shouted and quickly stepped aside. However, he was still affected by the aftermath of the light column, and a large piece of flesh was washed away from his right arm. Still. Seeing this, Zhang Chenyang endured the pain and stilled the injured area. Although the bleeding has stopped, the pain is still there. That's it? Still Chelsea? At this moment, Chelsea walked slowly towards Zhang Chenyang with the attitude of a winner, and kept mocking Zhang Chenyang. Chels, don't waste time. Suddenly, Long Dong's voice came from the audience. Hearing Long Dong's words, Chelsea nodded. I wish you can go to hell and still be Chelsea. Chelsea spoke to Zhang Chenyang, and then her whole body was wrapped in dazzling light. The next moment, a beam of light thicker than the previous three beams combined burst out from Chelsea. Chelsea was exhausted and fell to the ground. Time stops and stands still. Time stops and everything is destroyed. Looking at the beam of light that was getting closer and closer, he kept shouting and gesturing rapidly in front of him with his hands. In an instant, two supernatural powers were released. However, it only slowed down the speed of the light column. Damn it, stop it for me. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang roared hysterically. The next moment, an extremely strong aura suddenly appeared around Zhang Chenyang. But at this time, Zhang Chenyang seemed to ignore the beam of light that was about to hit him in front of him. He closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. For a moment, all the students in the martial arts hall were puzzled, wondering why Zhang Chenyang was sitting on the ground at this time. No way? Is he giving up on himself? How is that possible? How could we, the sons of Dragon Country, give up? Then why didn't he stand up? Go ahead and tell me. I say, damn it. Stop arguing, look, Zhang Chenyang has opened his eyes. At this moment, with a cry of surprise, everyone turned their eyes to Zhang Chenyang again. At this moment, Zhang Chenyang was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, but his eyes were open. At this time, the beam of light had already reached a distance of 20 centimeters from Zhang Chenyang. Time stop control. At this moment, Zhang Chenyang finally spoke, muttering softly. The originally moving beam of light stopped as Zhang Chenyang's voice fell. For a moment, everyone was shocked by this scene and held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Change. Suddenly, Zhang Chenyang raised his left hand and stroked his chest. The next moment, the beam of light changed direction following Zhang Chenyang's hand. Go! Then, Zhang Chenyang said lightly. In an instant, the beam of light shot towards Chelsea like a wild horse. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Holy Emperor College exchange team stood up with worried expressions. At this moment, Long Da and Long Dong both clenched their fists, but no one dared to rush onto the stage. Because Guo Jinlong was sitting calmly on the chair, and the space around him was crackling. For a moment, the only sounds in the martial arts hall were breathing and the sound of light beams breaking through the air. I didn't expect there's another chapter. Chapter 103, Arrogant and Domineering Long Dong apologizes to Long Da. End. Just as the beam of light was about to hit Chelsea, Zhang Chenyang whispered. The next moment, the beam of light stopped steadily in front of Chelsea. Ha, are you scared? I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt me, the Holy Angel Church will never let you go. When Chelsea saw the beam of light stop, he immediately started to threaten Zhang Chenyang again. At this time, Zhang Chenyang walked to Chelsea's side with an expressionless face. The next moment, Zhang Chenyang actually reached out and hugged the beam of light. In an instant, the beam of light burned Zhang Chenyang's hand with a sizzling sound. However, Zhang Chenyang didn't care about these at all. I originally planned to kill you, but it seems like I let you off a bit easily. At this time, Zhang Chenyang grinned and said to Chelsea. Ha, even if you hurt yourself, you will suffer revenge from the Holy Angel Church in the future. Hearing Chelsea's words, Zhang Chenyang smiled and shook his head, then suddenly threw the beam of light at Chelsea. 1 time. 2 times. 10 times. Soon, Chelsea was hit by the beam of light and his skin was torn apart, and he fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. After a moment, Zhang Chenyang released the beam of light, and it dissipated. At this moment, all the members of the Holy Emperor College exchange team below the stage looked at Zhang Chenyang with murderous eyes in anger. The other students from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers also looked at Zhang Chenyang in surprise. I declare that Zhang Chenyang wins this match. As Zhang Chenyang walked off the stage, Xin Qingqiu instantly announced the results of the competition. After a while, the students of Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers came to their senses and shouted loudly. Fuck, that feels so good. Compared to Qin Jin's instant kill, this is really a real punch to the flesh. No, this is a stick to the flesh. I declare that from today on, Zhang Chenyang is my new husband. No one is allowed to compete with me for him. Thank you for the invitation. Zhang Chenyang and I already have 2 children and live a happy life. Oh my god, it's you again? Didn't you say before that you and Dongfang Jing had 2 children? Did you give birth to the Calabash brothers? 2 for each of us? Fuck you. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Principal Guo, I hope you can give our Holy Emperor Academy and the Holy Angel Church an explanation. Long Dong stared at Guo Jinlong with a bad face, and when he mentioned the Holy Angel Church, he emphasized his voice. Oh? I wonder what explanation your academy and the Vatican need. Hearing Long Dong's words, Guo Jinlong smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Long Dong. Humph. Of course, I have to pay for the medical expenses and hand that beast over to the Holy Angel Church for punishment. Long Dong spoke to Guo Jinlong with a vicious look on his face, then raised his finger and pointed at Zhang Chenyang who was resting in the crowd. Guo what Long Dong didn't notice was that when he said the word beast, Long Da next to him suddenly covered his face and sighed. Oh? Seriously? Guo Jinlong was a little bit incredulous when he heard this, and then looked at Long Da. Of course I take it seriously. Long Dong nodded and said. Boom. At this moment, a space crack suddenly appeared beside Long Dong. The next moment, Long Dong was instantly sucked into the space crack. 2 seconds later, it came out from the space crack again. However, at this moment, Long Dong's whole body was covered with wounds, and his clothes were already in tatters. Now, do you still want compensation? Guo Jinlong looked at Long Dong and said lightly. You. After hearing what Guo Jinlong said, 4 golden wings instantly grew out from behind Long Dong, and he became extremely angry. At this moment, Long Da finally stood up, kicked Long Dong, and then looked at Guo Jinlong with a smile. Principal Guo, since it's a competition, we're willing to accept defeat, but aren't your students being too ruthless? Oh? Cruel? Is this what you call cruel? How about this? Let's go up and play. My old bones haven't moved in a long time. Upon hearing this, Guo Jinlong immediately stood up and started moving his body. When Longda and Longdong saw Guo Jinlong stand up, they were shocked. No, it's a competition, he's not as skilled as the other person. In an instant, Longda hurriedly helped Guo Jinlong sit down. Don't want compensation? No. No price? No. At this moment, Lun's head was shaking like a rattle, and he did not forget to glare at Longdong. Okay, let's continue the game. Seeing this, Guo Jinlong didn't say anything else and let the game continue. Longda and Longdong finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then turned their gaze to a fat man in the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team. Seeing this, the fat man nodded and then walked towards the competition stage. The moment the fat man walked onto the stage, Guo Jinlong narrowed his eyes. Gui Yutong, you go ahead. After a moment, Guo Jinlong said lightly. The next moment, a tall, sweet-looking girl walked out from the junior team and then walked onto the competition stage. When Gui Yutong came on stage, the audience instantly became excited. Holy crap, Goddess Gui is here too. Is it Chinese New Year today? There are so many beauties. Hey guys, who is this Gui Yutong? Why are you guys so excited? Damn, you're a freshman, right? It's normal that you don't know. Gui Yutong is our Principal Gui's only granddaughter. She is truly his darling, the apple of his eye. Holy crap, is this true? Gui Yutong is my goddess from today on. Once I win her over, the entire Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers will be mine. Ha 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 ha. When the freshman said this, there was no mocking voice around. Because, as long as the boys present knew Gui Yutong's identity, they all wanted to pursue Gui Yutong, take over Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, and have an SSS-level Heavenly Elder. Both players salute. Just as everyone was fantasizing, Xin Xingqiu's voice rang out. Gui Yutong, Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers, Early Earth Rank, SS-level Supernatural Awakener. Levi, Holy Emperor Academy, Archangel Early Earth Rank, for Winged Holy Angel. There should be one more chapter, but it will probably be late. I haven't even gotten home yet, so I'm trying to finish one on the subway. Please give me some free gifts to show your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 104, Really Beaten Like a Pig. As Levi's voice fell, for golden wings instantly grew out of his back, shining brightly. The beauties of Dragon Country are indeed worthy of their reputation. At this time, Levi licked Gui Yutong's lips with a lewd look on his face. Idiot. Seeing this, Gui Yutong cursed lightly. The next moment, mist began to appear around Gui Yutong. After a while, the mist accumulated more and more, hiding Gui Yutong's figure. Seeing this, Levi's 4 golden wings behind him flapped instantly. In an instant, an invisible hurricane rushed towards the mist. However, when the hurricane touched the mist, it disappeared instantly. Seeing this scene, Levi frowned immediately, and suddenly, his whole body was covered with golden light. Immediately afterwards, Levi's body miraculously became thinner. All the fat on his body has gone to his fists. At this moment, Levi's fist seemed like a huge ball of meat. Light hammer. Just then, Levi shouted angrily. The next moment, Levi's fleshy fist was instantly enveloped by golden light. Immediately afterwards, Levi flashed and appeared around the mist in an instant. Then he raised his meaty fist and smashed it directly into the mist in front of him. At this moment, the slowly drifting mist suddenly turned into a huge net. The next moment, the water mist net directly wrapped around Levi's fist. Seeing this, Levi was startled and tried to pull his hand out, but was tightly wrapped by the water mist net. Disgusting pig head. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Levi's ears. The next moment, Gui Yutong appeared next to Levi. Then, Gui Yutong stretched out his fist and punched Levi's face frantically. Soon, Levi was beaten into a pig's head. At this moment, the mist that enveloped Levi's fist dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Levi's fleshy fist shrank rapidly, and his body returned to its previous obese appearance. Because his face was beaten into a pig's head by Gui Yutong, Levi looked no different from a pig at this moment. After a while, Gui Yutong stopped fighting until he calmed down. I declare that Gui Yutong from Huaqing Ability University is the winner of this match. At this time, Xin Xingqiu's voice sounded again. As Xin Xingqiu's voice fell, no one from the Saint Emperor College exchange team looked at Levi. Because Levi is in such a miserable state at this moment. In the end, it was the students from Huaqing University of Supernatural Powers who came on stage and threw Levi off the stage. After all, it cannot affect the normal game. Immediately afterwards, Gui Yutong walked down from the competition stage, but this time no one cheered. Because all the boys at Watching University of Supernatural Powers knew one thing. That is, this girl who looks very sweet should not be messed with. For a time, all the boys who wanted to pursue Wei Yutong began to back off. Lund, why don't you even go to greet your own students? Guo Jilong turned his head and looked at Longda with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Longda's face suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our students at the Holy Emperor Academy are all warriors. They will come here on their own." As Lund finished speaking, Levi, whose head was beaten into a pig's, came over. However, he did not come here by walking, but was carried here by someone. Damn, why is it so heavy? Is it really a pig? A student from Watching University of Supernatural Powers who was carrying Levi threw him to the ground and complained. Upon seeing this scene, everyone on the Holy Emperor College exchange team instantly became extremely angry. Teacher! Let me go! At this time, a boy in the middle of the Holy Emperor College exchange team shouted. Hearing the boy's words, Lund nodded. Go, we must win this time. The boy nodded and walked directly towards the competition stage. After stepping onto the competition stage, he raised his middle finger towards everyone at Watching Ability University with a look of sarcasm on his face. Qi Tian, go ahead. At this time, Guo Jinlong's voice sounded again. Chapter 105, God-level Chenjin, Heaven-level Gathering, the 10,000 years of prosperity begins. Unexpectedly, as soon as Qi Tian came on the court, he was killed instantly by the exchange team of the Holy Emperor Academy. That's right, it's a flash sale. Before anyone could react, Qi Tian was stabbed in the throat by a sword from the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team. When everyone came to their senses, Qi Tian had already fallen in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Fuck! The people from the Saint Emperor College exchange team actually dared to kill someone. I can't stand it anymore, let me do it, I'll kill these beasts. In an instant, everyone at Watching University of Supernatural Powers was extremely angry and cursed loudly. Oh? You can kill our people, but can you? At this moment, Longdong suddenly stood up, opened his arms and shouted loudly. Go on. Guo Jinlong on the side said with an expressionless face. Hearing Guo Jinlong's words, Longda was slightly stunned, then shook his head. How about this, we won't play solo in the last match, let's have a team battle. After Longda finished speaking, he didn't care whether Guo Jinlong agreed or not, and waved his hand to let the people from the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team behind him come on stage. Bite. Go on stage alone to face the Saint Emperor Academy exchange team, and your reward will reach the God level. Refuse to go on stage alone, reward level, and reveal your supernatural power. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Jin's mind. The moment he heard the system voice, Chen Jin did not hesitate at all and chose to go on stage alone. In an instant, countless white spiritual mists rushed towards Chen Jin. The entire martial arts hall was instantly enveloped in a white mist of spiritual energy. Seeing this, the others wanted to absorb the spiritual mist, but they found that they could not absorb it at all. At this time, all the people above the heavenly rank on Blue Star took off into the air and looked towards the capital of Dragon Kingdom. And those celestial ranks that were at odds with the Dragon Kingdom all flew towards the Dragon Kingdom at the fastest speed. When Longda, who was originally sitting steadily, saw this scene, he suddenly flashed and was about to attack Chen Jin. But before he reached Chen Jin, he was sucked into a space crack. Never came out again. At this time, all the heavenly ranks of Dragon Country appeared above Watching Supernatural University. After counting carefully, there were actually thousands of people. Soon, all the heavenly masters from other countries arrived above Watching Ability University. Kill him and let's go. At this time, a peak heavenly rank from the Eagle Country walked out and spoke coldly to the heavenly ranks from the Dragon Country. Hearing the words of the Eagle Kingdom's heavenly rank, the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly rank all couldn't help but laugh. The next moment, a war was about to break out. A celestial being from the Dragon Country used all his special powers to build the battlefield high in the sky to avoid affecting the ordinary people of the Dragon Country. For a moment, tens of thousands of celestial ranks continuously released their supernatural powers on the high-altitude battlefield. Just then, a couple flew over from the sky. When the couple saw Chen Jin absorbing the white mist of spiritual energy in the martial arts hall, tears instantly filled their eyes. Afterwards, the power of the two of them soared into the sky, and it felt much higher than the peak of the heavenly level. Soon, the couple joined the high-altitude battlefield. In an instant, the Long Kingdom, led by the couple, began to fight back. Soon, several major countries, led by the Eagle Country, began to fly in from the sky with energies that were more powerful than the heavenly level. At this time in the martial arts hall, Longda and Longdong had all disappeared. The spiritual white mist has gradually been absorbed by Chen Jin. Is this the god level? After a while, Chen Jin slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. The next moment, Chen Jin lightly moved his fingers, and all the members of the Holy Emperor Academy exchange team were instantly reduced to ashes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jin took off into the air and arrived directly at the high-altitude battlefield. End. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted softly. He actually used the time ability that he had never possessed. The people from the Holy Angel Church will stay, and the people from other countries will stay at the heavenly rank, and pay 10,000 tons of cultivation resources to the Dragon Nation. Chen Jin said lightly. Hearing Chen Jin's words, the foreign heavenly ranks all sneered. Die. At this time, Chen Jin continued to speak. The next moment, all the celestial ranks of the Holy Angel Church and the crowd died instantly. At this time, everyone finally realized that Chen Jin had this ability. They all left behind an unimportant heavenly rank and then went back to get resources for cultivation. Today, Chen Jin of our Dragon Nation has reached the divine level and will protect Dragon Nation for 10,000 years. From today on, Dragon Nation will usher in a golden age of cultivation. As Chen Jin's voice fell, the spiritual white mist from all over the world suddenly rushed towards the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, that is not all. After doing all this, Chen Jin turned his gaze to the couple in the crowd. Dad, Mom. Suddenly, Chen Jin shouted and rushed forward. For a moment, the family of three burst into tears under everyone's blessings. Since then, the Dragon Kingdom entered a period of prosperity that lasted for 10,000 years. Heavenly rank masters emerged endlessly, and people continued to break through to the levels above the heavenly rank. Chen Jinza, Xin Xingrui, and his parents settled down in the mountains of Longguo where the spatial abilities were imprisoned. It is worth mentioning that Chen Jin moved out the small space world that was previously in the eastern border fortress. The husky and the white cat appeared one after another. 1 year later. Chen Jin, come quickly, Ruer is about to give birth. With a loud shout from Chen Jin's mother, Xin Xingrui finally gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, after 10 months of pregnancy. The boy will be named Chen Jing, and the girl will be named Chen Miao. Chen Jin stood beside Xin Xingrui's bed, holding the two children and excitedly named them. 18 years later. Mom, Miao Miao, and I have both awakened our superpowers. I have SSS-level spatial ability plus SSS-level shadow clone ability. Miao Miao is SSS-level all things resurrection plus SSS-level all things equality. Chen Jingxing, who was already 18 years old, spoke to Xin Xingrui excitedly. You little bastard, you only know how to call your mother, why don't you call me? Chen Jin on the side immediately became unhappy. Dad, I'm back. At this moment, Chen Miao suddenly appeared and threw himself into Chen Jin's arms. Alas, daughters are still the best. Chen Jin smiled and shook his head, not forgetting to glare at Chen Jing. Night. Actually, I'm not from this world. Where we are, there are tall buildings, countless delicious foods, and no wars, no fighting, and no killing. It's just 996. Chen Jin and his family sat in the yard, looking at the starry sky and listening to Chen Jin describing another world. Dad, why don't we travel to that world? At this time, Chen Miao spoke. After hearing what Chen Miao said, Chen Jing and Xin Xingrui both agreed very much. Okay. Then let's go to my hometown and travel. The whole book is finished.